Chapter 701. Rank 3 Airsac GU. They are all real. Fairy Qingpu had extremely outstanding investigative methods to check the situation, but the result caused her pretty face to blanch further. Fang Yuan looked around him and saw. To the east was an ice-spiked divine ape whose bulk was only somewhat inferior to Dang Hun Mountain. A tyrannical aura spread out from it, and as it moved, it left behind a pure white icy trail. The fur on its whole body were like ice cones, which brought a stifling pressure upon the two immortals. The sclera of its eyes were jade green, while its pupils had a frost blue luster. This represented the dense bloodline in this ice-spiked divine ape. If the eyeballs were completely frost blue in color, that would be the ancient desolate beast, Icefall divine ape, whose battle strength was comparable to a rank 7 GU immortal. To the west floated a phoenix feather lava crocodile. This crocodile was 2 to 3 times the size of ordinary crocodiles and could not compare to the enormously huge ice-spiked divine ape, yet its aura surged mightily. Its every breath brought a scalding hot heat wave. Its brownish-red scale armor was thick and robust, and its slender tail was over 6 meters long. It did not have any scales on its back, but instead had colorful phoenix feathers that resembled blazing lava. To the north stood a proud golden sand dark stallion. This horse was huge, its size reaching the chest of the ice-spiked divine ape. It had 6 legs that looked like they were cast from metal, its muscles were bulging, its posture was proud and aloof like a dragon, and its whole body shone with a golden luster. Only the 6 hooves were pitch black. The south side was entrenched by an azure dragon vine. This vine was not a wild beast, strictly speaking, but a plant. The vines had condensed into a dragon shape, and when its roots were pierced into the soil, its defensive and regenerative powers were extremely terrifying, thus it specialized in battles of attrition. If it pulled out the roots, it could soar in the sky like an azure dragon. On the southeast side was a swamp crab. It was the king of swampy terrain. Its broad, mountain-like body could reach up to a quarter of Dang Hun Mountain's height when standing. Its eyes had degenerated till they were non-existent, and its shell was so thick that Fang Yuan felt a powerless sensation, like he was facing a tortoise shell. It had altogether 19 pairs of legs, and its front pair of pincers could easily crush boulders and cut dragons. Even Fang Yuan with his immortal zombie body did not dare to test the might of this pair of pincers. A peach wolf was crouching down on the northeast. This wolf had the smallest size, the same as that of a newborn puppy. It looked extremely good-natured and cute with its round body, plump claws, pink tongue and round dark eyes. Judging from appearance, it seemed to be harmless to both man and beast. However, Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk, and if he had to choose a direction to break through, he would avoid this one outright. An iron crown eagle circled over the northwest side. This eagle gave off a valiant and imposing aura as it hovered in the air, its eyes locked onto Fang Yuan and Fairy Qingpu. Its wings were broad and thick, and each of its feathers could be shot out like sharp arrows. Its claws were firm and savage, able to crush boulders and rip apart dragons and tigers. Finally, on the southwest side stood an Earth Chief Desolate beast. It had a humanoid body with a snake tail, its face resembled a bat's and its nose was pointed up. It had large ears and was black all over, with armor made of flesh covering it. Around its chest were 50 to 60 fleshy whips, each over 20 meters in length. There were suction organs on the surface of the fleshy whips. It would be hard to free oneself if someone was entangled by them. At the front of each fleshy whip was a chrysanthemum-like orifice which could shoot out a white milky fluid at the crucial moment. The fluid had very high corrosiveness and contained extremely large numbers of parasitic worms, which could drill into the pores of people and wreak havoc from inside the body. Fang Yuan had borrowed these 8 desolate beasts from Lang Ya land spirit. More accurately, it should be said that Fang Yuan borrowed Lang Ya land spirit's rank 7 beast enslavement GU. This immortal GU could subdue all kinds of wild beasts, including mutated beasts, myriad beast kings, beast emperors, even desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. Desolate beasts had the power of a rank 6 GU immortal and could be very difficult to deal with when the wild GU residing on them were unknown. 8 desolate beasts encircled Fang Yuan and Fairy Qingpu, eyeing them with greed. The two sank into silence with no signs of a leisurely attitude like before. Fang Yuan turned his heavy gaze towards the peak of Dang Hun Mountain. Compared to the 8 desolate beasts, the true threat was still Fang Yuan and the other 3 immortals. Almost no desolate beasts could use killer moves, but GU immortals had ample wisdom to use and research killer moves. Feng Yang's heart had sunken to rock bottom. He forcibly calmed down and shouted towards Fang Yuan, "Who are all of you?" Except Fang Yuan, the other 3 immortals were wearing masks. He Lu Lan wore a black bear mask, Fairy Li Shan wore a blue bird mask, while Tai Bai Yunsheng wore a deer mask. The 3 were also shrouded in a layer of light that concealed their true appearance, hiding it from the investigative methods of Feng Yang and Fairy Kang Yu. Fang Yuan chuckled, "Before asking us of our identities, shouldn't you two introduce yourselves first?" Feng Yang and Fairy Kang Yu silently glanced at each other, and saw the bitter look in each other's eyes. They had thought this trip would be simple, and at worst, they thought the other side would possess a GU Immortal's battle strength. However, they absolutely had not anticipated the enemy force would be this strong. Thus, they had been arrogant and directly requested Fang Yuan to surrender without giving self-introductions. "My name is Feng Yang, a rank 6 enslavement path GU Immortal of Immortal Crane Sect. I am Kang Yu, a rank 6 water path GU Immortal of Immortal Crane Sect." The two introduced themselves one after the other. Their attitude was no longer as overbearing as earlier. They were behaving very humbly at the moment. A wise man submits to circumstances. Those who could become GU Immortals were outstanding people. At present, Fang Yuan had an imposing force. Feng Yang and Kang Yu decisively lowered their high heads. It might be easy to defeat GU Immortals, but killing them was difficult. Feng Yang could use Expand Space Immortal GU to tear a hole in Hu Immortal Blessed Land space and escape. However, they did not know Fang Yuan's abilities. If Fang Yuan had an Immortal GU that could prevent their escape, the situation would become dangerous. "So it is brother he and Fairy Kang Yu." Fang Yuan's tone was polite. "I am Fang Yuan and I welcome you two as guests in my blessed land." These polite words felt grating when Feng Yang and Kang Yu heard them. It was full of sarcasm. Feng Yang could not help but feel stifled. What he had asked for was clearly these people's true identities, but Fang Yuan played dumb and gave an irrelevant answer by only replying with his name. Right now, who in Central Continent's 10 great sects would not know of his name? Fang Yuan intentionally avoided this topic, and Feng Yang, as the weaker side, did not dare to pursue it. "I wonder what both of you are here for?" Fang Yuan asked. Feng Yang was silent, but inwardly he was screaming insults. "What else could we come for? It is to take Hu Immortal Blessed Land and capture Dang Hun Mountain. This brat, asking when he already knows." Fairy Kang Yu snorted. "Why is Sir speaking in such a weird and sarcastic tone? Sir's power surpassed everyone's imagination. When did such a force appear in Central Continent? Today was our loss. Sir's planning skills are indeed excellent and have fully controlled the situation. Now what should we do? If you want to battle, then let us begin. Why waste time chit-chatting? We will battle to the end if you wish to. In the worst case, our blood will splatter all over and we will perish here." Fang Yuan could not help but take another look at Fairy Kang Yu upon hearing these words. Shortly afterwards he smiled. "Fairy, you are quite brave. I am filled with admiration. I can roughly guess your intentions in coming here. It should be for Dang Hun Mountain's Guts GU, right?" "You are right," Feng Yang frankly admitted. Under the circumstances, he had no choice but to admit it. The scheme which he had painstakingly devised and prepared for over a year in order to capture Hu Immortal Blessed Land had already completely failed. However, right at this time, he could not help but have some hope. If Fang Yuan wanted to battle, he should have started already. But he has been talking up to this point. It seems he is afraid of Immortal Crane Sect. As long as I use this correctly, maybe we can escape without any accidents. Fang Yuan suddenly clapped and smiled. "You two came in at just the right time. I had already been thinking of selling Guts GU. What do you think of this GU?" A rank 3 GU worm flew out of his hand. The GU worm slowly flew under the gazes of 6 GU Immortals, 8 desolate beasts as well as the blue charm Lightning Shadow, and landed in Feng Yang's hand. Feng Yang was uncertain and worried of Fang Yuan's scheme as he carefully accepted this mortal GU. This rank 3 GU worm resembled a ladybug. It was the size of a large bowl, its head was extremely small while its stomach was so big that it occupied 99% of its body. Its stomach was round like a lamp bulb and was translucent. It did not have a carapace on its back and also did not have wings. In its translucent stomach, there was a GU. A GU within a GU. Fairy Qingpu softly mumbled. This rank 3 mortal GU was clearly a storage GU worm, particularly with the purpose of storing GU worms. These types of storage GU worms were extremely common. It included examples like Earth Treasury Flower. However, the GU worm inside the belly made Fang Yuan's gaze fix on it as if it was glued. He then said with uncertain eyes, "This GU inside, could it be Guts GU?" Fang Yuan gave a bright smile. "That is exactly right." "What?" Fairy Qingpu's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. She might know very little about Guts GU, but she knew Guts GU could not be taken out of Danghun Mountain. If taken out, they would dissipate. It was because of this that Fang Yuan was not willing to trade Guts GU before. Because if others wanted to use Guts GU, they would have to personally come to Danghun Mountain. And letting so many outsiders enter Immortal Blessed Land would no doubt be a huge threat to Fang Yuan's life. This was the reason Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects wanted to seize Danghun Mountain. Guts GU could not be taken out of Danghun Mountain, thus taking control of Danghun Mountain meant being in control of Guts GU. However, the fact right in front on them showed that Guts GU could actually be stored and taken out of Danghun Mountain. Fairy Qingpu soon recognized how much significance this unremarkable ladybug-like GU worm carried. For a moment, her eyes were tightly affixed to it. "This GU worm, what is its name?" Fang Yuan looked up at Fang Yuan and asked with a slightly trembling tone. Fang Yuan had in truth not thought of a name, and casually named it at this moment, Airsac GU. Fang Yuan sank into silence. In an instant, he thought of many things. Immortal Crane sect's higher-ups had also made these attempts. Back then, many GU immortals had participated but it ended up in failure. Now, success was in Fang Yuan's hand. Fang Yuan's hand shivered slightly. If Guts GU could be taken out of Danghun Mountain and exported to all places, Treasure Yellow Heaven, Haisha Blessed Land, Central Continent, Southern Border, Northern Plains, how big of a profit would this be? Something that even our Immortal Crane sect could not research was successfully accomplished by the force behind Fang Yuan. What are their origins? Maybe they had planned for a long time and thought of every means to capture Immortal Blessed Land, in order to engage in the business of Guts GU. Fang Yuan did not attack. Could it be that he wants to, with our Immortal Crane sect? Fang Yuan was still considering when Fang Yuan spoke. "Since both guests are interested in my Guts GU, what do you think of doing this transaction?" Fang Yuan's heart wavered. Chapter 702. Accident, Assault of a Mysterious GU Immortal. When Fang Yuan launched the ambush and encircled Fang Yuan, he had thought that this operation was going to end in failure. In the best-case scenario, he would use Expand Space Immortal GU and break out of the encirclement forcefully after sustaining huge injuries. Even if he consumed a lot of immortal essence during the process of escaping, he could not care about it. After all, comparing immortal essence and his life, the latter was much more important. After returning to Immortal Crane sect, Fang Yuan's life would definitely go downhill. Immortal Crane sect placed such great expectations on him, and he had even prepared for over a year, but he ended up failing. His rival, GU Immortal Lei Tan, would definitely seek him out to mock him personally when he hears the news. Second Supreme Elder would be utterly disappointed with him, and Fang Yuan might not be able to lift his head for several years after that. This loss could be a lifelong blemish. Solely with just this failure, he would be mocked by countless people in the dark forever. If he could establish the deal with Fang Yuan for Guts GU to Fang Yuan, that would be many times better than breaking through the encirclement. Fang Yuan assessed in his heart, Immortal Blessed Land has 4 GU immortals and 8 desolate beasts. Together with the territorial advantage, they are as secure as a fortress. Even though any of the 10 great ancient sects have the capability to take this on, that is only speaking of capability. They might not be able to gather so many GU Immortals here. Even if they could send GU Immortals to attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land, a battle between GU Immortals will expend a great amount of immortal essence and other resources. Even if they could get enough manpower and invest a lot into this battle, the other party also has GU Immortals and can easily destroy Danghun Mountain. By then, even if Hu Immortal Blessed Land was obtained, it would all be for nothing. In the outside world, Great Heavenly Sword Sect had 3 GU Immortals, and could attempt to leave one of the 10 great ancient sects, Immortal Crane Sect. This was because to deal with 3 GU Immortals, the resources and manpower needed were something Immortal Crane Sect needed to consider. If they failed, not only would they suffer a loss in their reputation, this huge loss might also cause unrest within the sect, and trigger other problems. GU Immortals were easy to defeat, but they were hard to kill. Why would anyone who could reach this stage not have any means or trump cards to escape? If they failed to kill him, they would utterly offend a GU Immortal. A GU Immortal that is holding grudges may cause trouble to mortals. With Immortal Crane Sect's huge size and wide range of assets, they would have to salvage the situation everywhere. Now that Fang Yuan has displayed such a force, Immortal Crane Sect alone could no longer attack forcefully unless the other sects cooperated with them. But if they cooperated, there would be issues in many aspects, regarding the allocation of benefits. If He Fengyang agrees to cooperate with Fang Yuan, they would establish trade for Guts GU. This result was not an utter failure. That was because Immortal Crane Sect's main objective in taking down Hu Immortal Blessed Land was for the Guts GU. Using the smallest price to obtain the biggest benefits, this was the issue that all of the Supreme Elders in Immortal Crane Sect were concerned about. Before this, Immortal Crane Sect had already requested for Fang Yuan to initiate the sales of Guts GU. If we could establish a trade with the other party, I would not need to force my way out and risk injury. I can save a lot of immortal essence and have a proper justification when I return to the sect. He Fengyang considered this option. Fang Yuan observed his expression. Even though He Fengyang was a shrewd man and did not show emotions on his face, he was clearly moved due to how long he was considering this for. Thus, Fang Yuan continued, 100 of my Guts GU will sell for 1 Immortal Essence Stone in Treasure Yellow Heaven. I will sell 120 Guts GU to Immortal Crane Sect for each Immortal Essence Stone. However, in return, I want your Immortal Crane Sect to acknowledge my Hu Immortal Blessed Land as your sect's subsidiary force. Furthermore, this subsidiary can detach from you at any time. As long as he had this identity, the other 9 great ancient sects would not be able to deal with Fang Yuan without involving Immortal Crane Sect. These were the rules of the righteous path. It was like making Immortal Crane Sect the big boss, while Hu Immortal Blessed Land was the lackey. You would need to ask the boss before hitting his lackeys. He Fengyang smiled insincerely as he spoke. Fang Yuan, are you thinking of using my sect as your protection? With your force, you can definitely establish your own sect, right? Nobody can set up a sect on Qingpu Mountain. I have no intention to leave this valuable spot. Fang Yuan laughed. Qingpu Mountain had directly connected to Heavenly Court. Even GU Immortals did not dare to fight on this mountain. If Immortal Crane Sect did not declare Fang Yuan as a sect traitor and hold perfect reason to take him down, they would not dare to attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Furthermore, Hu Immortal Blessed Land becoming Immortal Crane Sect's subsidiary will also account for your sect's reputation, right? Fang Yuan continued. He Fengyang fell into silence again. A long while later, he sighed out, this matter is very important. I cannot be in charge of the decision. Allow me to return and report to the sect. Fang Yuan nodded. It would be best if brother he goes and explains it. But Fairy Kang Yu would need to remain as a guest here for a while longer. He Fengyang and Kang Yu made eye contact. Fairy Kang Yu said, Lord Fengyang, go ahead and return. I will wait here. I will return quickly. He Fengyang nodded solemnly at her, before looking deeply at Fang Yuan and his gang. He wanted to engrave these people into the depths of his heart. Land Spirit, open the door and let brother he out. Fang Yuan said with a concerned tone. Yes, master. Little Hu Immortal quickly replied. On Qingpu Mountain, a brilliant white gold light formed. In the light, a bright red door appeared. It was over 30 meters tall, and there was a rainbow-colored plaque. Pink clouds gathered as the aurora condensed into a flight of stairs of light. Fang Yuan came out of the door. When he left, it was through the proper exit of the blessed land. This action quickly attracted the attention of the GU immortals of the other 9 great sects. They started to converse. "He's out! So fast? Don't tell me there was no resistance at all." When Fang Yuan entered, he used the expand space immortal GU, but when he came out, it was through the main entrance. This is proof that he succeeded. Something's wrong. Look at his face. There is no joy of victory. He looks more calm and composed instead. Even though they were suspicious, none of them asked him directly. This was a hidden contest between the 10 great sects. A direct confrontation was damaging to their reputations. Fang Yuan could not care about their feelings. He only wanted to return to Feihe Mountain to report this matter. He flew quickly, traveling far from Tianti Mountain in a moment's time. Fang Yuan's brows were locked. He was indignant and suspicious. Where did Fang Yuan's force come from? Other than Fang Yuan, the other 3 immortals all covered their faces with masks and used GU worms to block investigative methods. They evidently do not want to expose their identities. Why is that? Don't tell me they are GU immortals from the other 9 sects. They did not want our sect to obtain Dang Hun Mountain, thus they secretly colluded with Fang Yuan beforehand. The moment he thought of this, Fang Yuan rejected this possibility. Paper could not cover up a fire, secrets were temporary and would be outed. The 9 great sects would not do such a thing. It was against the demeanor of one of the great sects. Then, are they GU immortals gathered from Central Continent smaller sects? Fang Yuan thought. Central Continent had countless sects. Other than the 10 great ancient sects, there were large-sized sects, middle-sized sects, small-sized sects, and mini-sects. There were untold numbers of sects. Within them, there naturally were some GU immortals. If it had been them, then these GU immortal would all have foundations in Central Continent to prevent their home sect from being suppressed or troubled by the ancient sects. They would not want to reveal their identities. That made sense. That's right, Fang Yuan has the fixed immortal travel immortal GU. These people might not be Central Continent GU immortals, they might be from other regions. The stronger the GU immortal, the harder it is to get past the regional walls. Every once in a while, they have to let out their aperture in the region that they became an immortal to recollect and gather heaven and earth chi to stabilize the blessed land. But with fixed immortal travel, the other party can settle these problems easily. Fang Yuan's thoughts moved swiftly. He quickly guessed Fang Yuan and the other GU immortals' identities. But he had too little evidence, he could not confirm it. All in all, Hu Immortal Blessed Land is very mysterious and dangerous. Before we find out their secrets, we cannot strike easily. This time, I suffered a huge loss. The root of the problem was that the enemy was in the dark while I was out in the open. We suffered from a lack of intel. Fang Yuan concluded his experience from this incident, but he suddenly stopped in the air. Who is this? You dare to ambush me here? Fang Yuan quickly became alert, shouting. You are very vigilant. A voice came from somewhere. It was high and low-pitched at times, with a hoarse male voice that turned into a crisp female voice. Someone had evidently modified their voice with GU worms. 2 figures appeared, one in front and one behind. They blocked Fang Yuan's paths. What changed next was the sky. The bright, shiny, and clear sky with no clouds turned dark and eerie. Fog became thick as vengeful souls flew all over the place. This was a battlefield killer move. This was a battlefield environment created to amplify the effects of certain GU worms. This was not something ordinary GU immortals could have. I am Immortal Crane Sect's Fang Yuan. Both of you are concealing your appearances and acting so secretive. What is your intention? Fang Yuan shouted. The 2 GU immortals before him were masked in a layer of dark light. Their appearances could not be seen. So what if you are from Immortal Crane Sect? The mysterious GU immortal in front of him laughed coldly. The GU immortal behind him said directly, we will kill you regardless. Just as they said that, the GU immortal struck. 5 fingers spread open and thousands of grey-white threads appeared from the palm. The threads got close to Fang Yuan. As his heart jumped, this was obviously a mortal killer move designed to trap people. Once he was entangled by these threads, it would be difficult to escape. Fang Yuan quickly summoned the crane group. Within his immortal aperture, there were large numbers of flying cranes. He brought them with him everywhere and he never lacked any troops. The crane groups were huge in numbers. There were iron beak flying cranes, fire pellet cranes, tailwind cranes, cloud mist cranes, stellar light cranes, and illusion lightning cranes all mixed together in perfect harmony, forming a tight formation. A desolate beast 9 palace crane flew out, crying out and causing the surrounding fog to disperse. Fang Yuan stepped onto the 9 palace crane's back. His hair was fluttering as his gaze was like lightning. The anger within him had awakened. Do you really think I am an easy target? Today, you will taste the fury of the winged crane flying immortal. As the threads flew to him, the iron beak flying crane group flew out and blocked them with their bodies. The other mysterious GU immortal puffed up his cheeks and blew out huge flames. These flames were pale green, and in this battlefield, their power was amplified, causing many cranes to fall from the sky after getting burnt. Fang Yuan was not to be outdone. He activated his enslavement path killer move. Immediately, a group of illusion lightning cranes flew out, shooting lightning bolts that gathered and formed into a pillar, piercing the battlefield. Another group of fire pellet cranes flew out, their bodies covered in flames, burning their enemies. 2 groups of flying cranes charged towards the 2 mysterious GU immortals like a pair of giant fists. Boom boom boom. With an intense explosion, the 2 sides engaged in intense battle. Chapter 703. Plot within plot, a fatal killer move. A large group of iron beak flying cranes, each with bodies black as steel, they had increased defense and did not fear death. They charged towards the 2 mysterious GU immortals fiercely. One of the 2 mysterious GU immortals opened their mouth, as a loud sound came out of it, echoing everywhere. This was a sound path killer move. The iron beak flying crane group's formation went into chaos under the effect of the sound. Their tight formation became loose and there were many weaknesses exposed. Go! The other mysterious GU immortal saw a chance and grabbed the other person's limb, the 2 of them turning into 2 lumps of grey-white flames, piercing the iron beak flying crane's formation and moving towards Fang Yuan. Against an enslavement path GU immortal, one should not fight intensely with their beast group. Taking down the enslavement GU immortal was the proper battle tactic. Fang Yuan saw that the enemy was approaching. Not only was he not anxious, he showed a cold smile. You fell into my trap. He took out a 5-hole jade flute GU, placing it near his mouth and started playing the flute. He looked like a green-clothed young man, but he was actually the lord of myriads of beasts. His sleeves fluttered in the air despite having no wind. His eyes burst out with a lively brilliance. Enslavement path killer move, 8-sided ambush. Tens of thousands of flying cranes moved with his music. Groups of invisible cranes that had hidden their figures exposed themselves, encircling the 2 mysterious GU immortals tightly. Fang Yuan purposely left behind an empty space in the formation around himself. That was a trap to lead his enemies right into it. Now that the other party had fallen for it, he did not let them off. As his flute continued to play, 3 5-string zither GU flew out of his body. Amidst the music of the flute, the zither played a crisp tune, turning into another enslavement path killer move, formation like water. Innumerable flying cranes flew outward, while countless flying cranes flew towards the center. The entire battlefield was like a perfect harmony of churning gears. The scale was massive but orderly. The flying cranes moved fluidly. Their formation was changing like the flow of water. The 2 mysterious GU immortals were within this formation. They saw the array of flying cranes changing their formation smoothly. They felt like beans in a stone grinder, about to be turned into pulp. Fang Yuan continued to blow the flute, safely at the center of the beast group. Standing on the back of the desolate crane, he watched the crane group engage with the 2 mysterious experts. He thought in his heart, ever since we started fighting, these 2 have used countless killer moves, ranging from sound path, space path, fire path, wind path, light path, dark path, rule path, and more. They were doing this on purpose. they did not want to use their real abilities and expose their identities. When GU Masters become immortals, according to the foundation of their bodies, as well as the GU worm used to create their immortal aperture, they would be classified into GU Immortals of their respective paths. There were Fire Path GU Immortals, Wind Path GU Immortals, Wisdom Path GU Immortals and many others, forming the immortal bodies of the respective paths. The immortal body is obtained when a GU Masters ascends. Their body will be modified by the 3 Qi, removing all impurities and elevating the essence of their life itself. A Wind Path immortal body will have the Dao marks and comprehension of wind, thus when they use Wind Path GU worms, the effect would be greater. A Fire Path immortal body would be cleansed by the Great Dao in relation to fire, it would be closely connected to Fire Path, and would cause Fire Path killer moves to be much more powerful than normal. For example, Fang Yuan, although he was an immortal zombie, he was still a Strength Path GU immortal, his body was the Strength Path immortal body, thus when he used GU worms and killer moves of other paths, the effects were only ordinary. The 2 mysterious GU immortals trying to kill Fang Yuan did not use their real fighting methods, therefore, they were suppressed by him despite outnumbering him 2-1. Are you two still trying to conceal your identities? If you do not use your true abilities, you might die here. Fang Yuan snickered continuously, his voice filled the battlefield. The 2 mysterious GU immortals were breathing roughly, the attack of the crane groups were unceasing and furious like a tide, the 2 of them were tired from dealing with them. Like what Fang Yuan said, if the 2 did not start using their real methods, they would truly get killed soon. The 2 made eye contact as they nodded, making up their minds. One of them sighed, as expected of a reputed righteous sect. The might of the winged crane flying immortal, I have truly seen it today. The other said, however, even if we do not use our real capabilities, we can still kill you. Fang Yuan, take a look around you. Oh. Fang Yuan's gaze quickly swept the surroundings. Originally, it was a foggy scene, the battlefield was full of crying and anguished screams, but now there was a change. Within the lumps of thick fog, dark blue soul beasts were formed. In just a few breaths of time, the number of soul beasts increased greatly, they were equally numbered with Fang Yuan's crane group. Is this Soul Taker battlefield? Fang Yuan's heart jumped, he said it subconsciously. Winged crane flying immortal, you are very knowledgeable. The mysterious GU immortals laughed, their voices changing constantly, sounding like male or female at times. Fang Yuan's expression turned grim. This Soul Taker battlefield killer move had a vile reputation, it was very hard to deal with. Living beings who died in this battlefield would have their souls taken and transformed into soul beasts, under the control of the killer move's user. Most importantly, this battlefield killer move's origin was huge, it was created by one of the 10 Venerables in history when he was young, spectral soul demon Venerable who had the most murderous nature. Who were these 2 mysterious GU immortals? They actually had a battlefield killer move, Soul Taker, that was long lost in history. Once the soul beasts appeared, they started fighting with the crane groups. The battle situation changed. Fang Yuan quickly manipulated the crane groups, changing formations to defend against the soul beasts. The 2 mysterious GU immortals felt less pressure now, and were able to rush out of the crane group's encirclement. The size of the soul beasts was the same as the crane group, but they could not defeat the cranes. Often, 10 soul beasts were sacrificed to kill 1 crane. But Fang Yuan became increasingly alert in his heart. After the soul beasts were shredded into fragments, these fragments could form into new soul beasts in this Soul Taker battlefield. Meanwhile, when a flying crane dies, its soul would be taken by the battlefield, forming a soul beast, becoming part of the enemy's troops. No matter how high Fang Yuan's cultivation was, he could not battle with 0 casualties. Once he suffered losses, over a long period, the soul beasts would have the upper hand. As this dragged on, Fang Yuan's advantage would dwindle, the crane groups would slowly be taken down by the soul beasts. Fang Yuan, just so you know, we expressed weakness earlier on purpose, to delay for time. Now that the Soul Taker battlefield has grown to a sizable amount, your enslavement path advantage is gone. Winged crane flying immortal, today, you will perish here. The 2 mysterious GU immortal worked together. Wind Path Killer Move, Tornado Dragon Whip. With a wind whip that was hundreds of meters long, one of the GU Immortals swung, killing countless flying cranes. Poison Path Killer Move, Killer Bee Stab. Thousands of needles rained down like a torrential storm. The poison on them were very potent. Any flying crane that was hit directly died on the spot, their flesh disintegrating. The two mysterious GU Immortals had finally showed their true abilities. One was a Wind Path GU Immortal, while the other was a Poison Path GU Immortal. Large numbers of cranes were exterminated, their souls were extracted by the battlefield, forming new batches of soul beasts. Oh no, the enemy came prepared, they planned for this long ago. I cannot stay here. Fang Yuan saw this and wanted to retreat. Only a fool would want to stay in the Soul Taker battlefield and fight it out with the enemy. This Soul Taker battlefield is filled with fog, it is easy to lose one's direction, it is hard to escape from. But right now, I have Expand Space Immortal GU with me, it should not be hard to escape from here. Fang Yuan thought about this and used his divine sense to communicate with a will in his immortal aperture. This will was in the form of a burly man. When Fang Yuan left Feihe Mountain earlier, it had entered his immortal aperture and had been observing the outside situation using his GU worms. All of Fang Yuan's experience this time, since he left Feihe Mountain, in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, when he was encircled by Fang Yuan and the others, and after he left Hu Immortal Blessed Land and was trapped in the Soul Taker battlefield, attacked by two mysterious GU Immortals. The will saw it all clearly. Fang Yuan requested, Lord Tiger Demon, please use your Immortal Killer move once again to break out of the battlefield and escape this place. This will belong to Immortal Crane Sect's third Supreme Elder, Lord Tiger Demon's anger will. He sat in the air, opening his eyes emotionlessly. You need to know that every time I use Force Intrusion, my main body will need to expend 2 Red Date Immortal Essence beads. Fang Yuan quickly said, Junior, understand, I will make the appropriate compensation when we return. Tiger Demon's anger will nodded, not speaking any further. He grabbed with his hand, tossing 2 Red Date Immortal Essence to the Expand Space Immortal GU. At the same time, many mortal GU rose up as well. After a while of preparing, Fang Yuan opened his palm, taking out Expand Space Immortal GU from his immortal aperture. The immortal GU was covered in a yellow light. Fang Yuan patted it lightly. The yellow light left his hands, breaking apart the Soul Taker battlefield and creating a hole. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. He put back Expand Space Immortal GU and the 9 Palace crane below his feet cried out, flapping its wings and bringing him out of Soul Taker battlefield. Outside the battlefield, it was clear skies with no clouds. Oh no! He actually had Expand Space Immortal GU, he's escaping. Fang Yuan, don't run if you have the guts, let us battle for 300 rounds. The shouts of the 2 GU Immortals behind him had a tone of anxiety and panic. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, his heart was filled with pride. Even Soul Taker battlefield cannot contain me. No matter who you are, ambushing and attempting to kill me, I will remember this. Don't think I will not find out just because you hid your identity, you used your own killer moves. When I return to the sect, I will investigate, I will definitely find out who you really are. Eh? Oh no. Suddenly, Fang Yuan sensed something amiss, his expression changed. He had always been a vigilant person and had great self-control. How could his emotions become so overjoyed the moment he left the Soul Taker battlefield, like he had just won a battle? This time, he failed to take back Hu Immortal Blessed Land. He had let down Lord Tiger Demon's nurturing and expectations. He should feel downcast instead. Oh no! An intense warning of danger rose in his heart. Fang Yuan turned around, only to see a GU Immortal as tiny as a little boy, his body covered in a dark light. He was holding a dagger-shaped GU worm. He was right behind Fang Yuan, less than a foot away. A third GU Immortal. There was a third GU Immortal in ambush. This was their true killer move, a plot within a plot. While Fang Yuan's mind relaxed the moment he left the Soul Taker battlefield, the fatal strike was launched at him. Fang Yuan was furious and shocked, his eyes were blood red and he was extremely angry. He did not retreat, instead, he had the urge to fight to the death with the enemy. Quickly dodge! The enemy is an Emotion Path GU Immortal. they can interfere with your judgment by influencing your emotions. Within his immortal aperture, Tiger Demon's anger will was shouting. He, it is too late. The third GU Immortal raised their dagger, stabbing at Fang Yuan. The dagger-shaped GU worm burst out with an intense immortal GU aura. Fang Yuan was horror-stricken and full of grievances. The enemy had an attack-type immortal GU. He only had an expand space immortal GU, it could not help him. The defensive mortal killer moves he had could not block this attack-type immortal GU. Chapter 704. Little 9. Am I going to die here today? Fang Yuan involuntarily had this thought. However, right at this dangerous moment, the desolate beast 9 palace crane under his feet suddenly let out a clear cry before fiercely turning its body around. Fang Yuan's body was thrown down while the 9 palace crane blocked the ambushing GU Immortal. Plop! A soft sound echoed, the dagger-shaped immortal GU ruthlessly pierced into the 9 palace crane's chest. Hey! The third GU Immortal showed a shocked expression. He had thought disturbing Fang Yuan could influence the 9 palace crane. After all, Fang Yuan was an enslavement path GU Immortal and the 9 palace crane had been enslaved by him. If he was influenced, the 9 palace crane should also be nothing to worry about. He activated several emotion path killer moves to heavily disturb Fang Yuan, but he had never expected that at the last juncture, this 9 palace crane would actually move to protect its master. Little 9. Fang Yuan saw the 9 palace crane taking the fatal strike, tears immediately streamed down his eyes as he gave a pained roar. He had raised this 9 palace crane with great care and had never used any enslavement methods on it. Back when he was young, he had been brutally chased when out on a mission. His life was hanging in the balance when he accidentally bumped into the similarly heavily injured 9 palace crane. After this coincidental and accidental meeting, he and the 9 palace crane helped each other to escape the plight. The 9 palace crane was on the verge of death. Fang Yuan brought it back to the sect and used all of his wealth, barely managing to stabilize its life. In the dozens of years afterwards, Fang Yuan braved many dangers to earn money to treat the 9 palace crane little by little, slowly pulling it out from the brink of death. A profound sentiment more intimate than brothers was established like this between a man and a crane. Later an accident occurred, the rank 5 GU master Fang Yuan had failed his mission and was in a heavily injured state. The resources on him could only save one person. If he treated the 9 palace crane, he would die, but if he saved himself, the 9 palace crane would not be able to maintain its lingering vitality. At the juncture of this choice, Fang Yuan thought for 3 days and 3 nights. In the end, he decided to sacrifice himself to save the 9 palace crane. This action caused Third Supreme Elder, Lord Tiger Demon, to be moved, and with his help, both Fang Yuan and the 9 palace crane were saved. Fang Yuan lived up to his expectations and after becoming a GU Immortal, he joined Lord Tiger Demon's faction. The 9 palace crane let out a mournful cry. Its enormous and slender body was covered with a layer of grey light. In this grey light, its body was rapidly shrinking and becoming younger. From a mature age it continuously turned to its youth, then to its infancy. This was the power of the Immortal GU. The dagger-shaped Immortal GU was actually a time path Immortal GU that could reverse the target's body to a younger state. Retreat! Don't let down your friend's kind intention. In his immortal aperture, Tiger Demon's anger will heaved a long sigh. Little 9. Fang Yuan shouted furiously and went back regardless of the advice of Tiger Demon's anger will. The hems of his gown fluttered and moved, turning into a crane feather cloak. A blood-red glint blossomed in his eyes and his slender green brows moved nimbly like a snake or dragon. The mysterious GU Immortal showed a surprised expression. He had not thought Fang Yuan, who could have clearly escaped in the moment just before, would actually return with killing intent. Fang Yuan was an enslavement path GU Immortal. Fang Yuan pushed forward his palms from which jade green lightning rays surged out. The mysterious GU Immortal snorted. He raised the dagger and confronted it head-on, simultaneously activating emotion path killer moves to influence Fang Yuan's emotions. However, Fang Yuan's heart was filled completely with anger and was unexpectedly not influenced. Bam! A loud explosion erupted and the mysterious GU Immortal was thrown back. Fang Yuan's body trembled intensely and blood spurted out of his mouth, but he forcibly pulled himself together and pulled the infant Nine Palace crane into his hands. Little Nine. Fang Yuan held the Nine Palace crane in his embrace and turned around, escaping immediately with no intent to stay. The Nine Palace crane had already become the size of a white goose and was softly twittering as Fang Yuan held it in his embrace. The emotion path GU Immortal had been sent some distance away. That gap was enough for him to be unable to chase Fang Yuan in this moment. The other two mysterious GU Immortals hurried over after cancelling the Soul Taker battlefield. Sigh, he escaped in the end. The Wind Path GU Immortal heaved a long sigh in pity. This guy is clearly an enslavement path GU Immortal, but he is actually not weak in close combat. That green lightning killer move isn't what it appears to be, it makes me think of. The emotion path GU Immortal said. HMPH, if not for lacking time to gather more people, would we be afraid of not being able to put him down? How about we chase? Maybe we can. The poison path GU Immortal was not resigned. He has expand space Immortal GU, Soul Taker battlefield cannot trap him. Let's leave quickly, it is not convenient to stay here. The Wind Path GU Immortal was calm. Right, this ambush was nothing more than a hastily considered course of action. We absolutely cannot lose sight of the main goal for small gains and risk exposing our identities, which would affect Master's grand plan. We will retreat. The emotion path GU Immortal ceased his absent-mindedness, and said softly. His position seemed to be higher than the other two GU Immortals and his words had a tone of decisiveness. I shall take my leave. The Wind Path GU Immortal rapidly flew in the air and soon was no more than a small black dot in the horizon. HMPH. The Poison Path GU Immortal dropped into the ground and escaped. The Emotion Path GU Immortal paused for a while until the other two had completely left, his body then disappeared in the air as if he had never been there. Fang Yuan flew at top speed to Fei He Mountain, and without stopping, he directly entered Fu Hu Blessed Land. Lord Tiger Demon was standing beside an enormous stone pit, looking at the tens of thousands of rock men working inside the pit. Junior was incompetent and let down Lord's expectations. Fang Yuan bowed in greeting to Lord Tiger Demon, his body filled with injuries and his expression one of shame. You got injured? First go take a rest and heal yourself. Lord Tiger Demon did not ask anything to Fang Yuan and only waved his hand. That anger will in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture flew out and entered his mind. In just an instant, he understood all the things Fang Yuan had experienced in this trip. His gaze flickered. Shortly afterwards, he activated Anger Will GU to produce Anger Will. The Anger Will flew through the sky, out of Fu Hu Blessed Land and towards the peak of Fei He Mountain. When it reached the conference hall at the mountain peak, 3 wills that were left here came after sensing it. These 3 wills were respectively from First Supreme Elder, Second Supreme Elder and the Third Supreme Elder, Lord Tiger Demon. They were in charge of monitoring the sect and also handling some small matters. The major matters were also arranged, and at every set period of time, they would gather a group of GU Immortals to hold a joint discussion on them. Tiger Demon's Anger Will landed in the hall and fused with its previous will, then narrated the events that occurred to Fang Yuan. The First and Second Supreme Elders' will sank into silence when they heard the narration. They started to rapidly think, which caused their bodies to shrink at a visible speed. When they had shrunken to almost half the previous size, Second Supreme Elders' will said, let's allow Lord Tiger Demon to have the final decision on the matters of Hu Immortal Blessed Land. First Supreme Elders' will spoke. Fang Yuan was ambushed and almost killed. This is much more serious than Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Where was he ambushed? A GU worm flew out from the hall and turned into a map made of light and shadow. Here. Lord Tiger Demon's Anger Will pointed at the location. First Supreme Elders' will nodded and spoke heavily. This location is a very good place to lay an ambush. There is no force situated both in front and behind, and this makes it a very good place of concealment. It seems the ambushers are very familiar with Central Continent's terrain. Investigate. When has there been anyone that had the guts to try to kill our 10 great ancient sects GU Immortals? Second Supreme Elders will shout it in rage. My concern is this. Elders, where do you think these GU immortals came from? Lord Tiger Demon's anger will asked. First Supreme Elders and Second Supreme Elders' wills glanced at each other, both revealing heavy expressions. Third Elder is worried these GU immortals are Central Continent GU immortals. First Supreme Elder said quietly. Tiger Demon's anger will spoke frankly with confidence, right? How long have our 10 great ancient sects been in control of Central Continent? The situation has been getting increasingly harder over these recent years. Why is that? Our Central Continent is different from the other 4 regions. Led by primordial origin Immortal Venerable, Central Continent had already been reformed during the remote antiquity era, establishing the sect system. During the remote antiquity era, sects had been rare. In olden antiquity era, clan forces surpassed sect forces. In medieval antiquity era, sects and clans clashed against each other, and advanced at an equal pace. In late antiquity era, clans weakened while sects flourished. And now, sects stand in great numbers in Central Continent while there are almost no clans. The clan system only selects the clan's children as GU masters. The sect system, however, allows ordinary mortals to step on the path of GU cultivation. Our Central Continent's history is filled with the conflicts between the 2 great systems. After going through over 3 million years of struggles, evolution, and accumulation, the sect system has prevailed. The number of Central Continent GU immortals far surpass the other 4 regions, and they continue to increase, and soon will leave the control of our 10 great sects. How many GU immortals can our 10 great sects recruit? The number of other GU immortals in Central Continent are several times our own. As these GU immortals of other sects, Demonic Path GU immortals and Lone Cultivator GU immortals continue to cultivate, they would require more cultivation resources. Conflicts are unavoidable because our 10 great sects control 80% of cultivation resources in Central Continent. Have there not been cases like Great Heavenly Sword sect before? It is just that they were secretly suppressed by our 10 great ancient sects. But in these recent years, new sects are still emerging unendingly, new innovations and new schools of thought are common occurrences, uncommon geniuses and monstrous talents are constantly sprouting among the mortals while there are limited spots in our 10 great ancient sects. Despite recruiting exceptional talents every year, Central Continent is truly too big. Lord Tiger Demon's anger will sighed as he said this. The 2 Supreme Elders were silent all along. The 10 great ancient sects held control of 80% of Central Continent's resources, but after the resources were split amongst everyone, how much would be left behind for individual GU immortals? As a GU immortal's cultivation got higher, their blessed land would require more resources to manage. In particular, the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities would also continue to become stronger, and after every tribulation, the losses would be very severe, and the price to repair it would continue to become higher. It was impossible for the 10 great ancient sects GU immortals to share their resources to others. In the past, although there were many sects outside of the 10 great sects, there were not many GU immortals. Immortal and mortal were different concepts. There was a wide gap in the strength between mortals and immortals, thus mortals could be suppressed. But at present, the GU immortals outside of the 10 great sects were increasing constantly in numbers. Although these GU immortals usually had inferior battle strength, their vast numbers were enough to bring about an impact to the 10 great ancient sects. Great Heavenly Sword sect was a good example. This large-sized sect had 2 GU immortals originally and was a vassal of Immortal Crane sect. Now that they had a 3rd GU immortal, they immediately planned to leave Immortal Crane sect and be independent. Chapter 705. Immortal Slaughtering Plan, Fang Yuan distributes benefits. 3rd Supreme Elder is talking about the general situation in Central Continent right now. But this is the situation of the whole region, how can we change it? 2nd Supreme Elders will side. Lord Tiger Demons will continued, Great Heavenly Sword sect's example is in front of us. The GU immortals in who Immortal Blessed Land could be from other regions, but they are most likely to be an alliance of lone cultivators in our region. The ones who ambushed Fang Yuan today might also be GU immortals of our own region's forces. But if that is the case, it would be terrifying. Second Supreme Elder nodded. It is indeed like that. The force that attacked He Feng Yang obviously does not want Hu Immortal Blessed Land to continue being in the hands of Fang Yuan. If He Feng Yang dies, Immortal Crane Sect will have to attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land forcefully to defend our reputation. Even though it is obvious that they are framed, Immortal Crane Sect has no choice but to go along with it. The 10 great ancient sects' pride and reputation that had been defended for innumerable years cannot be tarnished. If they could not take revenge for the death of their own GU immortals, then their reputation would be ruined, the hearts of the people would waver, and everyone would be emboldened to offend Immortal Crane Sect. If Immortal Crane Sect is under such problems, they would not be able to manage their resources and land within Central Continent. By then, Immortal Crane Sect would be worn out physically and mentally. Their exhaustion would attract even more greedy jackals and wolves. This would be a vicious cycle. Once they fall into it, it would be hard to recover. Immortal Crane Sect's top 3 Supreme Elders were all experienced people. They were old monsters with bountiful life experience. They had considered this terrifying future prospect already. Not just them, among the other 9 great ancient sects of Central Continent, there were sure to be people who understood this. Right now, Central Continent was becoming saturated with experts, but there were limited resources. It was like a powder keg that was expanding endlessly. The 10 great ancient sects were sitting on top of the keg. If they were careless and ignited it, they might be blown to pieces. Tiger Demon, you used this topic today to start a long discussion. I'm sure you have some insights to share with us. Why not just tell us straight away? First Supreme Elder said. Tiger Demon's anger will laughed, saying startling things. My current idea is to agree with Fang Yuan's conditions and acknowledge that Hu Immortal Blessed Land is a subsidiary of our sect. At the same time, we will find out the true identities of the culprits who attacked He Feng Yang. Once we know which lone cultivators are ganging up, we will collaborate with the other 9 sects and engage in a wide-scale Immortal Slaughtering Plan. Immortal Slaughtering. Second Supreme Elder heard this and excitement shined in his eyes. First Supreme Elders will shut his eyes. He slowly said, Tiger Demon, I will not hide it from you. This suggestion of yours had been brought up by Combat Immortal Sect's GU Immortal Chalet many years ago. He had even sent a proposal to Heavenly Court, requesting for Heavenly Court to come out and organize the 10 great ancient sects, in order to execute this plan. Oh, that Immortal Monkey King? Even though our 10 great ancient sects have had changes throughout history, the root of all these changes were righteous reasons, like the interchanging of main and side branches. These all have much to do with Heavenly Court. If the 10 ancient sects engage in a slaughter of immortals, it would have huge implications and involve innumerable benefits. Only Heavenly Court can step in to convince and assemble everyone, leading us towards victory. Tiger Demon's anger will agreed. But Heavenly Court rejected this proposal. They even warned us 10 great ancient sects not to specially target the respective smaller sects and lone cultivator GU immortals. We are not to consciously massacre them. Violators would be heavily punished. First Supreme Elders will said. What? Tiger Demon's anger will shouted in shock. This matter, how did I not know about it? Second Supreme Elder muttered to himself. First Supreme Elder sighed loudly, looking at the sky. The will of Heavenly Court is Heaven's will. Heaven's will cannot be defied, Heaven's will cannot be anticipated. He Feng Yang returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land once again. Fairy Qingpu and Fang Yuan were walking on Dang Hun Mountain, observing the growth of the Guts GU. Tai Bai Yunsheng looked from afar, staring at Fairy Qingpu. Meanwhile, that blue charm lightning shadow was encircled by the 8 desolate beasts. Once in a while, a different desolate beast would go up and fight it. They were taking turns to wear it down. Brother, he was a bit slow. Fang Yuan saw He Feng Yang and smiled while saying plainly. He Feng Yang and Fairy Qingpu first looked at each other. Seeing her nod and hint that she was unharmed, he turned to Fang Yuan. My sect has already agreed to acknowledge your side as our sect's subsidiary. The relationship would have no time limit, and you can leave at any time. At the same time, we will engage in the trading of Guts GU. The price will be 1 Immortal Essence Stone for 120 Guts GU. This is the rank 6 Immortal GU, promise. Immortal GU Promise was an information path GU worm. Its use was similar to Mountain Pledge GU and Sea Oath GU. Immediately, Fang Yuan activated the Immortal GU to make a promise. When it was Fang Yuan's turn, he received the Immortal GU and checked that there were no issues. He consumed his green grape Immortal Essence and made a promise as well. Their promises created material forms that resembled lumps of gold. The two sides exchanged with each other to keep a copy each. Fairy Qingpu finally breathed out a sigh of relief. Now that the transaction had been established, she was finally safe. Fang Yuan breathed out in relief too. The situation that he had been trying to resolve had finally reached this stage. Fighting to the death with Immortal Crane Sect was definitely impossible. Immortal Crane Sect was a huge organization. If he angered them, Immortal Blessed Land would certainly be lost. With Fang Yuan's finances, he could not sustain a huge battle against GU Immortal level opponents. But Fang Yuan's words quickly earned his attention. On the way back, I was ambushed by 3 GU Immortals and my life was almost lost. The other party evidently wants to frame you. Our sect is investigating it now. I wonder if your force had offended anyone. What? In Central Continent, there were actually GU Immortals who dared to kill a GU Immortal from the 10 great sects. Fang Yuan did not conceal his shock. He remembered clearly that such situations would only happen a while after the 5 regions' chaotic war started. By then, the 5 regions would be in chaos, mortals would face difficulties living and battles would be unceasing. Even the authority of Heavenly Court was useless. The 10 great sects' GU Immortals all faced assassinations. There were those who were taking revenge from the other 4 regions, but also Central Continent's own lone cultivated GU Immortals who were trying to fish for benefits. As the situation became more and more chaotic, Fang Yuan could even bring a band of demonic path GU Immortals to attack Immortal Blessed Land on Qingpu Mountain, killing Feng Jinhuang eventually. Unknowingly, Fang Yuan thought about the mysterious force that plotted against him secretly in Treasure Yellow Heaven over a year ago. But he did not even know what this force was called. Even if he knew, he would not expose such information to Fang Yuan. Thus, he shook his head. I have been in Immortal Blessed Land for this period of time. How could I offend other forces? I have no intentions to offend Brother He, but thinking about it, Immortal Crane Sect probably attracts more enemies than me. Was it a force trying to plot against your sect, but wanting to use me as a diversion instead? Fang Yuan did not get the information he wanted. He was a little disappointed, but he could not force Fang Yuan. Immortal Crane Sect had their own worries. Even though Fang Yuan was only an immortal zombie, the force behind him allowed the two sides to speak on equal terms. Fang Yuan and Fairy Qingpu did not stay any longer. Fang Yuan opened Immortal Blessed Land's door and sent them out. Fang Yuan stood at the door, saying goodbye to them. The other 9 sects who saw this immediately realized that something had occurred in Immortal Blessed Land. What is going on? Why is there an immortal zombie? Fang Yuan and Fairy Qingpu came with great confidence, but now their expression are not quite right. It seems a problem occurred. Did they fail to take it down? That's impossible, right? The GU Immortals were confused. They were guessing randomly. The 10 great ancient sects were in cahoots. They were the overlords of Central Continent. Over these last years there was unavoidably no lack of hidden competition among themselves. The contest of Immortal Blessed Land was at first an open competition, using disciples from each sect to decide the eventual owner, but the result was that Fang Yuan actually took advantage. Now, it was a hidden contest. They could not question Immortal Crane Sect in public. That would break the unspoken rules. The GU Immortals did not know what happened to Immortal Blessed Land. They were hesitant to return. Fang Yuan closed the door, as He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan came to congratulate him with smiles on their faces. Fang Yuan, you have caused me to look at you in a different light. This time, the collaboration between you and Immortal Crane Sect succeeded without any battle. It was truly a great victory. Fairy Li Shan was full of praise. This was the type of victory that GU Immortals loved the most. Without any battles, without any huge investments, but the rewards were simply incredible. Senior is not entirely correct. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. It is not me who is collaborating with Immortal Crane Sect, it is us. After all, to refine the Airsac GU, we will need He Lulan's Strength Chi GU to muster the Strength Chi. As for the profits of the Guts GU, your side will take 40%, my side will take 60%. Fairy Li Shan heard this and the smile on her face intensified. As long as one was not a fool, they could see the prospects of the transaction of Guts GU. She understood clearly that Fang Yuan's action was to stabilize their alliance completely, to bind them to Dang Hun Mountain itself. In the future, when Hu Immortal Blessed Land is attacked, they would need to come and defend it too. But with such great benefits, Fairy Li Shan could not help but be moved. He Lulan looked at Fang Yuan deeply. To think that you had this method, Fang Yuan, conceptualizing the Airsac GU. To refine the rank 3 Airsac GU, you need to use the rank 6 Strength Chi GU. This GU is truly very special. A part of this was definitely due to Wisdom Gu's credit. After obtaining Wisdom GU, Fang Yuan had been conceptualizing to see if there was a way to extract Guts GU under the help of unlimited inspiration. The success this time was also because he had unexpectedly heard from Tai Bai Yunsheng that He Lulan had the Strength Chi Immortal GU. Only an immortal class strength could envelop the Guts GU, allowing it to leave Dang Hun Mountain unscathed. Fang Yuan changed the topic. To produce Guts GU, we will need huge amounts of souls. I will have to trouble the two of you. Northern Plains is a land of battles, chaotic wars happen all the time, and beast groups and tribes relocate constantly. There are surely many souls that can be collected there. We will go and settle this now. He Lulan wanted to act immediately. After she ascended to an immortal, her need for resources had become much greater, especially in terms of immortal essence stones. She could not always rely on Fairy Li Shan. Relying on others was not He Lulan's style. Fairy Li Shan agreed. That's right, Dang Hun Mountain does not have any requirements for the type of soul. We can even buy them from Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. It will be more expensive than collecting the souls ourselves, but the price would be acceptable and we can save lots of trouble. He. Fang Yuan waved a hand. Please hold on for a moment, don't be too anxious now. Now, come with me to suppress a GU Immortal. This GU Immortal is inside Hu Immortal Blessed Land right now. Oh? Who? Tai Bai Yunsheng questioned. There are other GU Immortals hiding in the Blessed Land now? Is it an ambush by Immortal Crane Sect, having ulterior motives? He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan looked at each other with confused and shocked expressions. Chapter 706. Extorting an Immortal GU Remnant Recipe. Under Fang Yuan's lead, everyone came before the Blue Charm Lightning Shadow. The Blue Charm Lightning Shadow right now was fighting in the air with the Iron Crown Eagle. Its small blue figure was colliding with the Desolate Beast Iron Crown Eagle's huge body, fighting evenly back and forth. He Lulan was even more uncertain now. The GU Immortal you are talking about is the Blue Charm Lightning Shadow. Fang Yuan smiled and did not respond. Tai Bai Yunsheng's eyes shone with brilliance. Now that you've mentioned it, this Blue Charm Lightning Shadow is acting really strangely. That's right. Fairy Li Shan showed a wary and vigilant expression. Logically speaking, the Blue Charm Lightning Shadow was formed from an earthly calamity. Its main target would be the owner of Hu Immortal Blessed Land, which is you, Fang Yuan. But it has been engaging with these desolate beasts all this time. It had no intentions to attack you. He Lulan continued. No wonder I felt that it was strange. When the desolate beast appeared, this Blue Charm Lightning Shadow seemed to have been shocked. It stopped growling and started to conceal its presence. This Blue Charm Lightning Shadow is weird. I'm sure it is not normal. He. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, saying, the Blue Charm Lightning Shadow in the past had no issues, but after it was sent out of the Blessed Land by me, it was captured by a Lightning Path GU Immortal, and was refined into some sort of puppet killer move. When Immortal Crane Sect came to attack my Blessed Land, this GU Immortal manipulated the Blue Charm Lightning Shadow into barging in. His objective was to fish for benefits. If Immortal Crane Sect failed, he could show up as a representative of his sect, and strike first. I wonder if my analysis is correct. Myriad Dragon Doc's Vicious Lightning Fiend. How did you know that I am Vicious Lightning Fiend? The blue charm lightning shadow could not put up a facade any longer. He ignored the Iron Crown Eagle and flew to Fang Yuan. The Iron Crown Eagle chased it, but Fang Yuan waved a hand. The eagle screeched and flew away. Myriad Dragon Doc's Vicious Lightning Fiend. He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan looked at each other. They knew about Myriad Dragon Doc. It was one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, just like Immortal Crane Sect. But who Vicious Lightning Fiend was, they did not have much of an idea. Only Tai Bai Yunsheng's eyes shone brightly. After coming to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he had collected a lot of information upon Fang Yuan's advice. He knew a lot of intelligence about Central Continent's GU Immortals. Vicious Lightning Fiend is a rank 6 GU Immortal. He has passed 2 heavenly tribulations and had an amazing history of ending in a draw after fighting with a rank 7 GU Immortal. But many years ago, he had entered closed cultivation. There had been no traces of him these last few years in Central Continent. Tai Bai Yunsheng introduced. A draw with a rank 7 GU Immortal. Fairy Li Shan's gaze shone. He Lulan had a proud and arrogant demeanor as she snorted coldly. The blue charm lightning shadow looked at everyone, but eventually his gaze locked onto Fang Yuan. Who are you guys? My immortal killer move was the fruit of my many years of closed cultivation, after thinking of how to raise my battle strength. A year ago, I learned that there was a blue charm lightning shadow on Tianti Mountain. It was lurking around there and did not want to leave, thus I struck secretly and captured the blue charm lightning shadow. A few months ago, I perfected my immortal killer move, making this blue charm lightning shadow my puppet. I have only told this secret to a few people. You guys actually know about this in detail. Tell me, who in the world are you? Fang Yuan snorted. He said very unkindly, Vicious Lightning Fiend, you might have a fierce reputation, but we are not afraid of you. You made the blue charm lightning shadow into your puppet. I'm sure you paid a heavy price for that. I am in a bad mood. You should be careful, otherwise if I get angry, I will kill this blue charm lightning shadow right here. Can you stop me? The blue charm lightning shadow shouted out angrily. He showed his irascible nature. You dare! I am a GU Immortal of Myriad Dragon Doc. Don't think you can continue to be arrogant. It is only temporarily that you are occupying Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Once your identities are exposed, we, the 10 great ancient sects, will make sure all of you lone cultivators and demonic cultivators are done for. Oh? Is that so? Fang Yuan's eyes shone with brilliance. You saw our earlier transaction clearly. We are already a subsidiary of Immortal Crane Sect. We have both made a promise. Even if Myriad Dragon Doc wants to deal with us, you will need to get past Immortal Crane Sect first. That's right. Earlier, Immortal Crane Sect's Fang Yuan was attacked. The mastermind was you, or rather, Myriad Dragon Doc. Right. Bullshit. We of the 10 great ancient sects are on the same side. Even if we compete with each other both openly and secretly, how could we do things without limits like you lone cultivators with demonic natures? The blue charm lightning shadow was furious. Fang Yuan did not speak. He glanced over at He Lulan. He Lulan was a formidable character just like him. They cooperated flawlessly. She pretended to jump to a realization, saying, Fang Yuan, you are absolutely right. Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Dang Hun Mountain, and Guts GU are extremely huge benefits. After assassinating Fang Yuan, Immortal Crane Sect will come to attack us. By then, when we both suffer great losses, Myriad Dragon Doc will be able to take advantage of the situation. You're bullshitting. Bullshit. How can I be such a petty person? The blue charm lightning shadow's anger was through the roof. He shouted unceasingly. He Lulan laughed sinisterly, but the timing in which you appeared was simply too coincidental. When Fang Yuan attacked Hu Immortal Blessed Land, all the events that happened in here, how could the outside world know? Why did Fang Yuan encounter an assassination the moment he left Hu Immortal Blessed Land? Obviously, you were an insider and used some special method to inform your main body, who then organized the ambush. He Lulan fully expressed her twisted logic. Her words shocked the blue charm lightning shadow. But immediately after, he reacted, turning angry from shame, rebuking, Hu Immortal Blessed Land is a separate piece of heaven and earth. Unless I have an immortal killer move, how could I communicate with my main body? But if I use an immortal killer move, such intense immortal aura would be detected by you guys, isn't that right? But there was a moment when Who Immortal Blessed Land opened its doors. That way, we were connected to the outside world. You communicated with your main body at that very point in time. Hey Lu Lan immediately retorted. Scumbag! Bullshit! I am honorable and righteous, how can I be like that? No, I was almost tricked by you. How can Fang Yuan's ambush have anything to do with my blue charm lightning shadow sending out information? Even if the other party did not know what happened in Who Immortal Blessed Land, they can still ambush Fang Yuan. There is no relationship between the two issues. The blue charm lightning shadow screamed. Hey Lu Lan said eerily, whether a relationship exists, we do not care about that. We will tell this to Immortal Crane Sect, you can explain things to them yourself. Go ahead and tell them. I have not done any of the things you've said, why would I be afraid of slander? The blue charm lightning shadow tried to put up a front. At this time, Tai Bai Yunsheng said, oh. I remember now, recently in Immortal Crane Sect's region of control, wasn't there the matter of Great Heavenly Sword Sect trying to gain independence? There had been rumors that the matter of Great Heavenly Sword Sect was instigated by Myriad Dragon Doc. I get it. After killing Fang Yuan, Immortal Crane Sect's main forces will come and attack our blessed land. In that case, it will be even easier for Great Heavenly Sword Sect to detach from Immortal Crane Sect. After Great Heavenly Sword Sect joins Myriad Dragon Doc and become your subsidiary, Immortal Crane Sect's territory at the northwest area will be devoured by Myriad Dragon Doc. By then, even if they taken down Who Immortal Blessed Land, they will suffer a huge loss in battle strength. If they return and want to settle the matter with Myriad Dragon Doc, it would be too late, and they would not have the strength to do so. Tai Bai Yunsheng's words not only shocked the blue charm lightning shadow, even Fang Yuan was looking at him in surprise. Although Tai Bai Yunsheng was a good person and had been kind in his life, he was old and experienced. His words were like a dagger stabbing into the heart of the matter. He directly pointed out Vicious Lightning Fiend's weakness. The blue charm lightning shadow finally became quiet. After a dozen breaths of time, he said, damn, you bunch of scheming scoundrels, you are simply twisting logic as you like, you're making things up. Say it, what is the condition for letting go of my lightning shadow puppet? Hey Lu Lan and Tai Bai Yunsheng did not speak, they looked at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan laughed lightly, saying a ridiculous condition, Vicious Lightning Fiend, I am very interested in this immortal killer move that can turn the blue charm lightning shadow into a puppet. Why don't you teach me? Screw you. This is a trump card that I finally came up with after 4 years of closed cultivation. With just a few words from you, you want to take the fruits of my labor, it will only happen in your dreams. Even if this puppet is destroyed, I will not give it to you. The blue charm lightning shadow shouted in anger, categorically rejecting this. But Fang Yuan had his previous life's memories, he was carrying out a plan based on them and knew about Vicious Lightning Fiend's bottom line. He chuckled as he said slowly, Vicious Lightning Fiend, your immortal killer move was only created in a rush, the success rate is definitely not high. The blue charm lightning shadow has rank 6 battle strength, isn't it such a waste to discard it here? How about this, I will take a step back, I do not want your immortal killer move, I want the blood deity remnant recipe that you have. The blue charm lightning shadow's expression was grim, how did you know that I have blood deity's remnant recipe? There are only a small number of GU immortals in Myriad Dragon Doc that know about this secret. HMPH, frog in the well, there are no impenetrable walls in this world, even if very few people know, can't I have GU worms to deduce it? Fang Yuan showed a disposition of unfathomable depth. Good, very good. I am even more curious about your true identities now. HMPH, I will admit a loss this time. The blue charm lightning shadow agreed as he gritted his teeth. Let's trade using Treasure Yellow Heaven. Fang Yuan said. No way, Treasure Yellow Heaven will expose the blue charm lightning shadow puppet, it will expose my immortal killer move in advance. The blue charm lightning shadow rejected immediately. Fang Yuan laughed coldly, Vicious Lightning Fiend, don't think I am unaware, after coming out of closed cultivation, you plan to imitate Sword Immortal Bo Qing, to challenge experts from all over the region, and use your power to contest for the title of the strongest. Your first target must be Immortal Liao Mao. You sure know a lot. The Blue Charm Lightning Shadow's tone was cold, but his heart was jumping. The other party's grasp on information was far too detailed. He was in a very passive spot. Fang Yuan ordered Little Hu Immortal to act, using Connecting Heaven GU to connect to Treasure Yellow Heaven, before finding Vicious Lightning Fiend's main body. After the two negotiated, Fang Yuan sent the Blue Charm Lightning Shadow as merchandise and sent it over. Immediately, the treasure light burst into the sky, attracting countless divine senses. Vicious Lightning Fiend quickly took out Blood Deity's Immortal GU Remnant recipe, who knew how many GU Immortals cried out in alarm at this. "Scoundrel, quickly settle the deal!" Vicious Lightning Fiend's divine sense screamed. "Vicious Lightning Fiend, you are not being genuine. The Blood Deity Remnant recipe you have is 70% complete. You are trying to scam my ignorance, only taking out a 40% Remnant recipe." Fang Yuan said slowly. Vicious Lightning Fiend was shocked. "How can I have a 70% Blood Deity Remnant recipe? I am in no rush. The longer the Blue Charm Lightning Shadow is exposed, the more people will know." Fang Yuan said casually. Vicious Lightning Fiend almost spat blood from anger. "Lad, don't think that with a Wisdom Path GU Immortal behind you deducing things, you can act so arrogantly. I will remember you, just you wait." Saying this, he finally tossed out a 70% Blood Deity Remnant recipe. An Immortal GU Remnant recipe with such a high completion rate appeared. Since when did Blue Charm Lightning Shadow become a commodity? Some GU Immortals fortunate enough to witness the transaction went into deep shock. Fang Yuan did not make things difficult for Vicious Lightning Fiend this time. They swiftly ended the deal. Under the gazes of He Lulan and the others, Fang Yuan took the Immortal GU Remnant recipe, exclaiming in his heart, "I obtained this so easily, something that I had been unable to get my hands on in my previous life no matter what. A 70% Blood Deity Immortal GU Remnant recipe, together with my previous life's accumulations, and with Wisdom Gu's power, I should be able to complete the Blood Deity Immortal GU recipe." Next, he thought about Vicious Lightning Fiend. This person had an fierce, ruthless, and fiery personality. In his previous life, he attained rank 7 and had incredible battle strength. During the 5 regions chaotic war, he used the Immortal Killer move Lightning Deity to accumulate 8 rank 6 battle strength beings that were similar to the Blue Charm Lightning Shadow. After Feng Juji died, he contested for the prized status of being the number 1 in battle strength among rank 7. He fought with Immortal Monkey King Shalay for 3 days and 3 nights but unfortunately lost. In his previous life, Fang Yuan had most wanted to refine the Immortal GU Blood Deity. He had once targeted the Immortal GU Remnant recipe in Vicious Lightning Fiend's possession, but his plot failed and he escaped after being heavily injured. To think that in this life, he could obtain what he had always wanted in his previous life in such a manner. Chapter 707. Overwhelming Profits. This shocking news was like a large rock being thrown into a lake, causing many surging waves and splashes. At once, the world of Central Continent's GU Immortals was in a commotion. Earlier, Immortal Crane Sect had declared publicly that Fang Yuan was a traitor of the sect and would receive judgment soon. Such matters were common in Central Continent. Many GU masters, after obtaining benefits, would not want to share it with their sect, or they might be recruited by other sects, and so on. Such reasons caused them to betray their original sect. The cohesion of members under the sect system was weaker compared to the clan and tribe system that united people from the same bloodline together. Among sects, the 10 great ancient sects had the highest cohesion. But there were still traitors that appeared in these ancient sects. In the past, 1st Gen GU obtained a blood path true inheritance and betrayed Immortal Crane Sect, going to southern border and hiding his name and identity. These recent years, Myriad Dragon Doc's former disciple Song Zixing had also betrayed his sect. After growing from battles, he was now a rank 7 GU Immortal, known as the Blood Dragon. He was a famous demonic path expert in Central Continent. Thus, when Fang Yuan as a rank 5 GU master had betrayed Immortal Crane Sect, it was only news of mild magnitude. But now, Immortal Crane Sect had gathered up its forces and gone to pass judgment on Fang Yuan. The result was nothing anyone could have expected. In this time, who knew how many people thought that Fang Yuan was courting death? Their eyes were popping out of their sockets when they learned about the news. After that, even more inside information was released from Immortal Crane Sect, Vicious Lightning Fiend, and Fang Yuan. There were many rumors, like the strength of Danghun Mountain and Hu Immortal Blessed Land, the rise of a mysterious force, Vicious Lightning Fiend's immortal killer move. All these attracted people's attentions. Among them, the biggest highlight was the transaction of Guts Gu. Guts Gu could leave Danghun Mountain and be stored, thus they could be traded. There were such great profits implied by this information, all the different forces were moved. The GU Immortals finally understood why Immortal Crane Sect made such a declaration. It was the motivation of profits. For Guts GU, forsaking some hollow reputation was nothing. Furthermore, Fang Yuan acknowledged that his force was a subsidiary of Immortal Crane Sect. This was giving face to the ancient sects. The other 9 great ancient sects called Immortal Crane Sect shameless on one hand, while interacting with Hu Immortal Blessed Land on the other. Fang Yuan's Guts GU had yet to begin being traded, but he had already received a large number of letter GU, and they were still coming. Regardless of whether it was a large or small force, Fang Yuan replied to them all. This was to establish the first contact between them. Using this as an opportunity, Fang Yuan finally entered the limelight of Central Continent. With the status of an immortal zombie and the owner of Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he entered the eyes of all the GU Immortals and the different forces. A few days later, He Lulan brought in the first batch of souls. There were hundreds of thousands of them. Of course, most of them were souls of wild beasts. Fang Yuan placed them all into Danghun Mountain, and Hu Immortal Land Spirit started to release Danghun Mountain's power, vibrating and turning these souls into fragments. As these soul fragments were scattered on the surface of Danghun Mountain, they gradually formed into Guts Gu. As the Guts Gu grew here, Fang Yuan started to make his preparations elsewhere. He ordered all of his hairy men to start creating the foundational GU worms. After 7 days and 7 nights, working in 3 shifts, they had finally produced a large number of GU worms. He next ordered the rockmen to start building a stone nest. Half a month later, the first batch of souls were all used up, as a large number of Guts GU were formed on Danghun Mountain. He Lulan brought the second batch of souls into Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Fang Yuan brought her to the stone nest near Danghun Mountain. He Lulan stood at the edge of the stone nest, seeing the huge structure below her. She was very shocked at Fang Yuan's huge investment. This stone nest was tens of acres in area, and it was hundreds of meters deep into the ground. At the outer ring of the stone nest, it was a huge sinkhole, dug manually, vertically up and down. The circular sinkhole was 1 li in radius, at least 3 li deep, like the frame of a tall piece of glassware. At the center of the sinkhole, there was a huge stone pillar. The stone pillar was over 300 meters in radius. This length was slightly more than half of 1 li. Thus, the stone pillar and the circular sinkhole did not touch. They were at least 150 meters apart, and there was an empty space left purposely. The stone pillar was like an anthill. It was complex inside but could reach anywhere as long as one knew the directions. Be it the outer wall of the stone pillar, or the inner area of the circular sinkhole, there were countless rooms dug out. In each room, there was an elderly hairy man, and they had the basic GU refinement materials and tools they needed. Fairy Lulan, please. Fang Yuan brought He Lulan to the top of the stone pillar, at the centermost spot. He Lulan used her investigative GU non-stop, realizing that this stone pillar and the sinkhole around the stone pillar had countless GU worms around them at set intervals. These arrangements had many complicated smaller details. He Lulan was going dizzy from seeing them, but what she knew was that these arrangements were not randomly set up. They were linked to each other and formed a great influence as a whole. It was set up with deep intentions. Don't tell me. He Lulan was guessing in her heart when Fang Yuan said, "Fairy, I am already done preparing. You can use the Strength Chi Immortal GU now." Oh? Please teach me. Fairy only needs to activate Strength Chi Immortal GU, and let the Strength Chi spread out naturally. Fang Yuan explained. He Lulan followed his instructions. A powerful strength qi formed air currents and spread out everywhere. As the strength qi got thicker, they formed into a fog-like state as they slowly spread and covered the entire stone nest. In the stone nest, countless mortal GU were activated, shining with all sorts of dazzling lights, like the stars in the night sky. Under the combined force of these GU worms, the vast strength qi was slowly extracted strand by strand. In a few breaths of time, all of the strength qi was in between the stone pillar and the sinkhole. After a dozen breaths of time, these strength qi continued to move about, forming into the shape of a tornado, spinning around the stone pillar. Start the GU refinement. Fang Yuan instructed. As the hairy men in the rooms prepared themselves, they opened their eyes and started to refine GU. Whenever they needed strength qi as a GU refinement material, the turbulent strength qi outside the room would enter it automatically. Such a scene was praised by He Lulan in amazement. Fang Yuan, your stone nest is so grand and huge, it can accommodate thousands of hairy men refining GU at the same time. This is truly an innovative and incredible idea. Fang Yuan laughed. Didn't I tell you I am also a refinement master? In truth, this stone nest was invented during the 5 regions chaotic war in his previous life. Because of the unceasing battles that occurred at both large and small scale, GU masters would expend a lot of their GU worms, all of the forces needed to replenish their GU worms. Thus, they gradually researched and came up with such a stone nest that could accommodate so many GU masters, a structure that can allow mass refinement of GU. I will name this the Fang Yuan stone nest. It is a place specially used to mass-produce mortal GU. I split the refinement process of the Airsac GU into over a dozen steps. When the hairy men at the highest level finish the first step, they will pass the partly done product to the next floor's rooms. After the next floor finishes their refinement, they will send the partly done product to the next floor. This way, each of the hairy men would be specialized in one step. Not only would this prevent my GU recipe from leaking, they can also get more familiar with their own steps and increase the success rate. Fang Yuan shamelessly took the invention of someone in his previous life for his own. He Lulan could not help but praise again. This is indeed the right method to mass-produce mortal GU. In a certain aspect, it can even reduce the required proficiency of the GU refiners themselves, because they only need to finish one step of the entire refinement process. But you, Fang Yuan, would be able to free yourself from the complication of dealing with all the many small steps, only having to control the materials. There are some GU recipes that need the GU refiner to refine it non-stop. Thankfully, Airsac GU is not like that. Fang Yuan said. He Lulan nodded. I was worried that the number of Airsac GU would be too little, and that would affect the sale of Guts GU. After all, each Airsac GU can only hold one Guts GU. But now that I've seen this stone nest for myself, I can feel assured. How are you intending to sell these Guts GU? Fang Yuan had a plan already. Most of the sales will be towards the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. I have already established a connection via Whole Earth GU with the 10 great sects. From now on, we will trade using these Whole Earth GU. The remaining Guts GU will be sold in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Aren't you going to sell some to the other sects in Central Continent specifically? No. Right now, the 10 great sects are the leaders of Central Continent. Our identities and statuses are already very sensitive. We do not need to test the limits of the ancient sects. Our current peace was not obtained easily. We should quietly wait and reap our profits. He Lulan heard this and nodded. She was completely at ease now. Time passed by quickly. Another half a month passed in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. The first batch of Guts GU had already been sold, after accounting for the costs, as well as He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan's 40% cut. Fang Yuan earned 43 Immortal Essence Stones. A month later in Hu Immortal Blessed Land's time, the second batch of Guts GU was sold, and Fang Yuan's Immortal Essence Stone stockpile increased by another 46 pieces. The third batch of Guts GU earned him 47 pieces. The market reception was great. The 10 great ancient sects' demand was increasing, and sales in Treasure Yellow Heaven were extremely heated. Usually in just 1 to 2 days, they would all be sold. Guts GU was after all a treasure that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable recommended. the efficiency of strengthening the soul was very high, at least 10 times as efficient as ordinary methods. In truth, not only did Soul Path GU masters need it, Enslavement Path, Refinement Path and other related paths also needed a foundation in their soul. When a GU master ascends to GU Immortal, the soul was also an important element for the thickness of the human chi. Nobody would resent their soul for being strong. Fang Yuan started to feel the benefits of having a monopolized market. He could control the market, and control the situation. He could sell to anyone he wanted to, and he could sell at any quantity he set. But he did not raise prices randomly, because Guts GU were not the only way to strengthen souls. If the price was too high, people would just use their original methods instead. That would instead cause Fang Yuan's profits to fall. After 3 batches of Guts GU were sold, Fang Yuan had over 100 Immortal Essence Stones. He started to purchase hairy men in bulk, creating more rooms in the stone nest and expanding his scale of production. The more hairy men he had, the higher the efficiency of refining GU. This caused the profits that Fang Yuan gained from each batch of Guts GU sold to be higher as well. After 5 months in Hu Immortal Blessed Land's time, his earnings finally stabilized. Each batch of Guts GU would earn him 48 Immortal Essence Stones in total profit. This was genuinely an overwhelming profit. The scariest thing was, Guts GU were consumable GU, they were gone after 1 use. The market demand for them would never dwindle. Hei Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan started to feel that they were a burden. Because their job was to collect souls. But now, the quantity of the souls gathered to use for Dang Hun Mountain gradually became the biggest restriction in the sale of Guts GU. Chapter 708. Returning the 8 Desolate Beasts. Boom boom boom. The huge ice-spiked divine ape caused tremors with every step it took. Walking towards the cloud building, it stopped and raised its head to growl. The sound waves traveled far, causing the clouds to shake. Fang Yuan was standing far away with Lang Ya Land Spirit. They were conversing, but they turned around to look after hearing the noise. This little monkey. Lang Ya Land Spirit stretched out his left arm, stroking his mustache as he laughed. He was sealed by a Chi Path killer move. The 15 layers had been reduced to 6 layers, all thanks to the help of the Inkman King. Thus, Lang Ya Land Spirit's left arm was free to move now, only his right arm was left immobile. Fang Yuan smiled as he saw the cloud building rise up slowly, exposing a cave made of cloud soil underneath. The cloud fog was misty, covering the ice-spiked divine ape completely. The ice-spiked divine ape stepped into the hole and its tall figure gradually vanished from Fang Yuan's vision. Finally, the cloud building gradually descended and resealed the cave. The GU worms in the cave were activated, causing the ice-spiked divine ape to go into hibernation. Not far away, the same sight was happening with other cloud buildings. Except that the ones entering the caves were not the ice-spiked divine ape, but the phoenix feather lava crocodile, golden sand dark stallion and the other desolate beasts. Ice-spiked divine ape, phoenix feather lava crocodile, golden sand dark stallion, azure dragon vine, swamp crab, peach wolf, iron crown eagle and earth chief desolate beast. I have returned to you the 8 desolate beasts that you lent me without a single scratch. Actually, letting them out to roam once in a while is a good thing. Letting them sleep all the time, although it saves food, it will affect their battle strength. Fang Yuan said. Lang Ya Land Spirit rolled his eyes. Rascal, do you think I cannot understand what you are trying to imply? You want to borrow my desolate beasts again to fight for you, right? HMPH, these desolate beasts were captured with much difficulty. They are an important line of defense for Lang Ya Blessed Land. If you want to borrow them again, you cannot bring all 8 at once. Fang Yuan laughed nonchalantly, stretching out his arm. All right, I return to you your desolate beasts. According to our agreement, you should return the 2 great immortal GU, man as before and landscape as before, to me now. Lang Ya Land Spirit heard this and his aura diminished. He smiled sheepishly. Well, little Fang, no, brother Fang, man as before and landscape as before are 2 incredible immortal GU. I have not finished researching them yet. Can you give me a few more days? Fang Yuan's expression turned stiff. Don't even think about it. Hand them over. Little brother Fang, no, big brother Fang, you cannot be so ruthless. You know that I am current sealed by the Qi path move, I cannot display my true strength as an expert, there's no way my research can have progress.
This deal was very disadvantageous to me.
Lang Ya Land Spirit shouted. This transaction was willingly done by the two of us, I did not force you. It is your problem that you made a loss, you want to regret it now? Too late. Quickly hand it over, don't forget that we used Mountain Pledge GU to make the vow, this also involves your friend Mo Tan Sang, whoever breaks the vow would have to pay with his life. Fang Yuan snickered continuously. Oh Land Spirit, return him the Immortal GU. Mo Tan Sang quickly hurried over, staring at Lang Ya Land Spirit worriedly. Lang Ya Land Spirit looked at Mo Tan Sang, he could not stand his gaze and stomped his foot, handing over man as before and landscape as before, these two Immortal GU, over to Fang Yuan with much reluctance. Damn brat, you always take advantage of me in the end. Take it, you scheming fellow. Lang Ya Land Spirit continued to grumble. Fang Yuan snorted disgruntledly, I took advantage? What advantage did I take? I fed all 8 of your desolate beasts till they were full, while no battles actually took place, it was like taking a walk with them. I saved some costs for you, nor am I even asking you to settle the score. Score? What score? Didn't I feed your Rising as your Cloud Immortal GU as well? In order to buy the food, I spent a lot of Immortal Essence Stones too. If you want to calculate all of this, let's count properly and see who paid a higher price. Lang Ya Land Spirit was stomping his foot in agitation, he rebuked immediately. The feeding of desolate beasts was naturally much simpler and cheaper than feeding Immortal GU. Fang Yuan could not argue with Lang Ya Land Spirit over this, but he had control of Lang Ya Land Spirit's weakness, thus he could speak in a confident tone. He laughed coldly, Lang Ya Land Spirit, do you still want to research man as before and landscape as before? Do you? Lang Ya Land Spirit's expression changed, he smiled amicably, yes, I want to even in my dreams. Then good. Fang Yuan patted Lang Ya Land Spirit's head, is there a point in being calculative? It was your fault for keeping my Rising as your Cloud Immortal GU as collateral, right? Get lost. Lang Ya Land Spirit was so angry that he shrugged off Fang Yuan's hand, you brat, you have no manners, I am your senior. Oh. Fang Yuan stared, while showing a flash of the 2 Immortal GU in his hand. Lang Ya Land Spirit's expression changed, he laughed as he patted Fang Yuan's leg, Fang Yuan, there's nothing I can do, you really suit my taste, we are old friends with much in common after all. Mo Tan Sang, who was at the side, witnessed this entire scene speechlessly. Fang Yuan placed the 2 Immortal GU into his own Immortal Aperture and took out 3 Immortal GU recipes. After 5 months in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fang Yuan had made 6 deals with Lang Ya Land Spirit. The lower the completion rate of the Immortal GU recipe, the more green grape Immortal Essence would be consumed during the deduction, and it would take more time as well. The 3 Immortal GU recipes that Fang Yuan took out now had only 60% completion rate originally, he spent half a month before he completed them with difficulty. Lang Ya Land Spirit received the Immortal GU recipes and looked, sighing while shaking his head, lad, I have to admit, you are an unparalleled genius in deducing GU recipes. It is such a pity that you have become an immortal zombie. Fang Yuan followed up and asked, I also want to find a way to remove my immortal zombie status, do you know of any methods? There are a bunch of methods, of course, but they are all old and cannot keep up with the times. Some have high risks, some have low probabilities of success, while some have extinct materials, for some, I don't even believe the methods. Lang Ya Land Spirit shook his head, after all, I am a land spirit, I would not usually think about an immortal zombie's problems. Brother Fang might be able to get into Northern Plains Zombie Alliance branch. The higher-ups of Zombie Alliance are mostly immortal zombies, they have been researching on how to get rid of the immortal zombie body, and regain their lives. Furthermore, several years ago, I've heard some rumors that Northern Plains Zombie Alliance had made some progress on this matter. Mo Tan Sang suggested at this time. Fang Yuan nodded, I have such intentions, but I cannot expose myself. I destroyed 88 True Young Building and ruined Imperial Court Blessed Land. It is inconvenient to appear in public. If deductions were made against me, that would be horrible. Now that Dong Fang Chang Fan is dead, there might not be any GU immortals who can deduce Brother Fang's identity. Mo Tan Sang said. It is hard to say, some thousand-year-old monsters or some wisdom path GU immortals might exist. Fang Yuan shook his head, sighing. Oh? Lad, aren't you a wisdom path GU immortal? If you can deduce so many immortal GU recipes, your wisdom path attainment must be very high. You should use your own wisdom path methods to prevent others from deducing you. I remember that many wisdom path GU immortals have done that before. Lang Ya Land Spirit asked. Fang Yuan laughed bitterly in his heart. How could he be a wisdom path GU immortal? He was only using the might of the rank 9 wisdom GU to impersonate as one, shamelessly claiming credit for it. Thus, he said, my wisdom path methods are very heavily skewed towards deducing GU recipes, they are very poor in other aspects. Furthermore, Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun are both living eyewitnesses. They had experienced the situation in Imperial Court Blessed Land. I am afraid my current appearance has been found out by Qin Baixing already. Speaking of Qin Baixing, Mo Tan Sang's eyes shone. He praised, this person is quite impressive. I had thought that he was only strong in battle strength, but to think he was very wise as well. He captured Ma and Zhao, obtaining the core of the Luck Path True Inheritance. Originally, Northern Plains GU Immortals were going to attack and exterminate him together. But during this month's time in Northern Plains, he recruited allies, giving up some benefits and persuading Fairy Li Shan to come out and use Mountain Pledge GU, to forcefully gather and unite a bunch of lone cultivators. Even Yi Lui tribe was convinced by him. Originally, there was a huge battle ahead, but because of his actions, the battle flopped. He even is going to hold a huge auction in his blessed land, purposely selling the core immortal GU of the Luck Path True Inheritance. He even will be placing Ma and Zhao as commodities for sale. After saying that, Mo Tan Sang looked at Fang Yuan deeply in the eye. He knew that Fairy Li Shan and Fang Yuan had a deep relationship. Back then, when Fang Yuan borrowed the Desolate beasts from Lang Ya Land Spirit, he was present. Lang Ya Land Spirit rejected him outright, having a firm attitude. After all, the Desolate beasts were an important defense of Lang Ya Blessed Land. If Fang Yuan had ill intentions, and was in cahoots with the group that attacked the Blessed Land, Lang Ya Land Spirit would be in danger. But out of his expectations, Fang Yuan took out Mountain Pledge GU. Using this GU to make a vow, Lang Ya Land Spirit's worries were dispelled. Later, he used Man as before and Landscape as before, these two immortal GU, to attract Lang Ya Land Spirit and strike at his weakness. After all, Lang Ya Land Spirit had offered Tai Bai Yunsheng 5 immortal essence stones just to research Landscape as before in the past. Lang Ya Land Spirit was moved by the two immortal GU, and after being provoked by Fang Yuan's words, he lent a Desolate beasts to him. Qin Baixing knows how to give in at the right time. He can adapt to circumstances and has amazing methods. He is truly skilled in both brains and brawn. One can't help but admire him. Fang Yuan said lightly, before changing the subjecting and asking the land spirit, do you have any leads on the White Lotus Giant Silkworm GU? Fang Yuan's cleansed soul immortal GU has not been fed. After this period of time, it became even weaker. But to feed cleansed soul immortal GU, he needed the flesh of the White Lotus Giant Silkworm GU. Earlier, Fang Yuan had asked Lang Ya Land Spirit, but Lang Ya Land Spirit did not have the recipe of the White Lotus Giant Silkworm GU, or even any remnant recipes of it. Thus, he could only ask for a lead, not raising any talk of the GU recipe. Lang Ya Land Spirit shook his head. Lad, this White Lotus Giant Silkworm GU was created by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. My main body had lived through the eras of Thieving Heaven and Giant Sun before dying. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable only rose up after Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. By that time, I was already confined inside this blessed land. How could I have any leads? But I do have an incredible transformation path killer move here. This killer move originated from Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. When he was young, he used this set of GU worms to hide his appearance and evade his enemies when they chased him. The effect was great. With this killer move, you will be able to change your appearance and aura to conceal your identity. Even if GU immortals manage to deduce your identity, you might be able to deny it in person and claim that their deduction was wrong, successfully hoodwinking them. Chapter 709. Familiar Face. In GU Master history, there were many interesting records about the immortal killer move, Familiar Face. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had once relied on Familiar Face to transform into all sorts of appearances. He had once scammed a rank 8 GU immortal, Deng Zhuiyang, while he himself had rank 6 cultivation, causing Deng Zhuiyang to think that he was his best friend, Wan Chaixin. In the end, Deng Zhuiyang allowed the thief into his house, and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable used the opportunity to steal a lot of treasures in his blessed land. After the incident, Deng Zhuiyang was angered to the point of spitting out blood. He found Wan Chaixin and engaged in a fierce battle. It was an extremely heated match. Wan Chaixin was very puzzled. He tried to explain himself, but it was not working. In the end, he took a risk and stopped defending him, letting Deng Zhuiyang deal 3 blows to him. After 3 blows, Wan Chaixin was on the verge of death. He finally managed to convince Deng Zhuiyang of their friendship. Deng Zhuiyang felt deep regret. He tried to heal Wan Chaixin regardless of the consequences. After he found out the truth, he saw Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable as his most hated enemy and one that he must kill. Wan Chaixin's deep injuries could not heal, and seeing that Deng Zhuiyang was about to face a tribulation, he did not want to be a burden to his friend and left secretly. But to think that Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had perfect timing, he disguised as Wan Chaixin and lied to Deng Zhuiyang, lying in bed and pretending to be ill, extorting countless cultivation resources from him. After that, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable escaped scot-free. Deng Zhuiyang lost a huge amount of his foundation. He died during his heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity not long after. Wan Chaixin heard that his friend had died and vomited blood from anger. His weak body that was heavily injured finally gave in and he died several days later. This was the most illustrious achievement of the immortal killer move, Familiar Face. It was not an offensive killer move, but it indirectly took the lives of 2 rank 8 GU immortals. In history, other than this incredible account, there were also countless incidents where Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable used this move to pretend to be a weakling to catch people off guard, or scammed people by pretending to be an expert. He also transformed into a snowman and caused trouble in an Inkman city, resulting in a huge battle between the snowmen and the Inkmen. Lang Ya Land Spirit stared at Fang Yuan, shaking his head. Familiar Face. You are really daring. That is an immortal killer move. The core GU is the legendary attitude GU. Even if I give it to you, you will not be able to use it. But this killer move of mine has a huge relationship with Familiar Face. It can be said to be the former version of it. This is a mortal killer move and is suitable for you to use. Oh. Bright light shined in Fang Yuan's eyes. Seeing that he had drawn out Fang Yuan's interest, Lang Ya Land Spirit chuckled as he continued, this killer move is called Unfamiliar Face. But if you want it, you will need to do me a favor. Fang Yuan knew that there was no free lunch in this world. He nodded. Say it. Lang Ya Land Spirit said his plan immediately. My 12 cloud buildings all had 1 desolate beast inside each in the past. But because of the attacks of the GU immortals from the mysterious force, 2 of them died and 1 died after succumbing to injuries. Now, I only have 9 left. If you can enslave a desolate beast with outstanding battle strength for me, not only will I pay you immortal essence stones based on market rates, I will also give you this mortal killer move, Unfamiliar Face. Fang Yuan was overjoyed deep inside. After making many transactions with Lang Ya Land Spirit over the immortal GU remnant recipes, and using the Mountain Pledge GU to dispel any suspicions, along with returning the desolate beasts, he had finally improved his relationship with Lang Ya Land Spirit. In the past, Lang Ya Land Spirit would not ask Fang Yuan for such a matter. Fang Yuan thought about it and agreed. Next, he obtained 3 new immortal GU remnant recipes from Lang Ya Land Spirit. After saying goodbye, he went back to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Junior brother, you are back. Was this trip successful? Tai Bai Yunsheng was inside Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Now, with the 8 desolate beasts already returned, it was impossible for He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan to stay in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. When Fang Yuan went to Lang Ya Blessed Land, Tai Bai Yunsheng was the only Gu Immortal left to defend it. It was rather fruitful. Fang Yuan said, returning landscape as before Gu and man as before Gu to Tai Bai Yunsheng. Shark Demon is calling me urgently, I have to go to Eastern Sea now. Tai Bai Yunsheng took the 2 Gu and rushed over without examining them. Fang Yuan did not obstruct him, he only told him to be careful. Now that he was finally alone, it was time to plan what to do for the future. After resolving the huge crisis of Immortal Crane sect attacking Hu Immortal Blessed Land, I have finally stabilized the situation. I have entered the Righteous Path faction using the status of a subsidiary force. Now that I can sell Guts Gu, I can intervene slightly in Central Continent's matters now. In the past, Fang Yuan was a mortal, he did not even have the qualifications to speak to Gu Immortals as equals. Although he had Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he was like a child walking into a bandit's den holding Primeval stones. Once the bandits saw Fang Yuan, they would only think of how to take Hu Immortal Blessed Land for themselves. Now that Fang Yuan was an immortal zombie, he finally was qualified. After gathering his strength and showing the mysterious force behind him, he had finally intimidated Immortal Crane sect and the other forces. Using the Guts Gu transaction to form an economic connection between them, the child had now grown into a young man. Seeing a bandit, he scattered some Primeval stones to them. The bandits want to rob him, but they are afraid of a counterattack from the young man that would cause them to suffer greater losses. Thus, they took the Primeval stones to temporarily satisfy themselves. Furthermore, these bandits themselves are wary of each other and restrict themselves. Their attention is placed on many other things. The young man is temporarily safe in this den. But Fang Yuan was aware that when the Guts Gu transactions become bigger, and the benefits become larger, there would be even greater pressure on him, as more people would want to snatch it from him. Especially during the 5 regions chaotic war, all of the forces would not let go of something that could raise their strength. Although the young man gave out some Primeval stones and satisfied the bandits temporarily, as his wealth grows, these bandits were bound to engage in another attempt of robbery soon. Thus, Fang Yuan lowered his head and became a subsidiary of Immortal Crane sect in name. This way, the young man was now a young bandit. These bandits could not rob each other, they had to follow the rules. But rules were just formless restrictions. As time passed, as the profits grew, they would have less effect. After all, this young bandit was not as powerful as he had displayed himself to be. For Gu Immortals, 8 desolate beasts, this is just a facade that I put up by borrowing the strength of others. The Snowy Mountain alliance I have with He Lulan has a time limit. Lang Ya Blessed Land is facing strong enemies, it can hardly protect itself. I cannot bring out the 8 desolate beasts anytime I wish. Even though we made Immortal Crane sect retreat and have set up transactions with the 10 great ancient sects, since I have now appeared in the open, they will definitely use all sorts of methods to investigate me. They have not struck yet because they are not sure of my background at this point. One they know, they will strike again. Fang Yuan considered. Using an analogy, when Fang Yuan first obtained Hu Immortal Blessed Land, the situation was like a torrential rainstorm with thunder and lightning. It was vicious weather, and only by taking a fatal risk could he have a chance of survival. After Fang Yuan's trip to Northern Plains, he became an immortal zombie. When he returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, the situation was like a sky with dark clouds covering him, and strong winds blowing. The future was grim. Only by plotting carefully, taking every step vigilantly, and grabbing onto every opportunity, could he climb out of the swamp slowly and with much difficulty. After Fang Yuan repelled Immortal Crane sect and started selling Guts Gu, the fierce winds had disappeared, and the dark clouds had thinned, a hole was exposed and the blue sky could be seen. The future was now bright and hopeful, but the dark clouds were still looming. If he was careless, they would cover the sky again, with lightning and rain pouring. It was like a person had just escaped from a swamp. He was standing at the edge of the swamp, finally safe for the time being. If he took a step back, Fang Yuan would fall into the swamp again. If he wanted to get out, he would need to struggle intensely, and his luck would matter greatly. If he moved forward, Fang Yuan would become more stable, and he would finally get back onto a wide and large track. Even if there were thorns along the way, it would not be like before, when he was struggling between life and death, and every step could lead to a fatal disaster. The following period of time is a time of peace that I have obtained with much difficulty. I need to advance forward, accumulating my foundation and raising my cultivation. I have to become stronger, until none of the forces around me dare to have any ill intentions against me. Fang Yuan thought about it carefully. There were several huge problems in front of him. The first question facing him now was the feeding of Immortal Gu. Cleanse Soul Immortal Gu was the most urgent one. Lang Ya Land Spirit and Fairy Li Shan did not have any leads to the White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu. Even though he could buy some in Treasure Yellow Heaven for a high price, it could only sustain Cleanse Soul Immortal Gu's life and not let it die of hunger. To feed it till it was full, he needed 10,000 White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu. This Gu was in small quantity even for Gu immortals who collected them. Unless Fang Yuan got the Gu recipe and refined it in bulk, he could not solve the issue completely. Looking at his other immortal Gu, feeding them was still a huge problem. Although he got through it this time, the next round of feeding would be a problem again. The six-headed snake's bones had turned into black blood and were fed to Calamity beckoning immortal Gu. Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Gu's feeding problem had never been resolved. It was just that Mo Yao's will had fed it earlier, thus there were no issues yet. Worldly Wave Trace Gu needed tens of thousands of underworld jellyfish and thousands of deep-sea lightning eels. Although the former was in huge quantity, it could be bought easily using Immortal Essence Stones. But the latter was rare in the market. If not for Tai Bai Yunsheng encountering Shark Demon and putting his own life at risk, he would not have gotten the required amount. Rising Azure Cloud was in Lang Ya Land Spirit's hands. It need not be considered for now. Connect Luck Immortal Gu needs 5,000 kilograms of sand gull soil. Looking at the condition of the worldly sand gull's dead egg, it could produce another 15,000 kilograms, which was 3 feeding sessions. The feeding of woman's heart was troublesome. After all, mass killing of mortals would attract the attack of Righteous Path Gu immortals. After all, now was not the 5 regions chaotic war yet. Within the 5 regions, the Righteous Path suppressed the demonic path. Order was abundant in society. Although Fang Yuan had many Immortal Essence Stones now, the feeding of Immortal Gu could not be resolved simply by having Immortal Essence Stones. Generally, in most cases, the feeding of Immortal Gu was usually connected to the cultivation path of the Gu Immortal themselves, and their blessed land. Chapter 710. Crossing the Regional Wall. Another example was Tai Bai Yunsheng's 2 Immortal Gu. He could obtain food for them by managing his own blessed land. Hei Lulan's blessed land contained large numbers of heavy metal ores. These heavy metals were Strength Qi Immortal Gu's food. However, Fang Yuan's situation was different from theirs. Their Immortal Gu were mostly obtained by refining Vital Gu and Core Gu when advancing to Gu Immortal, and were integrated with their path. Fang Yuan's Immortal Gu were mostly obtained from scheming. His Vital Gu was Spring Autumn Cicada, but he had no Time Path inheritance, and what he currently practiced was Strength Path. Moreover, Fang Yuan's Immortal Gu were extremely disordered, involving Time Path, Space Path, Water Path, Wisdom Path, and other paths. The most crucial point was that Fang Yuan's blessed land was dead. His immortal aperture had turned into a dead aperture, and whatever he placed in there would die. It could neither be managed nor developed like a normal blessed land, nor could it provide convenience in feeding Immortal Gu, and most importantly it could not produce Immortal Essence. Thus, there was a much heavier burden on Immortal Essence Stones. Fang Yuan not only had to use his Immortal Essence Stones for transactions, but also turn a part of them into Green Grape Immortal Essence, and furthermore bear the costs for feeding Immortal Gu. The main reason for Fang Yuan almost becoming bankrupt after the battle with Hei Cheng was this. Thus the second problem in front of Fang Yuan was his immortal aperture. The immortal aperture was already dead, his cultivation had stagnated. The blessed land was involved in many aspects of the Gu Immortal's cultivation, therefore this was a great burden to Fang Yuan. The day Fang Yuan truly got rid of his immortal zombie body would be the day he can formally start his Gu Immortal cultivation. However, getting rid of the immortal zombie body and returning to his human body meant Fang Yuan would not be able to step into the wisdom light halo. This was also a problem. As for the final important problem, it was battle strength. Currently, Cleanse Soul Immortal GU was weak from hunger and was too risky to use. Fang Yuan's trump card, the Immortal Killer Move Myriad Self, also could not be used. Fang Yuan's battle strength had fallen as a result. Whether it was confronting Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects in the days to come, dealing with the pursuit of Northern Plains GU Immortals, seizing Dongfang Chang Fan's Wisdom Path inheritance, helping Lang Ya Land Spirit to capture a desolate beast, seeking the Thieving Heaven inheritance pertaining to Luo Po Valley, taking Immortal GU Dark Limit from Fairy Jiang Yu, all of these required powerful battle strength. There are mainly 4 aspects that influence a GU Immortal's battle strength. The GU Immortal's own battle attainment, Immortal GU, killer moves, and Immortal Essence. With the Guts GU business now, I don't lack Immortal Essence for the moment. A GU Immortal's battle attainment is formed from constant accumulation of their foundation over time and cannot be raised in a short period. In the Immortal GU aspect, the Blood Deity Remnant recipe is enough to deduce the complete Blood Deity Immortal GU recipe, but my wealth right now is still quite far from reaching the standard of refining Immortal GU. Fang Yuan thought it over. Even if he could refine Blood Deity, he did not want to do so. Blood Path had been affiliated with the demonic path since long ago. Even the 10 great ancient sects had to research Blood Path in secret and did not dare to publicly announce it. Heavenly Court even had the Demon Judgment Board, and Fang Yuan did not want to put his name there this early. Moreover, almost all the Immortal GU in Fang Yuan's hands were in a bad state from hunger. The burden of feeding was too heavy and Fang Yuan lacked confidence in managing it if a new Immortal GU was added on top of that. Therefore, the only method Fang Yuan could use to raise his battle strength quickly was through killer moves. The killer move aspect involved both Immortal Killer Moves and Mortal Killer Moves. I have sufficient Immortal Essence Stones, my disposable income is much higher than in the past. Not only can I purchase a lot of good Mortal Killer Moves, but I also can continuously experiment, deduce and reproduce some powerful killer moves from my past life. Having thought things through, Fang Yuan immediately started with the task. Central Continent. With Feng Ju Ge as the leader, a group of GU Immortals were standing in front of an enormous light wall. The light wall was incomparably tall, connecting the sky and ground. The white light had condensed into a solid and formed a wall. Within it flickered golden light which was full of vigor and majesty. This was Central Continent's membrane, known as the Saint Regional Wall. The world of GU Masters had 5 large regions: Central Continent, Southern Border, Eastern Sea, Western Desert and Northern Plains. Each was covered with a layer of membrane forming the boundaries of heaven and earth, mutually isolating each other. Old Oracle, what is the result of your calculation this time? Old Lord Kanyan asked a young-looking GU Immortal in the group. The young-looking GU Immortal slowly opened his eyes. They were filled with clouds and mist and constantly transforming. A long while later, the clouds and mist dispersed and he returned to having ordinary white eyes with black pupils. The young-looking GU Immortal spoke with a slightly happy tone. It can be done. This part of the regional wall is rather weak. It is the 3rd weak spot we have found over these last days. But compared to the first and the second, this is more stable. I suggest we use this to cut open an entrance and cross the regional wall to Northern Plains. Ha ha ha, good, we have searched close to 1,000 areas and finally found an ideal weak spot. Old Man Qianlong laughed loudly. Fairy Lingmai let out a breath of cloudy air and said with a sigh, we have searched for so many days before finally getting a good result. It was really not easy. We have already wasted a lot of time. Let's begin. Feng Ju Ji said briefly, who goes first? Fairy Ao Shui and Fairy Lingmai glanced at each other, then stood up together, speaking in unison, this time, let our Heaven's Envy mana take the lead. With that statement, the two exerted strength and activated an immortal killer move together, called Peerless Crescent Moon Slash. This killer move's core was the rank 7 Crescent Moon Immortal GU, with 2 rank 6 Immortal GU as support. The immortal essence required to activate this immortal killer move was extremely high and it also burdened the mind significantly, just one GU Immortal could not display its might, 2 GU Immortals must activate it together. The Immortal Killer move was activated, instantly forming a blue crescent moon. The crescent moon was not large and was only the size of a water jar, but it had condensed into solid form and was sparkling like a magnificent piece of artwork. Only the terrifying aura it leaked out occasionally would let one know that it was not harmless like its appearance showed. The surrounding GU Immortals distanced themselves far away from Ao Shui and Lingmai. After accumulating enough power, the 2 fairies gave soft cries and released the blue crescent moon. The crescent moon flew extremely quick and silently, shining with gentle moonlight. The blue crescent moon slashed the Saint Regional wall and immediately cut open a path about 76 steps in length. Worthy of being a well-known killer move of Heaven's Envy manner, it directly cut open a distance of 76 steps. Remarkable! GU Immortal Chen Zhenkai exclaimed in admiration. Feng Juji led the way with the other GU Immortals behind him and entered the Saint Regional wall. The moment they stepped into the Saint Regional wall, many GU Immortals' expressions changed slightly. Their bodies became heavier, their thoughts moved more slowly, and even the immortal aperture inside them gradually started to tremor. Quick, we need to move faster. Feng Juji hastened. They had walked 74 steps before they could not walk any further. In this short period of time, the Saint Regional wall had already started to rapidly heal. The path of 76 steps in depth had already shortened by 2 steps. Old Lord Kenyang stood up. Next, let this old man give it a try. He took out an immortal GU. This immortal GU resembled a mostly burnt-out candle with a small amount of candlelight burning at the top. Old Lord Kenyang softly blew at the candlelight. The candlelight shook, and following the direction of Old Lord Kenyang's breath, it let out countless glittering light spots. The light spots struck the white gold Saint Regional wall. The regional wall melted like snow as it rapidly dissolved and formed a 63 steps passage. Everyone quickly moved ahead. At the end of the passage, Old Man Tianlong stood up and activated an immortal GU, opening a 67 steps passage. All the GU Immortals took turns in using their immortal GU or immortal killer moves to open the passage deeper into the Saint Regional wall. The deeper they went, the greater the pressure on them was, even turning into a giant force that dragged them backwards, seemingly as if this world did not want them to leave Central Continent. The thoughts in their minds also kept on moving increasingly slowly, which caused the GU Immortals to have extreme difficulty in activating their immortal killer moves. As a Wisdom Path GU Immortal, Old Oracle had no choice but to use all sorts of methods and even immortal killer moves to reinforce the other GU Immortals' minds. But in spite of this, Ao Shui and Lingmai, these 2 fairies could not activate Peerless Crescent Moon Slash anymore. The most crucial point was the immortal apertures in their bodies. The deeper they went, the greater the intensity of the tremors in their immortal apertures. The earth within their blessed lands cracked, boulders started falling down, and countless life forms within died pitifully. These GU Immortals came from the 10 great ancient sects. They were famous experts with outstanding battle strength. However, several hundred steps later, most turned pale, some with weaker cultivation even started trembling slightly. 1,000 steps later, most of the GU Immortals were covered with sweat, some were deathly pale. Ao Shui and Lingmai were walking while supporting each other. Only Feng Juji alone was still walking ahead upright. His expression was normal. Every time he made a move, they were all immortal killer moves, cutting open passages longer than 100 steps. After walking for over 3,000 steps, there was much thinner white gold light in front. Instead, a trace of green was vaguely revealed. Old Oracle, your deduction was correct. This is indeed a weak area of Saint Regional wall. We reached here after only walking over 3,000 steps. Someone immediately praised. Beyond Saint Regional wall is Northern Plains Licorice Regional wall. Let's speed up and break through it in one move. Old Lord Kenyang attempted to raise the morale while gasping for breath. The young-looking GU Immortal Old Oracle, however, was somewhat worried. My ability is limited. I could only deduce Saint Regional wall. Hopefully this area of Licorice Regional wall is not too thick. After around 8 minutes, the GU Immortals were out of Saint Regional wall and entered into Licorice Regional wall. This regional wall was quite different from Saint Regional wall. The GU immortals felt an enormous formless force pushing at them and constantly repelling them. The intensity of the tremors of their immortal apertures increased further, the losses causing great heartache to many GU immortals. I hope we can subdue 1 or 2 immortal GU in this trip to Northern Plains, otherwise the losses would be too huge. Old Man Qianlong said. Sigh, I had passed the regional wall to Northern Plains when I was younger, but back then the whole process only took about 5 minutes of time and was very easy. GU immortal Hong Kai-ming sighed deeply. When he had crossed the regional wall back then, he had only been a rank for GU master. As one's cultivation became higher, the difficulty in traversing regional walls would become increasingly difficult. After a long time, this group of GU immortals had no choice but to stop. They were in Licorice regional wall and everywhere around them was filled with green fog. Grass was growing widely in the fog and was constantly twining and twisting like a sea of snakes or hair, blocking their paths. Feng Juji's body was dripping with sweat and his lips were pale. This won't do, this part of Licorice regional wall is extremely firm, we need to change to another direction even if we have to walk more. Everyone nodded, approving of Feng Juji's resoluteness. Old Oracle began to deduce, and in this period of time, the regional wall was constantly recovering, making the GU immortals retreat further. This way. Finally, Old Oracle calculated a direction. The GU immortals changed their direction and after suffering bitterly for a day and a night, they passed the Licorice regional wall and entered Northern Plains. Rest and reorganize for 3 days, we will talk after that. Feng Juji exhaustedly said. Among the whole group, only he was able to barely stand while the others fell down unsteadily to the ground like piles of mud, not wanting to even budge anymore. Chapter 7:11. Giving up on possession. As the wind blew gently, the trees on Feihe Mountain were swaying lightly. The sun was high in the sky, but the sunlight could not penetrate into this dark, gloomy underground secret room. The underground secret room was plain and simple, the surroundings were stone walls and other than the stone bed at the center, there was nothing. Moist water vapor slipped into the cracks of the walls, as moss grew on them. On the stone bed, there was a rotten and ruined body of a young rank 5 GU master, it was GU Fangzheng. In order to detect Fang Yuan's location, coordinating with He Fengyang to attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fangzheng was plotted against by Lord Sky Crane and lost control of the failed Blood Demon Flower GU, causing him to lose too much blood and his soul went on the verge of collapse, as he entered a deep state of unconsciousness. You want to revive Fangzheng? He Fengyang was right beside the stone bed, looking at the spirit incubating flea which was floating in front of him. Fangzheng's master was inside the spirit incubating flea, Lord Sky Crane's soul. At this moment, a firm voice came from within the flea, yes Lord, I am willing to give up this possession opportunity, please save Fangzheng instead. He Fengyang turned his gaze towards Fangzheng who had fainted, saying softly, the injuries to his body might seem terrifying, but it is not a big concern, even without my help, the sect has many ways to heal him. The problem is his soul. He did the blood sense forcefully this time, it caused a huge burden on his soul was only a step away from collapsing. Actually, the current situation is most suitable for you to possess his body. This body has a grade aptitude and a rank 5 aperture, his soul is extremely weak so if you undergo possession now, you would win the contest between souls without doubt. Wasn't possession your goal all along? Lord Sky Crane laughed bitterly. Ever since he used the method to harm Fangzheng, Lord Sky Crane had been recalling Fangzheng's appearance and all the memories of their experiences had been flashing through his mind. Fangzheng's purity, his pursuit of justice, it reminded him of his younger self. Fangzheng's desire for revenge was so similar to his own experiences. Subordinate's original plan was to possess Fangzheng. But, now in my heart, I feel guilt and reluctance. According to logic, he has the bloodline of first-gen GUU, yet he has been calling me master and trusts me, he had never thought I would harm him. He believes in justice, just like I did in the past. If I kill him and succeed in the possession, I would have to live within his shell in the future, how would I face myself? Lord Sky Crane sighed. He Fengyang was silent for a while, before he raised his hand and placed it on Fangzheng's forehead. A green light that was gentle as water dripped down from Fang Yuan's palm, spreading all over Fang Zheng's body. Everywhere the green light reached, his swollen flesh and scars healed rapidly at a visible rate. After several breaths of time, Fang Zheng's body fully recovered, his breathing relaxed, but he was still unconscious. I have already healed his physical body and stabilized his soul. As a reward for being my subordinate, I will give you another opportunity, Sky Crane. You do not need to give up on the possession chance. I will give you some time to consider it, think it through properly. Fang Yuan said. Lord. Fang Yuan retracted his hand. The possession technique we have is not complete, it originated from northern plains. Right now, our sect's old Lord Kenyang has followed Feng Juji into northern plains. He had been assigned several missions from the sectim. One of them is to collect more information and improve the possession technique. When he returns to the sect, Sky Crane, you will have a higher chance of succeeding in the possession. By that point, you would have already reflected thoroughly on it. Give me the answer then. Lord. Without waiting for Lord Sky Crane to finish speaking, Fang Yuan waved his sleeves and his figure vanished. Immortal blessed land, in an underground cave. The wisdom light halo that was shining in many colors shone on Fang Yuan's face. Fang Yuan's brows were tightly locked, his expression was grim and uncertain. Goo. Suddenly, he opened his mouth, spitting a mouthful of green zombie blood. At the same time, countless joyful wills in his mind collapsed and disintegrated. This was the first time Fang Yuan had gotten injured from using the light of wisdom. Fang Yuan stepped out of the light of wisdom, finding a mushroom nearby and sitting on it like a bench. He stretched out one arm to wipe the zombie blood around his mouth as he inspected his mind while enduring the huge pain in his head. His mind was experiencing tremors, thoughts disintegrated on their own the moment they were created. The surrounding boundaries of his mind had mild cracks on them. This was the backlash due to Fang Yuan's forceful thinking. At this moment, as long as Fang Yuan had a thought, intense pain would assault his mind. He shut his eyes and stopped all his thinking. He was like a rock statue without any movement. A while later, he slowly opened his eyes, inspecting his mind again. The tremors had stopped in his mind, but the boundaries still had remaining cracks on them. The speed of his thought generation was slower than before, but they would not collapse upon creation. That was to say, Fang Yuan could think again. This injury was no doubt a valuable experience. Fang Yuan learned many things from it. Wisdom path deductions have a risk as well, one can get injured. Just like strength path, overexerting oneself would cause them to pull their muscles, and their tendons might even break. This time, I was trying to deduce a difficult question of the star path. I used a large amount of joyful wills and the unlimited inspiration from the light of wisdom to deduce countless possibilities. It surpassed the limits and endurance level of my mind, thus I got injured. I thought I could use the power of wisdom GU to deduce the recipe of star shoot GU. But now it seems that my star path foundation is too low. The unlimited inspiration can give me countless possibilities and directions, but I will need to deduce every single possibility. At the same time, during the process of deduction, more choices would be generated. Star Shoot GU was Star Lord Wan Xiong's self-created GU worm. Using large numbers of Star Rain GU, small numbers of Spring Wind GU, as well as many other GU worms, one could assemble the killer move, Spring Star Rain. The effect of Spring Star Rain was to increase the growth rate of plants. Fang Yuan used it many times to nourish his Star Fragment grass. But Star Shoot GU was a consumable GU. Right now, he could only purchase it from Star Lord Wan Xiong, and Star Lord Wan Xiong was making a huge profit out of this GU. Fang Yuan had wanted to use the light of wisdom to reverse engineer the Star Shoot GU's recipe, but he did not succeed, and even got himself injured. Although Star Shoot GU is a mortal GU, it had been tampered with by Star Lord Wan Xiong. The recipe is very hard to reverse refine. Unless my Star Path realm reaches master level, if not, it will be hard to succeed. Fang Yuan had a realization. Star Path master level realm, it represented a foundation in Star Path, and could greatly reduce the possibilities when undergoing deductions. It could help Fang Yuan reach the correct answer much quicker. Fang Yuan made an estimate based on the difficulty. If reverse refining Star Shutgu's recipe requires Star Path Master level attainment, then researching an entirely new GU recipe to create the Starlight Firefly GU would be even harder. Most likely, Star Path Grandmaster Realm is needed. As for modifying Do Minute Jun Star Path Inheritance and creating an entire new Star Path GU worm to amplify the effects of attacking, defending, movement, and healing in Star Path GU worms, that would be even harder. At least Quasi-Great Grandmaster Realm attainment is required. Starlight Firefly GU was a necessity in activating Stargate GU. It would not hurt to have more of it. But in Do Minute Jun's Inheritance, a bit of Star GU, Brilliance of 2 stars GU, 3 stars in the Sky GU, 4 stars Cube GU, 5 stars Align GU, these could amplify the offense of Starpath GU worms. If this was circulated, Starpath GU would definitely become much more popular. It would even have a mild effect on the current status of the different paths. Fang Yuan's original plan was to reverse refine the GU recipe of Star Shoot GU and Starlight Firefly GU. One was to escape from his reliance on Star Lord Wan Song, but also to have a method to obtain even more Starlight Firefly GU for his use of Stargates. In addition, raising the effects of a bit of Star GU, Brilliance of 2 stars GU, 3 stars in the Sky GU, this series of GU worms would help in developing a whole new Star Path killer move that would suit Fang Yuan's needs and raise his battle strength. But after making an attempt, Fang Yuan knew that this was not feasible yet. Even if he had the Light of Wisdom and had unlimited inspiration, his Refinement Path realm was master level, his Star Path realm was merely ordinary. It was hard for his plans to work. It seems that to raise my battle strength, I have to focus on my strengths and make use of my advantages. Fang Yuan assessed himself. He was a Blood Path Grandmaster, Strength Path Grandmaster, Flying Quasi Grandmaster, Refinement Path Master, Enslavement Path Master, as well as Transformation Path Master. He first eliminated Blood Path. Blood Path GU Immortals were heavily targeted by everyone, because Blood Path cultivation focused on harming others to raise one's own battle strength. The righteous and demonic paths were both unwilling to face such a huge threat like Blood Path GU Immortals. Only during the 5 regions chaotic war, when the law and order of the regions go into chaos, would Blood Path emerge again. Although Fang Yuan had Blood Deity's Remnant recipe, he did not want to deduce the completed recipe yet. He did not have the financial capability to refine Blood Deity Immortal GU now. Furthermore, the Blood Path inheritance in his previous life had yet to mature. He could not retrieve it yet. Next, Fang Yuan eliminated Strength Path. Strength Path had once flourished in the past. At present, it had already heavily declined. Even though there were incredible geniuses like Qingpu, it was unlikely for the past glory of Strength Path to reappear. The might and prosperity of a path not only relied on genius GU Masters and GU Immortals, they also relied on resources. In the present era, the resources for Strength Path had mostly gone extinct, or were extremely rare. Strength Path had little prospects, many GU recipes were lost, and the future was grim. Even though Fang Yuan was a Strength Path Immortal zombie, he did not want to walk on this path. The reason he chose Strength Path was because the conditions back then were very convenient. He would use it as a springboard to change to another path in the future. He later became a Strength Path Immortal zombie because he was left with no choice in 88 True Yang building. Unless Fang Yuan was like He Lulan with multiple Strength Path Immortal GU, who can raise her battle strength using these Immortal GU. But such a situation was not feasible for Fang Yuan. Blood Path and Strength Path were dead ends. Flying Quasi Grandmaster was merely part of his battle proficiency. Refinement Path did not excel in fighting. Fang Yuan's only options were Enslavement Path and Transformation Path. But Enslavement Path needed beast groups. At the level of GU Immortals, ordinary beasts were of little use. Their core beast groups would be elevated from mutated Beast Kings and Beast Emperors to Desolate Beasts. Fang Yuan used the Light of Wisdom and thought about it for a long time. 3 days later, he finally made a breakthrough in Transformation Path. Chapter 7:12. Lion Fur Armor, Transplanting Bat Wings. Fang Yuan was flying in the air. Hair armor. His thoughts shifted. His hair grew wildly and instantly condensed into a malevolent-looking pitch-black armor full of spikes. Icy drill stardust. Fang Yuan pinched at the air with his 5 fingers. A ball of starlight formed on his hand. The starlight constantly let out crackling sounds. Looking closely inside, one could discover there were countless small specks of icy drills colliding and exploding non-stop. Fang Yuan slowly pressed this ball of starlight into the hair armor on his chest. The hair armor lasted for a few breaths before it began to be damaged. A dozen or so breaths later, the surroundings of the damaged area were dyed azure blue, and the blue frost was spreading everywhere. 20 breaths later, the hair armor completely shattered, and there was a small hole on Fang Yuan's chest. This was completely within Fang Yuan's expectations. He had merged 2-minute Jun's inheritance into icy drill stardust. This would sell for immortal essence stones in Treasure Yellow Heaven. And the defensive killer move hair armor would only be worth around 2.5 immortal essence stones. The starlight on his palm dissipated. Fang Yuan willed and activated hair armor again. However, the hair armor this time was different. It was a new and improved version, having gone through many days of experimentation. The hair armor transformed quickly. The useless malevolent spikes were removed. The black iron-like luster before also turned into bronze. The primary cause for this was Fang Yuan perfectly merging large numbers of golden lion fur GU into the original foundation of hair armor. Golden lion fur GU was a rank 5 mortal GU that could let GU masters grow golden lion fur, increasing their defense and having an even higher increase in resistance to metal path attacks. Several breaths later, the original black iron spiked hair armor was gone, and replacing it was a smooth bronze armor which was twice the thickness of the black armor. The helmet had turned into the shape of a lion roaring with an open mouth, revealing Fang Yuan's face inside. The defensive ability had also increased by 150%. If it was defending against metal path attacks, the defensive power would increase by a whole 200%. Fang Yuan made a lump of starlight again and pressed it towards his chest area like before. The stardust drilled endlessly into the hair armor, but after a whole dozen or so breaths had gone by, the starlight was completely used up and merely a crack appeared on the hair armor. Let's call it lion fur armor. Fang Yuan mumbled to himself before raising his 8 arms and letting out 8 lumps of starlight. The starlight flew to the sky and gathered into a large lump. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, charging into the large lump of stardust with his lion fur armor. The icy drill stardust constantly produced tiny explosions which impacted against Fang Yuan's lion fur armor from all directions. Fang Yuan constantly maintained the lion fur armor killer move, rapidly restoring any cracks that appeared. He maintained it till the starlight lump dissipated, and then flew down. There was not even a trace of a crack on the lion fur armor. Such recovery ability is about twice that of before. If placed in Treasure Yellow Heaven, this could sell for 4.5 immortal essence stones. Lion fur armor was one of the accomplishments Fang Yuan had made these days. He returned to Dang Hun Palace where Hu Immortal Land Spirit was maintaining connecting Heaven GU, paying attention to Treasure Yellow Heaven. "How is the situation?" Fang Yuan asked. "Master, the other party is still insisting on for immortal essence stones and shows no signs of lowering it." Little Hu Immortal Land Spirit replied. Fang Yuan wanted to buy a pair of but desolate beast wings. The other party had killed this but desolate beast and was putting its corpse on sale in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Fang Yuan had asked for price before, but the other party had asked for immortal essence stones just for this pair of bat wings, and their attitude was firm, not willing to lower it. For immortal essence stones was no doubt an expensive price. Back then, when Fang Yuan bought a 6-headed snake skeleton, he had only had to pay 3 immortal essence stones. According to the normal price, it should be 2.5 at most. Fang Yuan personally activated Divine Sense GU and used the identity of 8-arm Immortal to get in touch with the seller. "I am willing to pay 3 immortal essence stones to buy this pair of bat wings." The seller's will, however, refused. "I'm not selling, the lowest is at least for immortal essence stones." Fang Yuan snorted, "Sir is too greedy, look at how damaged these desolate beast wings are, they would normally only sell for 2.5 immortal essence stones." If not for me wanting to research some new GU and coincidentally happening to need this material, I would not have even asked. The seller's will's tone softened and it sighed. I am also helpless, my losses were too severe when hunting this desolate beast. This desolate beast's blood had already flowed out and my main body also suffered heavy injuries. If I don't sell it for this price, my finances will collapse and it might even lead to a delay in healing my injuries. Whether you live or die, is that my problem? Also, why would I believe your one-sided words? 3 immortal essence stones, are you selling or not? Fang Yuan said coldly. Not selling. Fang Yuan immediately withdrew his divine sense. After a while, he commanded Little Who Immortal Land Spirit to inquire about the price and show a stance of being impatient. How about this? I will take out 3 immortal essence stones to buy your bat wings. Say it, are you selling or not? The sellers will hesitated this time, but still refused in the end. This pair of wings is the most valuable part of the whole desolate beast corpse. If Sir only wants to buy the wings, it won't be easy for me to sell the remaining parts. If you are sincerely thinking of buying, how about you take out 5 immortal essence stones to buy this whole desolate beast corpse? Little Who Immortal talked with Fang Yuan, and replied, I only need the wings, what will I do with the other parts? I have wasted enough time already. 3 immortal essence stones are already a lot. All right, I shall give you 3.5 immortal essence stones. This is my final bottom line. If you are still not selling, then forget it. The seller's will was clearly shaken and it replied with hesitation, let me consider it. The land spirit hastened him, my patience has limits, I will give you 5 breaths of time. Any longer and I might just take back my offer. For breaths passed before the seller's will heaved a long sigh. He also knew that although there was a high demand for desolate beast corpses, but his price was indeed high. GU immortals were shrewd people, there were few that would spend money casually. All right, I will sell. The seller's will was just replying when a divine sense interrupted him. Slow down, I want this but desolate beast's corpse, I will give you 5 immortal essence stones. Eh? Sir is Immortal Monkey King. This change naturally made the seller very happy. If he sold the bat wings to Fang Yuan for 3.5 immortal essence stones, then trying to sell the remaining parts of the corpse which were extremely damaged for 1 immortal essence stone would be demanding a very high price. Now, Immortal Monkey King Chalet cut in and was willing to pay 5 immortal essence stones. The seller was naturally willing to accept this transaction. Wait a second, we have already made the deal. Immortal Monkey King, what do you think you are doing by suddenly butting in? Who Immortal Land Spirit refused to accept this? What deal? Chalet scoffed, who are you kidding? Does business in Treasure Yellow Heaven pay attention to first come, first serve? The item will naturally go to whoever pays the higher price. Since the transaction has not been carried out, there is no deal. After saying that, Chalet then said to the seller, hey, this deal will earn you a great profit, why are you not quickly finishing the transaction? The seller's will was just about to nod when Who Immortal Land Spirit obtained Fang Yuan's instructions and immediately prevented it. Slow down, I will pay 5.5 immortal essence stones. HMPH, only adding half an immortal essence stone, aren't you too petty? I will pay 7 immortal essence stones. Chalet said with a rich and overbearing attitude. Who Immortal Land Spirit's tone immediately became gloomy. Since it is so, I will pay 8 immortal essence stones. 8. Chalet laughed, then I will pay 9. 9.5. Who Immortal Land Spirit immediately quoted. That seller's will had never expected such a change and was already overjoyed. Chalet was dazed before laughing loudly. All right, Who Immortal, as expected of someone doing the business of guts GU, you have so much money. I don't want to contend with a junior. Just a mere damaged desolate beast corpse, I hope you can be happy when you take it. The divine sense left directly after laughing heartily. Who? Lord Who Immortal, you meant what you said, right? The seller's will wore a fawning smile as he said while stammering. From the looks of it, he had not lied before, he was indeed a poor rank 6 GU immortal. HMPH, business needs to be done with sincerity, would my words be a lie? Who Immortal Land Spirit coldly snorted. The two finished the transaction. The seller received 9.5 Immortal Essence Stones while Fang Yuan obtained a Bat Desolate Beast's corpse. After this transaction, Fang Yuan checked his wealth again. He had 172 Immortal Essence Stones and 77 beads of Green Grape Immortal Essence. So far, Fang Yuan had already sold the 6th batch of Guts GU. It was an average of 1 batch per month and every batch gave him 48 Immortal Essence Stones in profit. Over these 6 months, Fang Yuan had completed 1 transaction of an Immortal GU recipe with Lang Ya Land Spirit, earning over 20 Immortal Essence Stones. But he had fed the 8 Desolate Beasts earlier and converted large numbers of Immortal Essence Stones into Green Grape Immortal Essence. He also consumed Green Grape Immortal Essence to reverse refined Star Path GU recipes, which ended in failure, and finally, to make a breakthrough using Transformation Path, he improved on his killer moves. He had not only improved his defensive killer move Hair Armor to Lion Fur Armor, but also upgraded Light Illusion Bat Wings by a great degree. But to complete the new Light Illusion Bat Wings, he needed to transplant a pair of real bat wings onto his immortal zombie body. Because of this, Fang Yuan did not hesitate on spending a large amount to buy this Bat Desolate Beast's corpse. Immortal Monkey King Chalet, making me spend 3 times the price to buy this bat corpse. I will remember this. Chalet was a higher up of combat immortal sect, which was one of the 10 great ancient sects. During his previous life's 5 regions chaotic war, after Feng Juji died, he replaced Feng Juji as the most powerful rank 7 in Central Continent. He was an Earth Path expert but cultivated Transformation Path as well, having secretly obtained several inheritances of Reckless Savage Demon Venerable. Fang Yuan thought of raising the price of Guts GU to combat immortal sect, but he dispelled this thought after pondering about it. For the next half a month, he concentrated on handling the Bat Desolate Beast's corpse. He carefully cut apart the bat wings and did more than a dozen sessions of meticulous treatment and maintenance. He then used Fire Path and Strength Path GU worms to constantly temper the bat wings. As a result, the extremely wide bat wings gradually became more condensed and small. Finally, after Fang Yuan endured intense pain, he finally succeeded in transplanting the bat wings onto his back. Chapter 713. True Solid Bat Wings. The prey that it was targeting was a pink flower rabbit. The rabbit's 2 ears were standing on end, listening to every movement nearby. The rabbit's head was buried in the flowers, eating pollen as food. As a cool breeze blew on this mountain, flowers blossomed in this lush greenery, giving off waves of fragrant smells. The wind wolf slowly got closer, but the pink flower rabbit had no idea. Suddenly, a black shadow flew past the ground rapidly. The pink flower rabbit was shocked. It raised its head. Even though Immortal Blessed Land had no eagle groups, it sprinted away in fear, managing to survive this trial, causing the wind wolf to fail in its hunt. Fang Yuan, who was flying in the air, observed all of this. He could not help but start to think, right now, I have ample funds, and my own blessed land has turned into a dead aperture. I might as well manage this Immortal Blessed Land first. After the journey in Northern Plains, the beast groups in Immortal Blessed Land had fallen in numbers, becoming very sparse. Right now, I am already selling Guts GU. The Rockmen transaction is simply unnecessary. Immortal was an enslavement path GU Immortal. Immortal Blessed Land has a grassland landscape. It is most suited for raising fox groups. If I raise the vitality of Immortal Blessed Land and make it flourish with life, when I revive, I would gain much greater benefits if I fuse this Immortal Blessed Land. Thinking so, Fang Yuan inspected the bat wings on his back. This was the 3rd time he had tested out flying with these newly transplanted bat wings on his back. The processed bat wings, if spread fully, were not even half of Fang Yuan's arm length. They were yellow-brown in color, and were quite petite. They seemed much less impressive than the prior Light Illusion bat wings. But Fang Yuan did not care about appearance, he only looked at its value and usefulness. The new Light Illusion bat wings gave Fang Yuan almost double the speed boost. At the same time, the duration of his flight had greatly increased. After all, the bat wings back then were only a phantom. The bat wings now were real physical wings. The flesh, skin, fur, bones, and blood were all condensed and refined. There were also many GU worms inside these wings. The GU worms residing in the bat wings were used to activate the newly modified movement killer move, Light Illusion Bat Wings. No, right now, using the name Light Illusion Bat Wings for this killer move is no longer appropriate. I should call it True Solid Bat Wings. Fang Yuan created a new name for this newly modified killer move. He was more pleased with this movement killer move True Solid Bat Wings than the Lion Fur Armor. If this movement killer move was sold in Treasure Yellow Heaven, it could be sold for 6 Immortal Essence Stones or more. That was because True Solid Bat Wings had much potential left. 1 pair of bat wings was not its limit. It could transplant 3 pairs of bat wings at most. The origin of these wings should be at least desolate beasts. Of course, ancient desolate beasts and immemorial desolate beasts would be even better. If Fang Yuan could transplant 3 pairs of desolate beast bat wings on his back, his speed would be at least 3 times faster. Light Illusion Bat Wings was the most widely spread movement killer move during the 5 regions chaotic war due to its price-to-value ratio. On that basis, raising one speed by 3 times as much would be even more impressive. Even though it could not compare to movement Immortal GU like Worldly Wave Trace or Rising Azure Cloud, if Fang Yuan met Plump Lady again, her light sand escape would not allow her to run from Fang Yuan's assault. As the winds blew intensely behind him, Fang Yuan flapped with his wings and flew up into the sky. After flying to a high altitude in midair, Fang Yuan closed his eyes and felt the sensation of the air currents blowing on the bat wings silently. His immortal zombie body could not feel any pain, his sense of touch was nearly non-existent. This was a strength and also a weakness. When Fang Yuan transplanted the bat wings, he spent a lot of effort in order to retain the sense of pain and touch that the bat wings had. Only by doing this could he have a clearer and realistic feeling of the air when he flaps his wings, to feel the strength of the air currents, and to sense the state of the wings. Losing the sense of pain numbed him and made Fang Yuan fight more fiercely. But flying was another matter. Flying required meticulous control, especially when Fang Yuan's flying attainment had reached quasi-grandmaster level. Only by regaining his sense of pain and touch could he truly display his actual flying attainment. If it was a pair of zombified wings, the feeling would be very vague, especially in intense battles. When he needed to rely on the wings, sensitive nerves would allow him to react and adapt more easily, instead of being rough and careless. With a boost in movement strength, I will be able to advance or retreat at will. After I get 3 pairs of wings, True Solid Bat Wings will be an exceptional mortal killer move. It would only lose out to Worldly Wave Trace Immortal GU. Fang Yuan was a Strength Path GU Immortal, he obtained a Strength Path Immortal body. Worldly Wave Trace Immortal GU had the Law of Water Path. When Fang Yuan uses this Immortal GU, Water Path and Strength Path do not work together perfectly. There was a problem of them restricting each other. If a Fire Path GU Immortal uses Worldly Wave Trace Immortal GU, his speed would be even slower than Fang Yuan. The most suitable would be Water Path GU Immortals. When they use this same GU, by expending the same amount of Immortal Essence, they would achieve greater speed. Most importantly, True Solid Bat Wings was a mortal killer move. Compared to using Worldly Wave Trace Immortal GU, it had a much greater value to cost ratio. This was the intelligence of humans. Using the combination of many mortal GU, they could achieve an effect that was only somewhat below Immortal GU. Using GU, nurturing GU, and refining GU, they were extremely profound and deep. The corpse of a desolate beast is rarely seen. Even if GU Immortals sell new beast corpses in Treasure Yellow Heaven, they might not be bats. To collect 2 more pairs of bat wings, I would need to actively seek them. It seems that now, I should take some risks and go to Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. The immortal aperture of a rank 8 or 9 was known as a Grotto Heaven. The owner of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven was a rank 8 GU Immortal from 1,700 years ago, 7-Star Child. 7-Star Child had died long ago. During Fang Yuan's previous life, one day, Starry Sky Grotto Heaven fell from high up in Central Continent. It broke up into tens of immortal aperture fragments, and was scattered all over Central Continent. Fang Yuan had already become a GU Immortal. He could not enter these Grotto Heaven fragments. These fragment worlds of the Grotto Heaven were already very fragile. Fang Yuan's cultivation level was too high, and if he tried entering one, it would destroy the extremely unstable Grotto Heaven fragment. Thankfully, Fang Yuan had a bunch of elite subordinates in Bloodwing Demon Sect. After competing with several GU immortals, they split a relatively large Grotto Heaven fragment world between themselves. Fang Yuan and the other immortals sent their respective GU master disciples or subordinates towards the Grotto Heaven fragment world to explore and find resources. Fang Yuan left a will in each of his capable subordinates' minds to direct and supervise them. Thus, he was rather familiar with the scenery inside Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. In this life, currently, Starry Sky Grotto Heaven is still high up in the sky. It had not fallen or broken into pieces. The scenery of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven in my mind will allow me to use fixed immortal travel to enter the Grotto Heaven in advance, to take the resources inside. I remember that there were a number of desolate beasts inside the Grotto Heaven. There were even ancient desolate beasts, and among them, there was a star demon but desolate beast. My goal this time is to go and kill the star demon bat, and obtain the wings. At the same time, I can check the situation and see if I can capture a desolate beast and bring it to Lang Ya Land Spirit. Fang Yuan planned in his mind. There were still many places in Fang Yuan's memories that were similar to this Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. But for some, now was not the time yet, and others were simply too dangerous. Starry Sky Grotto Heaven was the immortal aperture of a rank 8 GU immortal. It had not reached the point of breaking down like in Fang Yuan's previous life. It was still very strong now. In my previous life, I only sent people to indirectly explore the Grotto Heaven fragment world. By that time, the heavenly spirit was no longer around. But in this life, if I go now, the heavenly spirit is sure to be alive. It can summon the entire defensive power of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. If I had not become an immortal zombie, I would not have the qualifications to explore it. Fang Yuan did not know too much about the current Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. He could only deduce it based on his previous life's experiences. In his previous life, he was not the person who benefited the most from this opportunity. It was a rank 8 immortal zombie who rose up as a result of this. The 10 great ancient sects which had been extremely forceful all along suffered a loss under the hands of this immortal zombie. Next, this immortal zombie entered the Central Continent Zombie Alliance branch, and easily defeated the branch leader, becoming the one in charge and calling himself Star Constellation Immortal Zombie. He had been the cause of many incidents. During the 5 regions chaotic war, he was an overlord that could hold his own in his territory. As for the real Starry Sky Heavenly Spirit, Fang Yuan did not see it, and did not know the conditions for the Grotto Heaven to belong to a new owner. A few days later, He Lulan brought Strength Chi Immortal GU and entered Hu Immortal Blessed Land using a Stargate. Next, in Fang Yuan Stone Nest, she and Fang Yuan, together with the thousands of hairy men, refined the 8th batch of Airsac GU. After this, He Lulan did not leave immediately. Instead, she stayed in Hu Immortal Blessed Land and listened to Fang Yuan's information on Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. With Fang Yuan's current strength, it was rather dangerous to enter Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. Thus, Fang Yuan invited his allies. But Fairy Li Shan was cooperating with Qin Baixing right now. Her Mountain Pledge GU was having great use at this time. It allowed Qin Baixing to gather his forces and eliminate the enmity of his foes. He was preparing for a Northern Plains auction that was of unprecedented scale. Qin Baixing's compensation to Fairy Li Shan was an immortal GU. With such great benefits, Fairy Li Shan obviously chose Qin Baixing and gave up on working with Fang Yuan this time. As for Tai Bai Yunsheng, he was with Shark Demon now, entering the sea and exploring Yulu Blessed Land. Even thought Tai Bai Yunsheng wanted to help his junior brother Fang Yuan. He was afflicted with death sentence awaits immortal GU, and could not split himself into 2. There was nothing he could do to help. Only He Lulan was free now. She agreed with Fang Yuan to explore Starry Sky Grotto Heaven together. According to the Snowy Mountain Alliance, since the two were exploring and taking the risk together, any losses to He Lulan would not require Fang Yuan to compensate her twice the amount. At the same time, their gains would be split into Fang Yuan getting 60% and He Lulan getting 40%. After resting for a few days in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, He Lulan entered Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. Fang Yuan tried to activate fixed immortal travel with the image in his mind. He tried for 3 or 4 times, but he did not succeed. Fang Yuan was not surprised. The image in his memories, although it was a portion of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, it had already fallen at that time, and the scenery had changed drastically. Thankfully, Fang Yuan had many images in his memories. After trying for a dozen times, after he spent more than 10 beads of green grape immortal essence, he finally succeeded. With a flash of jade green light, at the next moment, he appeared inside Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. Chapter 7:14. Fighting Star Desolate Hound. Fang Yuan had already activated lion fur armor to protect him tightly. He used all his concentration to quickly scan his surroundings and discovered that he had appeared on the waist of a mountain. Surrounding him were tall ancient trees, and even his 6-meter-tall immortal zombie body could not reach 1/3 of these giant trees. Raising his head, he gazed at the sky through the opening between the lush leaves. The sky was a tranquil green color. There were 6 giant shadows of stars in the green sky. They appeared to be 6 round moons in the color of red, brown, yellow, blue, purple and white. Fang Yuan opened his immortal aperture, and Hei Lulan shortly appeared outside, stepping on the mountain stones. Her eyes flashed with bright light as she looked around. This is inside Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. It is indeed. Let's go. The desolate beast that I want to kill, Star Demon Bat, should be nearby. The two did not know the exact location of the Star Demon Bat, thus they casually chose a direction and moved along it. While moving forward, the two used investigative methods to scan around them all the time. After advancing to a GU Immortal, they had unlimited Primeval Essence and could use Mortal GU freely. The two had also made ample preparations before they had come here. Although they did not have investigative killer moves, they had prepared large numbers of investigative GU worms of all paths to not only enhance their vision and hearing, but also to sense the slight tremors when they walked, and to smell any odd odors when they breathed. At the same time, they spread out their divine senses to cover their surroundings, attaining completion in all aspects of scouting. Time flowed little by little, but this forest did not seem to have any end. 5 minutes have already gone by. There seems to be something wrong. Hei Lulan stopped and solemnly asked Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan nodded, saying in a deep voice, "Indeed, we have already been in Starry Sky Grotto Heaven for some time now but haven't actually encountered a single wild beast. There are only trees or fog. Whether we go up the mountain or down, or move in any direction, things all look the same." Hei Lulan looked up. "Let's fly." The two carefully flew up. The green sky was completely empty. If the two flew high up, they would be very conspicuous and it would be extremely easy for them to be discovered by beast groups and get surrounded. Thus for safety purposes, Fang Yuan and Hei Lulan had chosen to move along the ground. Right now, the two took the risk to attempt flying, but the result was disappointing. The higher they flew up, the thicker the fog became. Finally, the fog became so thick that they could not even see their own fingers. Fang Yuan and Hei Lulan's investigative methods were greatly restricted in this fog. The two discussed and chose to be cautious. Not willing to continue taking this risk, they descended to the ground. "Has the Starry Sky Heavenly Spirit already begun to target us?" Hei Lulan guessed. The situation here, if it is not a unique law of the Grotto Heaven, then it is an illusion, quietly disturbing our sense of direction and obstructing our true senses. "Unfortunately, I don't have any investigative killer moves," Fang Yuan replied. "Don't you have Wisdom Path methods?" Wisdom Path is also specialized in resolving these kinds of circumstances. Hei Lulan asked while frowning. Fang Yuan shook his head. "I indeed have some Wisdom Path methods, but they are rather special. They cannot deduce directions." "How about you? Do you have any investigative killer moves?" Hei Lulan snorted lightly and raised her 2 delicate fists. "I don't have any investigative killer moves, but I do have offensive killer moves. Self-strength." She suddenly punched out with her 2 fists, sending out majestic fist chi. The fist chi surged all around and rapidly condensed into Strength Path Phantoms. These Strength Path Phantoms had fat bodies like bears with triangular eyes and jagged teeth. It was the male shape Hei Lulan had disguised as before. Fang Yuan took a few steps back to give He Lulan sufficient space. These strength path phantoms pounced at He Lulan's main body. The phantoms merged together and soon covered He Lulan, forming a giant strength path phantom. This killer move had astonishing might. He Lulan had used it before in Northern Plains to destroy the flying bear phantom. She again raised a fist. The giant fist ruthlessly smashed at an ancient tree on the side. The thick and sturdy ancient tree immediately broke into two. The lower half remained at the ground but was shaking intensely. The soil around it splattered to reveal the tree roots. The upper half was directly sent flying, cutting through the wind as it collided with another ancient tree, smashing 2 to 3 branches. Boom boom boom. He Lulan punched and kicked. The heavy punches and kicks shook the earth, stones flew, trees toppled down and the fog dispersed. Fang Yuan flew into the sky. His sight was now much more clear. He saw this forest only had the range of 100 li. He and He Lulan had been moving in a circle. Outside of this forest, he saw a scene abundant in nature and life, the wild beasts roaming around, the cries of birds and insects, the gurgling of streams and wild flowers swaying with the wind. It seems this forest itself was special. It should be an extinct tree species. Your information source is somewhat dubious. Our entry was actually in this forest. The giant strength path phantom transmitted its divine sense to communicate with Fang Yuan. Even Fang Yuan, with his plentiful experiences from his previous life and broad vision, did not recognize the origin of this kind of tree. He gave a bitter laugh and changed the topic. After the trees became sparse, this forest no longer has the bewilderment effect. We should take some and plant it in our own blessed lands. Maybe we can make some profits. There was absolutely no issue with the information source, because he himself was the information supplier. In his previous life, Starry Sky Grotto Heaven had shattered into many parts which then fell towards Central Continent. When Fang Yuan had sent people to explore the Grotto Heaven's fragment world, this forest was already in a different shape. Much of it had been damaged and thus it did not show any special effects. This was a warning to Fang Yuan. Although he had previous life's memories, however he had come early to Starry Sky Grotto Heaven in this life, the situation was different, and he could not blindly rely on these memories. The giant strength path phantom gazed at these ancient trees. Even if you had not said it, I intended to do it. When the two had just taken 4 to 5 trees, a dog-shaped desolate beast charged down from the top of the mountain. The dog-shaped desolate beast growled, not concealing the fierce glare of its eyes as it looked directly at He Lulan. He Lulan's strength path phantom giant was not concealed by the trees and was exceptionally conspicuous. Fang Yuan looked at the source of the growl and saw the desolate beast. Its body was as large as a small hill, and glossy azure fur covered it. Whether it was its head, stomach, back, tail or its limbs, they were all covered with star-shaped stripes. These stripes were emitting faint blue radiance. Fang Yuan recognized this beast with just one glance, immediately reminding He Lulan, this is a star-desolate hound. It should be this mountain's overlord. Let's check how powerful the desolate beasts in Starry Sky Grotto Heaven are. If it is weak, don't kill it. It is best if we capture it alive. I have other uses for it. He Lulan frowned. She had an extreme physique strength path immortal body and possessed several great strength path immortal GU. It was not difficult for her to kill a desolate beast, but she still had some difference between the level of capturing a desolate beast alive. However, Fang Yuan continued, you take the lead, I will support. Decide it according to the situation. If we can really capture it alive, I will use immortal essence stones to pay you. Alright, then let's do it like that. He Lulan was not an irresolute person. With a loud shout, the giant strength path phantom took large and loud steps as it charged towards the star-desolate hound. The star-desolate hound fiercely charged down from above and pounced at the giant strength path phantom. He Lulan was not to be outdone and immediately punched and kicked, clashing with the star-desolate hound. The two huge figures rolled down from partway up the mountain towards the foot, like a rolling good. It was like a giant compactor had steamrolled through a path. As the trees were toppled, protruding boulders were smashed and beasts and birds who had not time to escape were crushed into paste. Fang Yuan flapped his bat wings and flew down. 8 lumps of starlight condensed separately on his 8 monstrous claws, but they did not crash down yet. He Lulan's giant strength path phantom was rolling and turning around at times as it clashed with the Star Desolate Hound, like a rolling wheel. The fight was fierce, but the situation was still not decided. The attacks moved so quickly that even an old demon like Fang Yuan was not able to find an opportunity to interfere. Rumble! Dust flew up, the giant phantom and the desolate beast rolled down to the foot of the mountain before finally stopping. The Star Desolate Hound fiercely pounced on the giant phantom. It raised its head and opened its mouth, revealing the snow-white canines that were as sharp as swords and long as halberds, and bit down. Fang Yuan saw the chance. His 8 arms moved and the 8 lumps of starlight that had accumulated enough energy slammed down. Bam bam bam. A series of explosions resounded. The Star Desolate Hound furiously barked. Its attack was interrupted. The giant hound head shook in every direction, flinging off the starlight lumps. However, He Lulan obtained the critical opportunity due to this, letting out a fierce attack. The giant strength path phantom bent its knee and fiercely struck a crucial part between the Star Desolate Hound's rear legs. Howl! The Star Desolate Hound immediately let out an extremely painful cry. Its giant body fiercely jumped like it had been electrocuted and bounced around in the lush forest. Fang Yuan immediately fluttered over, not giving the Star Desolate Hound any time to recover. He flapped his wings in the sky, moving nimbly like a fly as he threw down lumps of starlight right at the Star Desolate Hound's vital areas like eyes, mouth and anus. The Star Desolate Hound bounced around everywhere, but it was gradually not able to hide from Fang Yuan's crafty attacks and started to whine in pain. The Star Desolate Hound had defensive wild GU on it. But facing a killer move like Icy Drill Stardust, a defense from ordinary wild GU would not work. Instead, the defensive GU would rapidly die when facing Icy Drill Stardust. He Lulan controlled her giant strength path phantom and stood up. As expected of a desolate beast, He Lulan sighed in her heart. The strength path killer move that had never failed her before was actually not able to resist the tyrannical strength of the Star Desolate Hound. Especially this giant strength path phantom, which was the pinnacle transformation of her killer move, and yet was actually not a match against the Star Desolate Hound in terms of strength. Since that is the case, then let me use self-strength Immortal GU. He Lulan gave a sinister smile and was about to attack. Suddenly, familiar barks came down from the nearby 2 mountain peaks. Shortly afterwards, 2 female Star Desolate Hounds charged into Fang Yuan and He Lulan's sight. Fang Yuan's movement slowed down, He Lulan's pupils shrunk, and as if they had identical thoughts in mind, they transmitted the same message to each other: run. Chapter 7:15. Diamond Soil. It was not that they could not defeat the 3 desolate beasts, but they would have to engage in fierce combat and expend a lot of effort to defeat them. As Fang Yuan and He Lulan were inside an unfamiliar environment like Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, they would not want to fight with their full strength randomly, especially not against these desolate beasts which they had met by chance. Only a fool would do such a thing. Fang Yuan and He Lulan were experienced schemers. This trip of exploring Starry Sky Grotto Heaven needed to be handled with caution. They had to preserve their battle strength to deal with unexpected situations. Especially when the heavenly spirit of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven had not shown itself yet. The heavenly spirit controlled all aspects of the Grotto Heaven. When Fang Yuan and He Lulan entered, they would have been detected already. Fang Yuan led the way, flapping his wings continuously. He was extremely fast. He did not dare to fly at high altitude, he only flew near the ground. He Lulan was much slower than Fang Yuan. She was behind him as she deeply looked at his wings, thinking and comparing in her heart, Fang Yuan's current speed is not outstanding, I can reach it. But he can move and maneuver so agilely and precisely, he can swerve around the branches of the trees so freely. After nearly 10 li of flying, the 3 Star Desolate Hounds behind them stopped and gave up on He Lulan and Fang Yuan, no longer chasing them. The 2 stopped at a tall tree and took a small rest to recover. Fang Yuan stood on the crown of the tree, trying to decipher their direction. The surrounding mountains were not far from each other, yet they were independent and distinct. Some mountain peaks had green pines growing on them. Some had only shrubs. Some had no trees and only had weeds and wild flowers. All these were man-made arrangements. Nature would not have made things so organized. Fang Yuan could tell. The owner of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, 7-star child, had categorized these mountain peaks into independent areas to nurture different vegetation. This way, he could raise the productivity of specialized products. It seems that the owner of this Grotto Heaven had spent quite some effort on managing it. Hei Lu Lan walked over, standing beside Fang Yuan and observing the area. Fang Yuan instead frowned. This landscape was simply too different from the one in his memories. Did that mean that hundreds of years later, there would be a huge change to Starry Sky Grotto Heaven's terrain, causing it to be completely different after it broke apart and collapsed? This way, Fang Yuan's previous life's memories could not give him any precious help. Hei Lu Lan directed her gaze towards the small bat wings on Fang Yuan's back, asking with great interest, "Your killer move is not bad, where did you buy it?" According to the Snowy Mountain Alliance, Fang Yuan could not lie to Hei Lu Lan, but he could choose to not talk about it. However, true solid bat wings was an ordinary technique of Fang Yuan's, he did not need to hide it. He answered plainly, "This killer move is based on an improvement of my previous killer move, suited for my immortal zombie body. If you want to use it, you will need to transplant a pair of bat wings onto your back." Hei Lu Lan heard this and frowned, though not because she was concerned over destroying her image. She pursued strength. The body of a desolate beast is also an immortal body. Just like the bodies of us GU immortals, their bodies contain Dao marks and are closer to certain laws. Your pair of bat wings should not have the Dao marks of strength path, they are closer to wind path. Transplanting them casually like this, are you not afraid that there would be a conflict between strength path and wind path, resulting in your strength path killer moves weakening? Fang Yuan chuckled, "You know about how reckless savage demon Venerable can transform into all sorts of fierce beasts, right?" "Of course. Reckless savage demon Venerable created Transformation Path. He was the progenitor of Transformation Path." Hei Lu Lan answered. The essence of Transformation Path is to transform one's own body into a fierce beast or plant, and obtain their strength and abilities at the same time. A Transformation Path GU Master can become a Wind Path bird, Fire Path tiger, or Water Path fish, using just one path to project countless paths. Why do their Dao marks not interfere with one another? Fang Yuan asked. Transformation Path GU Masters who solely transform their bodies had not truly ventured into Transformation Path. A truly successful transformation was not only changing one's appearance, but also gaining the beast's respective Dao marks. GU immortals who become desolate beasts not only have the strength, defense, and speed of the desolate beast itself, they can even amplify the effect of GU worms in their respective paths. That is because, every time they transform, they will turn into a single fierce beast. They would only have one type of Dao mark on their bodies. It is unlike you who has two types of Dao marks mixing together, like a GU master trying to cultivate two paths. Furthermore, after they transform, they will use their relevant GU worms to cleanse their bodies, removing all of their current Dao marks, before they can transform into a fierce beast which has another Dao mark. Hei Lu Lan said. Fang Yuan laughed arrogantly. "No, that is because they are not good enough yet, their methods are lacking." Reckless savage demon Venerable was not like this. He ate immemorial desolate beasts and formed desolate beast totems on his body, encompassing countless Dao marks in his body, allowing him to transform at will. When you were undergoing your tribulation, I obtained the true meaning infusions of the demon Venerable. I have already become a Transformation Path Master. Hei Lu Lan was truly shocked. That is to say, you obtained pointers from reckless savage demon Venerable. You have a method to balance different Dao marks. Fang Yuan nodded, but shook his head soon after. I am only at Master Realm. I can only balance 3 different Dao marks. I am also limited by physical transplantation and other restrictions. True solid bat wings can only have up to 3 pairs of wings. That is the greatest display of my current Transformation Path Master Realm attainment. Hei Lu Lan heard Fang Yuan's words and gained much interest in true solid bat wings. Sell this movement killer move to me. I will purchase it at a high price. Fang Yuan shook his head, rejecting her. He had modified this killer move after much effort. It was his unique method. How could he give it to someone else? Unless he no longer needed it in the future, then he would consider selling the simplified version. Hei Lu Lan was slightly disappointed that Fang Yuan rejected her, but she was not surprised. If their roles were swapped, she would have rejected him as well. Fang Yuan did not lack immortal essence stones currently. I finally understand why you want to kill star demon bats now. What does your information say? A star demon bat is nearby. Hei Lu Lan asked. Fang Yuan nodded. From my information, it is close by. But the terrain here is slightly different. Let's look around first. He had surveyed for a long time, but he could not confirm the location. The place in his memory was a rotten swamp with poisonous air. But here, there were mountains independent of each other. How could there be a rotten swamp? 2 hours later. 2 figures were attacking a desolate beast. This desolate beast's body was transparent, like it was made of diamond. Its figure resembled a bear, but it was as large as a mammoth. It was a diamond bear that was rarely seen in the 5 regions. It was Hei Lu Lan and Fang Yuan fighting the diamond bear. Take this. Fang Yuan flew in the air. His 8 arms were moving around as they sent out lumps of starlight specks. The diamond bear stood up, waving its paws and smashing the starlight completely. Hei Lu Lan transformed into the Strength Path Phantom Giant again. She raised her leg and kicked at the diamond bear's belly. The diamond bear growled. As its diamond-like body shined, Hei Lu Lan's giant Strength Path Phantom's right leg broke. This diamond bear's body contains wild GU worms that counter my Strength Path Giant. Hei Lu Lan was shocked, retreating immediately. Killer moves were not invincible, they had weaknesses and could be countered. But the diamond bear did not want to let Hei Lu Lan go. It pounced in her direction. Fang Yuan saw this and immediately rushed over. The starlight lumps in his hands were shot out more quickly, like the pelting of raindrops. At once, the diamond bear was unable to raise its head from the attacks. Here's a big one, enjoy it. Fang Yuan raised 4 of his arms up, summoning a huge icy drill stardust lump that he threw it down. With a loud explosion, the entire diamond bear was covered by the icy drill stardust. The diamond bear was assaulted by the stardust. It growled in pain. It had become greatly angered. Boom! At the next moment, it charged out of the starlight lump, flying into the sky. This bear could fly? Fang Yuan was the closest to it. Caught off guard, he was hit by the diamond bear's raised paws. Bam! At the next moment, Fang Yuan was like a cannonball. He flew out, crashing into dozens of large trees before stopping. His zombie blood was pouring out, with 2 of the arms used to block the bear paw having been cut off, and 3 were fractured. Fang Yuan's mouth twitched. Accidents were bound to happen when fighting desolate beasts. Desolate beasts were not like GU immortals. They did not have much intelligence, but as for which wild GU they had in their bodies, one could not tell upon first contact. Like earlier, the diamond bear actually dispelled Hei Lu Lan's Strength Path Phantom and flew into the air, causing heavy injuries to Fang Yuan. Only after suffering some injuries did Fang Yuan and Hei Lu Lan learn that the diamond bear had very powerful GU worms on it. Not only were there GU worms that countered the Strength Path Phantom, it even had flying GU that could raise such a heavy body into the air. Retreat! Fang Yuan shouted to Hei Lu Lan. Hei Lu Lan had the intention to retreat already. She stopped her killer move and escaped with Fang Yuan. The diamond bear did not chase after them. It picked up Fang Yuan's 2 arms and placed them into its mouth, chewing. Crack! Crack! The diamond bear's teeth were sharp. They easily broke Fang Yuan's immortal zombie arms. It continued to chew, turning the arms into minced meat. The green zombie blood flowed out from the space between the diamond bear's teeth, and an intense stench spread out. The diamond bear swallowed the zombie meat with a weird expression, but it immediately opened its mouth and vomited the food that it had just eaten. What a terrible taste! The diamond bear had a constipated expression as it looked at Fang Yuan's remaining arm with disgust, slamming it into a mountain rock before moving back to its cave that was at the mountain peak grumpily. A moment later, Fang Yuan and Hei Lu Lan sneakily returned. Fang Yuan picked up the amputated arm. After verifying it, he placed it at a wound on his body. He used healing GU worms, and with the recovery ability of the immortal zombie, the amputated arm quickly connected to his wound. As for the remaining arm, it was chewed up by the diamond bear. Fang Yuan could not use it. He sighed and had to regenerate it himself. The immortal zombie body was not a mortal body. To regrow limbs, 6 to 8 hours were needed. This was not simply a regrowth of body parts, the relevant strength path down marks had to be replenished. He Lulan looked at the cave entrance at the highest point of the mountain. In that cave, there are at least 15 kilograms of diamond soil left. Diamond soil was formed from the feces of the diamond bear. It was filled with rich nutrients, and was one of the soils that could be sold for a high price in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Not long ago, Fang Yuan had come to this mountain peak with He Lulan. While Fang Yuan attracted the bear out of the cave, He Lulan sneaked in and took hundreds of kilograms of diamond soil. They were worth at least 30 immortal essence stones. Fang Yuan shook his head. 15 kilograms of diamond soil is not worth the risk. The first time was fine, but if we try a second time, with even more animosity, the diamond bear might not let us off. The diamond bear is sturdy and tough. We will need to pay a huge price to kill it. My goal is the star demon bat. Since it is not in this direction, let's try another direction. Chapter 716. Star Hall. Your information seems to be somewhat unreliable. He Lulan casually sat down on the ground and said while healing her wounds. There was a long, bloody wound on her left arm which stretched from the back of her palm to her elbow. This was the mark left behind from the encounter of He Lulan and Fang Yuan with a desolate beast flying sword rat. The flying sword rat was small and extremely fast. A bit of carelessness resulted in it slashing its claws at them. Even if He Lulan had the great strength true martial physique, having a strength path extreme immortal body, she had to struggle to heal this wound. This was because the wound the flying sword rat caused was filled with Dao marks of metal path, which were repelling the strength path Dao marks of He Lulan's immortal body, and resisting the extreme immortal body's recovery ability. A long while later, He Lulan was able to heal the wound and a thin layer of scab had formed on top of it. She went up to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was sitting on the ground, using his iron-sharp fingernails to draw the outline of the terrain they had explored on a flat rock. There were dozens of green mountain peaks. Most of the green peaks were the territory of a desolate beast, like the star Desolate Hound, flying sword rat, diamond bear and so on. The mountain peaks with no desolate beasts had large numbers of beast groups as well as a sea of GU worms living together. 7-Star Child had clearly invested a great amount of effort to manage Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. Only then could such dense numbers of desolate beasts survive in this piece of territory. However, the strange thing was there were no ancient desolate beasts. Ancient desolate beasts were comparable in battle strength to a rank 7. According to common sense, there should be ancient desolate beasts in this outstandingly managed Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. This was only one of the strange aspects. The second strange aspect was that the heavenly spirit had still not shown itself. Fang Yuan and He Lulan had explored all around and encountered many fights, but were able to smoothly free themselves. Strictly speaking, they were invaders, but this Starry Sky Grotto Heaven was behaving as if it had no heavenly spirit to manage it, and the suppression Fang Yuan had expected did not appear. The third strange thing was that Fang Yuan could not find the poisonous swamp no matter where he searched. According to his previous life's memories, the area he was in right now was the same as the small fragment world of the original Grotto Heaven, which he had sent his subordinates to explore in his previous life. Originally, the poisonous swamp should have been near that ancient tree forest, but Fang Yuan was not able to find it. Could it be that the poisonous swamp is part of the terrain that only appears after several hundred years? I came here this early, thus I am not able to find it? If that is the case, my plan to hunt Star Demon Bat will end in failure. Fang Yuan stared at the diagram of the terrain on the rock, and was pondering everything when suddenly a bright light shot out. He and He Lulan raised their heads at the same time and looked at the green sky. Unknowingly, the sky was filled with countless star specks. The amount of this starlight grew rapidly and continued to grow. In a blink of an eye, the starlight filled the whole world, drifting in disorderly fashion like snow. This is an astronomical change that occurs only in Grotto Heavens. Fang Yuan stood up with an alert gaze, activating lion fur armor. He Lulan also activated her defensive killer move with a vigilant mind. The bright starlight shone on all living beings. Beast roars resounded from each mountain peak, some clear, some crisp, some long and some hoarse. Wind surged, the endless specks of starlight suddenly converged on top of a mountain. After a dazzling blue radiance was sent out, the star specks dispersed and a resplendent giant hall, exquisite and gorgeous, appeared on the mountain peak. This hall. Fang Yuan's pupils enlarged, as he felt a great sense of familiarity with the structure of the hall. It clearly resembled the ruins that had been left behind in the shattered worlds of the Grotto Heaven, which had spread everywhere during his previous life. It was only that the former ruins now showed no trace of damage. Fang Yuan and He Lulang glanced at each other. He Lulang guessed, did the astronomical change occur due to some specific timing and result in the appearance of the hall? Or did the heavenly spirit intentionally set up a trap to lure us in? Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with bright light. The two only hesitated for a moment before deciding to go in the Star Hall. At the same time, in another area of starry sky Grotto Heaven, an intense battle was nearing its climax. "Foul beast, take this king's fist!" A rockman that was as tall as a hill shouted as it smashed down its fist. Wind surged and even the air burst. The desolate beast flying bear could not dodge in time. Its head was struck by the giant stone fist and with a loud sound, it crashed down on the ground, smashing a large crater. Stones and soil flew all around, dust surged up and the earth shook for a while. The rocky giant did not stop, it spread open its two fists then smashed down from high up. Bam! The two palms heavily smashed at the flying bear's thick, snow-white body. The flying bear tried to budge but it was not able to let out even a cry. It was already filled with injuries. The punch just before had cracked its skull and caused it to be on the brink of losing consciousness. Immortal killer move, Earth's root. From the center of his two palms, earth chi bubbled, and countless thick and sharp earth spikes protruded out from the ground like spears. Plop! The desolate beast flying bear was pierced through instantly by hundreds of earth spikes. In its last burst of energy, it raised its head, opened its eyes and let out a mournful cry before its energy was completely spent. Its body stiffened and its head fell back down to the ground. Dong! A sound like that of a drum being struck resounded, with dust rising and falling. An intense scent of hot blood erupted, as it flowed down the stone pillar and quickly dyed the ground red. The flying bear was dead. The rocky giant snorted, it suddenly emitted a piercing light. After the light dispersed, a Gu Immortal proudly stood in the air while crossing his arms. He had short white hair, a pair of golden pupils, broad shoulders, and a thin waist. He wore a tight-fitting combat uniform and a valiant aura was emitted from him. A ray of starlight shot over, transforming into a middle-aged man. He was wearing a long robe with wide sleeves and a high hat on his head. He clapped his hands and praised, as expected of Lord Immortal Monkey King, killing the desolate beast flying bear in just 3 minutes. The white-haired man with golden pupils was a rank 7 Gu Immortal of Combat Immortal Sect, Immortal Monkey King Chalet. Chalet looked at the middle-aged man with an indifferent gaze. 7-star halls have already appeared. Star Lord Wan Song, the 8th-star hall you spoke of, why has it still not opened? This middle-aged man was Star Lord Wan Song, who had traded with Fang Yuan several times. Star Lord Wan Song gave a bright smile. Immortal Monkey King, there's no need to worry. We can only make the 8th-star hall appear when we have killed enough desolate beasts and let their blood seep into the ground. We have already killed 6 desolate beasts but the amount of blood is still not enough. How much more desolate beasts should we kill exactly? Chalet asked impatiently. Star Lord Wan Song revealed a thoughtful expression and said after a pause, according to my annual explorations over the past 20 years and my own speculations, we probably only need to kill 1 more desolate beast. HMPH. You better not deceive me. Chalet replied in an overbearing manner. Star Lord Wan Song lowered his head. I am just a lone cultivator. Even if I had 10 times the guts, I would not dare to deceive Lord Immortal Monkey King. Based on Central Continent's time, I can only forcibly break into this star path Grotto Heaven during this point of the year. Moreover, the duration we can stay is only 2 days. After these 2 days, the small opening leading to the Grotto Heaven will close up and we won't be able to exit. Why would I deceive you when time is so limited? I also want to plunder more resources, but several years ago, I accidentally saw the 8th Star Hall. That hall was covered in a foreboding atmosphere. The guards of the Star Hall were all ancient desolate beasts. It definitely is the central control point of this grotto heaven, and it is very likely for the heavenly spirit to be there. Shalei nodded. He believed Star Lord Wan Xiong's words. He has known Star Lord Wan Xiong for some time and was familiar with the latter's nature. Sigh, if not because I had a huge battle with Song Zixing and spent large numbers of immortal essence, and that I urgently require large amounts of immortal essence stones to convert into immortal essence due to my blessed land's approaching tribulation, I would not have told such a huge secret to you. Star Lord Wan Xiong sighed. Shalei's tone softened. Don't worry, I will abide by the agreement. 80% of this exploration's battle spoils will go to you while I take 20%. Also, I will not tell anyone else about this secret. Later, we will come to explore this grotto heaven every year. Right now, only Star Lord Wan Xiong had the special method to enter Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. Shalei still had not grasped the method. Lord Shalei has an outstanding reputation. I can be at ease. According to my past explorations, there is a star demon bat not far away and it is rather easy to kill. Alright, let's go there. Old rules, when fighting, you stand to the side, don't interfere. Shalei was very decisive and immediately started flying rapidly towards the destination. Star Lord Wan Xiong laughed bitterly while hurriedly following behind. Fang Yuan and He Lulan cautiously entered the Star Hall. This Star Hall had no defenses. There was no one inside, only 6 large wells in the center of the main hall. Water was surging inside these 6 large wells. The water in the wells were of different colors: red, brown, yellow, blue, purple and white. The well water was glittering and translucent and emitted slight radiance. He Lulan and Fang Yuan used investigative GU worms to completely check them. Their discovery was that the well water, the Star Hall, everything was as normal as they could be. This was naturally impossible. How could an ordinary hall appear out of thin air? How could ordinary well water be of different colors and emit light? The only explanation was that the 6 well waters in this Star Hall were related to the grotto heaven's astronomical transformations. If so, the mortal investigative GU of He Lulan and Fang Yuan were not of high enough level to investigate anything. The two were unable to distinguish the mysteries of the 6 wells, and fell into a predicament for a while. This color? He Lulan observed again and could not help mumbling. Fang Yuan knew what she was thinking. He remembered when they had just arrived in Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, he had looked at the sky. He saw the shadows of 6 stars in the sky. They were as large as the full moon and were easy to notice. These 6 star shadows were the colors of red, brown, yellow, blue, purple and white, the same as these 6 waters in the wells. What connection do they have? Fang Yuan mumbled and sent a mortal storage GU inside a well to take out some of the water to study. However, when the mortal GU entered the well water, the tranquil and calm well water suddenly moved and formed a whirlpool, swallowing the mortal GU. Chapter 717. Killing Star Demon Bat. But the mortal GU that Fang Yuan tossed in had completely vanished into the water. Fang Yuan knew that his mortal GU had not been destroyed yet, because he could still sense its existence. But this connection was very weak now. The connection between a GU master and GU worm had much to do with distance. The further the GU worm is from the GU master, the weaker their connection. In that case, when a GU master uses the GU, their mind would send orders. If they gave 10 orders, 9 might be missed and the GU worm would only execute 1. Of course, this was in ordinary cases. A small portion of GU worms could maintain a strong connection over a huge distance. They could be easily activated even if they were far away. Some GU worms were even more peculiar. The closer they were to the GU master, the weaker their connection. Creating distance between them could improve their connection instead. Fang Yuan originally had a close connection to the mortal GU, but now the feeling was much weaker. It was like the two were very far apart. Fang Yuan followed the connection in his mind, slowly deducing the direction and raising his head. All he saw was the top of the walls in the Star Hall. Fang Yuan activated his investigative GU. in his field of vision, the roof of the Star Hall became translucent. Fang Yuan's gaze pierced through the roof of the Star Hall, seeing the 6 huge circular star shadows in the green sky. He felt a sensation in his mind. His gaze remained on one of the star shadows. According to the remaining connection he had, he knew that the mortal GU was on top of that star shadow. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The star demon bat's huge wings whipped up fierce winds as countless arrows shot out at the same time. These arrows were all made of starlight. They flew very quickly, piercing the air. Their numbers were high, flying towards Immortal Monkey King Chalet like a storm. Seeing the large-scale attack, Chalet scoffed in disdain, merely rank 2-star arrow GU, except the numbers are a bit high. Mortal killer move, fallen grey cloak. Chalet's body shook as a thin layer of yellow-white smoke and dust covered him. He did not dodge, he allowed the arrows to land on his body. No matter how many star arrows came, they dissipated after coming into contact with the mortal killer move fallen grey cloak, vanishing in an instant. The star demon bat lacked intelligence, it could not use killer moves. Although the scale of the wild GU on its body was large, it could not use GU in great quantity. How could such an attack compare to a killer move that a human cultivator came up with painstakingly? This time, look at my eagle transformation! Chalet shouted, his body shining in a bright golden light. As the light dissipated, Chalet had vanished. In his place was a desolate beast Iron Crown Eagle. The Iron Crown Eagle spread its wings, flying in the air. Its sharp claws that resembled steel gave off an imposing aura. The size of its body was not any smaller than the Star Demon Bat. Far away, Star Lord Wan Xiong quietly observed the battle. Seeing this, he sighed helplessly. Immortal Monkey King Chalet was a battle maniac. He refused to fight together in each of these battles. Up to this point, Chalet had already killed 11 desolate beasts. Every time he fought a desolate beast, he would use a different type of transformation path killer move, to fight using the body of different desolate beasts. Star Lord Wan Xiong was anxious about the time. He had urged Chalet to use his strongest methods. But Chalet rejected him, saying that he wanted to use this opportunity to accumulate transformation path battle experience. He did not want to waste any chance he had. By accumulating his foundations, he would eventually trigger a qualitative change, elevating his transformation path realm. The Iron Crown Eagle flew for a while, before screeching and pouncing towards the Star Demon Bat. The Star Demon Bat was also screeching. Its ruthless nature was awakened as it did not evade. It flapped its wings and collided with the Iron Crown Eagle. 2 huge winged figures were clashing in the sky violently. The Star Demon Bat bit with its mouth, while the Iron Crown Eagle attacked with its beak. The Star Demon Bat scratched with its claws, but the Iron Crown Eagle's talons were just as sharp. They were evenly matched. The two had exchanged many blows within a moment. They left many injuries on each other's body. After a while, they pulled some distance between them. The Star Demon Bat shrieked loudly in a self-satisfied manner. The Iron Crown Eagle that Chalet had transformed into had lost most of its feathers. It flapped its wings and after much effort, it stabilized its body. In the battle earlier, the Iron Crown Eagle had suffered a loss, while the Star Demon Bat had the upper hand. Not only were most of its feathers gone, there was an injury on its stomach, filled with star path down marks. It bled continuously and prevented the Iron Crown Eagle's body from healing naturally. Desolate beasts were different from GU Immortals. GU Immortals had weak bodies, their strength rested in GU worms. Even if strength path GU Immortals made their bodies extremely strong, it was still from the effects of GU worms. Meanwhile, the strength of desolate beasts was in their own bodies. Desolate beasts have strength, defense, and other attributes from birth. This was something humans could only dream of. Especially when a desolate beast gets closer to nature during their growth, and develops more Dao marks on their bodies. When they fight in battle, the injuries that desolate beasts cause will have Dao marks lingering. Injuries involving Dao marks were very hard to get rid of. Not only did they resist the body's self-healing, they also hindered the use and effect of healing GU. Of course, if the desolate beast had an immortal GU, the situation would be completely different. The Iron Crown Eagle shrieked, ignoring its injuries and pouncing towards the Star Demon Bat. The two met in the sky again. After several attacks, the Star Demon Bat found an opening and flapped its wings quickly, slamming on the Iron Crown Eagle's head. The Iron Crown Eagle went into a daze, falling towards the ground. The Star Demon Bat flew in the air, flapping its wings thrice at the Iron Crown Eagle. The first one caused an intense wind to blow, as thousands of wind blades shot out. The second caused a burst of starlight, over 10,000 star arrows flew out. The third caused darkness to gather, forming a giant spectre that charged towards the Iron Crown Eagle. The Iron Crown Eagle first crashed onto the ground, causing rocks to fly and a crater to form. Next, after it raised its head, it was cut by the wind blades. The Iron Crown Eagle shrieked. It endured the attacks and did not retreat. After enduring the wind blade attacks, it had hundreds of light wounds on its body. It wanted to flap its wings, but the star arrows flew over. These arrows had extraordinary strength. They pierced into the Iron Crown Eagle's body and caused many wounds, but those were not deep. Next, that spectre which had no solid body drilled into the Iron Crown Eagle's mind. If it was any ordinary desolate beast, they would have been in trouble, but this Iron Crown Eagle was Shalei's transformation. Shalei snorted coldly. Thoughts and wills moved in his head, destroying the spectre in the blink of an eye. Although he was an Earth Path GU Immortal who also cultivated Transformation Path, he was an established expert. He was a veteran GU Immortal. He learned a lot about many other paths and had a set of complete defensive measures against GU worms of other paths. Lord Immortal Monkey King. At the side, Star Lord Wan Xiong shouted in concern. The Iron Crown Eagle spoke human words, laughing loudly. Don't interfere, stay at the side, this is my battle. Intense fire seemed to be burning in the eagle's eyes. With much determination, Shalei flapped his wings and flew up towards the Star Demon Bat, but was sent flying. Bang! With a loud sound, the eagle crashed on the ground again. Good, interesting. Shalei shouted. He got more excited as he fought. Ignoring his injuries, he rushed up again. He was fighting with something he was not familiar with in terms of close combat. How could he be the Star Demon Bat's match? In their fight, he quickly fell into a disadvantage. But every time Shalei lost, he would battle again. The eagle's head would rise up highly, and the eagle eyes would always stare at its opponent. This maniac! Star Lord Wan Xiong watched with a grimacing expression. Shalei obviously had defensive moves like Fallen Grey Cloak, but after transforming into the Iron Crown Eagle, he did not use any of them in battle. This had happened many times in his previous battles as well. Star Lord Wan Xiong had asked earlier, but Shalei's answer was that he was purposely not using them. It was to experience the joy of battle with his own body. This would be the most effective way to raise his battle foundation. Shalei was a battle addict. He was a fierce man who derived pleasure from fighting. Again! Shalei shouted, flapping his wings towards the Star Demon Bat. The two sides got closer rapidly. Seeing that they were about to collide, the Star Demon Bat suddenly flapped its wings, displaying an incredible flying ability, passing the Iron Crown Eagle narrowly. Whoosh! The Star Demon Bat suddenly breathed out a shooting star, hitting the Iron Crown Eagle's back. The Iron Crown Eagle spat out some blood. Its body shook as it had to flap its wings to stabilize itself. Next, Star Lord Wan Xiong heard Shalei laughing. Interesting, bullying my flying attainment which is only master level. Saying so, he flapped his wings and rushed up. The Star Demon Bat did not take the attack directly. It retreated while using Star Path, Wind Path, or Dark Path GU worms to attack its enemy from far away. The two had fought for a long time. Unknowingly, the Star Demon Bat's body was filled with injuries. These injuries all had metal path down marks. They could not heal any time soon. Of course, the injuries on the Iron Crown Eagle were at least twice as severe as the Star Demon Bat. But Shalei fought crazily. It struck fear in the Star Demon Bat. This dominating desolate beast that ruled over a mountain felt some apprehension and did not dare to fight directly. The Star Demon Bat's intelligence was low. What it was doing was giving on its advantage and fighting with its weakness. It had mortal GU on it. Although they could disturb Shalei, they were not as dangerous to him as fighting at close range. The Iron Crown Eagle did not use any defensive methods as usual, but its aura was surging as it dodged left and right, finally getting close to the Star Demon Bat. After shrieking loudly, the Eagle Claw grasped downwards at it. The Star Demon Bat dodged agilely, but Shalei found an opening. In terms of flying attainment, the Star Demon Bat, which had been flying its entire life, was at least a flying Grandmaster. The Star Demon Bat pulled some distance, using GU worms to attack at a range, while the Iron Crown Eagle tried to get close to engage in close combat with it. In this fashion, the two fought for a while. The Star Demon Bat was bound to mess up at some point. Finally, the Iron Crown Eagle found a flaw and used its eagle claws to tear the bat wings. With a hole in the bat wings, the Star Demon Bat's flying ability fell drastically. Before it could adapt to the injury, the Iron Crown Eagle found even more flaws. Shalei pursued it during this prime opportunity. After enduring the Star Demon Bat's final struggle, he killed it. The Star Demon Bat landed on the ground. Its blood was pouring like a river. The ground absorbed the blood, just like what Star Lord Wan Slong said. A formless energy had been activated. In the sky, starlight appeared again. Chapter 718. Starshine Fake IGU. Different from the previous star halls, this star hall was floating in the air. Its design was exquisite, giving off a majestic beauty that was far above those star halls on the mountains. The 8th star hall has finally appeared.
My speculation was indeed correct.
Star Lord Wan Slong spoke with excitement. Shalei cancelled the Iron Crown Eagle transformation and returned to his human form. The injuries on his body were still recovering. The blood flow had yet to stop. He indifferently glanced at the sky with his golden pupils. No wonder you guessed that this was the Grotto Heaven central control point. Looking at its appearance, it is very likely to be that. He grimaced in pain and sat down, healing the wounds. His healing was in no way simple. He first used large numbers of GU worms to eliminate the down marks of Star Path, Wind Path, Dark Path and other paths that had filled the wounds. Only then did he use healing GU worms which showed visible effects. Star Lord Wan Slong waited for a little while, and when he saw Shalei's injuries were roughly treated, he finally could not endure and urged him, "Your healing is almost done, right? Time is limited, Lord Immortal Monkey King. The prerequisite for the 8th star hall to appear is that the other 7 star halls should be formed first. Every time the 7 star halls appear, they will only exist for 15 minutes. When the 7 star halls disappear, the 8th star hall will also disappear. Why are you in a hurry? If you are in such a rush, you can enter it first." Shalei opened his eyes and coldly glanced at Star Lord Wan Slong. Lord Shalei is jesting. My battle strength has fallen to the depths. I still need to rely on Lord to break through the ancient Desolate Beast's defenses. Star Lord Wan Slong chuckled and did not speak any further. However, his fists that were hidden inside his sleeves were tightly clenched. If not for his strength plummeting and the tribulation coming soon, why would he reveal this treasury on his own initiative?
And why would he have to be forced to bottle up his frustration?
He knew Shalei's scheme and intentions. Shalei was a battle addict, unreasonable and unruly, but he was in no way stupid. Everyone who reached a high position had their own outstanding points. The outstanding and famous Shalei did not lack shrewdness. Shalei accepted Star Lord Wan Slong's invitation to come to Starry Sky Grotto Heaven to plunder resources. But he did not put in his full effort. He was interested in breaking through the 8th star hall, but he was not willing to see Star Lord Wan Slong obtain large numbers of resources to pull through the difficulties and escape his grasp. If Star Lord Wan Slong does not obtain a fortune in this trip, he would have to request help from others when undergoing the tribulation. Shalei could help him then and also obtain a greater grasp on him. When that happens, in their future visits to Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, Shalei could obtain larger benefits which would absolutely not be in an 80-20 ratio like in this trip. Every year, Starry Sky Grotto Heaven would reveal a tiny gap which allowed GU Immortals to enter it. Every time, the GU Immortals could only stay inside for 2 days of Central Continent's time. There were abundant desolate beasts and resources in Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. It was clearly a small but steady source of resources. Star Lord Wan Slong was a prime example of this. he was obviously a lone cultivator, but with each of his visits to Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, he was able to strengthen himself to the extent that his peak battle strength did not lose out to the majority of GU immortals of the 10 great ancient sects. Even when fighting Song Zixing, he had even been able to make a good record of himself. After a while, Shalei's injuries healed completely with no traces of injuries anywhere on him. Because of the previous oath, Shalei could not push it too far. He examined his body once, then stood up. "Sorry to keep you waiting, we can now go in." Star Lord Wan Song put on a smiling expression and shook his head. "It was me who was overly anxious. I have to ask Immortal Monkey King to not blame me. More preparations quicken the speed of the work. I will still have to rely on your strength a lot more." Shalei bluntly nodded. "Naturally." He stamped his foot and charged straight into the sky. Star Lord Wan Song followed closely behind. The two immortals moved towards the 8th star hall in the sky together. At the same time, Fang Yuan and He Lulan also jumped out of a well. "This is another star hall," Fang Yuan said as he scanned his surroundings. He Lulan nodded. "We used many methods to test and we were not wrong. These 6 wells are passages." The two gazed behind them. The center of this star hall also had 6 wells. But the colors were slightly different from the previous star hall. In the previous star hall, the 6 well waters were of red, brown, yellow, blue, purple and white color. However, the 6 well waters here emitted the colors of red, brown, yellow, blue, green and white. Purple was gone and green was added. He Lulan and Fang Yuan looked at each other. Both were clever and shrewd, and they both obtained an understanding. "What do you think of it?" He Lulan asked. Fang Yuan grinned, showing his sharp, jagged canines as he replied with his hoarse voice, "If I am not wrong, this Starry Sky Grotto Heaven has a special terrain. There are a total of 7 spaces. These 7 spaces are isolated and independent of each other. Outsiders can only enter or exit them through the 6 wells in the star halls." He Lulan nodded and picked up a GU worm from the ground. "This is the mortal GU you tossed earlier into the purple well water. It is the best proof. If my speculation is right, there is also another form of proof, that is the sky. When we go out of this star hall, this space's sky should also have 6 round shadows of stars. The difference should be that there, instead of a purple star shadow, there should be a green star shadow." Fang Yuan agreed with He Lulan's speculation. Normal Grotto Heavens and Blessed Lands would have integrated spaces. But Starry Sky Grotto Heaven was special. It was actually divided into 7 spaces, and every space had an independent sky, earth, and ecology. In his previous life, what Fang Yuan explored was only the fragment world of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, and he did not know of this layer of mystery. He and He Lulan finished discussing and they walked out of the door of the hall, gazing at the sky. They saw 6 round star shadows like 6 full moons floating in the air. He Lulan clapped her hands and gave a bright smile, "Just like I guessed." "Wait, someone is here." Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk as he looked at the moving objects in the distance and happened to see Shalei and Star Lord Wan Song rapidly flying. Following the direction they were flying towards, Fang Yuan discovered the 8th star hall. This star hall seems to be of a higher standard. It is hovering in the air and is being coveted by others. It is very likely that it is the central control point of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. He Lulan guessed, her gaze stuck on the 8th star hall. "There are actually others who are 1 step ahead of us," Fang Yuan mumbled. He was shocked internally. According to his previous estimation, Starry Sky Grotto Heaven was a place with no one but the heavenly spirit existing in it. If not for this, Starry Sky Grotto Heaven should not have fallen in his previous life. However, the current situation was that he saw no signs of the heavenly spirit and instead saw 2 GU immortals. As for the GU immortals' appearances and identities, the distance between them was very far, so Fang Yuan and He Lulan were not able to see clearly. However, the two felt that neither of these 2 GU immortals were the owners of this Grotto Heaven. If one of them was the owner of this Grotto Heaven, they would have already sensed He Lulan and Fang Yuan, and would have acted by now. What's strange about it? You could obtain the secret intelligence about Starry Sky Grotto Heaven from some source. Does that mean other GU immortals cannot? He Lulan was able to accept this fact much more easily than Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan laughed bitterly in his heart. He had concealed from He Lulan that the so-called information source was, in fact, his own self. However, it seemed that the truth and his preconceptions were vastly different. The first possible cause for this situation would be Fang Yuan's rebirth constantly influencing the various events in the world, causing a butterfly effect. The second possible reason was there was a lot of details behind the scenes regarding the fall of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven in his previous life. It was just that he did not know about them, and now in this life, he ran across one of the inside stories. Fang Yuan's thoughts ebbed and flowed, inclining towards the second cause. At this moment, sounds of fighting came from the 8th Star Hall. Looks like these two GU immortals are of similar status to us. They are also outsiders. But they are a step ahead of us. He Lulan's gaze flickered. Fang Yuan did not reply, he just snickered. His laughter was cold. He Lulan also silently grinned. These two were formidable characters and were also schemers. Right now, the enemy was in the open while they were in the dark, and both felt they had huge advantage. They could even be said to be the Oriole in the saying the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the Oriole behind. Immediately, Fang Yuan and He Lulan activated large numbers of mortal GU to hide their bodies and restrain their auras, as well as using many kinds of investigative methods to scout. The two quietly closed the Star Hall's door, got rid of all their traces, and slowly moved outside. After a while, Fang Yuan, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped and warned He Lulan, "Slow down, there is a rank 5 investigative GU ahead." He Lulan carefully probed, and saw an eye-like small GU worm quietly hovering in the air. Its eyes were slowly moving around, constantly scanning its surroundings. The two were not surprised. With just one look, one could see this GU worm was not a wild GU and was clearly left behind by the two GU immortals from before. This was expected. Previously, when Fang Yuan and He Lulan had explored the space relating to the Green Star Shadow, they had also left behind similar investigative GU to keep watch on their paths. After becoming a GU immortal, one no longer lacked mortal GU. These mortal GU could let the GU immortal constantly scan their surroundings, mark the area, warn them, and many other uses. He Lulan was young, she had just advanced into a GU immortal, thus was not able to recognize this GU's details, giving a suggestion of caution, "Let's detour." Fang Yuan smiled, "No need. This GU is Starshine Fake Eye GU, it has a long-range sensing ability. GU immortals can observe the situation of the surroundings through it. Its scope is 5 Li, it cannot detect stealth, and not only does using this GU constantly consume Primeval essence, it also burdens the soul. We can use methods to be invisible and boldly go past it." At the same time, Fang Yuan added in his mind, "This GU worm is often used together with True Sight GU, which can then detect stealth and invisibility. But that is the situation during the 5 regions chaotic war. The True Sight GU is still being held by some small sect right now and has not been wantonly spread." He Lulan glanced at Fang Yuan, still not feeling relieved. "Are you sure you are not wrong? GU immortals research new GU all the time. Maybe this GU worm is a newly researched GU that can see through invisibility." Fang Yuan snickered. "You think I only looked at it with my eyes and did not use other GU worms to check it? Don't worry, 8 or 9 out of 10 GU immortals are flying masters, but having even 2 to 3 refinement path masters out of 10 would be pretty good. Refinement path is considerably harder to advance compared to other paths." Chapter 719. Small methods have profound meaning. The more one understands, the more shocking it is. The two hid their bodies and swaggered into Starshine Fake Eye GU's range, and they indeed did not attract any GU immortals' attention. Along the way, the two found similar types of investigative GU like Starshine Fake Eye GU. Some of these GU worms were buried in the ground, some were disguised as tree leaves, and some were hidden in brooks, drifting with the water. Fang Yuan used his methods one by one, sometimes invisibility, sometimes GU worms directed at countering them, or tunneling under the ground or swimming through water, all kinds of methods to slip past these investigative GU worms. The two had wanted to move until they were below the 8th star hall, and the shortest way would be a straight line to the 8th star hall. If they got a chance, they could also quickly react and use the shortest amount of time to charge to the 8th star hall, and fish benefits from the messy situation. However, as they walked through this straight line, a bloody odor assailed their noses from ahead. Fang Yuan and He Lulan glanced at each other. The latter revealed a doubtful look as she used her divine sense to transmit, strange, both the amount of investigative GU in this path and their types are increasing more and more.
Let's take a look,
Fang Yuan replied. The two cautiously evaded or deceived the investigative GU worms, and discovered further traces of battle. After a while, they finally reached the area where there was the most intense odor of blood. They saw a black leopard's corpse lying on the shattered and disordered pile of rocks. The black leopard was as large as an elephant. Its fur was glossy and shiny, full of wild charm. The remaining aura showed the black leopard's identity, a genuine desolate beast. This desolate beast is a vanishing shadow leopard, Fang Yuan said in a low voice. It is that someone killed this vanishing shadow leopard and yet left behind its corpse here. He Lulan revealed a trace of doubt. Fang Yuan squatted down near the ground, and used his hand to feel the gully beside his legs. He then took out a time path GU worm and carefully activated it. This GU worm had the appearance of a crystal sphere, and was an extremely rare rank 5 GU. Its name was Backtrack GU, an investigative GU under time path, which could backtrack to the past events within a specific range. Backtrack GU was activated. It displayed a blurry and mute battle scene. In the scene, two giant figures were in an intense battle while a small figure was standing far away to the side. Backtrack GU was only a rank 5 mortal GU, and whether it was Shalei, the Vanishing Shadow Leopard or Star Lord Wan Xiong, they were all rank 6 or above. Immortal bodies and desolate beast bodies had Dao marks, thus Backtrack GU's investigative ability was restrained greatly. He Lulan came closer and watched the battle. The mute battle scene was extremely blurry. But they could roughly guess that one of them was the Vanishing Shadow Leopard from the approximate build. And the one battling with the Vanishing Shadow Leopard did not seem to be a human but a tiger desolate beast. The one standing far away had a human shape and could be a GU immortal. But their appearance was blurry and they could not be sure. Not only this, the battle scene broken off intermittently and was not coherent. Fang Yuan and He Lulan observed the battle with all their attention. For a moment, other than the slight breeze in the mountains, there was no other sound. After a dozen breaths of time, scorching smoke started to curl up from the Backtrack GU and the battle scene suddenly disappeared. The Backtrack GU had died as a result of forcibly recreating the image of the GU immortal level battle. Fang Yuan felt slight heartache, and put the scorched corpse of Backtrack GU back inside his immortal aperture to get rid of any traces. He had been gathering this Backtrack GU from Treasure Yellow Heaven recently, but even then, he only had a total of 50 to 60. This was still the case when the 5 regions were in peaceful times. During the chaotic war of the regions, Backtrack GU would be widely used and very hard to get. It would be a case where one would have to produce them for their own use. Treasure Yellow Heaven would simply have none for sale. He Lulan was very interested. This GU worm is quite ingenious. What is its name? Did you buy it in Treasure Yellow Heaven? The varieties of GU worms in existence were as vast as the ocean. Moreover, He Lulan cultivated strength path, not time path, and her understanding of other paths was only at the basics, limited to the typically used GU worms. GU worms like Backtrack GU were classified as rare GU of another path. It was normal for her to not know of it. Fang Yuan did not reply. Instead he took out another GU. He had refined this GU himself based on his memories. According to the course of history, this GU should have only appeared 300 years later. Its name was Thread Trace GU. Its appearance was quite special, resembling a small horsewhip which children from northern plains played with as toys. Fang Yuan used his enormous, monstrous zombie claws to grab it, making its small size even more apparent. Fang Yuan grabbed the handle of the horsewhip and softly whipped at the air in front of him. Crack! The empty air suddenly showed traces of marks. What is this? He Lulan gazed at the marks without blinking. Crack, crack, crack. Fang Yuan whipped the horsewhip like thread trace GU repeatedly. The marks in the air continued to increase. He Lulan watched the whole process and soon was able to sense that the space Fang Yuan was whipping at was the area where the fight in the battle scene had occurred, and also the area where that blurry GU Immortal had been standing. As various thoughts flashed past, He Lulan's pupil slightly enlarged, blurting, "Could these marks be Dao marks?" Fang Yuan gave a contented smile at this moment. "Right, they are Dao marks. Whether it be GU Immortals or Desolate beasts, they are filled with Dao marks, and any area they stop at will leave behind Dao marks for a short period of time. It is just that these Dao marks are extremely weak, that even GU Immortals paying close attention won't be able to sense them, that is, unless they use this thread trace GU that I researched. From observing these Dao marks, I can infer some information on them." Fang Yuan once again brazenly took on someone else's creation from his previous life as his own. Thread trace GU. He Lulan mumbled. Her gaze towards Fang Yuan had changed a little. Fang Yuan pointed towards the area where Star Lord Wan Song had stood previously. "Look, the Dao marks have manifested and formed a human shape. The color is azure blue, which means a star path GU Immortal had been observing the battle. The greater portion of the Dao marks had stayed there, and although there are some Dao marks in the surroundings, they are mostly tightly enclosed around the greater portion. This means that Star Path GU Immortal had only been observing from the side during the whole battle. And looking at the concentration of the Dao marks, it seems to be a rank 6 GU Immortal." He Lulan looked at the direction Fang Yuan pointed towards and listened to him, paying full attention. Fang Yuan then pointed at the area where the vanishing shadow leopard died. There were remaining Dao marks of black color for Dark Path and red color for Fire Path. He continued, "The Dark Path Dao marks clearly belong to the vanishing shadow leopard, while the red-colored Dao marks belong to the existence that killed the vanishing shadow leopard. As for their identity, whether they are man or beast, that is still not certain. Look at how concentrated these Dao marks are and how they are intertwined with each other. This shows that the battle was very intense. The Dark Path Dao marks are sparse while the red-colored Dao marks are rather dense. We can deduce that the existence that killed the vanishing shadow leopard is also at least of rank 6 realm." He Lulan's mouth widened slightly as she listened to Fang Yuan. Her gaze towards the thread trace GU in Fang Yuan's hand became slightly burning. This thread trace GU was only a rank 5 mortal GU, but it was very useful. With just this GU, one could infer so much useful information. The key thing was the thoughts involved in refining it were very special, and it could even be said to have blazed an unexpected new trail that bypasses common logic. He Lulan might have just recently advanced into a GU Immortal, but she understood the importance of information and started to give more significance to Fang Yuan of invention, thread trace GU. Had Shalay and Star Lord Wan Song been here, they would probably be soaked in cold sweat. They had used mainstream investigative methods and counter-investigative methods, but thread trace GU just happened to pierce through the gap in them. Fang Yuan's methods were from the time of the chaotic war of the 5 regions. After all, the materialization of the intelligence of the whole 5 regions, it was like they were over half an era ahead of current GU Immortals. Naturally they had huge superiority. Crack, crack, crack. Fang Yuan lashed the horsewhip several times. Many more Dao marks appeared, but also many more disappeared. These Dao marks were very weak and were gathered together by thread trace GU, thus greatly shortening their already limited lifespan. Dao marks entangled mutually, getting more disorderly. Fang Yuan finally stopped lashing the horsewhip and sighed. This is more or less the ability of this thread trace GU. The manifestation of Dao marks lasts only for a period of time and requires the observer to have plenty of experience. Moreover, activating Immortal GU also leaves behind responding Dao marks. In an intense battle, many abilities and methods are used, causing the Dao marks to entangle and become extremely chaotic with no way to infer anything. However, fortunately, few methods were used in this battle, so we are able to roughly understand the situation. He Lulan's eyelids twitched. Inferring so much useful information with a mere rank 5 mortal GU and still not satisfied? Her gaze firmly locked upon the thread trace GU until Fang Yuan stored it back in his immortal aperture. She keenly discovered that the formerly intact thread trace GU's whip-like body was full of cracks now. Clearly, there was a price to pay for manifesting the Dao marks. He Lulan inwardly estimated, this thread trace GU could be used for 2 more times at the minimum. Immediately, her evaluation of thread trace GU increased by another level. It could be used for a total of 3 times. A mere rank 5 GU worm could be used 3 times to investigate into existences of rank 6 level and obtain so much information. Just as He Lulan was unable to endure and was about to ask if Fang Yuan was selling thread trace GU, Fang Yuan took out another investigative GU worm. This was only a Qi path GU worm which Fang Yuan used to draw in the surrounding sense. Next, Fang Yuan stored this Qi path GU worm and took out another GU worm. He moved everywhere around the battlefield and activated GU worms from time to time. He Lulan was only able to recognize a small portion of these GU worms, but it was also not to the extent where she was certain. The remaining greater portion, He Lulan simply had no idea, unable to recognize any of them. She subconsciously pursed her lips, as she for the first time felt that Fang Yuan had unfathomable depths. During the journey in Northern Plains, she only felt that Fang Yuan was experienced and astute, and a major enemy. When cooperating with Fang Yuan, she had no choice but to do so, and was very aware that it was asking for favors from a tiger. She got Fang Yuan's help to pass through her tribulation and become a GU immortal. She had thought she could suppress Fang Yuan a notch. But soon, Fang Yuan used her and Fairy Li Shan to scare even Immortal Crane Sect's GU immortals away. The whole thing was won before engaging in battle, which gave no chance for He Lulan to make a move. Since there was no loss in battle, Fang Yuan did not have to pay twice the compensation. It was akin to him obtaining his objective without losing anything. In contrast, to coax Fang Yuan to make an effort, He Lulan had to give the precious true meaning infusion of reckless savage demon Venerable to him. Fang Yuan was also truly ruthless. He swallowed it whole without leaving behind anything to He Lulan. Later, Fang Yuan started the Guts GU business and took the initiative to share profits with He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan. Although he needed He Lulan's strength Qi Immortal GU in the process, He Lulan did not feel comfortable the whole time. It seemed as if she was being controlled. Now, He Lulan felt a shiver in her heart as she looked at Fang Yuan using these methods. These small methods all used mortal GU and were seemingly unremarkable, but He Lulan was a discerning person. How could she not understand the profound significance represented by these small methods? Chapter 720. Picking them up one by one, a windfall of a great fortune. Thus, in terms of investigative methods, He Lulan was not inferior to ordinary GU immortals. But Fang Yuan's foundation is so deep, he is evidently miles ahead of most GU immortals now. Although I have several immortal GU, can I be like Fang Yuan and create new GU independently, to modify and perfect my own killer moves? He Lulan shook her head internally. Her strength path killer move was given to her by her mother. To refine new GU, one had to create new GU recipes. This process not only required resources and ample foundation in that path, one also needed inspiration and luck. He Lulan was indeed a GU immortal, but she was too young. She was not a refinement path master, and not even skilled in refinement path. Foundation could only be attained after a long period of trial and error, of exploring and accumulating experiences slowly. At this point, Fang Yuan walked back. He hummed, summing up all of the clues. I mostly know the other parties' identities already. Oh. One is a rank 6 star path GU immortal. He has not made a move yet and is more mysterious. The other is an Earth Path GU immortal who cultivates Transformation Path as well. He has a powerful aura and using GU worms. I caught a trace of his voice. This is likely Shalei from Combat Immortal Sect in Central Continent. Fang Yuan said. That Immortal Monkey King. He Lulan and Fang Yuan had shared most of their information. She naturally knew who Shalei was. She started to frown, finding it a little troublesome. Shalei was a rank 7 GU immortal. He had outstanding battle strength. Even though He Lulan had several Strength Path Immortal GU, Shalei had Earth Path Immortal GU and had even created his own unique immortal killer moves long ago. In addition, he even cultivated Transformation Path. his battle talent was exceedingly rare. Hei Lulan had Immortal GU self-strength, using it to activate her former Mortal Killer move, forming a giant strength path phantom that could barely be considered an Immortal Killer move. Up to this point, Hei Lulan had been attempting to improve and modify it, but her progress was slow. Fang Yuan, if you use the Myriad Self-Killer move and cooperate with me, we might be able to resist the Immortal Monkey King. But in that case, we will not be able to deal with the mysterious Star Path GU Immortal. Hei Lulan muttered. Fang Yuan laughed bitterly. I have not told you yet, but because the core Immortal GU is starving, Myriad Self cannot be used anymore. All I can use are Mortal Killer moves. Hei Lulan looked at Fang Yuan deeply, squinting. In other words, we should avoid fighting with the other party directly. Roar, roar, roar. High in the air, there was loud growling noises. Fang Yuan raised his head and looked. There are bound to be injuries when two sides fight. We should just go with the flow and observe the situation now. Although our battle strength is lower than them, if we find the chance, it is not necessarily the case that we can't have them killed. In the worst case, I still have fixed immortal travel. We can definitely resist them while we find the time to activate fixed immortal travel. Hei Lulan nodded in agreement. Fang Yuan's words were very similar to her own thoughts. The two decided to devour the loot in front of them first. The vanishing shadow leopard corpse was quite a fortune. Even though there were large numbers of investigative GU around, they could not stop the old demon Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had methods that were ahead by half of an era. He made his moves, sealing or deceiving the investigative GU. A moment later, they obtained the vanishing shadow leopard's corpse without alerting Star Lord Wan Slong. This vanishing shadow leopard's fur can be used to make many defensive GU. The bones can be made into shadow attachment GU, shadow tracing GU and others. The eyes are top-tier materials for making dark vision GU and dark fog GU. It is a pity its blood had already been lost completely. Otherwise, it would be even more valuable. Hei Lulan placed the vanishing shadow leopard corpse into her immortal aperture, her eye shining with a joyful light. The other party seems to be letting it bleed on purpose. It seems that the Star Hall in the air is truly an important place. They even ignore the desolate beast corpse for now. Fang Yuan showed an interested expression as he pondered. His immortal aperture was filled with death energy. It was not good for keeping corpses fresh, thus he placed the vanishing shadow leopard in Hei Lulan's hands. The two were fearless and unscrupulous people. Even if the other party was strong, they dared to continue plotting against them. Next, they followed their original plan and secretly advanced, trying to get close to the 8th Star Hall in the air. But along the way, they quickly made a new discovery. The number of investigative GU ahead have increased. Does that mean? Hei Lulan's gaze shone with anticipation. After a while, the two avoided all of the investigative GU, passing a mountain ridge and into a valley. In the valley, there was a desolate beast corpse, resembling a small hill. It was like a colt. It had a huge, bright red body with thick legs, dark as steel. Its body was strong, muscular, and bulky. Its manner and tail were vibrant and golden in color. Blood was dripping from the holes all over its body. The blood was scalding hot, and the heat spread to the surrounding trees and plants, causing them to wilt. Fang Yuan and Hei Lulan gradually got closer, feeling a heat that was like a blisteringly hot summer day. This is the desolate beast blazing divine stallion. It has many fire path wild GU on it and can walk on fire. Its blood is extremely hot and is a top-tier material in refining fire path GU worms. It is very rare even in treasure yellow heaven. Hei Lulan's heart bled as she looked at the horse blood flowing out. The two worked for a while, getting their hands on the blazing divine stallion, while Star Lord Wan Slong still had absolutely no idea. After leaving this valley, the two moved stealthily, but Fang Yuan slowed his footsteps. Our destination is up ahead. But towards the left, there are large numbers of investigative GU. Should we go take a look? Fang Yuan looked at Hei Lulan, transmitting. Of course. Hei Lulan's reply was very curt. The two came to the area that was filled with investigative GU. They found a desolate beast corpse as expected. This was a yellow jade lion. Its body was like an elephant, lying on the ground with its eyes mostly closed, only opened by a slit. Large amounts of yellow blood flowed along the wound on its stomach, pouring out. Fang Yuan and He Lulan stealthily moved closer, but this yellow jade lion's body shook. It tried to open its eyes as its bloody mouth opened slightly, emitting a barely discernible growl, as if it wanted to continue battling. This yellow jade lion truly has a courageous nature. To be able to hurt the yellow jade lion to this extent, this Shalei's transformation path battle strength is greater than I thought. He Lulan praised. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. He quickly made his move. After deceiving many of the surrounding investigative methods, he stole the yellow jade lion. He patted with his hand, as large numbers of healing GU flew out of his aperture, landing on the yellow jade lion, rapidly stabilizing its injuries and keeping it alive. You intend to save it? He Lulan was slightly surprised. Fang Yuan nodded. Saving it is 100 times easier than capturing another desolate beast alive. Why shouldn't we? You can keep this desolate beast in your immortal aperture for now. Be careful and keep it safe. This will be part of my share. This way, as long as things progressed well, the mission that Fang Yuan agreed upon with Lang Ya Land Spirit would be completed. He Lulan placed the yellow jade lion into her immortal aperture. Her gaze was shining as she seemed to have made up her mind, saying, "The 3 desolate beasts we had encountered had their blood drained for some reason. Very likely, Shalei's group is trying to complete some procedure. Maybe this was the reason why the star hall in the sky appeared. After all, when we first appeared in this place, the sky was still empty. How many desolate beast corpses do you think are around here now?" Fang Yuan laughed upon hearing this. Even if you did not mention this, I was going to talk about it. Indeed, looking at this situation, there are definitely many desolate beast corpses around. One desolate beast corpse can be sold for around 40 immortal essence stones optimally. It is truly an effortless profit for us to pick up these desolate beast corpses. The benefits are huge, yet we are paying 0 costs. A bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush. Moreover, we might not have the opportunity again. We should secure these profits first. That is the safest measure. The two had the same plot in mind. They changed their tactics and started scouring for desolate beast corpses. They could not use investigative GU openly, but the clues were very obvious. Star Lord Wan Song's original plan was to keep these desolate beast corpses around first, and deal with them after taking down the 8th Star Hall. The aura of these desolate beasts was still around. With that to induce fear, he was not afraid of wild beasts devouring them. Shalei was in charge of fighting, while Star Lord Wan Song was in charge of setting up investigative GU worms. Naturally, he would place more investigative GU around the corpses of the desolate beasts. But he would never have guessed that putting all of these investigative GU together was the biggest clue in itself. They were guides for Fang Yuan and He Lulan to find the corpses. This is the chestnut yak. Its meat tastes like chestnut. It can be eaten raw. It has a mild nature and is a somewhat unusual desolate beast. Let's keep it, keep it. He Lulan was laughing happily. Oh, there is a golden pangolin. It is a pity its armor is tattered, otherwise, it could be sold for a higher price. Fang Yuan said with some disappointment. Flying bear, there is a flying bear corpse. Great, excellent, I want this corpse. He Lulan was overjoyed. Star Demon Bat. I knew this rotten poisonous swamp was very familiar. It is a pity that the bat wings are in bad shape. It would greatly affect my movement speed if I transplant it like this. I wonder if I can fix it first. Fang Yuan also stole the corpse of the Star Demon Bat. He felt some regret, but he quickly got over it. After all, he did not battle the bat himself. Why would Shalei care about his plans? Obtaining the corpse without any cost, this was already a huge gain. He had not felt such good luck in a long time. The two obtained nearly 10 desolate beast corpses. It was a windfall. After the two searched around and ensured that there was no lingering desolate beast corpses, they hurried towards the bottom of the 8th Star Hall. But when they arrived, a figure like a small hill crashed onto the ground. With a loud bang, it landed and caused the mountain rocks to shatter. Dust and smoke was rising.
This is the ancient desolate beast, astral wind-flying heavenly boar. It is dead.
This is the corpse of an ancient desolate beast. Fang Yuan and He Lulan made eye contact. After communicating through transmission, they were evidently moved. Chapter 721. Walking Meat Tree. Although He Lulan and Fang Yuan were moved, they did not close in on it. The two looked up towards the sky at the same time. They saw that high in the air, the 8th star hall was shaking slightly. Loud explosions and the growls of fierce beasts could be heard from within the hall. With a loud bang, the star hall shook intensely. A pillar of fire burst up from the roof of the star hall, creating a huge hole on it. The star hall was not made of ordinary material, it was formed from the phenomenon in the grotto heaven. At the area of the roof that was broken, starlight was emitting from it, as the hole continued to spread outwards. A pillar of smoke flew up outwards into the sky. What an intense battle! He Lulan sighed. Fight, fight, the more intense the better it is. Fang Yuan muttered. In the 8th star hall, it was a mess. The two sides were fiercely engaged in combat. A heavily injured desolate beast flame tiger growled loudly, shooting out a fireball from its mouth. The fireball shot a huge tree. While it was in the air, the flame tiger moved its claws and followed behind the fireball, attacking towards the huge tree. The huge tree moved its huge branches. Its branches were very peculiar, they were like soft and thick octopus tentacles. With a loud thud, a tentacle-like branch destroyed a fireball. With another whipping noise, a branch swung over, causing the flame tiger who was behind the fireball to be sent flying. The flame tiger cried out in pain, it flew for up to 100 steps and crashed onto the ground. With a burst of bright light, it returned to a human form. It was Immortal Monkey King Chalet. Chalet spat out 3 teeth, his expression was excited and crazed. What a great walking meat tree, as expected of something of legend, this ancient desolate plant is truly incredible. Star-Lord Wan Slong, who was beside him, continued to unleash starlight attacks while transmitting helplessly when he heard Chalet's words. Lord Immortal Monkey King, the enemy is very powerful, stop playing with it and use your Earth Path main battle strength. Chalet was not an ignorant person, he did not hesitate as he said, all right, I have already used my transformation path battle strength to kill an astral wind-flying heavenly boar, I am satisfied. Next, I will use my true Earth Path cultivation and destroy this energetic walking meat tree. Star-Lord Wan Slong was overjoyed when he heard this. Immortal Monkey King Chalet was finally going to use his true strength. But at the next moment, Chalet sat down on a rock in the hall, healing himself. Star-Lord Wan Slong, hold on for now, when I remove the fire path Dao marks on my body, I will use my Earth Path methods. Star-Lord Wan Slong heard this and almost scolded him in anger. But he did not do so. Chalet's request was reasonable. With fire path Dao marks on him, it would interfere with and weaken the effects of his Earth Path GU worms. Star-Lord Wan Slong could only hold in his anger and agree, flying forward and facing off against the walking meat tree. Although Star-Lord Wan Slong was heavily injured by Song Zixing and his foundation was damaged, he still had ingenious methods left. Beams of starlight shot out like grand pillars towards the walking meat tree. The walking meat tree moved 3 branches to retaliate. Star-Lord Wan Slong's body suddenly shuddered, as 5 starlight clones split from his main body and together, they took up 6 positions, unleashing different star path killer moves and attacking the walking meat tree. The walking meat tree was hit several times, it flew into a rage and moved more than 10 branches to fight back. Crack crack crack! Star-Lord Wan Slong's starlight clones were all smashed. Star-Lord Wan Slong evaded the branches coming from left and right, he quickly got into a disadvantage. Facing off against the walking meat tree directly, he finally felt immense pressure. Bang! With a loud noise, Star-Lord Wan Slong could not defend himself and was sent flying. Along the way, he crashed through a thick pillar, but his momentum was not lost, as he directly flew out of the Star Hall. Seeing that Star-Lord Wan Slong was gone, the walking meat tree moved its branches and assaulted Chalet, who was sitting down. Useless! Chalet opened his eyes, the battle intent in his golden pupils were surging, he shouted in anger as he stood up, attacking the walking meat tree. Star Lord Wan Slong flew a long way out of the Star Hall before stabilizing his body. He wiped the blood on his lips. Looking at the 8th Star Hall, he showed a cold smile as his scheme worked. He sent himself flying on purpose. This way, he could force Shalei to fight. I exposed the secret of this starry sky grotto heaven to you, regardless of the consequences, yet you do not even want to fight? Goo! Suddenly, Star Lord Wan Slong spit out a mouthful of blood. An intense pain assaulted him. He sucked in a breath of cold air, shock shining in his eyes. When this walking meat tree hits me, it directly etches the Dao marks of strength path into my body, causing my internal organs to suffer a huge blow. After realizing this, Star Lord Wan Slong did not want to rush up foolishly to fight the walking meat tree. I'll let Shalei fight. He is a battle maniac anyway. Under the pressure of the walking meat tree, he would need to use his full strength. I have already paid such a huge price, I should heal the injuries on my body first. Immediately after, Star Lord Wan Slong summoned his Gu worms, which formed a star cloud bed. He sat on the bed as he floated in the air, healing his injuries. After a while, he opened his eyes. The injuries on him had healed. He first took a look at the 8th Star Hall, before looking down at the huge corpse of the ancient desolate beast, astral wind flying heavenly boar. He then looked at the other areas of the battlefield, seeing the other desolate beast corpses. He hesitated, although he wanted to take all of the corpses first. Considering Shalei's feelings, he had to dispel this thought. Forget it, I do not need to give Shalei an excuse later to make things difficult. In any case, there is no one else in this grotto heaven. I should battle now and deal with the current situation. Thinking of this, Star Lord Wan Slong retrieved the star cloud bed Gu and flew away, entering the 8th Star Hall after traveling a short distance. In the thick lush forest, He Lulan and Fang Yuan, who had concealed their auras, sighed in relief. Fang Yuan, the Gu worms that you left behind successfully deceived the enemy. He Lulan said excitedly. My method can only create a hologram, it cannot deceive a proper investigation. Quick, let's not talk about this anymore, we should make this part of our earnings first. Fang Yuan did not want to indulge in self-praise. He moved ahead and sneaked towards the corpse of the astral wind-flying heavenly boar. The two quickly got to the side of the astral wind-flying heavenly boar corpse. The astral wind-flying heavenly boar corpse was tall like a small hill. It cast a huge shadow on the ground. Fang Yuan and He Lulan purposely dated, hiding under the shadow, waiting for the appropriate moment to strike. They first inspected the wild Gu on the astral wind-flying heavenly boar's body. There were many wild Gu originally, but after the battle with Shalei, more than half were destroyed. After the flying boar died, much of the remaining half escaped, very few were left. After Fang Yuan completed his search, he started to collect the astral wind-flying heavenly boar's soul. The desolate beast corpses they encountered earlier had no souls. Maybe because they had died for a long time, their souls had flown away from their bodies, but the more likely reason was that Shalei or Star Lord Wan Slong had taken them. This astral wind-flying heavenly boar had not been looted yet because the battle had just ended, thus Fang Yuan had a chance. But the result was very disappointing. This astral wind-flying heavenly boar's soul was heavily injured, only a little bit was left. Evidently, during the earlier battle, it was attacked by methods directed at the soul. No wonder the Star Path Gu Immortal earlier did not fly here to collect the soul of this boar. Fang Yuan sighed. He willed and mobilized several hundred Gu worms. These Gu were from Light Path and Dark Path, while a small number were from Strength Path, Blood Path, Bone Path, and Qi Path. Under Fang Yuan's control, these Gu worms flew around the surface of the astral wind-flying heavenly boar's body, going round and round as Fang Yuan nodded to He Lulan. He Lulan was prepared since long ago. Once Fang Yuan gave the signal, she used the tens of Gu worms prepared earlier. Using these Gu worms, the astral wind-flying heavenly boar corpse was quickly pushed into He Lulan's immortal aperture in a short time. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan activated the several hundred Gu worms, remaining at the same spot as they continued to fly in the same manner as earlier. They gave out bursts of light and shadow, forming into one figure. It was the image of the astral wind-flying heavenly boar. It was very realistic. Simply looking at it, one would think this was really the astral wind-flying heavenly boar in front of them. Your method is really good. He Lulan praised again. Earlier, Star Lord Wan Slong felt nothing wrong. He was deceived by this method. Fang Yuan shook his head. This simple method cannot deceive proper investigation. If I can elevate it to a killer move, the effect would be better. Oh no. He Lulan suddenly froze. She pointed at one area and noted to Fang Yuan, "You have a flaw here." Fang Yuan looked over and indeed, on the image of the astral wind-flying heavenly boar, the anus was missing. How could the flying heavenly boar not have an anus? This was indeed a huge flaw. Fang Yuan quickly manipulated his GU worms, adjusting the image and forming the anus. But He Lulan said, "Not good, not good, now that the anus is here, the penis is gone." Fang Yuan looked and was embarrassed. The astral wind-flying heavenly boar is too high level of an existence and has a gigantic body. My methods cannot replicate it fully. This is the limit. To create something, it will have to lose something. He Lulan nodded. Her tone was grand and fearless. Then stop changing it. Keep the penis and discard the anus. That is more realistic. Fang Yuan followed what she said and changed the image back. Hey, Fang Yuan, aren't you proficient in researching killer moves? When we go back, you should raise this to the level of a killer move. That would make it easier to use. He Lulan said in amusement. Do you think we will still encounter such good things later? This method is sufficient. We do not need to make it a killer move. Fang Yuan shook his head before raising it and looking at the sky. The roof of the Star Hall only had a small hole earlier, but now holes were all around the Star Hall. All of the explosion sounds were even louder than before. As he was looking, a broken tree flew out of the Star Hall. With a loud bang, the giant tree's branches crashed onto the ground, causing the ground below Fang Yuan and He Lulan's feet to tremble violently. Next, the other half of the giant tree, the crown, also collapsed. This is a walking meat tree. Fang Yuan and He Lulan opened their eyes, which were shining brightly. Chapter 722. Zombie Dragon. The Legends of Renzu Chapter 3, Section 16 states, Renzu's third son, Northern Dark Eye Soul, was revived by unexpected GU and was wandering outside. After encountering his sister, Desolate Ancient Moon, he gave her a new meaning in life. Next, under the guidance of Wisdom GU, the brother and sister came to the Blue Sea to search for the life gem that could revive their father, Renzu. In the end, Desolate Ancient Moon sensed the mysteries behind life and sacrificed herself, being turned into a damaged life gem. Northern Dark Eye Soul carried the life gem as he attempted to return to his father, to revive Renzu. But it was extremely difficult for him to enter the door of life and death. The door of life and death had two routes, one was the road of life, the other was the road of death. No matter which path it was, there would be a lot of suffering GU. To overcome the interference of the suffering GU, to enter deep into the door of life and death, he would need the help of Courage GU. But because Courage GU had already been taken by Renzu and was currently with him, Northern Dark Eye Soul did not have courage and could not enter the door of life and death. He had no methods left and could only wander around and search for a method to resolve this. He walked past tall mountains, traveled through streams, ran for his life under the assault of wild beasts, and had gone hungry during the intense cold. He had suffered a lot. Northern Dark Eye Soul was filled with guilt and anxiety. He was guilty because he was the one who gave Desolate Ancient Moon her meaning in life, but that caused her to sacrifice herself and become the life gem. Northern Dark Eye Soul was the murderer who indirectly caused his sister's death. He was anxious because even though he had the life gem, he was unable to return to his father's side. He was afraid that if a long time passed, his father's soul might collapse in Luo Po Valley, causing Desolate Ancient Moon's sacrifice to be in vain. He walked and walked, until the purple sky above him faded and became black. Originally, the immemorial 9 heavens, white, red, orange, yellow, green, azure, blue, purple, black, would take turns to loom over the 5 regions at set intervals. The sky of the immemorial antiquity era was connected to the ground. Heaven and earth were connected and whole. People could walk towards the sky from the ground, or walk towards the ground from the sky. Northern Dark Eye Soul was walking aimlessly. Unknowingly, he left the ground and walked towards an area deep within Black Heaven. It was complete darkness inside Black Heaven, but it was not desolate. There were large numbers of life forms there. Northern Dark Eye Soul was inside the darkness and could not find a way back. He was flustered, scared, and lost. He could not tell what direction to walk. He tripped many times and fell. Suddenly, he saw a lump of fire ahead of him. This was the only source of light in the entirety of Black Heaven. Northern Dark Eye Soul was overjoyed. He quickly walked towards the fire. When he got close to the lump of fire, he realized it was a GU. Northern Dark Eye Soul was very curious. He asked, "What GU are you? You can actually give out light in Black Heaven." "Help me, I want to leave Black Heaven, heading back to the ground. I have very important things to do." The Gu's voice was very weak. It said to Northern Dark Eye Soul, "My name is Fire. Who are you?" Northern Dark Eye Soul said, "I am a human. My name is Northern Dark Eye Soul. Can you help me? With your light, I will be able to see the way and return to the ground." The GU sighed, "So you are a human. I've heard of a famous human before. He is called Verdant Great Sunday. Because Verdant Great Sun had reputation GU, his name was spread in the entire world. There was almost nobody that did not know him." Northern Dark Eye Soul was overjoyed. "That's right, Verdant Great Sun is my big brother." Fire GU said, "I can help you. But before I help you, you have to help me. I am too hungry. I am going to die of starvation. Go find me some food first." Northern Dark Eye Soul asked, "Oh, Fire GU, what do you eat? This place is completely dark. How can I find what you need to eat?" Fire GU said, "I am the least picky GU worm in the entire world. I can eat almost anything. I will eat whatever you feed me." Northern Dark Eye Soul searched around, finding some tree branches and throwing them towards Fire GU. After Fire GU ate, it started to shine more brightly. It was giving off a warmer light, and it also grew from the size of a fist to around the size of a basin. It was very happy. "Can you bring me more food?" Northern Dark Eye Soul nodded and looked around, finding a pile of rocks and throwing them at Fire GU. After eating for some time, Fire GU sighed, "Sigh, I was way too hungry. My teeth are not working well now. The things I could chew before, I can't chew them now. Bring me some stuff that are easy to digest." Northern Dark Eye Soul thought about it. "How about this, Fire GU, follow me and light the way. Along the way, whatever you feel like eating, I will feed to you. Is that all right?" Fire GU agreed and condensed into a small lump, letting Northern Dark Eye Soul hold it. Like this, Northern Dark Eye Soul left on his return journey. Along the way, he fed many things to Fire GU. After a while, Fire GU grew larger. On this day, Northern Dark Eye Soul was resting. Fire GU was eating branches in front of him while swaying with the wind. Suddenly, countless footsteps could be heard. Northern Dark Eye Soul looked and saw a huge group of trees shining under the light of the fire. They were running towards him in huge numbers. Not just trees, there were also countless wild beasts and insect groups. Northern Dark Eye Soul was extremely scared. He quickly picked up Fire GU and ran. Behind him, the trees, wild beasts, and insect groups were chasing. Wherever Northern Dark Eye Soul went, they followed. The pursuers shouted, "Whoever is in front, stop running. We do not want to harm you, we just want to escape into the light. Dream realms are about to reach us. Please help us and let us live under the light of the fire." Northern Dark Eye Soul was breathing roughly. He could not run any further, seeing that he was about to be caught. Fire GU said, "Oh human, don't be afraid. These pursuers are my food. Let me help you. Just toss me there." Northern Dark Eye Soul was forced by the circumstances. He could only listen to Fire GU and toss it towards them. What Fire GU first encountered were a huge group of trees. These trees were walking meat trees. The branches were made of meat. They resembled the tentacles of octopuses. Fire GU burned all of these trees, turning the trunks into ashes and branches into cooked meat. The smell of fragrant meat attracted Northern Dark Eye Soul and he picked up one to eat, exclaiming that it was delicious. Hei Lulan stared with eyes wide open, looking at the broken tree trunk as well the tentacle-like branches, speaking in disbelief. This is a walking meat tree. Absolutely. Fang Yuan nodded. His gaze was heated as well. Right now, only Black Heaven and White Heaven are left from the immemorial 9 heavens. Walking meat tree is a life form from Black Heaven. It is much easier to obtain than other immemorial life forms in the other heavens. After all, Black Heaven is still around. 7-star Child is a rank 8 GU immortal. He has the ability to explore Black Heaven. This walking meat tree was most likely something he obtained from his explorations. This walking meat tree has an amazing aura. It has rank 7 battle strength at least. Even more amazingly, it is a rare strength path plant. Hei Lulan licked her lips, saying excitedly. Fang Yuan was also overjoyed. Walking meat tree was a strength path plant. The branches, trunks and leaves were all excellent materials to refine strength path GU worms. Fang Yuan and Hei Lulan were strength path GU immortals. They had great use for it. But when the two were going to sneak over and take the walking meat tree, there was a huge, thunderous explosion in the sky. This was an unprecedentedly large explosion. It shook the sky as a formless sound wave spread out intensely. The 8th star hall shook harshly. It also broke apart as large amounts of starlight dispersed. It was in a half-ruined state. Roar! The roar of a dragon could be heard, not any softer than the explosion earlier. Next, Fang Yuan and Hei Lulan saw Chalet and Star Lord Wan Slong fly out of the Star Hall. A huge dragon flew out of the Star Hall. This dragon was hundreds of meters long. It was eerie and ominous. The dragon horn on its head was like silver, the dragon's eyes were half open, and the scales were like grey rocks. There were 8 dragon claws that were fearsome and powerful. Pale white zombie energy was coiling around its body like a mist. Is this a zombie dragon? Hei Lulan exposed the identity of this dragon. Zombie dragon was not an immemorial life form. After Fate GU was broken by Red Lotus Demon Venerable, souls in the world were no longer sucked directly into the door of life and death, thus zombies were born. A zombie dragon was formed after a giant dragon died. If its soul did not leave the body, it would undergo a transformation and become a zombie dragon. This zombie dragon has 8 claws. It should have been an immemorial desolate beast when it was alive, having rank 8 battle strength. Now that it is dead, becoming a zombie dragon, it has battle strength at the peak of rank 7. No wonder Chalet was forced out of the Star Hall. Fang Yuan analyzed. In the air, the zombie dragon was growling as its body twisted, flying towards Chalet. The dragon opened its mouth and shot out a stream of pale white zombie fire. Dragon fire was a primary form of attack of the giant dragon. That was a natural ability for them, like the horns of a bull, the paws of a bear, or the stinger of a bee. Wariness shone in Chalet's eyes. He did not dare to receive the attack head-on. He continued to fly to the left. After dodging the zombie fire, a huge dragon tail entered his vision. Chalet opened his eyes wide as he placed both arms in front of him, defending his chest. He could not dodge it. In Fang Yuan, Star Lord Wan Strong and Hei Lulan's vision, they saw that the zombie dragon had elegantly moved in the air, turning its huge body and swinging its tail, directly crashing it into Chalet, who had dodged the zombie fire. With a loud bang, Chalet was sent fly harshly like a cannonball. He crashed onto a point partway up a mountain, entering deep into the mountain rocks. The entire mountain was shaking as rocks fell from above. They quickly covered him up completely. Star Lord Wan Strong sucked in a breath of cold air. He retreated hurriedly. The zombie dragon was so powerful. This was the first time he had seen Immortal Monkey King Chalet in such a pathetic state. But soon, he heard Chalet shouting under the pile of rocks, "Worm, you have truly angered me. Have a taste of my immortal killer move." Shocking rock break. The sky burst open as a small hill was aimed towards the zombie dragon. Hei Lulan's eyelids were twitching. This immortal killer move's activation is so fast. Normally, the stronger the immortal killer move, the more time is needed to activate it. But Chalet's shocking rock break defied common logic. Not only was it strong, it could be used very quickly. Even the zombie dragon could not dodge it. But the zombie dragon did not want to dodge it. Seeing the small hill that was approaching it, a hint of disdain flashed across the dragon's eyes. With a loud bang, the zombie dragon raised its head and rammed into the small hill. Shalei's immortal killer move had no effect. Good, such an opponent is what I like. Shalei was shocked and excited. He shot up into the sky and crashed into the zombie dragon. The human and dragon engaged in the sky, winds were blowing and clouds were in turbulence, heaven and earth were changing colors. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. This zombie dragon is not simple. It seems that defensive immortal GU worms had been used on its body before. Then what do we do now? He Lulan was very troubled. Under their watchful eyes, there is no way we can get the walking meat tree. Chapter 723. Shocking appearance of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Star Lord Wan Xiong was at the side. He could not interfere at all. Fang Yuan and He Lulan were hiding in the forest on the ground. They were observing the fighting and awaiting their chance. The huge dragon roared. Zombie energy was bursting from it as the famous expert of Central Continent, Shalei, was in a disadvantage. This zombie dragon is incredible. When it was alive, it was a wind path azure dragon. After becoming a zombie dragon, not only does it have wind path and dark path Dao marks, its speed is even amplified by immortal GU. After observing the battle, He Lulan gradually understood the situation. Starry Sky Grotto Heaven's owner, 7-star child, originally had a wind path immortal GU, called Wind Sprint immortal GU. But using this GU required immortal essence. According to rumors, 7-star child had once developed a killer move that could apply the effects of the immortal GU on another target for a long period of time. Looking at this now, it seems the rumors were right. Fang Yuan added. The zombie dragon's defense and movement were boosted by immortal GU. It was experienced in battle and its giant dragon body could strike with huge force. Manipulating its tail while flying, it gave off an unrestrained aura. Most importantly, the zombie energy dragon flames were very powerful. They were on par with the highest tier of mortal killer moves. Shalei continued to shout as he used near 10 different battle tactics, but he could not change the situation. Often, when he took back some of the initiative, the zombie dragon would suppress him again. The zombie dragon had no weakness in attack, defense, or movement. It had an all-around advantage. He Lulan's expression turned heavy as she watched. She said solemnly, Shalei's battle strength far surpasses my estimation. If it had been me, facing the attacks of the zombie dragon, I would only last for a moment before getting killed by it. If it was you, Fang Yuan, unless you could use Myriad Self, you would only hold on for a while longer than me. There is no way of winning. Fang Yuan did not rebuke her. He Lulan's assessment was very reasonable. Although she was a strength path extreme immortal, because of her life experiences, she was not arrogant at all. She was humble and vigilant. She understood her own strength clearly. The reason why Fang Yuan could last longer than her was because of his flying attainment, as well the movement killer move True Solid Bat Wings. But even if Fang Yuan's speed surpassed He Lulan, without the killer move Myriad Self, he could not pose a threat to the zombie dragon. He could only run away. As Icy Drill Stardust could not cause damage to the zombie dragon, he had no way to win. Although He Lulan had Strength Path Immortal GU, and half an offensive immortal killer move, her offense surpassed Fang Yuan, but her movement speed and defense were her weaknesses. Although she could cause damage to the zombie dragon, it would not take a beating without fighting back. Once they fought, He Lulan would not last as long as Fang Yuan. Those who were called experts not only had battle strength, they also needed great insight. Looking at information and knowing if they could do it or not, whether they could win or not. That was the ability to assess a situation and know one's own limits. Without these abilities, even if one had great strength, they would not go far. Knowing whom they could offend, know whom they could not afford to offend, knowing when to battle or retreat. Retreating was not cowardly, it was treasuring one's own life, awaiting the time where they could soar towards success. In this situation, we have no way of succeeding. We should leave the walking meat tree there. I suggest we retreat. Fang Yuan said. He Lulan nodded. That was my intention as well. Nobody can predict any accidents in battle. Even if we stay here and take a risk of getting discovered, we cannot do anything anyway. We should withdraw towards a safer location. The two came to an agreement and retreated stealthily. Their advantage was that they were in the dark while their enemies were out in the open. They could afford to watch on the sidelines. Right now, the enemies were stronger than them. They had to hold on to this advantage. After they retreated to a safe distance, Hei Lulan suddenly said, "Actually, I have a question. How did they get in?" Fang Yuan's gaze shone. "I was thinking about this question too. The area near the Star Hall that we came in from did not have any investigative GU worms around. That is not the usual behavior of GU immortals. In this case, we can deduce that they did not come from a Star Hall. This area is the place where they first arrived in. To enter someone else's blessed land or grotto heaven, the most usual method is to follow cracks and loopholes, or GU worms like connecting heaven GU and whole earth GU. Hei Lulan continued. It is unlikely for them to use whole earth GU or connecting heaven GU. After all, both sides need to agree for that to work. This starry sky grotto heaven is quite strange. The heavenly spirit has not shown up yet. After being here for so long, we have not faced any obstacles as well. And if Shalei's group was able to gain access normally, they would not be fighting so intensely. Fang Yuan said. Thus, it is most likely that they used a loophole or crack. Hei Lulan laughed. A dark light shined in Fang Yuan's eyes. He spoke what Hei Lulan was thinking but did not say out loud. They are not like us who have fixed immortal travel, so be it if they have other space path GU worms. But if they really came in from a loophole, we can use this to ambush them or plot against them. We might have a huge profit from it. If Star Lord Wan Song and Shalei heard this, they would definitely be breaking out in cold sweat. Fang Yuan and Hei Lulan were demons full of evil ideas. Most importantly, they could keenly analyze and would not give up on any minute clues. They even managed to guess Shalei's and Star Lord Wan Song's method of entering the grotto heaven. But just as Fang Yuan and Hei Lulan were about to search for the loophole, the battle in the sky changed. Shalei had been fighting for a long time, suppressed by the zombie dragon the whole time. He was growling in anger. He quickly moved back as he pulled some distance. His body started shaking. Immortal Battlefield Killer Move, Rolling Rock Battlefield. The sky was changing, turning into a grey rock battlefield. The battlefield rapidly expanded, covering the zombie dragon and Shalei. From outside, it looked like a huge grey rock cloud was hanging in the sky. It completely blocked any vision from outside. Hei Lulan's and Fang Yuan's hearts shuddered. Hei Lulan thought, an amazing method. It actually is an immortal level battlefield killer move. To form such a killer move, he needs to use at least 3 immortal GU, and these immortal GU need to be connected in some way. Fang Yuan was thinking, rolling rock battlefield. In my previous life, Vicious Lightning Fiend lost to this move. To think that Shalei has already obtained this method at this time. At the same time, Star Lord Wan Song was thinking, Shalei is going to fight the zombie dragon to the end. What should I do? There are no longer any ancient desolate beast guards inside the 8th Star Hall. The battlefield killer move also isolates the inside and outside of the domain. Should I explore the 8th Star Hall first? The more Star Lord Wan Song thought about it, the more he was moved. After a dozen breaths of time, he could not control it anymore. He turned into a shooting star and flew into the 8th Star Hall. Who? Hey! Seeing Star Lord Wan Song move so swiftly, Hei Lulan and Fang Yuan stopped their current plans. The two were familiar with people's thought processes. They had keen perception. They immediately guessed the possibility that the Star Hall's defenses were no longer a threat. Let's bet on it. Do you dare to bet on it and charge in? Fang Yuan and Hei Lulan transmitted at the same time. They flew up and towards the 8th Star Hall. The two came to the 8th Star Hall and found the ravaged battlefield. There were 3 defenses in the 8th Star Hall. The first was the astral wind-flying heavenly boar, the second was the walking meat tree, and the third was the zombie dragon. After the 3 defenses were gone, one could enter the deepest area of the Star Hall. The two used their defensive killer moves at the same time, moving together deep into the Star Hall. Soon, they found the inner hall. The inner hall's doors were opened, as Star Lord Wan Slong was already inside. Fang Yuan and He Lulan did not dare to waste their precious time. They hid their figures and stepped into the inner hall. At the next moment, they saw Star Lord Wan Slong. Star Lord Wan Slong was in a strange condition. His back was facing Fang Yuan and He Lulan as he stood on the spot, shivering as if he was filled with extreme fright. "Immortal Venerable, please spare me." Suddenly, he shouted with a tone filled with fear. He directly knelt on the ground. He was begging for mercy. Before him was deep darkness. The lights in the inner hall were not lit. There was no light source. Fang Yuan and He Lulan could only see the figure of a huge throne. "Immortal Venerable." He Lulan and Fang Yuan looked at each other. HMPH, acting mysterious. Soon after, Fang Yuan snorted coldly as he walked forward. He Lulan followed behind. At the next moment, their pupils shrunk to pin size as their bodies froze like a rock. A woman's figure appeared before them. She was wearing a dark blue robe. Her hair was dazzling like the Milky Way, drooping down. She looked down from above as she pointed at Fang Yuan and He Lulan. "You two juniors are simply too daring. You dare to offend Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Quickly kneel down." The aura of rank 9 was overwhelming. She was the real deal. Central Continent, Spirit Affinity House, Bai Qing Blessed Land. The sunlight pierced the window as it shone on a small building on a mountain. In the small building, there was a warm and comfortable bed. On it was a woman sitting in a meditating position. This woman had inborn beauty like that of a flower. She had white skin and a straightly pointed nose with red lips. She wore a phoenix coronet as she appeared elegant and grand, incapable of being profaned. She was Feng Jin Huang. Because of Dream Wing's immortal GU, she had gotten into a strange state where she had not woken up for a very long time. All of the GU immortals in Spirit Affinity House could do nothing to help her. A small sparrow was chirping as it flew onto the window from a tree branch outside. As if she had heard this, Feng Jin Huang's eyelashes suddenly moved. Soon after, she opened her eyes. She had woken up. "Huanga, my Huanga, you have finally woken up." Almost at the same time, Feng Jin Huang's mother, Fairy Bai Qing, appeared in the building. Looking at Feng Jin Huang who had woken up, she was overjoyed and in tears. She hugged Feng Jin Huang tightly. "Mother, Huanga was unfilial. I have worried you." Feng Jin Huang hugged Bai Qing as she consoled her maturely. "All is fine as long as you are all right. Huanga, are you injured? Do you feel anything wrong?" Fairy Bai Qing was worried. She touched Feng Jin Huang's face and shoulders, checking everywhere. "It is not a problem, mother. This time, I have found the true use of Dream Wing's immortal GU. It can bring me into dream realms," Feng Jin Huang said. "Dream realms?" Fairy Bai Qing was shocked. At the next moment, she reacted. Her pupils expanded as she showed some uncertain joy. She grabbed Feng Jin Huang's shoulders. "Daughter, are you sure? It really is about dream realms." Chapter 724. Pitiful Dreamer, Precarious Situation in Dream. In the end, I came across an old man. He had a strange temperament, constantly muttering to himself, saying that he is called Qingpu. He often killed people and dissected their corpses. It was terrifying. He even tried to block my way. I could only dodge left and right and had to escape for a long time. Otherwise, I would have woken up long ago. When Feng Jin Huang first spoke, she had an excited and agitated tone, but when she mentioned Qingpu, her tone became grim and she felt some lingering fear. Fairy Bai Qing heard this and stared straight at her daughter. "Mother, what's wrong?" Only when Feng Jin Huang was starting to get worried and asked did Fairy Bai Qing breathe in deeply, her eyes showing extreme happiness. "Huanga, your opportunity has come. It seems you truly entered a dream realm. The Qingpu that you mentioned is likely to be old immortal Qingpu. In history, he was one of the three olds, along with old eccentric Tian Nan and long-hair ancestor. The so-called three olds were the three refinement path supreme grandmasters over the long course of history. No wonder I felt that Qingpu was so familiar when I heard the name." Feng Jin Huang realized at once, but then her beautiful face showed some confusion. "But why did I encounter old immortal Qingpu? Why did he want to capture me? Why is it that after I woke up, I felt that there are a lot of refinement path methods in my mind? My recognition of certain GU worms became clearer, and when I see a GU worm, I would think of its refinement recipe, the materials needed, the funds necessary for the refinement, and so on. Great fortune. This is your great fortune. Fairy Bai Qing raised her head and sighed, tears were almost about to fall from her eyes. Mother, what is this dream realm? Why is it so magical? Feng Jinhuang asked again. Fairy Bai Qing let out a breath of cloudy air. She calmed her emotions and said gently, regarding dream realms, Mother does not know much either, but the earliest record of a dream realm is written in the Legends of Ren Zhu. The Legends of Ren Zhu, Chapter 3, Section 16 states, Ren Zhu's third son, Northern Dark Eye Soul, had entered a deep part of Black Heaven, obtaining Fire GU. He was chased by many life forms inside Black Heaven. Left without a choice, he tossed Fire GU towards them to protect himself. Fire GU lit up many of the walking meat trees, and the fire spread out to ignite many of the wild beasts' bodies. At once, life forms were crying out as the light of the flames burst out brightly. So many delicious things, so many delicious things. Fire GU shouted in excitement. It was no longer weak like before. It was tall and imposing, there was even a hint of ruthlessness and madness in its tone. Northern Dark Eye Soul was shocked. Fire, oh fire, how did you become so huge? I said, I am the least picky when it comes to food, I can eat almost anything. Fire can draw out more fire, a spark can create a forest fire. Fire GU shouted proudly as it answered. Suddenly, the flame rose up like a wall, moving towards Northern Dark Eye Soul. Northern Dark Eye Soul quickly took a step back. Fire GU laughed loudly, oh human, do not be scared. You saved me, you are my benefactor, you are my friend. They are afraid of me, but they need me to deal with those dream realms, thus they imprisoned me and starved me. Only you helped me, thus you are my true friend. From now on, if you have any difficulties, you can count on me. Northern Dark Eye Soul's heart was eased. He said happily, that would be great, my friend. Friend! Fire GU laughed loudly. It turned into a form of a human as it opened its arms, wanting to give Northern Dark Eye Soul a hug. Northern Dark Eye Soul jumped back in fear. Oh fire, excessive fervor is the fire of self-immolation, let's keep a distance between us. Fire GU had no choice but to stop its actions. It spun around Northern Dark Eye Soul as he said, oh human, you are so weak, you are not fun. Northern Dark Eye Soul was surrounded in flames. He quickly waved his hand, don't get too close, don't get too close. It is so hot, way too hot, leave a path open for me to walk out. Fire GU had to open a path for Northern Dark Eye Soul to walk out of. After he walked for several hundred steps, he looked back at the blazing sea of fire with a sigh of relief. But at this time, a wild beast came out from the shadows behind him, swallowing Northern Dark Eye Soul in one mouthful. That is a dream realm. There are so many dream realms, they are catching up. Many life forms shouted as they escaped. Quickly release my friend. Fire GU shouted in anger, pouncing towards the beast group of dream realms. The dream realm beast group shrunk when shone by the light of the fire. They rapidly melted like a candle. They growled and scattered all over the place. Fire GU continued to eat along the way. It spread towards the dream realm that consumed Northern Dark Eye Soul. The dream realms were escaping, but Fire GU was chasing behind them. Among the escaping dream realms, the larger their bodies, the stronger they were, and the faster they ran away. Soon, they pulled some distance from Fire GU. As it turned out, the dream realms used the emotions and desires of their prey to strengthen themselves. Northern Dark Eye Soul, who was swallowed by a dream realm, had a huge desire to survive. At the same time, his greatest goal was to revive his father. In addition, he was filled with anxiety and was afraid he would not make it. He was also filled with guilt and regret, because Desolate Ancient Moon died due to him giving her a meaning in life. One could say that Northern Dark Eye Soul was the best prey for the dream realms. The dream realm who swallowed him grew rapidly. Fire GU growled loudly in anger, but it was getting closer to the dream realm. Northern Dark Eye Soul was deep inside the dream realm. He had fallen asleep. In his dream, he saw Desolate Ancient Moon reviving and smiling to him, calling him a good brother and saying she forgave him, and that she knew he did not do it intentionally. He saw that he was at the door of life and death, successfully saving his father, Renzu. Renzu praised him, "You are indeed my good son, if not for you, father would not have revived." Northern Dark Eye Soul's face was filled with a blissful smile. And like that, many days passed. The sea of fire was still burning intensely, it spread all over Black Heaven as it finally blocked all of the dream realms which were escaping. Under the burning of the flames, the dream realm quickly melted as Northern Dark Eye Soul fell onto the ground, waking up from his dream. He suddenly understood that everything in his dream was fake, his happiness was not real, what he faced was a burning hot fire GU. But his face was filled with tears, he felt an extreme cold that was piercing into his bones. He cried out loud, questioning Fire GU, why did you wake me up? I still want to dream, I want to be eaten by the dream realm. Fire GU reminded him helplessly, "Oh human, you must know, dreams are often the opposite of reality, they are fake." "I don't want to listen, I don't care." Northern Dark Eye Soul cried out as he covered his ears and shook his head. Fire GU was anxious, "I am your friend, I do not want." Northern Dark Eye Soul interrupted it before it finished, "Since you are my friend, you should not restrict me or obstruct me." Sigh. Fire GU let out a long sigh, it fell into silence, giving Northern Dark Eye Soul a path leading out without a better choice. Northern Dark Eye Soul quickly ran out, wanting to find another dream realm within the darkness to have him eaten once again. Central Continent, Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Facing this person, Fang Yuan and He Lulan were tongue-tied, they were shocked and dazed. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, one of the 10 Venerables in the history of GU Masters. Legends regarding her had been passed down even until this day. She was a rarely seen female rank 9 GU Immortal, the founder of Wisdom Path, and the creator of Star Path. She was the second-generation reigning Immortal of Heavenly Court. Even after death she plotted against 3 demon Venerables, protecting Heavenly Court from danger. Now that she was standing in front of Fang Yuan and He Lulan, she looked down arrogantly as her grand aura of rank 9 burst out towards them. "What is going on?" "Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. She is still alive." He Lulan gritted her teeth, feeling an immense pressure. Even if she had great confidence, and was a formidable person plotting to kill her own father, at this moment her body was shaking as she faced an intense trial of her will. After all, the other party was at the peak of GU Masters, a rank 9 GU Immortal, the legendary Star Constellation Immortal Venerable that she had heard about since a young age. He Lulan could not help but feel her legs go soft, while Star Lord Wan Song in front of her was already kneeling on the ground, kowtowing as he begged for mercy. The aura of rank 9 was undeniable. But Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, his eyes shining with ruthlessness. This feeling? This feeling! This is actually a piece of a dream realm. He could only growl in his mind, he could not produce any sound. He could not move at all, under the pressure of the rank 9 aura, he felt like an ant that was sealed inside amber. Under the intense threat of life and death, Fang Yuan felt a strong sense of danger in his heart. "I have to get out of this dream realm, otherwise, all of my plans after rebirth would come to a halt. My plan for eternal life would end here. True solid bat wings, detonate now." Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. At the crucial moment, he decided to make a sacrifice. The bat wings that he had transplanted after much effort detonated under Fang Yuan's resolute decision. An intense sense of pain assaulted him, turning into a formless energy that protected Fang Yuan's entire body. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable gasped lightly, looking at Fang Yuan deeply, an immortal zombie, yet so fascinating. Just as she said that, under Fang Yuan's perception, the entire scene changed. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable vanished, and the 8th star hall disappeared. What he could see was a blue-robed GU Immortal with his face facing Fang Yuan, looking up at the clear moon in the sky above the clouds. He muttered, "Heaven has taken pity on me. I, 7-star child, have finally combined the 7-star spaces into one, forming the unified starry sky grotto heaven. I have passed another huge obstacle in my cultivation journey. I am one step closer to rank 9 realm, one step closer. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. 7-star child seemed to be unable to sense Fang Yuan's existence. He continued to face Fang Yuan as he had no inclination to turn around. He continued to laugh loudly. His laughter was filled with joy. Even Fang Yuan was affected by it and started to feel happy. Fang Yuan started to feel some joy in him, but his body was turning cold, like he was in an icy domain. Oh no! This is a dream within a dream. I had just left the dream of star constellation Immortal Venerable, but now I am inside 7-star child's dream. But this time, Fang Yuan had no bat wings left to detonate. Chapter 725. 7-star child awakens. He had his previous life's experiences. He knew about the dangers of a dream realm. If one was careless, a Grand Gu immortal could lose himself inside a dream realm, dying in the end. At this moment, Fang Yuan had not fallen too deeply into it. To leave the dream realm, the most effective way was to stimulate himself with severe pain. But as an immortal zombie, he had no sense of pain. If not for the fact that he had retained the sense of pain in his true solid but wings earlier, he would have been stuck in star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm. The encounter earlier was extremely precarious. Thankfully, Fang Yuan had his previous life's memories and recognized that it was a dream realm, thus he could leave before he sunk further into it. Fortunately, he had true solid bat wings, and the pain produced from the self-detonation exceeded the power of star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream. Thus Fang Yuan was pushed out of the rank 9 Venerable's dream. But just when Fang Yuan escaped from the tiger's den, he entered the wolf's cave. 7-star child was a rank 8 Gu immortal. He did not have a prominent reputation, but his battle strength would have been exemplary. Be it Fang Yuan during his previous life or Fang Yuan currently, he was not 7-star child's match. Fang Yuan had no more pain that he could inflict. He felt helpless at this moment, like he was quietly awaiting death. No, there has to be a way. There is another way. Fang Yuan's lips were dry. He was nervously clenching his fists. Who? Sensing his clenched fists, a brilliant light shined in Fang Yuan's red eyes. He was overjoyed. There is a chance. Although 7-star child is rank 8, he is far inferior to star constellation Immortal Venerable. In star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream, I could not move at all. But in 7-star child's dream, I have not lost all of my movement ability yet. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan raised one arm with much difficulty. It felt like a huge mountain was pressing on his hand. Such a simple act of raising his arm became extremely difficult. Rise, rise up! Fang Yuan's veins were popping. He stared at this arm as he exerted all of his strength. After 15 minutes, he finally raised his hand to an appropriate degree. With much difficulty, he slowly opened his 5 fingers, conjuring a lump of starlight in his palm. There were countless icy shards in the starlight. A continuously soft explosion could be heard from them. The blue starlight shined the entire area blue. Seeing this starlight lump, Fang Yuan had an intense feeling of joy and satisfaction. Oh no, I'm starting to feel the same joyful emotions as him. The deeper I am in this dream realm, the more mobility I lose. Fang Yuan reacted, suppressing his emotions. As he expected, his mobility had fallen greatly. He could raise his arm earlier, but now he could only move his fingers. His hand spent a lot of effort to create a lump of starlight. This was his final hope. Hidden dream realms cannot be attacked using normal methods. But this piece of dream realm is different. It has already surfaced. Since it can interfere with outside forces now, it can also be disrupted and destroyed by those outside forces. Although this piece of dream realm had star constellation Immortal Venerable and 7-star child's dreams, it had immense value. It was a huge waste to destroy it, but if Fang Yuan did not do this, he would lose his life. He had no choice but to do this. Fang Yuan exerted all of his strength. His 5 fingers trembled as the icy drill stardust flew out of his palm slowly. Carrying Fang Yuan's hope, the icy drill stardust slowly hit 7-star child's back. Ha ha ha, I succeeded. I fused the 7 stars into one. Ha 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 ha, goo. Seven-Star Child's laughter came to a stop. He turned around, but his body was shattering rapidly like a mirror. Fang Yuan could only see his face clearly. His entire body had collapsed. A good chance. Fang Yuan's entire body relaxed, like the formless mountain pressing on his body had been lifted. Fang Yuan regained his mobility and immediately retreated. If he did not move, when the dream realm recovers, he would not be able to any longer. But Seven-Star Child's dream was much more fragile than what Fang Yuan had expected. Not only did Seven-Star Child's body shatter, the surrounding clouds and the moon in the sky shattered. In the blink of an eye, this dream realm of Seven-Star Child vanished completely. How could that be? My icy drill stardust is not strong. All it could do was shatter Seven-Star Child's image. He should recover very quickly. Wait, this situation, could it be? A flash of inspiration appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. He thought of a possibility. As if responding to his thoughts, a sharp growl could be heard from within the 8th star hall, the voice creating strong sound waves. Who disrupted my sleep? At the deep, dark spot of the 8th star area, high up on the throne, there were two blue eyes shining brightly. Soon after, a body of an immortal zombie resembling a mortal person stood up and stepped out, furiously looking around, fixing his gaze on Star Lord Wan Xiong, He Lulan and Fang Yuan. At once, Fang Yuan felt extremely alert. He moved his entire body and retreated quickly. He did not even have time to turn around. He directly charged out of the Star Hall. It turns out that Seven-Star Child had not died, but transformed into an immortal zombie. No wonder the heavenly spirit did not appear. Hey Lulan, I can only help you to this extent. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. Before leaving, he fired icy drill stardust towards He Lulan. Worms, you caught death. Seven-Star Child first went to Star Lord Wan Xiong. He raised his leg and harshly stepped on Star Lord Wan Xiong's back. Bam! With a loud boom, he created a hole in the 8th star hall. Star Lord Wan Xiong's chest was almost entirely smashed. His injured body was like a shooting star, flying down and crashing into the forest. Seven-Star Child Immortal Zombie took large strides towards He Lulan. But He Lulan was attacked by the icy drill stardust. Under the intense feeling of pain and cold, she narrowly woke up from Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm. Seven-Star Child Immortal Zombie snickered sinisterly. When he got to around 50 to 60 steps from He Lulan, he pushed with his left arm. He Lulan had yet to react before her entire body moved back subconsciously. At the same time she raised her arms to block. At the next moment, a huge starlight pillar shot out of Seven-Star Child Immortal Zombie's hand silently. Immortal Killer Move, Star Billow Pillar. The defense He Lulan created was thoroughly destroyed in the blink of an eye by the starlight pillar. Luckily, He Lulan had obtained a crucial moment to rest. She quickly changed her direction. Star Billow Pillar was a straight-line attack. He Lulan narrowly escaped death and avoided the range of the pillar, retreating quickly. Seven-Star Child Immortal Zombie halted for a moment, before twisting his left arm and adjusting the direction of the pillar. He Lulan dodged left and right. She narrowly avoided Star Billow Pillar many times. Even if she was hit by the light pillar, it was not for more than 3 breaths of time. After dozens of breaths, the huge starlight pillar in Seven-Star Child's hand vanished, and He Lulan successfully escaped from the 8th star hall, rapidly descending towards the forest. When He Lulan got to Fang Yuan's side, she could not believe that she actually escaped successfully, keeping her life. She did not have strong defensive methods. Even with the recovery speed of being a strength path extreme immortal, she could not stay in the light pillar for 4 breaths of time. During the process of her retreat, she was dancing on the edge of death. If there was an accident and she stayed in it for 4 breaths, she would have died. Fang Yuan grabbed her arm and ran towards the deeper parts of the forest. Quickly go! Seven-Star Child Immortal Zombie had been trapped in that dream realm for too long. His condition is abnormal and there are few thoughts in his mind. His cognition is slow and he cannot think normally now. He Lulan was dragged by Fang Yuan. They concealed their figures and stealthily moved past trees after trees, running frantically in the forest. She was still confused even now. She asked rapidly, "Dream realm?" The star Constellation Immortal Venerable that I saw earlier was also part of a dream realm? What is a dream realm? Suddenly, Hei Lu Lan's voice came to a stop. Seeing the icy drill stardust marks on her body, she shouted in anger, "Fang Yuan! You actually attacked me! Shut up! I was saving you. Without this icy drill stardust, would you be able to escape from Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm? If you could not react in time, you would have been killed by 7-star Child Immortal Zombie's Immortal Killer move already." Fang Yuan did not turn around. He replied in a displeased tone. Hei Lu Lan was stunned, but she accepted his explanation. Fierce and ambitious people were usually easily suspicious. Hei Lu Lan did not believe Fang Yuan. What she believed was the Snowy Mountain alliance that they had. The alliance stated that allies were not to harm or attack each other. When one side was in danger, the other party must attempt to save them to the best of their ability. If Fang Yuan's icy drill stardust was an attack trying to harm Hei Lu Lan, he would have died from the oath already. Seeing that he was rapidly running, and causing pain to her arm, Hei Lu Lan understood and broke free from Fang Yuan's grasp. "I can move myself." Pausing for a while, Hei Lu Lan followed behind Fang Yuan as she asked, "I will remember this favor of saving my life. The compensation that I give you should certainly satisfy you. However, what is that dream realm? As a strength path extreme immortal, I actually sunk into that dream realm with no way of resisting." Dream realm, is it that dream realm in the legends of Renzu? Is it connected to Great Dream Immortal Venerable? Also, why are you running so rapidly? We have fixed immortal travel. Shut up! Fang Yuan shouted, running at his full speed. His true solid bat wings were already gone. His speed was much slower now. Worms that invade my territory deserve death. At this point, 7-star Child Immortal Zombie's furious voice could be heard. Fang Yuan and Hei Lu Lan ran as they looked up, seeing that 7-star Child Immortal Zombie had already flown out of the 8th-star hall. His attention was on the rolling rock battlefield that was in the air. This was unavoidable. After all, the rolling rock battlefield was high in the air. It was massive and was like a huge poisonous tumor attached to the starry sky grotto heaven. It attracted too much hostility. 7-star Child Immortal Zombie thought about it for a while. He stretched out his left arm and burst out with another star below pillar. An immortal level star path killer move. It crashed onto the rolling rock battlefield. The rolling rock battlefield shook intensely, but it did not break. The star below pillar was certainly an immortal killer move, but rolling rock battlefield was also an immortal killer move. In fact, it was a killer move formed by using 3 immortal GU that were related to each other. Chapter 726. Retreat. Following his action, a huge hand made of grand starlight formed and slapped the rolling rock battlefield with great force. It was another immortal killer move. After the attack of 2 immortal killer moves, the rolling rock battlefield cracked open as a huge opening revealed the scene inside the battlefield. It had not broken apart yet. Fang Yuan saw this and retracted his gaze, running without rest. Hei Lu Lan let out a breath of foggy air. Her worry was mostly lifted. All right, 7-star Child Immortal Zombie is fighting Chalet now. This is the best situation. Fang Yuan, why are you running? Saving a person. Fang Yuan's reply was extremely brief and to the point. Hei Lu Lan was curious, save who? At this time, Fang Yuan turned around a mountain wall and stepped onto a cliff. He pointed him. Hei Lu Lan looked and saw that there was a GU Immortal lying on a cracked rock after a trail of broken trees. It is that star path GU Immortal. The two came to Star Lord Wan Song and saw that there was a huge hole on his chest. Not only was it completely pierced through, he had lost almost all of his chest. Only some flesh by the 2 sides were holding him together. Such heavy injuries made even Hei Lu Lan breathe in sharply. This is the power of 7-star Child Immortal Zombie Stomp. Fang Yuan lowered his body and his 8 arms searched Star Lord Wan Song's body in turns. After a while, Fang Yuan sighed in disappointment, thinking, although his body's injuries are severe, it can be healed by paying a huge cost. But his soul was sucked into the dream realm. Unless Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's dream was broken, this GU immortal soul can only wander inside that dream realm, or transform himself into another dream realm. Hei Lulan was standing at the side, using her investigative GU to check. She said with some lingering fear, "There is no way to save him, even his soul is entirely missing now. Don't tell me it was because of that dream realm? If you did not save me, would I end up in that state as well? What a pity." Fang Yuan muttered. His movements did not stop. If he was still alive, we could still gain important information from him. In fact, we could use your slavery immortal GU to make him become one of us, doing our bidding. We could even plot against Shalay, and might have a chance of killing Shalay without taking any risks, while also leaving us free from suspicion, obtaining the greatest benefits. Hey, are you listening to my words? Hei Lulan was stomping her feet in anger. If you have the time for that, why don't you come and help me seal the immortal aperture in his body? Fang Yuan's words attracted all of Hei Lulan's attention. This was a complete rank 6 blessed land. Hei Lulan quickly moved ahead and sent out her divine sense, but it could only move around the area outside the immortal aperture, unable to enter. He is dead, but he left behind his obsession. The blessed land now has a land spirit. Fang Yuan's 8 arms were continuing to move, planting all sorts of GU worms on Star Lord Wan Slong's corpse. Star Lord Wan Slong's injuries continued to heal. What can I do to help? Hei Lulan was stunned by the incredible techniques that Fang Yuan was using endlessly right now. Fang Yuan's brows were tightly locked. He was concentrating. Sealing the blessed land is a troublesome matter. Thankfully the land spirit has just been formed. I did not expect such a situation. I am lacking GU worms now. You have to observe the battle situation up there, while communicating with Treasure Yellow Heaven to buy these GU worms. Remember, we cannot have a single one missing. Saying so, Fang Yuan transmitted his divine sense. I know. Hei Lulan obtained a list and her face was serious. She stood beside Fang Yuan, acting as a guard while using her own immortal aperture to communicate with Treasure Yellow Heaven. Not just that, she even used the moving perspective cup GU that Fang Yuan lent her to ask for help from Fairy Li Shan. Boom boom boom. High in the sky, 7-star child immortal zombie continued to attack endlessly. His immortal killer moves were unleashed as if they did not cost any immortal essence at all. He used them one after another. The rolling rock battlefield could not take the pressure and was finally broken. The battlefield broke apart, and the zombie dragon fell from the sky helplessly, like a dead snake with lots of injuries. Shalay, who caused its injuries, was not in a good state either. He was covered in wounds, especially the one on his chest. It extended from his shoulder to his waist. The wound was so deep his bones could be seen. Shalay was panting heavily. His face was pale. There was still a trace of grey-white zombie fire burning on his body. In order to defeat the zombie dragon, he had paid a huge price and suffered heavy injuries. But the more injured he was, the greater his fighting intent. Seeing 7-star child immortal zombie, who was stronger than the zombie dragon, this GU immortal from combat immortal sect laughed loudly. He did not have any fear. Instead, his fighting intent was blazing like a forest fire. Intruder, die! 7-star child immortal zombie shouted, expressionlessly pointing a finger at Shalay. Immortal killer move, 1-star finger. At the same time, Shalay snickered, flipping his palm. Immortal killer move, shocking rock break. The two killer moves were attacking methods that had short activation time but great offensive power. 7-star child immortal zombie's fingertip burst out with starlight. In the blink of an eye, it tore through space and pierced Shalay's chest. Meanwhile, a huge mountain rock pressed down on 7-star child immortal zombie. With a loud bang, 7-star child immortal zombie was sent crashing to the ground, buried under a small hill. Shalay's blood was spewing out in a line from the front and back of his chest. His body shook in the air for a while. He almost fell, but he managed to continue floating. Shalay was stunned. The attack earlier was too fast. If he did not move his body in time, his heart would have been destroyed. At the area of his wound, there were countless star path down marks. As they were near his heart, blood was flowing out unceasingly. Ordinary mortal GU could not help, even mortal healing killer moves could not do anything, but Shalay had his own healing immortal GU. After the treatment of the immortal GU, Shalay's injuries healed rapidly, the blood stopped spewing out, it flowed down his chest like a stream. Right after he finished treating his injuries, the rock that was suppressing 7-star child immortal zombie broke apart. A huge starlight hand pressed hard and broke the rock into pieces, sending the shards flying. Roar! 7-star child immortal zombie shouted loudly, his body was covered in a multicolored star cloak. With a loud bang, he flew up, only leaving behind an illusory figure on the spot. The intense force caused the ground below the immortal zombie to crack, caving in to form a crater. Shalay's pupils shrunk, he was shocked by 7-star child's burst of speed. Shalay had just summoned his defensive immortal GU when 7-star child immortal zombie crashed towards him with a loud bang. The immortal GU's defense was nearly broken. Shalay spat out a mouthful of blood with his vision spinning. He was sent flying into the sky from the impact. Oh no, this is a movement immortal killer move. Shalay could feel the wind brushing against his ears. He tried hard to open his eyes. Whoosh! Hearing something with his ears, Shalay turned around with much difficulty, only to see 7-star child immortal zombie covered in a robe of starlight, piercing the clouds and appearing before him. 7-star child immortal zombie flew alongside Shalay, towards the sky. At that moment, the immortal zombie opened his left palm, aiming it at Shalay's head. Immortal killer move, star billow pillar. Boom! The huge light pillar pierced the cloud layer from a high altitude, penetrating a mountain peak and causing a large area to collapse and fall apart, resulting in much dust and smoke. A body descended from the sky like a broken sack. It was Shalay. He had endured the attack of the star billow pillar for 15 breaths, but he was still alive and had some battle strength left. His entire head was charred black, his facial features were all blurry, like the melted wax of a candle. Roar! Shalay opened his eyes, his golden pupils bursting out with an unprecedented ruthless light. His heart was filled with rage. He finally used his greatest trump card. Earth Path, Transformation Path, Dual Immortal Killer Move, Rock Mountain Immortal Monkey King Transformation. 7-star child immortal zombie charged over, but was repelled by a burst of golden light. When the giant pillar of golden light vanished, a 16-meter-tall giant monkey appeared. The monkey had golden fur, like it was clad in golden armor. The muscles on its body were bulging like huge rocks. Its golden pupils were emitting an emotionless dominance, as the reflection of 7-star child immortal zombie could be seen in its eyes. There were a pair of huge hands with red fingernails that were sharp as swords. When his fingers were extended, his hands looked like 2 fearsome claws. Opening its mouth, fangs grew. In a moment, fangs were protruding out of its mouth. It was as if a demonic god had descended into the mortal world. On one end, it was the huge immortal Monkey King. On the other end there was the awakened immortal zombie clad in a starry cloak. The two were at a standstill, neither of them attacked yet. Hei Lulan watched with her heart shaking. She knew that the moment the two of them attacked, it would be an overwhelming battle. She could not help but urge Fang Yuan, quick, the situation is becoming more troublesome. Okay. But without immortal GU, we can only last for 7 minutes. Once the time is up, the immortal aperture will have to land on the ground and take root. Fang Yuan was extremely busy. He felt dizzy as his 8 arms stopped moving in that complex manner. He heaved a deep sigh, looking at the sky, seeing the fearsome immortal Monkey King, as well as the 7-star child immortal zombie who was surrounded by shiny starlight. Immortal Monkey King moved his golden pupils, using his peripheral vision to look at Fang Yuan and Hei Lulan. Fang Yuan's concealment method could not deceive Shalay in his current state. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. He found us. Quick, hide the corpse. Hei Lulan's expression was solemn. She quickly dragged Star Lord Wan Slong's leg and tossed him into her immortal aperture. At this time, 7-star child immortal zombie howled towards the sky. His voice pierced heaven and earth. Beams of starlight pillars shot down from the sky. From the pillars, desolate beasts came out: diamond bear, flying sword rat, star desolate hound, golden pangolin. After 7-star child Immortal Zombie started thinking again, he finally used the advantage of the grotto heaven. He released the desolate beasts inside the 7 spaces and displayed an overpowering position. Seeing this, Fang Yuan said nothing more, activating fixed immortal travel. Immortal Monkey King's expression changed. He Lu Lan entered Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. In just a few breaths of time, the two of them vanished. Fixed immortal travel, Immortal Zombie. Fang Yuan. 3 phrases appeared in Immortal Monkey King's mind, but 7-star child Immortal Zombie charged over again. Chalet was bold, but he was not stupid enough to continue fighting. He flew down, towards the walking meat tree, and placed the 2 segments of the tree into his immortal aperture. Boom! A trace of starlight tore through the sky, piercing Immortal Monkey King's huge body. It was 7-star child's immortal killer move, 1-star finger. After Chalet was hit, his body merely shook slightly. He continued to fly towards the flying heavenly boar corpse. He had the intention to retreat already. He wanted to get his loot before leaving. He endured 7-star child Immortal Zombie's attacks as he flew towards the astral wind flying heavenly boar corpse, stretching out his arm to grab it, but he got nothing instead. What? Chalet was shocked, seeing the broken mortal GU on his arm. He understood at once and flew into a rage. It had to be that Fang Yuan. Bam! At the next moment, a star billow pillar hit Immortal Monkey King directly on the back, causing him to fall onto the ground. Chapter 727. Escape. He growled angrily, spitting out the soil in his mouth, getting up quickly. Chalet did not care about the 7-star child Immortal Zombie. He only wanted to get to the star demon back corpse, towards the location in his memories. He took huge steps as he ran, uprooting all of the trees in his way. He looked at the star demon back corpse from afar, joyful to see that it was still intact. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Right at this moment, 3 golden lights flew over from the sky. The golden lights were extremely fast and agile. They were 3 flying sword rat desolate beasts. Chalet snorted coldly. He did not want to engage with them. He raised his arms and covered his face. Clank clank clank. The flying sword rat's nails were as sharp as swords. They scratched Immortal Monkey King's huge body, but no blood was seen as the soft golden monkey fur blocked the nails, emitting a loud metallic noise. Chalet's current form had outstanding defense. The 3 flying sword rats did not let go of Chalet yet. They were small and agile. They followed him and continued to scratch and hack away at his body. Bunches of monkey fur fell from Chalet's body. Wherever Chalet went, monkey fur would scatter on the ground. Damn rats! Chalet shouted, whipping his tail and using it like a golden whip. The flying sword rats were hit by the tail, but after they were sent flying, they returned and continued to disturb him. Just as he was about to reach the star demon back corpse, a diamond bear appeared. Scram! Chalet was furious. He clenched his fists and swept with his arms. His fists were slamming horizontally as his brute force pushed the heavy diamond bear away. The diamond bear flew in the air for a short distance, before crashing partway up the mountain. With a loud thud, its body, which resembled diamonds, had cracks on it, but it stood up like it was uninjured. Desolate beasts generally had strong vitality. They were durable and sturdy existences. Chalet did not want to tangle with the diamond bear. He only wanted to get back his loot. He ignored the disturbance of the flying sword rats as he reached the star demon back corpse and grabbed it with his hand. The star demon back corpse shattered. He had been deceived once again. Chalet reacted quickly, shouting in anger, "Damn, what method is this? How can it look so real? Flying bear, right, there is still a flying bear here." Still having some hope in his heart, the golden-furred giant monkey changed directions and continued to run. Along the way, he was met with obstruction from desolate beasts, but with his brute strength, he forcefully carved out a path. During this period, 7-star child Immortal Zombie who was in the air attacked non-stop, sending blows towards the golden-furred giant monkey. Even with the great defense of the Immortal Monkey King form, his skin was torn and flesh was exposed. Chalet finally got close to the flying bear corpse, but he saw that there were 5 flying bears surrounding the corpse. Some made mournful cries while others were licking the blood on the ground. There was one which used its head to nudge the flying bear corpse, but the image flickered. Shalay saw this and lost all hope. It was completely dashed as rage overwhelmed him. It seems that all of the desolate beasts that I killed were stolen by that despicable thief Fang Yuan. All of these are my loot, the fruits of my victory. He dared to steal my possessions, the immortal monkey kings. How long has it been since such a thing has happened? Shalay's huge body attracted the attention of the flying bears. Gah! The 5 flying bears had bloodshot eyes as they charged towards the golden fur giant monkey. Shalay did not have the mood to fight with them. At this point, he knew there was nothing to gain here. He wanted to escape. Even though Star Lord Wan Song was killed and Shalay lost the method to leave Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, he knew the location of that Grotto Heaven loophole. As long as he can find that place, he could exert force and create a bigger hole, connecting to the outside world of Central Continent. Shalay immediately changed directions, but he realized that while the 5 flying bears were still charging towards him from the front, on the left, there were 3 blazing divine stallions getting closer. On the right, there was a huge ghost-faced tortoise, and behind him were 7-star desolate hounds. In just a short while, he was surrounded by desolate beasts on all sides. Shalay wanted to fly into the sky, but he looked up to see an iron crown eagle, a 9-palace crane, and a Qi grand lion, these 3 desolate beasts above him. Other than that, 7-star child immortal zombie was also ready to attack. 3 desolate beasts are nothing much, but this immortal zombie. The golden fur giant monkey's golden pupils shined with wariness. He lowered his head, looking around and deciding to break through from the right side. On his right, there was a ghost-faced tortoise. It was like the size of 3 mountains, floating in the sky silently. It was the largest in build and had the most difficulty in turning around. If 7-star child immortal zombie continued to attack, he could use the ghost-faced tortoise's huge body to act as a shield. Shalay made up his mind and took a huge step forward, charging towards the ghost-faced tortoise. He had transformed into the golden fur giant monkey. He was more than twice as large as Fang Yuan's 8-armed immortal zombie form. But in front of the ghost-faced tortoise, he was like a pearl in front of a wolf. The ghost-faced tortoise growled, as countless soul beasts emerged from the holes on its shell. The dark blue-colored soul beasts formed into an army, huge in numbers, filling the sky and charging towards the golden monkey like a torrential wave. Shalay fought against the flow and moved up, his fist sending all of the soul beasts in his way flying. His golden fur had great defense. Although the soul beasts were huge in numbers, they were slaughtered mercilessly. Shalay managed to use this soul beast army to avoid the entrapment of the desolate beasts. Only those 3 flying sword rats were still near him, causing small wounds from time to time. This immortal zombie seems to be unable to think. Even though he has strength, his beasts are hindering each other, and cannot display their true power. If it was me, I would have attacked long ago. Who cares about the lives of the soul beasts? Shalay had rich battle experience. After evading the ghost-faced tortoise, he had an idea and purposely slowed down. Under the encirclement of the soul beast army, he continued to move forward. The other beasts could only stand far away. Even 7-star child immortal zombie was staring blankly, as if he did not want to harm the soul beast army. Finally, Shalay came to the opening of the loophole of the Grotto Heaven. He let out a breath of turbid air. He was just about to relax before he winced, as blood poured out from his back. These 3 accursed rats! Shalay growled in anger. He turned around and raised his fist, sending the flying sword rats flying. The flying sword rats earlier could not cause much damage, but when damage accumulated, a small injury would grow into a large one. His back's injury was already filled with metal path down marks. The flying sword rats crashed onto the ground, but they quickly flew towards Shalay again. Shalay's eyes shone with a ruthless light. He activated an immortal killer move, Filthy Mud Robe. The 3 flying sword rats landed on the filthy mud robe and could not free themselves, like they were stuck in a swamp. Shalay used another move, Earth's Root. From the thick filthy mud robe, countless spikes shot out, stabbing and piercing the flying sword rats. The flying sword rats held on for over a dozen breaths of time before their tiny bodies were pierced through by hundreds of spikes. They died at the scene. At this time, 7-star child immortal zombie finally reacted. he mobilized the Soul Beast army and ordered the Desolate beasts to charge forward fearlessly. "It is too late, fool." Chalet breathed in deeply, the sticky filthy mud robe on his body moved rapidly, detaching from his body and covering the grotto heaven opening. Chalet placed both his palms on the filthy mud robe, pouring a large amount of immortal essence into it. Immortal Killer Move, Earth Disintegration. The filthy mud robe scattered and flowed out, the grotto heaven crack became a huge hole after this attack. Chalet could see another sky out of this huge hole. He laughed heartily, taking a huge step and forcing his way out. Because it was a forceful breakthrough and was not as meticulous as Star-Lord Wan Slong's methods, during the process of leaving, a huge invisible force squeezed at Chalet's body from all directions. Thankfully, Chalet had become the golden fur giant monkey, his defenses rose by more than 10 times. He resisted the pressure and went through the hole. His body was covered in blood, especially the wound caused by the flying sword rats. His flesh was mushy and large amounts of blood was oozing out. Chalet sucked in a breath of cold air from the pain. He shouted in his heart, "Who dares to block my way? I am out of here. That accursed immortal zombie, I will definitely take you down. And for that Fang Yuan, the thief that stole my loot. A mere tiny rank 6 immortal zombie that doesn't know what is good for him, he dared to offend me. When I return, I will deal with you properly, and let you know the terrible fate for offending me." Thoughts flashed in Chalet's mind, but at this time, he heard the growls of flying bears near him. Chalet quickly looked around, seeing that 5 flying bears had gotten extremely close to him from 5 different directions. What is going on? He raised his head and looked, only to see 6 huge star shadows in the sky. Why am I still here? I had undoubtedly. Chalet was extremely shocked, his mouth was wide open. 7-star child immortal zombie looked at him as he laughed coldly. "Little monkey, did you think that my 7-star space is so simple? I do have to thank you. If you did not awaken me, I might still be stuck in that dream realm. As thanks, I will bury your corpse below my most beloved mountain peak." By now, 7-star child had actually regained his senses. He could think normally again. This is bad. Chalet's heart sank. 5 flying bears raised their paws, attacking the golden fur giant monkey. Scram! Chalet was just about to erupt, when starlight flickered around him, his body became heavier and his movement became slower. 7-star child immortal zombie had attacked. This was only a mortal killer move, but its effect was amazing. It was even more effective than the offensive immortal killer move earlier. At once, bear paws slammed down from all directions. Chalet shielded himself on his left and right, but he was unable to protect himself thoroughly. When he finally got rid of his restraint, he rolled and escaped from the 5 bears. But at this time, he was already dizzy from the beating. His muscles were swollen, becoming green and purple. Although he had no bone fractures, his body was aching intensely. After 7-star child regained his senses, his danger level escalated intensely. I have no choice, I will have to seek help from the sect. HMPH, to think that I, the Grand Immortal Monkey King, was forced to seek help GU at this moment. Where will my reputation go after this? Fang Yuan, this is all your fault. After I am saved, I will make sure you pay. Chalet shouted in his heart. He was going to puke blood from anger. Fang Yuan not only stole his loot, causing his trip to be an overall loss, he even took away Star-Lord Wan Slong and trapped Chalet in this starry sky grotto heaven. Woof woof woof. 2-star Desolate hounds traveled over, and the ghost-faced tortoise also floated ahead of him soundlessly. Immortal Monkey King raised his head, shouting at 7-star child immortal zombie, "Fight me for 300 more rounds if you have the guts." 7-star child immortal zombie laughed arrogantly, "Sure, come here." The golden fur giant monkey growled as sharp golden light burst out, forcing 7-star child immortal zombie to squint in response. After the golden light faded, Chalet regained his human form. He charged into the forest and sped away rapidly. The result was, he ran away. He ran away. The immortal Monkey King Chalet, famous for his bravery and ruthlessness in Central Continent, had chosen to escape. If this was known to the outside world, who knows how many of Central Continent's GU immortals would gasp in shock. 7-star child immortal zombie was shocked for a while before reacting, responding angrily, "You dare to trick me? I thought you were a heroic champion who would rather battle to the death and would never give up. Escape, go ahead and run, I want to see where you can escape to in this grotto heaven of mine." Chalet did not say a word, he ran even faster. Chapter 728. Star Form Blessed Land. Where is this? He Lulan came out of Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. The two had used fixed immortal travel to escape Starry Sky Grotto Heaven and arrive at this place. He Lulan looked around her and guessed this was either an underground cavern or inside a hollow mountain. The light was sparse, causing the place to be dark and gloomy. There were jagged rocks and the moisture in the air was very high, however it was quite spacious. "This place is Earth Abyss," Fang Yuan lightly replied. "Earth Abyss?" He Lulan looked at Fang Yuan with an astonished gaze. She was not unfamiliar with Central Continent, and knew that this Earth Abyss was located in the far west of Central Continent, and was an incomparably large underground world. Earth Abyss was divided into tens of layers, with every layer being at least hundreds of thousands of square kilometers in size. The space was extremely large and the underground world was deep and secluded. There were all sorts of caves and tunnels, some were like labyrinths, some had giant underground lakes while some had flat ground. Earth Abyss was home to untold number of living organisms, it was full of vitality, the unique ecology was clearly different from the surface. Truly a great place, the Earth Chi is dense in Earth Abyss and will greatly reduce the time for the blessed land to fall. He Lulan nodded, then changed the subject, but the main headquarters of Ancient Soul Sect is in Earth Abyss. Ancient Soul Sect is one of the 10 great ancient sects, it is like a colossal beast that has held dominance over the far west for thousands of years. They have occupied Earth Abyss and treat it as their own exclusive domain. If you want the blessed land to fall here, it is like planting flowers in another person's backyard, aren't you afraid of being found? Fang Yuan laughed, "Don't worry, the depths of Earth Abyss are extremely secluded. Ancient Soul Sect has spent thousands of years but has only explored no more than 18 layers fully, with some brief explorations up to the 27th layer. From the 28th to 36th layers, only Ancient Soul Sect's GU immortals roam about occasionally. As long as we plant the blessed land below the 40th layer, we do not need to be concerned about being discovered even if we make a large commotion." 40th layer? I remember the exploration of Earth Abyss done by Ancient Soul Sect only found 36 layers. He Lulan was astonished. Fang Yuan snickered, "That is because they are incompetent, the depth of Earth Abyss surpasses people's imaginations. How could it stop at 36 layers? As he said this, he recalled his previous life. In his previous life, when Fang Yuan was rank 5, endless beast tides emerged from Earth Abyss, attacking the surface and bringing disaster to Central Continent. Ancient Soul Sect suffered the brunt of their attack, suffering such disastrous losses that their foundation was damaged. After the beast tides charged out of Earth Abyss, they constantly drove out beast groups on Central Continent's surface and gradually formed into an unprecedented, terrifying beast tide that spread over the whole of Central Continent. In those years, there was great misery and suffering in Central Continent, countless small sects were destroyed like stones in the path of a flood. The 10 great ancient sects organized groups of experts and rushed everywhere to destroy the beast tide. They spent several years before they were finally able to eradicate the beast tide from the surface. Afterwards, both righteous and demonic path GU masters moved together inside Earth Abyss. Fang Yuan also entered Earth Abyss together with others and killed wild beasts, obtaining resources for his cultivation. They purged layers after layers, and entered deeper and deeper. After entering the 36th layer, GU masters discovered a new passage. Further down was an even larger underground world with territories of countless beast groups, desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. It was a land filled with dangers everywhere. Even when Fang Yuan had self-detonated, the exploration of the Earth Abyss had not finished. They had only discovered there were 107 layers. Ancient Soul Sect currently occupied 36 layers, which was just the portion that was closest to the surface. Fang Yuan naturally would not speak of these details to He Lulan, he only said, just follow me. He Lulan saw Fang Yuan's confident appearance and followed him deeper into Earth Abyss. The place they had appeared was the 8th layer. And as they moved down, they saw many of Ancient Soul Sect's GU Masters. These GU Masters mostly were in groups, some were hunting wild beasts while some were gathering underground moss. The deeper they went, the fewer the number of GU Masters they saw, while the cultivations of the GU Masters increased correspondingly. From rank 2 GU Masters at the start to rank 3 to rank 4. How could these mortals have the ability to detect Fang Yuan and He Lulan's traces? Even if they brushed past some GU Masters in a narrow path, these mortals would not have been able to sense anything. When they reached the 30th layer, they no longer saw mortal GU Masters. It was a scene of darkness which greatly restricted vision, but fortunately, Fang Yuan and He Lulan were GU immortals. They had all sorts of investigative GU. At the 35th layer, one of Ancient Soul Sect's rank 6 GU immortals was being chased miserably by an ancient desolate beast and 4 desolate beasts. This GU immortal had helped Fang Yuan. He and He Lulan were able to smoothly pass through the desolate beasts' camps and enter the 36th layer. Here, Fang Yuan walked to the key area according to his previous life's memory. After setting up 6 GU formations, Fang Yuan pointed below his feet and said to He Lulan, "My attack power is not enough. It is better if you activate your immortal GU and attack this muddy ground." He Lulan followed Fang Yuan's instruction. She transformed into a strength path phantom giant and punched heavily at the muddy ground 3 times. Mud and stone spattered, but could not splash out of the GU formations. Thunderous sounds echoed, but outside the GU formations, it was a scene of tranquil silence. The muddy ground was not completely smashed and only formed a crater that reached 70 to 80 feet. "Continue, quickly!" Fang Yuan urged before jumping inside. He Lulan took a deep breath and jumped inside, punching rapidly. Under these continuous bombardments, the giant crater deepened further, and after thousands of feet, it finally broke open completely, forming a hole. Fang Yuan and He Lulan entered this hole to the 37th layer. He Lulan was covered with sweat. She raised her head and saw that the hole was rapidly being restored under the effect of the GU formations. That was the thinnest area in the 36th layer. Even so, it was nearly 10,000 feet thick. Fang Yuan explained. "How did you discover this place?" He Lulan was filled with doubts. Fang Yuan snickered. Due to the Snowy Mountain Alliance, he could not lie but could choose to not speak. He Lulan saw Fang Yuan's silence and snorted, but did not pursue it. The 37th layer was filled with much more danger. After all, this place was completely in its raw state. Fang Yuan and He Lulan could be said to be among the first outsiders to explore it. When the two finally reached the 40th layer, the seal on Star Lord Wan Slong finally reached its time limit. "Your estimate was really accurate." He Lulan placed Star Lord Wan Slong's corpse on the ground and gazed at Fang Yuan deeply. At Fang Yuan's will, hundreds of mortal GU flew out from Star Lord Wan Slong's body like a swarm of locusts. They buzzed as they flew into Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. Without the layer of suppression, Star Lord Wan Slong's body gradually let out bright starlight. The starlight became brighter and brighter. At the same time, the ground started to tremor. Several breaths later, vast amounts of earth chi emerged like layers of dust accumulating on the ground. The starlight stabilized. The piercing radiance was comparable to the sun during a summer afternoon. A formless suction force suddenly erupted which started to absorb the surrounding earth chi. Fang Yuan and He Lulan had already retreated far away from the starlight. "What is going on?" "It is an earthquake, another earthquake." "Leave, the earthquake this time is quite strong. If we don't leave now we might be buried alive." The GU Masters in Earth Abyss scurried off like rats, shouting in panic as they ran as fast as they could out of Earth Abyss. They did not feel this was strange. The structure of Earth Abyss was not stable and there would occasionally be earthquakes or collapse of places within. It was because of this as well that Ancient Soul Sect did not spend a lot of energy to carry out explorations, even though they were in control of this place. Large amounts of stones fell down from above. Even more dangerous were those sharp stalactites that could pierce through rank 3 defensive GU if they struck. In fact, not only the GU masters, the numerous living beings in Earth Abyss were also in misery. Many were crushed to death by the falling stones, while others were buried alive. To place the blessed land, Fang Yuan had brought about the death of at least 100,000 or more lives. After 5 minutes of time, the starlight slowly stopped absorbing Earth Qi, and formed a large square door. The large door was completely constructed from starlight and was hovering in the air. There was a plaque on top of the door where 4 words were written, Star Form Blessed Land. Hey Lulan let out a breath of cloudy air. We finally succeeded. It seems our luck is not bad. The commotion was huge, but it did not lead to an attack from the wild beasts in this place. Let's go. Fang Yuan took the lead and opened the starry entrance. Hey Lulan followed closely behind. The two entered Star Form Blessed Land. It was as if it was late at night in here. The sky was pitch black and filled with stars. The dazzling starlight shone on the ground of the blessed land. The visibility was high and it was not dark. The whole of Star Form Blessed Land's terrain was like a giant basin. In the center were upward sloping grounds, while at the edge of the blessed land were continuous mountain ranges, as if forming a circular wall. So much star fragment grass. Fang Yuan looked at the ground. The grass underneath him here actually entirely consisted of star fragment grass. Star fragment grass clearly required to be planted on cloud soil, but this star fragment grass was directly planted on the black muddy ground, yet their growth was in a much better state than the ones Fang Yuan planted in Immortal Blessed Land. Fang Yuan sighed with praise. This is the benefit of having a star path blessed land. Growing the related plants is not only easier, but also guarantees harvest. Hey Lulan's gaze was, however, attracted to the spine-finned star dragonfish that were leisurely flying in the night sky. She could only see 3 spine-finned star dragonfish. These giant dragonfish were about the size of a whale, but had the shape of a carp. There were bones protruding out of their backs that extended outwards. Their scales were blue in color. Their eyes were as large as carts, with some starry radiance in them. However, under the keen observation of Fang Yuan and Hey Lulan, they quickly discovered some traces of battle. Not far away, large patches of plotted grass were in flames with black smoke rising up. The 3 spine-finned star dragonfish had injuries on their body. At the far end of their sight, those continuous mountain ranges also showed unnatural holes, like cheese that was nibbled at by rats. It seems that this GU Immortal had been in a fierce battle. Fang Yuan said. Right, if not for my main body being heavily injured by Song Zixing, suffering hidden injuries to both the physical body and soul, how could my grand main body, Star Lord Wan Slong, perish inside the 8th Star Hall? A boy suddenly appeared before Fang Yuan and Hey Lulan. His appearance was as if he was carved from jade. He was wearing pinkish blue clothes wrapped around his chest and stomach. His small arms and legs were tender white like lotus roots. He was hovering in the air, his small cheeks puffing in anger. Chapter 729. Splitting Loot. Land Spirit, do you still remember me? Fang Yuan smiled lightly. I had bought Star Fragment Grass and the killer move, Spring Star Rain, from your main body previously. Star Form Child's gaze flickered. He reassessed Fang Yuan as his expression became more gentle. So it is you, I have some impression. Just the land spirit alone cannot take care of the entire blessed land. I wonder if you would like to seek refuge with one of us. Fang Yuan asked directly. Hey Lulan stood at the side, showing some nervousness on her face. She stared intently at Star Form Child. Star Form Child nodded his small head, showing some sadness, saying, to protect this foundation, I will need the help of others. But I have my conditions. Although Star Form Child was formed from Star Lord Wan Xiong's lingering obsession, it had assimilated with the Blessed Land and was the representative of the Blessed Land's will. If he did not have the help of other GU Immortals, the Blessed Land would experience heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities again and again, until it perishes. Any life form had an instinct for survival, even land spirits were no exception. Please speak. Fang Yuan quickly asked. Star Form Child frowned, pouting as he said angrily, the reason my main body died in the 8th Star Hall was because of Song Zixing. He caused a huge injury to my main body, forcing me to expose my secret and explore the grotto heaven with Immortal Monkey King Chalet. If you want to become this blessed land's owner, you will need to bring me Song Zixing's head. Song Zixing's head. He Lulan heard this condition and laughed bitterly. Even though she was not a person from Central Continent, she had heard of Song Zixing's reputation. Song Zixing was a former disciple of Myriad Dragon Doc. After getting the Blood Sea inheritance, he refused to hand it over and chose to betray them. In order to exterminate him, Myriad Dragon Doc sent 8 GU immortals in succession. 5 rank 6 and 3 rank 7, in the end, were killed by Song Zixing, 3 were crippled and 1 was forced to retreat. Myriad Dragon Doc suffered a huge loss, and from then on, they did not dare to attack Song Zixing without preparation again. Song Zixing was now roaming around scot-free. He was one of the strongest experts among the demonic path in Central Continent. He had rank 7 cultivation and used the blood path, which was extremely powerful at fighting. People in Central Continent publicly recognized that Song Zixing's battle strength was about the same as Chalet, while being weaker than Feng Juji. That was because many years ago, Song Zixing had encountered Feng Juji and was forced to retreat after Feng Juji used 3 moves to utterly defeat him. Alright, I will give it a try. Fang Yuan's expression was unchanged. He agreed. You have to hurry, try your best. Star form Blessed Land's earthly calamity is coming soon. If I cannot get through it, the Blessed Land will be destroyed. It will be useless even if you meet the condition then. Star form Child urged. Fang Yuan's gaze shined. If that is the case, I can help you resist the earthly calamity first. Star form Child shook his head like it was a rattle. I will not allow any external GU immortal to stay in star form Blessed Land for more than 7 minutes. People's hearts are hard to read. Only my master can help me to pass tribulation. Not long after, I will use Treasure Yellow Heaven to spread this information and get more people to deal with that accursed Song Zixing. He Lulan's heart sank, but she had a deeply scheming heart. Her expression was still very calm. She thought about her words as she said, then you have to be careful, land spirit. People's hearts are hard to read. You might attract greedy wolves that would come and attack your blessed land directly. Star form Child laughed. Don't worry, I am not stupid. I will not expose this location to them. Only those who meet my condition can enter star form Blessed Land. Leave, and remember not to tell others the location of this blessed land. The land spirit was sending the guests out. Fang Yuan did not stay forcefully. He bid his farewell and left with He Lulan using the blessed land's entrance, back to Earth Abyss. The moment the two of them stepped into Earth Abyss, the door behind them vanished, completely disappearing. The blessed land was a small world, even though it was placed on the ground and took in Earth Chi. As long as the entrance was not open, it was very well hidden. Fang Yuan and He Lulan were silent. After getting rid of all their traces, they used fixed immortal travel and returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. They were in a safe environment now. The first thing they did was to split the loot. This journey into Starry Sky Grotto Heaven was terrifying but harmless. We made a huge profit. I am regretting it slightly now. If I knew this, I would not have agreed to the 40% and 60% split. He Lulan sighed as she took the loot out of her immortal aperture. Why are there so many desolate beast corpses? This boar looks like an ancient desolate beast. Hey, there is a lion here. It is not dead yet. At once, Little Hu Immortal's attention was attracted to the desolate beasts on the ground. Blazing Divine Stallion, Flying Bear, Star Demon Bat, Chestnut Yak, a total of 7 desolate beast corpses and a yellow jade lion which was barely on the verge of death. Other than these, there was the astral wind-flying heavenly boar, the corpse of an ancient desolate beast. There were also several 100 kilograms of diamond soil dug out from the Diamond Bear's cave. Finally, there were around 10 mysterious trees. These trees were part of a forest. When they had first entered Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, they trapped Fang Yuan and He Lulan. The two could not tell the origin of these trees and decided to take a few into her immortal aperture. Afterwards, a star desolate hound charged over and interrupted their collection process. The corpse of a desolate beast was worth approximately 40 immortal essence stones. Ancient desolate beast corpses were much more expensive. They were 10 times the price of desolate beasts' corpses. that was 400 Immortal Essence Stones. Looking at this, it seemed that the price of an Ancient Desolate Beast was unreasonably high. But the truth was, Ancient Desolate Beasts were hard to kill. Not only was their battle strength equivalent to rank 7 GU Immortals, their bodies were covered in Dao marks. Mortal killer moves were ineffective on them. Even Immortal killer moves were not very effective. Ordinary Immortal killer moves used rank 6 Immortal GU as the core. When dealing with Ancient Desolate Beasts, it was like using a dagger to stab an elephant. Although it had effect, the injuries had to be accumulated over a long period of time. Only Immortal killer moves formed with rank 7 Immortal GU were an effective method to forcefully deal with Ancient Desolate Beasts. Therefore, when Immortal killer moves were involved, Immortal Essence would be expended. The cost of killing an Ancient Desolate Beast would be much higher as a result. One often needed to expend several hundred green grape Immortal Essence beads or tens of red date Immortal Essence beads. As a result, the profit that they gained was usually only about 100 Immortal Essence Stones. Although the profit of killing Ancient Desolate Beasts was still much higher in terms of efficiency, two factors needed to be considered. First, there was great risk in fighting with Ancient Desolate Beasts. Second, not any GU Immortal could deal with Ancient Desolate Beasts. Ordinary rank 6 GU Immortals would choose to retreat or run away when faced with an Ancient Desolate Beast. Only rank 7 GU Immortals like Chalet, an expert even among rank 7 GU Immortals, had the confidence to kill Ancient Desolate Beasts. 7 Desolate Beast corpses are worth around 280 Immortal Essence Stones. The nearly dead Yellow Jade Lion, for now we can count that as around 80 Immortal Essence Stones. The corpse of the Astral Wind Flying Heavenly Boar is 400 Immortal Essence Stones. Hundreds of kilograms of diamond soil is around 30 Immortal Essence Stones. These mysterious trees are of an unknown origin, we will exclude them for now. All in all, the profit is 790 Immortal Essence Stones. Hei Lu Lan calculated, the result made her a little tongue-tied. Almost 800 Immortal Essence Stones. Undoubtedly, this was a huge fortune. Hei Lu Lan's breathing became faster. Ever since she became an immortal, she had been calculating her Immortal Essence Stone expenditure piece by piece. Right now, there were almost 800 Immortal Essence Stones right in front of her. Fang Yuan was in better shape than Hei Lu Lan. Using the unlimited inspiration of Wisdom GU, he made many transactions with Lang Ya Land Spirit and had tens of Immortal Essence Stones on him as liquid currency. But even so, with 800 Immortal Essence Stones in front of him, Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. Even in his previous life, he had no such experience. In the 500 years of his previous life, the highest amount of Immortal Essence Stones he had on hand at a point in time was merely 60 or so. According to the 4-to-6 ratio, Fang Yuan could get 474 Immortal Essence Stones. This huge profit was because we looted all of this without any battle, thus we expended no Immortal Essence. We merely picked them up for free. Fang Yuan calmed his mind and said, "He, that barbarian monkey is probably fuming now. Will he attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land?" Hei Lu Lan asked with a bit of worry. After all, this was a huge sum. No. Fang Yuan shook his head. To us, this is a huge sum, but for a rank 7 GU Immortal like Chalet, he has at least several thousand Immortal Essence Stones in his possession. Normally speaking, rank 6 GU Immortals could have several hundred Immortal Essence Stones on them, while ordinary rank 7 GU Immortals would have thousands. Strength and wealth were in a reasonable ratio. Fang Yuan and Hei Lu Lan were newly advanced GU Immortals. They had just stepped into the world of GU Immortals. They were working with a whole new identity, starting from scratch, thus they were extremely poor. As for Fang Yuan lacking money in his previous life, one reason was because Blood Path was not good for the development of assets, it excelled in fighting. Secondly, because of the 5 regions chaotic war, there were many fights and he had high expenditure during that period. Fang Yuan continued to analyze. Furthermore, Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects are righteous sects, and even compared to super forces in the other regions, they have a long history. These great sects have to abide by order and stability, they care about their face and reputation. Chalet will definitely want revenge on us, but he would not do it forcefully. He will use righteous methods to suppress us. After all, we are now a part of Immortal Crane sect. Hei Lulan nodded. She agreed with Fang Yuan's perspective. She showed some pity on her face. It is unfortunate that we did not obtain that walking meat tree. It is an ancient desolate plant, a thing of legend. It can be sold for a higher price than the astral wind-flying heavenly boar. Fang Yuan said, I do not believe so. At that time, compared to the walking meat tree, star-form blessed land was much more important. How will we split star-form blessed land? Hei Lulan looked at Fang Yuan, her expression turning serious. In front of a huge profit, she was not going to give up on it easily. These desolate beast and ancient desolate beast corpses were easy to split because their price could be evaluated. But star-form blessed land could not be easily assessed. Immortal essence stones could not express the true value of a blessed land. A blessed land was like a gold mine. It could produce resources endlessly. After swallowing it, it could even improve a GU Immortal's cultivation. It could be said that one's blessed land or grotto heaven was the GU Immortal's greatest achievement in their cultivation journey. Fang Yuan thought about it, before saying, star-form blessed land is not easy to split. How about this? We will compete for it fairly. Whoever fulfills the land spirit's condition first will obtain star-form blessed land. The other party has to accept the result without any compensation. Star-form blessed land is the result of our hard work. Only the two of us can compete in this contest. We cannot interfere with each other maliciously. Other than us, even if it was Fairy Li Shan or Tai Bai Yunsheng who want to fight for star-form blessed land, we will work together and stop them. What do you think? Hei Lulan's gaze flickered as she nodded. That will be the best. Chapter 730. Giving you Qingpu tea. Bright sunlight shined down on this small world. The mountain stream flowed slowly. The tall ancient trees spread out their huge green leaves. Sunlight penetrated between the holes amongst the leaves. Because of the breeze, beams of light would sway gently when shining down on the ground. Feng Jinhuang was reclining on the grassy ground, her back against a tall tree. Feeling the wind, she breathed in deeply. The clear air was mixed in with the fragrance of the grass. The book of the Legends of Ren Zhu was exquisite and beautiful. In the hands of Feng Jinhuang, she had already flipped it to the last few pages. Feng Jinhuang's eyes were clear as water. She stared at a page of the book without blinking. Although she had heard about the story of Ren Zhu since her youth, due to her mystical experience in the dream realm, when she read the Legends of Ren Zhu again with deeper insight, Feng Jinhuang felt many new emotions emerging in her. At the end of the Legends of Ren Zhu, it said, Ren Zhu's 10 children died one after another. Even Ren Zhu himself was going to die of old age. He was at the end of his life. Before dying, Ren Zhu retrieved the corpses of his 10 children and sacrificed himself, sending them all into Derivation Gu's stomach, eaten by it. Large amounts of dream realms also followed the smell of the delicious food, going into Derivation Gu's mouth along with them. Derivation Gu's stomach was burst open, as countless light of life shone on the lands, creating the first batch of mortals. Because the dream realm was involved in the derivation, the first batch of mortals would experience dreams when they slept at night. Humans often sink deep into dreams, like Northern Dark Eye Soul, and are unable to free themselves from it. Feng Jinhuang thought as she stretched out her hand, closing the Legends of Ren Zhu book as she stood up. Mother, send me back to the building. I am tired. She said softly. Okay. At the next moment, Feng Jinhuang heard Fairy Bai Qing's gentle voice echoing near her. Feng Jinhuang vanished on the spot. She reappeared in her own room inside the small building. In the room, Fairy Bai Qing was already waiting. Feng Jinhuang's eyes shone with joy. Oh, Mother, why are you free today? Don't you need to blend in the earth chi? When a GU master reaches rank 6 and becomes a GU immortal, their aperture would take in the 3 chi of heaven, earth, and human, elevating it into an immortal aperture, forming a small world. GU immortals manage their immortal apertures and increase their cultivation level. But the more objects that enter the immortal aperture, gradually, the heaven and earth chi inside the immortal aperture would become insufficient. Like a carefully nurtured bonsai, as the tree inside grows larger, the pot becomes too small, and the soil will seem very shallow. At this time, GU immortals will place their blessed lands on the ground, taking in earth chi, or place their grotto heavens in the sky, taking in heaven chi. After taking in heaven and earth chi, they would stabilize their blessed land or grotto heaven, increasing the foundation of the immortal aperture. After their cultivation level stabilizes, they would be able to continue cultivating with a more stable foundation. Fairy Bai Qing's current condition was that she had managed the blessed land for quite some time. It was becoming unstable. She placed the blessed land on the ground, and she herself was inside, taking in the earth chi of the large region, central continent, and assimilating it into her blessed land. Fairy Bai Qing looked at her cute daughter with a doting gaze, praising, "Huang, it seems that after this dream realm encounter, your mental state had been greatly trained. In the past, you would have complained to me and would request for me to accompany you. But this time, I blended in the earth chi for 3 days and 3 nights without spending any time with you, yet you actually read books and refined GU quietly. Your mental state is much more mature than before. Mother is very happy." "Of course." Feng Jin Huang smiled happily, showing her white teeth. She raised her head as the bells rang on her phoenix coronet. She said proudly, "Who am I? I am father and mother's flesh and blood. How can I ruin both of your reputations?" Her smile infected Fairy Bai Qing as she smiled as well. Ever since the first batch of mortals were born, they could dream. Almost nobody can avoid dreaming. After all these years, countless geniuses and talented individuals, even immortal venerables and demon venerables, they have their own dream realms. These dream realms gather together, forming a huge hidden realm of an unprecedented size. Huang, your dream wings immortal GU can allow you to enter dream realms at will. It is a movement immortal GU that prevents you from being influenced by dream realms. This is a huge opportunity for you. You need to make good use of it. I understand, Mother. These recent days, I have been trying to refine GU. I found out that my refinement path realm had reached quasi-master level. The advantages of the dream realm are simply too much. I had always lacked interest in refinement path. I had never practiced it normally. But after this dream realm journey, my attainment rose so sharply, I have exceeded many people in the sect. Feng Jin Huang sighed and said, "You moved about in old immortal Kongju's dream. You unknowingly obtained some of his refinement path true meaning. But that was because old immortal Kongju himself was a refinement path supreme grandmaster, thus you had much to gain. Dream realms are extremely complex. You might not be so lucky next time to encounter the dream of someone as qualified as old immortal Kongju." Fairy Bai Qing analyzed. Feng Jin Huang was nonchalant. She laughed, "If I can't encounter it, then so be it. I do not have interest in refinement path anyway. Next time, all I need to do is enter the dream of an immortal venerable or demon venerable. Sigh, it is a pity, I walk on the metal path, yet none of the 10 venerables cultivate this path." Fairy Bai Qing heart jumped when she heard this. She became serious. "Huang, do not let your guard down. You were safe and sound this time because you were lucky. The dream realm you were in was not dangerous or harmful. If you really enter the dream of a venerable, you have to retreat immediately. The power of a venerable is not something you can imagine." Feng Jin Huang's first stuck out her tongue, before she replied obediently, "Yes, Mother, I understand." Fairy Bai Qing's expression became more gentle. She took out a letter GU. "This is a letter from your father. He has already broken through the regional wall, and has found a place to rest after entering Northern Plains. He has not learned of your awakening yet, but since he has already sent us a letter, we can use this letter GU to reply to him, say a few words to him and relieve his worry, so that he can deal with the missions in this Northern Plains journey." Father's letter. Feng Jin Huang's eyes shined. She jumped over and took the letter GU from Fairy Bai Qing, her consciousness entering it. But in the end, she could not read it. Feng Jin Huang pouted, "Oh, it is that information path immortal GU. Letter sending green bird. I am still a mortal, I cannot read it." Fairy Bai Qing patted her head. "Your father is currently in Northern Plains. How can he cross the regional wall without using an information path immortal GU? What are you anxious for? I had just praised you for becoming more mature." Saying this, Fairy Bai Qing injected a will into Feng Jin Huang's mind. Feng Jin Huang was familiar with this. countless thoughts generated in her mind as she conversed with the will. Instantly, she could see the information in Feng Juji's letter. Father. Feng Jinhuang read Feng Juji's letter and saw the concern and worry he had towards her. She was so moved her eyes turned red. I want to see Father immediately and show him my current refinement path attainment. He had always been worrying about my refinement path realm. Feng Jinhuang muttered. Don't worry, I will tell your father in the letter. Don't tell him, I want to give Father a surprise. All right. Fairy Bai Qing took out a letter GU next. It was also a letter sending Green Bird GU, but this was a rank 5 mortal GU. This is another letter for you, it is from Fang Yuan. He had sent it long ago, take a look at it. Fairy Bai Qing said. Fang Yuan. Feng Jinhuang heard this name and gritted her teeth, her brows were sharp like swords, and her beautiful face turned red from embarrassment. She snatched the letter GU and checked it. Fang Yuan had put in a lot of information in the letter. He first praised Spirit Affinity House extensively, his tone was like he wanted to join them, and he afterwards agreed with Feng Jinhuang's challenge, and he even apologized for replying so late. At the end of the letter, there was a line, I am currently in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, my doors are open to await for Fairy Feng Jinhuang's visit. I have heard that Spirit Affinity House's Qingpu tea is extremely famous. If you intend to spar with me, I would get to experience the taste of this famous tea, that would be extremely enjoyable. HMPH. He truly has the leisure time and mood, he wants to drink Qingpu tea. He wants to enjoy the taste of tea? Evil thief! Lecherous thief! I want to tear you into pieces and break up your bones to feed dogs. Feng Jinhuang's eyes were burning with fire, she exerted some strength unknowingly, and the letter-sending Green Bird GU was chirping in response. Fairy Bai Qing quickly saved this letter GU, Huanger, this is something Mother wants to talk to you about. Undoubtedly, Fang Yuan has exceeded our expectations once again. He is no longer like before. If you spar with him now you will only lose, there is no way to win. What? Feng Jinhuang stared with her eyes wide open, looking at Fairy Bai Qing in shock. Fairy Bai Qing told her about the details of Fang Yuan becoming an immortal zombie, and that he had a mysterious force behind him that managed to force Immortal Crane Sect to retreat after attacking Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Immortal zombie? He actually became an immortal zombie. Feng Jinhuang muttered to herself, if it was not her mother saying this, she would not believe it herself. How long has it been? He actually became an immortal already. We are about the same age, how can he have such firm foundations to charge towards GU Immortal Realm? Feng Jinhuang was very perplexed. Fairy Bai Qing replied her, regarding his suddenly transformation into an immortal zombie, our 10 great ancient sects have some guesses. Although raising one's foundation is hard, it is not impossible. There is an example right in front of us, that is Dream Realms. Other than that, we have guessed that the mysterious force behind him might have some sort of special immortal ascension method, to allow a GU master to become an immortal zombie. But becoming an immortal zombie means your cultivation level will stagnate, it can no longer progress. Feng Jinhuang frowned. That is the cast. But think about it, a rank 5 mortal GU master compared to a rank 6 immortal zombie, the latter is obviously much stronger. Fairy Bai Qing said. Feng Jinhuang showed some disdain on her face, I don't care if he was greedy towards short-term profits, or that he was forced to do so, he will definitely not be my match in the future. He is rushing to challenge me now, it is obvious that he knows he can only continue to bully me during this period of time, in the future, it will be my turn. This coward is timid like a rat, he is a shameless and unscrupulous person. Huanger, do not be blinded by your own hatred and anger. Fairy Bai Qing's expression was very solemn, this Fang Yuan is not simple, this letter that he sent was right before Immortal Crane Sect attacked, his real intention was to build a relationship with us, Spirit Affinity House, it was a tactic to bring in a third party. He has Dang Hun Mountain right now, and is making transactions with our 10 great ancient sects. His name has spread far and wide in Central Continent, almost every GU Immortal knows of his existence now. Mother, I was wrong, I was too agitated. Feng Jinhuang gritted her teeth, trying to regain her calm. How will you respond to this letter? Ignore it, or reply to it, I will let you decide. Fairy Bai Qing purposely tested her. Feng Jinhuang said immediately, of course we will reply. Since this challenge was set by me, and he has already responded. If I avoid battle because he is an immortal zombie, then I would be showing weakness. But? Her eyes turned as she said, the enemy is strong while I am weak, only a fool will go head to head with him. HMPH, soon, the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention is going to begin. I will use Refinement Path and defeat him in public. This will soothe some of my anger. Mother, what do you think of this? Fairy Bai Qing nodded in satisfaction, this is a good idea. Feng Jinhuang gritted her teeth, her eyes shined with bright light. In the following days, I am going to find Refinement Path GU Master Dreams, and rapidly build up my foundation in Refinement Path. Using him as an opponent, it will urge me and promote the growth of my cultivation level. Fairy Bai Qing laughed, patting Feng Jinhuang's head, this is my good daughter. Feng Jinhuang squinted, as she replied, she chuckled coldly, you want to pretend to be cultured and drink Qingpu tea, sure, I will give you 50 or 60 jars of it. But if you want to compete, we cannot do so without a bet. I will make you lose in both reputation as well as substance. Chapter 731. 4 to you, 6 to me. Land Spirit, I brought you a live desolate beast, come and check it out. Fang Yuan said as he opened his immortal aperture, activating a dozen GU worms as he took out a lion and placed it on the ground. This lion was large like a giant elephant. It was brown-yellow in color, and thick fur covered more than half of its body. It was sleeping now, making a snoring sound. It was the yellow jade lion. It was originally injured heavily, on the brink of death. But as long as it was still alive, with Fang Yuan's current abilities and assets, he could heal it back to full health. Lang Ya Land Spirit stroked his beard, walking around the yellow jade lion as he observed. He could move freely now, the chi path seals on his body were all released. Good lion, even if you are sleeping, you look so fierce. Not bad. Saying so, Lang Ya Land Spirit stretched out his arm and opened the yellow jade lion's mouth, seeing the tightly clenched teeth. Good teeth. Lang Ya Land Spirit praised. He continued to touch the lion along its body until he reached the area between its hind legs. Throughout the process, Lang Ya Land Spirit had been activating GU worms silently. After inspecting it, he was pleased, not bad, it has vigor and vitality, it can reproduce as well. It is a pity that my blessed land is a refinement path blessed land, it is not great for raising these fierce beasts. Lang Ya Land Spirit had 12 desolate beasts, he was very experienced with them and had become quite an expert, he was not unfamiliar with desolate beasts at all. But Lang Ya Blessed Land was a refinement path blessed land, refining GU here would have higher chances of succeeding. But there was no assistance or help for raising beasts. Meanwhile, Hu Immortal Blessed Land was an enslavement path blessed land, it was good for raising fox groups. The fox groups inside Hu Immortal Blessed Land would have greater chances of producing a desolate fox. Blessed Lands and Grotto Heavens were all very different, each of them had their own specialties. This was because Blessed Lands and Grotto Heavens were the immortal apertures of GU Immortals. When GU Immortals undergo immortal ascension, they would take in heaven and earth chi, and according to their understanding towards heaven and earth, their immortal aperture world would be created relating to the path of the GU worm that they toss into it. Lang Ya Land Spirit was very pleased with this yellow jade lion, he quickly gave Fang Yuan 88 immortal essence stones, at the same time, he gave the details of the killer move unfamiliar face. Fang Yuan looked through the details of it in front of Lang Ya Land Spirit. This killer move had an extraordinary origin, it came from Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. As expected of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, he had an innovative idea and went on a creative path. Fang Yuan praised, there are only 300 GU worms used here, but they involve Transformation Path, Strength Path, Wisdom Path, and others, for a total of 6 paths. Some of the GU worms are rare. It seems that it will take a while to recreate this killer move, after I collect all of these GU worms. Lang Ya, do you have these GU worms? Lang Ya Land Spirit shook his head, chuckling. What would I keep these GU for? I cannot use this killer move. Unfamiliar face, vaguely familiar face, and familiar face, these three killer moves are a series. What you obtained is merely the mortal killer move, able to transform into someone people do not know. If they know the person, you will be exposed. The latter two are immortal killer moves. Even if you transform into a familiar person, you would not be exposed. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable seemed to have left behind an inheritance of this. If you have the opportunity, you might obtain the other two killer moves in your lifetime, who knows? Fang Yuan laughed bitterly. How could I have such luck to coincidentally find the other two immortal killer moves? The inheritances of these two might have been taken by others already. Although he said that, he was moved in his heart. He thought about the time in Northern Plains, when he obtained the inheritance that involved Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's Luo Po Valley inheritance. He had already refined the key to enter the inheritance, open door GU and closed door GU. But he had not acted yet. GU master inheritances were not easy to obtain. Especially demonic path inheritances, they were usually much harder than righteous path inheritances, and much more dangerous. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritance was definitely an extremely dangerous place. With the situation being unclear, and Myriad Self being unusable, Fang Yuan would rather wait a while longer than take the risk unnecessarily. Fang Yuan did not place much expectation on this, because he had guessed long ago, the inheritance clue that I obtained was obviously not the only one out there. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable did not want his inheritance to remain undiscovered, thus he spread the clues far and wide to increase the chances. This inheritance had been created such a long time ago, someone might have gone there already. Not speaking of anyone else, just look at Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. He seemed to have used Dang Hun Mountain and Luo Po Valley to cultivate Soul Path. Since Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritance involves Luo Po Valley, I'm afraid Spectral Soul Demon Venerable has already been involved in it. In fact, he might have taken Luo Po Valley away already. Clearing up his mind, Fang Yuan took out 3 completed Immortal GU recipes and handed them to Lang Ya Land Spirit. This is the current transaction. Lang Ya Land Spirit received the Immortal GU recipes and checked them. Seeing that there were no problems, he praised Fang Yuan's talent again. Rascal, I rarely admire people, but your talent in deducing Immortal GU recipes has truly made me look at you in a different light. Land Spirit, I was about to talk to you about this. Fang Yuan said, regarding the transaction of the Immortal GU recipes, I would like to change the details of our transactions. Oh. All of your Immortal GU recipes that have a high completion rate have been deduced by me already. The remaining ones have 60 to 70% completion rate, or even under 50%. I want to deduce these Immortal GU recipes, but it would take a long time if I want to complete them. If I have to spend a month or 2 on them, I would not be able to do anything else. I suggest that we change the details of our transaction. Before Fang Yuan finished, Lang Ya Land Spirit shook his head. Not changing, why must we change? I've spent so many Immortal Essence Stones, wasn't it because you could deduce Immortal GU recipes? You are a Wisdom Path GU Immortal, and you are so skilled at deducing Immortal GU recipes, why do you not want to continue? At most, I can increase the price and pay you a bit more compensation. Lang Ya Land Spirit, don't reject me yet, listen to me, I know you will be interested. Fang Yuan laughed confidently. My suggestion is this, from now on, you will take charge of deducing the Immortal GU recipes. Whenever you encounter a problem and cannot continue, I will help you deduce the next step and get over that hurdle. Each time, I will only charge 2 Immortal Essence Stones. What? So it is such a deal. Lang Ya Land Spirit fell into deep thought. Fang Yuan's suggestion had indeed moved him. After all, he was Longhair Ancestor's Land Spirit, his refinement path attainment was quasi-great grandmaster, he had skills in deducing Immortal GU recipes. The reason he did not finish deducing these Immortal GU Remnant recipes was because he had met with a tough problem in each of them and could not continue until he resolved it. If he passed this obstacle, he might be able to advance through the Immortal GU recipe easily and successfully complete it. Thus, Lang Ya Land Spirit would only need to pay Fang Yuan 2 Immortal Essence Stones. It would be much cheaper than their former price. Of course, if the Immortal GU Remnant recipe was very difficult, Fang Yuan might earn even more Immortal Essence Stones than before. But Lang Ya Land Spirit was confident, with his refinement path attainment, the first situation would be more likely. This way, Fang Yuan, your income will be much lower. Ah, I almost forgot, you are selling Guts GU now, your business is booming, is that why you do not want this work anymore? Lang Ya Land Spirit jumped to realization. Fang Yuan laughed, Land Spirit, this transaction benefits you too. After getting so many Immortal GU recipes, and having regained your freedom, you can refine Immortal GU again. When refining Immortal GU, the vast majority of attempts fails, the success rate is simply too low, and you would expend an incredible amount of resources. I am helping you to save Immortal Essence Stones, shouldn't you be thanking me? HMPH, I knew you would say that. Lang Ya Land Spirit rolled his eyes, saying, I can agree with this, but I have a condition. What condition? It is a long story. Do you know about Qin Bai Sheng's auction? Lang Ya Land Spirit could not leave the Blessed Land, but he knew clearly about the things happening in Northern Plains. Of course I know. Fang Yuan nodded. Lang Ya Land Spirit continued, you are aware that some time ago, a mysterious force attacked my Lang Ya Blessed Land. They all failed, and during this process I captured some GU Immortals. I intend to sell them all, or rather, I want to sell their Blessed Lands. Selling Blessed Lands. Fang Yuan looked at Lang Ya Land Spirit with some shock. This was a very big move. Is this business practical? Fang Yuan's expression was solemn. It would be 1,000 times more popular than my Guts GU business. After GU Immortals buy these Blessed Lands, they can swallow them and raise their cultivation level. They can also skip heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. Why did you not keep them for yourselves? Lang Ya Land Spirit shook his head. To swallow a rank 6 Blessed Land, one needs master level attainment in that realm. To swallow a rank 7 Blessed Land, one needs Grandmaster level. To swallow a rank 8 Grotto Heaven, one will need Great Grandmaster attainment. Although my refinement path attainment is high, I am not involved in many other paths. And the most important reason is, I do not want to devour them. My Lang Ya Blessed Land has already reached the limits of a Blessed Land. Any progress would elevate it to a Grotto Heaven. A Grotto Heaven's tribulations are far more dangerous. Back then, I purposely weakened Lang Ya Grotto Heaven until it became a Blessed Land. Why would I raise it up again? Fang Yuan understood, that is true. Wait, your condition is to ask me to sell these Blessed Lands at the auction in your place. Lang Ya Land Spirit raised his thumb, saying with a tone of flattery, you are a smart lad. Fang Yuan stared with wide-opened eyes, do you want to kill me? No, this is definitely impossible. Once I sell these Blessed Lands, I will become the biggest target of everyone. It earns too much attention. How could I have the ability to capture all these GU Immortals? If I appear like this, that mysterious force would know and associate me with Lang Ya Blessed Land. Next time when they attack you, they might even attack my Blessed Land. Isn't the Inkman King Mo Tan Sang your good friend? Ask him to go. Sigh, he is an Inkman Immortal, his origin is not good and has always been ostracized by humans. Furthermore, he has his family and Inkman City to take care of. He is not appropriate. Lang Ya Land Spirit shook his head. Oh. You do not want him to go die, so you want to send me to die. Don't make it sound so terrible. Don't you have the killer move Unfamiliar Face? With this killer move, other GU Immortals cannot identify your true form. Lang Ya Land Spirit said in a low tone. Fang Yuan gave an assessing look at the Land Spirit. I was wondering why you were so generous, giving this precious killer move to me, so you had a plan from the start. Lang Ya land spirit could not take it anymore. He stared with furious eyes as he shouted, "Rascal, do you think I'm unfamiliar with you? You have ridiculous guts. Since when have you been scared? You even destroyed Imperial Court blessed land and toppled 88 True Young building. As long as the benefits are high enough, you are a desperado. Afraid of this matter? Just tell me, how much do you want?" Fang Yuan snorted coldly. "We will split the profits from selling the blessed lands. At the least, it has to be a 4-to-6 ratio. 4-to-6 ratio? You are too greedy. You are asking for 40%. Lang Ya land spirit screamed. A cold light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. His face was grim. "You are wrong, land spirit. My intention is, I will take 60%, you will take 40%. Lang Ya land spirit was stunned. Even though he had lived for so long, he was shocked by Fang Yuan's shamelessness and greed. He breathed in deeply, staring at Fang Yuan's face. "Such words, you have the face to say it." "Why wouldn't I?" Fang Yuan's face was thick as a city wall. "I am going to take a huge risk involving my life. Without enough profits to motivate me, I will not do it. This price is already the lowest. I am considering this based on the fact that we are old friends. This is a friendly price." "Friendly price? I think you are trying to con a friend. So no deal?" "Consider it more. This is the price I want. There is still some time until the auction. I am leaving first." Fang Yuan opened a stargate. Get lost. Chapter 732. Top-tier mortal killer move. Fang Yuan was sitting cross-legged on a cushion, looking at a pair of bat wings in front of him with full concentration. A pair of large bat wings was hovering in front of him. Thin and small scales of an eerie blue color with each having the size of a pinky finger grew on the wings. As light refracted from the scales, it seemed to be giving off starlight. After Fang Yuan returned from Lang Ya blessed land, he started repairing the star demon bat's wings. After 9 days and 9 nights of effort, it had reached the current crucial moment. Whether I can fix these bat wings or not depends on this. Fang Yuan willed and summoned a mortal GU from his aperture. He flicked his finger and threw this crucial mortal GU in. The mortal GU turned into a drop of jade green liquid which created a layer of green light when it shot into the bat wings. The radiance flowed like water, the green light spread and soon covered the entire pair of bat wings. In the blink of an eye, the green light dispersed and was replaced by fine hair that covered the whole of the star demon bat wings. Fang Yuan meticulously observed and probed with his 10 fingers in turn. Following his movement, the green-haired bat wings also made constant turns in the air, letting Fang Yuan observe it from all angles. Fang Yuan spread open his fingers. The shrunken star demon bat wings also unfolded. When he saw fine hair growing inside the bat wings, he nodded in satisfaction. When Shalei attacked and killed this star demon bat, he attacked with no restraint, causing the wings to be greatly damaged when I obtained it. Now I have invested my full effort into restoring it, but whether I can restore it or not, even I don't have much confidence. Fang Yuan heaved a sigh and stood up. He casually waved his hand. Hundreds of GU worms flew and circled around the green-haired bat wings, tightly securing it inside. Fang Yuan then passed by the bat wings and walked out of this secret room. He closed the door of the secret room. Darkness enshrouded the green-haired bat wings inside the secret room. Fang Yuan stood outside the door and lightly stamped his foot, calling, "Land Spirit." "Master, Master, you called for me." Little Hu Immortal immediately appeared beside Fang Yuan, her eyes shining and her face carrying a joyful expression of being able to see her master. "I asked you to pay attention to the business in Treasure Yellow Heaven. How is it going?" Fang Yuan walked as he asked. Little Hu Immortal closely followed behind, replying, "Her master had put the desolate beast corpses in Treasure Yellow Heaven for sale, but only one desolate beast corpse was sold over these days." Immortal Monkey King Shalei had already discovered Fang Yuan, thus, Fang Yuan might as well put these desolate beast corpses up for sale openly in Treasure Yellow Heaven. He had discussed matters with He Lulan. The two took what they needed first. Fang Yuan took the yellow jade lion and star demon bat wings while He Lulan took the flying bear corpse. Fang Yuan was put in charge of selling these beast corpses. No matter what the result was, he would have to give 40% of the earnings to He Lulan. He Lulan was also not afraid he would renege on his words. After all, there was the Snowy Mountain Alliance. Under normal circumstances, these desolate beast corpses would be popular goods that were quite rare. When they were put in Treasure Yellow Heaven, they would be sold within 4 to 6 hours, and it was very easy to earn Immortal Essence Stones. However, Fang Yuan did not want Immortal Essence Stones this time. He arranged a will to express to other GU Immortals. To buy these beast corpses, they would have to exchange with specific goods. First of all was a method for immortal zombies to turn back to human, or any information and clues. Second was the GU recipe for White Lotus Giant Silkworm GU, the GU worm itself, or corresponding information and clues. Third was the Wings of Bat Desolate Beasts. Fourth was top-tier mortal killer moves. The more outstanding they were, the better. Fifth was Bone Path GU worms like Battle Bone Wheel that could be arranged to form the killer move, White Bone Chariot. Last was Wisdom Path inheritances or information and clues about them. These 6 conditions were arranged in descending order according to Fang Yuan's needs. The ones listed first would be cheaper for the buyers when they purchased the beast corpses. Fang Yuan's Guts GU business was extremely thriving right now. He did not lack Immortal Essence Stones for the moment, thus he wanted to exchange them with goods. Because of this, the desolate beast corpses, which were popular goods and easy to sell, had become this hard to sell. 12 days had already passed in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, but they only managed to sell 1 desolate beast corpse. Oh? What did that beast corpse exchange for? Fang Yuan asked excitedly. 1 whole chestnut yak was exchanged for a pair of but desolate beast wings and an investigative killer move called 100 Eye. Little Hu Immortal replied. Mortal killer moves normally would not exceed 6 Immortal Essence Stones in Treasure Yellow Heaven. There were also detailed classifications between them. Mortal killer moves that sold for half an Immortal Essence Stone were classified as bottom-tier goods, but they were better than nothing. Mortal killer moves that were worth 1 to 2 Immortal Essence Stones were mediocre. They could provide some help to GU Immortals if used properly. For instance, the killer move Fang Yuan looked at before but did not buy, Spiral Drill Star Spear, was valued at 1 Immortal Essence Stone. Star Lord Wan Song Spring Star Rain was sold at 1.5 Immortal Essence Stone. The Poison Breath killer move which Fairy Li Shan gave Fang Yuan could be sold for 2 Immortal Essence Stones. Fang Yuan's previous defensive killer move Hair Armor was worth 2 Immortal Essence Stones and was at the peak level of common mortal killer moves. Tai Bai Yunsheng's defensive killer move 9 Cloud Ring could absorb enemies' attacks to a certain degree before counter-attacking. It was valued at 2.5 Immortal Essence Stones. Mortal killer moves worth 3 Immortal Essence Stones were middle tier. They were reliable methods. For instance, Western Desert GU Immortal Plump Lady's killer move, Burial Dragon Sand Coffin, was valued at 3 Immortal Essence Stones. Mortal killer moves worth 4 to 5 Immortal Essence Stones had outstanding might and could not be looked down upon. They were considered as powerful methods that could often change the situation to a certain extent when they were used. Fang Yuan's Icy Drill Stardust had mixed in Do Minute Jun's inheritance which raised its value to 4 Immortal Essence Stones. The Lion Fur Armor, which was an improved form of hair armor, was valued at 4.5 Immortal Essence Stones. And mortal killer moves that were worth 6 Immortal Essence Stones were classified as top tier. Few could be bought in the market. Fang Yuan's reinvented movement killer move, True Solid Bat Wings, would have the effect of this tier if 3 pairs of bat wings were used. Killer moves were one of the 4 main factors that influenced a GU Immortal's battle strength. When Fang Yuan possessed Icy Drill Stardust, Hair Armor, and Light Illusion Bat Wings, his battle strength had already reached the upper tier of rank 6 GU Immortals. In his previous life, before Fang Yuan self-detonated, he possessed more than a dozen mortal killer moves. Most of them were top-tier level killer moves worth 6 Immortal Essence Stones. His battle strength had been at the peak of rank 6. However, when one reached rank 7, it was a different scene. The immortal killer moves that consumed Green Grape Immortal Essence became common methods. And those immortal killer moves that consumed Red Date Immortal Essence became uncommonly used, hidden trump cards. Most GU Immortals did not have Immortal GU, this was referring to rank 6 GU Immortals. GU immortals that could cultivate to rank 7 were even fewer in numbers. They were the elites of elites, experts among experts of rank 6 who would have experienced innumerable tribulations and calamities, had excellent aptitude, temperament and accumulation. There was no way to justify them not having immortal GU. With immortal GU, there would be immortal killer moves. Immortal killer moves were evolved from using mortal killer moves as a foundation. Like Hei Lulan, who was trying to modify her strength path killer move to an immortal killer move. Often one immortal GU can form different immortal killer moves according to the differences in mortal GU. Thus, many GU immortals would have offensive killer moves even if they did not have offensive immortal GU. For instance, Fang Yuan's Myriad Self was an offensive killer move, but its core was Cleanse Soul Immortal GU, which was a support immortal GU that helped GU immortals in soul path cultivation. 100 Li I. After hearing Little Who Immortal's reply, Fang Yuan nodded and commented, "This mortal killer move is valued at 6 immortal essence stones. It allows the GU immortal to observe the scenery within 100 Li as clearly as the lines on one's palm." Good, I was lacking this kind of investigative killer move. But of course, the greatest satisfaction in this transaction is that I obtained another pair of Desolate Beast bat wings. He then asked, "Did any important things happen in the Blessed Land these recent days?" Little Who Immortal shook her head and reported that everything was normal. Such tranquil days were very rare to Fang Yuan after his rebirth. However, Fang Yuan did not dare to slack even a little. Ever since he saw the external manifestation of a dream realm in his trip to Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, he felt a sense of urgency and could vaguely tell that the waves of the new era were coming. Over the next few days, Fang Yuan began to handle the newly obtained pair of bat wings. At the same time, he also arranged the old hairy men in the Blessed Land to refine GU. The Airsac GU, which could store guts GU, were naturally the main focus of the hairy men. Besides this, Fang Yuan divided the refinement procedures of group strength GU and small family Qi GU. He then separately taught the old hairy men and let them go through similar practice. These two GU recipes could not be compared to others. They were ancient GU recipes, their materials were rare and not easy to find in the present age. Thus, Fang Yuan first used other similar materials and GU worms to raise the hairy men's proficiency. When their proficiency reached the level Fang Yuan was satisfied with, only then would he truly let them refine these two GU. Fang Yuan's doctrine was to not raise idlers. Since he had already purchased the hairy men, he would try to squeeze every last bit of their worth. After 3 days in Who Immortal Blessed Land, there was still no activity in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Fang Yuan had taken care of a small part of the newly obtained bat wings. But the wings of the Star Demon bat was still being incubated. Fang Yuan opened the door of the secret room and entered, standing in front of the green-haired bat wings. Right now, the green hair on the bat wings had already grown to be extremely thick and lush. Success or failure shall be determined at this moment. Fang Yuan used Mortal GU and with a snapping sound, a spark immediately was sent flying out. The spark flew to the green-haired bat wings, a soft sound echoed, the spark set the green hair aflame, forming a green fire. The fire appeared quickly and disappeared just as quickly. In a blink of an eye, the green hair on the bat wings floating in the air was already burnt off, revealing a pair of black bat wings. There were no small blue scales on the bat wings, instead they were replaced by a layer of thick ash. Fang Yuan showed a trace of disappointment, failure. He softly let out a breath of cloudy air, the weak breath touched the bat wings, this pair of bat wings fell down on the ground like charcoal and broke into pieces. The bat wings were filled with heavy injuries. Chalet had destroyed the Star Demon bat's wings first to kill it. The wings had thus suffered serious damage, the Star Demon bat could no longer display its advantage in flying, and was finally killed by Chalet. Fortunately, I have another pair of bat wings. Fang Yuan quickly got over the disappointment, and soon he was busy in the refining process. Chapter 733. Recognizing one's own ordinariness. After over half a month in Who Immortal Blessed Land, he transplanted this pair of Desolate Beast bat wings onto his back. In accordance with his usual practice, Fang Yuan still chose to retain the sense of pain in the bat wings. On this day, Fang Yuan was testing his killer moves on the top of Dang Hun Mountain. 100 Li. He activated the killer move, his bright red pupils suddenly enlarged. He could see the grassland or debris within 100 Li of his surroundings with extreme clarity, like they were in front of him. Outside of 100 Li, his sight became blurry but was still much clearer than seeing with the naked eye. After 400 Li, his line of sight reached the limit. It was all blurry and he could only distinguish some color and shadows. 100 Li is the base for 1000 Li. The latter is an immortal killer move and requires corresponding immortal GU to be used. Fang Yuan nodded in satisfaction. This killer move was valued 6 immortal essence stones and it indeed had outstanding effect. It was just that the vision could not see through stealth or bypass obstacles. If any obstacles blocked the sight, the thing behind the obstacle could not be seen. This was the downside of 100 Li. Fang Yuan remembered both the merits and demerits, as he lightly flapped the wings on his back and flew to the sky. He continued to maintain 100 Li while flying, looking at the sky and ground with clear vision. Lion Fur Armor. He willed and activated the defensive killer move. Soon, his body was covered in a layer of bronze armor with a helmet resembling a lion's head. Even his wings were covered with a layer of thick plate, greatly raising its defense. But the speed, however, became slower. Lion fur armor and true solid bat wings cannot perfectly complement each other. Once I activate lion fur armor, true solid bat wings will have its speed reduced. If I don't use it, my speed might be fast but my defense will be lacking. Fang Yuan frowned. This problem surpassed the range of his capabilities. To create a movement killer move like lion fur armor, he had to balance the Dao marks of 3 paths and it was the limit of his master attainment realm in transformation path. Adding true solid bat wings on top of that was too difficult for Fang Yuan. If he had Grandmaster attainment in transformation path, there was a possibility. But reaching Grandmaster realm required large amounts of time and accumulation. This time was not only tens of years but could be 100 years or even several hundreds of years. Fang Yuan's highest attainment realms currently were Blood Path and Strength Path. Blood Path Grandmaster realm was achieved by Fang Yuan in his previous life after 200 to 300 years of deep accumulation. It could be seen how difficult it was to raise one's realm and accumulate their foundation. His Strength Path attainment was also at Grandmaster realm, and besides a small part of the accumulation being from his previous life, most was from obtaining Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's true meaning infusion. Otherwise, he would have required 200 or 300 years of accumulation to reach Grandmaster realm. At the GU Immortal level, one had the strength to search and obtain lifespan GU or other methods to prolong lifespan. Ordinary mortals had lifespans of 100 years. But as long as a GU Immortal put some effort, they could live several hundreds of years or even 1,000 years. The long lifespans and time involved made the significance of accumulation even more heavy. Why were Fang Yuan and He Lulan not able to beat Immortal Monkey King Shalei? It was because after Shalei became a GU Immortal, he relied on Combat Immortal Sect and had accumulated all sorts of experiences and insights for close to 300 years. Fang Yuan and He Lulan had only recently advanced to GU Immortal. How could they compare to Shalei's 300 years of accumulation? It was normal for them to not be able to defeat him. If so, why did Fang Yuan and He Lulan have battle strength at the upper tier of rank 6 GU Immortals when they advanced only recently? Fang Yuan relied on the gains found in 88 True Yang building, while He Lulan relied on her mother's inheritance as well as the help of her aunt, Fairy Li Shan. In other words, they had borrowed help from the accumulation of their predecessors. If I want my battle strength to improve drastically, just relying on myself to advance step by step would no doubt be a very long and inefficient process. In my previous life, when I walked on the blood path, I spent over 200 years before I was able to comprehend a dozen or so mortal killer moves and create hundreds of new blood path GU. I naturally need to learn from this lesson. In this world, heroes emerge in large numbers and geniuses are everywhere. Stars and peaks have been shining constantly in the long history of time. If someone wants to stick out and move forward bravely, they can only take advantage of their predecessors' inheritances and accumulations, absorbing their essences. All rivers flow into the sea, by being able to gather the different specialties together. Only then can one rise above the group and become a ruler of people, achieving supreme feats. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered as he flew around, sighing deeply in his heart. People often believed they were extraordinary when they were young, feeling they were the main characters of the stage. After they undergo some experiences, they would then realize and accept many other people had talent not inferior to themselves. The saying goes, no matter how excellent you are, there is always someone more excellent than you. A person's lifespan was limited in the end, like a lone boat. Meanwhile, the mysteries and profound meanings of heaven and earth were equivalent to a vast, limitless body of water. Since ancient times, those who were in some sense able to reach the peak of heaven and earth numbered no more than 10. But even they could not reach the peak of all fields. Thus, even giant sun Immortal Venerable and thieving heaven demon Venerable had to request for the help of long-hair ancestor in the GU refinement aspect. There was a record in the legends of Renzu. Renzu started walking on the road of life. The surroundings were pure darkness and under his feet was dirty mud. Renzu asked Self-GU, "Where is this?" Self-GU replied, "This is the ordinary marsh in the lowest level of ordinary abyss." Renzu knew of ordinary abyss. His eldest son Verdant great son had once been trapped inside. Renzu could not help but become excited. Since this is the bottom of ordinary abyss, does that mean I have already left the door of life and death and returned to the living world? Does that mean I am now reborn? In a way, that is true. Self-GU said. But how is this possible? I have not passed Luopo Valley and have not charged through the reverse flow river. Renzu said in an incredulous tone. Self-GU said, "O human, you should know that you are talking about the path Fate GU traveled. And this path you have walked on is a completely new path, a path created by you. Where this path goes is all decided by your own intentions. Like I said before, as long as you want to walk, there will be a road for you to step on." Renzu suddenly came to a realization, so it was like this. He then felt doubtful. Then how did I walk to this place? Self-GU, humans are born ordinary. Although they are the spirit of all living beings, they do not have the claws of a tiger nor the ability to absorb nutrients from the earth like plants, and also cannot transform like clouds and rain. You came to the ordinary marsh. What's strange about it? It is not only you. Look at the mud under your feet carefully. You will see traces of many other footprints. Renzu lowered his head close to the ground before he was able to see clearly. Like Self-GU said, ordinary marsh was filled with all kinds of marks. Claws prints of wild beasts, root imprints of vegetation, traces of water flowing and also traces of stones rolling past. How can there be so many marks? Renzu asked curiously. Self-GU replied, "This is ordinary abyss. All living beings will enter here due to various reasons. All living beings are ordinary. But the absolute majority of them will be trapped in ordinary abyss for all their lives. Only a small portion can leave ordinary abyss through their own efforts. I do not want to be trapped here for my entire life. There is nothing here, it is completely dark and the air stinks. I want to leave this place." Renzu frowned. Self-GU laughed loudly. "If you think that being ordinary is an abyss, then it is an abyss. But if you think that being ordinary is heaven, then it shall be heaven. Since you do not want to stay here, then leave. Use your 2 legs to walk out of the ordinary marsh step by step and become extraordinary." Renzu took the first step. Suddenly, his body bent, his front leg was deeply embedded into the marsh. It was not easy to walk in the marsh. One step was deep, another was shallow. The path, which looked almost uniform, had some parts that were rather solid, while some were very loose. Renzu walked several steps when his eyes suddenly brightened as he thought of a trick. He purposely chose to walk on the spots which had the claw marks. Since these spots could hold the marks, its soil texture was also much more solid. Thus, Renzu was able to walk very smoothly, almost like he was running when compared to his previous speed. He said with a burst of emotion, "So it turns out that in ordinary marsh, walking in the footsteps of predecessors is much faster than finding the way on your own." After testing true solid bat wings and lion fur armor, Fang Yuan descended onto a slope. Unfamiliar face. Fang Yuan activated this newly obtained mortal killer move. Almost all the GU worms required for this killer move were essentially purchased from Treasure Yellow Heaven by Hu Immortal Land Spirit, while the last remaining portions were refined by the hairy men. Under the effect of the killer move, Fang Yuan's bat wings retracted, his 8 rough and thick arms also changed to 2. His sharp teeth were greatly shortened while his scarlet red eyes also turned lighter. Finally, Fang Yuan's 6-meter-tall body shrunk back to a normal person's height with great changes to his appearance. It was only that his immortal zombie body was still an immortal zombie body, it could not be hidden. Despite this, Fang Yuan could not help but praise, "Wonderful. This is only a mortal killer move, but it is able to change my immortal body to this extent. Indeed worthy of being an invention of thieving heaven demon Venerable." Fang Yuan could imagine that if he was still a mortal, he could completely transform to any appearance, even changing to a woman perfectly. He now had an immortal body, his body was filled with strength path Dao marks. And as a mortal killer move, it was definitely not easy to alter his appearance to this extent. The main thing was that this transformation was not an illusion but a real transformation of his physical body, even involving subtle transformation of his aura. In short, even if Fang Yuan stood in front of Tai Bai Yunxing right now, the latter would not be able to recognize this immortal zombie was his own junior brother within a short period of time. "Master, your appearance became much better looking." "Ah, this letter just came in." Right at this time, the land spirit, Little Hu Immortal, appeared while holding a letter GU which she handed to Fang Yuan. Letter sending Green Bird GU. Spirit Affinity House finally responded. Fang Yuan's gaze flashed as he took the letter GU and sent in his consciousness. In a short while, he retracted his consciousness, a pondering expression flashed across his face. "Feng Jinhuang actually wants me to participate in the Refinement Path convention to compete in Refinement Path. I remember she had no interest in Refinement Path in her early years and her accumulation in this field could be said to be like a blank sheet of paper right now. So why does she have so much confidence to compete with me in GU Refinement? Could it be that she had already discovered the true use of Dream Wings Immortal GU? Fang Yuan's heart sank. Dream Wings, Dream Path. Fang Yuan's eyes turned cloudy as he recalled the details of his previous life. In his previous life, why did he gang up with a group of demonic path GU immortals to think of all sorts of ways to attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land? It was to kill Feng Jinhuang and seize Dream Wings Immortal GU. Chapter 734. 2 Great Events. At once, he lost the mood to test his killer moves. In Fang Yuan's previous life, Central Continent was the first to trigger the war, suppressing the other 4 regions single-handedly, and expanding rapidly. After that, the 4 regions collaborated, resisting Central Continent's invasion with much difficulty. The entire war had gone into a stalemate, and when the 4 regions joined hands and attempted to attack Central Continent in return, dream realms appeared in all 5 regions. In this world, ever since Ren Zhu produced the first batch of humans began to dream. Every time they dreamed, they would expand the dream realms, providing strength to them. After countless days, a vast amount of time and changes, many heroes and geniuses rose up among humans, constantly expanding the dream realms. The dream realms got bigger and bigger, finally attaining a qualitative change and surfacing to the outside world. The people soon discovered that even though the environment of a dream realm was extreme and complex, dangerous and strange, it had great benefits. In dream realms, people could obtain the foundations of ancient people, allowing their cultivation realms to surge and improve rapidly. The rise of their attainment could be in terms of decades, a century, or even centuries of hard work. Because of dream realms, the attainments of GU masters rose rapidly. This led to an increase in their strength, and produced many amazing experts. Previously, resources were held in the hands of clans and sects, attainment levels were hard to raise, and unless one was an incredible genius, they would not be able to rise up. After dream realms appeared, their attainment levels rose, like they were standing on the shoulders of former geniuses. GU masters could recreate many GU worms and killer moves, and on this basis, they could develop new GU recipes, and new killer moves that were tailored to their abilities. That was the flourishing of a super-level great era. Many small forces lacking in prominence rose up, countless lone cultivators emerged. The appearance of dream realms devastated the rigid system and structures. Social order was in upheaval, the immense benefits made the people go wild. Originally, the four regions were collaborating to resist Central Continent, but before they even began, the plan was halted. All the different forces, countless GU Immortals and GU Masters, they all placed their attentions on Dream Realms. In order to compete for all of the surface Dream Realms, the 5 regions fought against each other, resulting in a thoroughly chaotic war. In order to explore the Dream Realm more efficiently, many knowledgeable people, talents and geniuses, produced the necessary GU worms. Soon, the newly discovered Dream Path was rapidly formed and developed. The legendary Rank 8 Wisdom Path GU Immortal Yi Yang's prophecy of 3 Venerables, was brought up once again. He predicted that many years later, after 3 great eras, 3 Venerables would appear, 2 men and 1 woman. The first was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, second was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable and third was Great Dream Immortal Venerable. As for the problem regarding the Space Escape GU, it would be solved by Great Dream Immortal Venerable. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had already shown up, this made everyone believe in the prophecy more deeply. The two were linked together, forming a common theory. The Dream Realm was the opportunity to become Great Dream Immortal Venerable. Whoever can control the entire Dream Realm would be able to use the accumulations of past individuals to become a historical figure that transcends sages, a king among immortal kings, a venerable above venerables, Great Dream Immortal Venerable. In my previous life, the reason why I could rise up and become the lord of an area was not only because of my fortuitous encounter involving Blood Path, but also because of the 5 regions' chaotic war. All of the super forces had much lower control over the situation at that time, and because they were focused on exploring Dream Realms, they could not pay attention to the real-world situation, and that gave me the time and freedom to develop and grow. Unfortunately, by the time I had control in the real world, this new area known as Dream Realms had already been split up by all the huge forces. Even though I could enter Dream Realms and explore using Mortal Dream Path GU, I was lagging behind everyone as a beginner. Unless I had a Dream Path Immortal GU, that would be the only way to catch up. Precisely because of this, Fang Yuan gathered Songjong and other Demonic Path GU Immortals to attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land, killing Feng Jin Huang. Unfortunately, he did not get her Dream Wings Immortal GU. Lacking an Immortal GU and only having Dream Path Mortal GU, this caused Fang Yuan's exploration of Dream Realms to be without any important discoveries, while he was constantly chased away and suppressed by the large forces. Fang Yuan had obtained a Blood Path inheritance in his previous life. He was constantly chased after and had an arrest warrant on him. After building the Bloodwing Demon sect, he had spent a lot of effort managing his sect. It took away a lot of his time and effort. All in all, he missed the golden era of exploring Dream Realms. After rebirth, he had been reflecting upon this. This was a mistake, although mostly due to external pressure forcing him. A small part of it was due to his poor judgment. Thus, in this life, he remembered this lesson, and even though he had a foundation in Blood Path, he did not dare to cultivate Blood Path rashly before taking that crucial Blood Path inheritance. Blood Path GU Masters were hunted down like rats. Not only did the Righteous Path issue warrants to arrest them, even Demonic Path members were wary of them. Only during the 5 regions' chaotic war, when law and order broke down, could Blood Path emerge and prosper at a time when nobody could afford to care about them. It turns out that Dream Realms surfaced more than 400 years earlier than the end of my previous life. All of the super forces had interactions with them long ago. Thus, in about 300 years, when Dream Realms surfaced extensively, these forces could enter and expand their influence. They were prepared since long ago. It was not my inability that I lost to them. At this point of time, Fang Yuan was still immortal during his previous life, desperately living at the bottom level of GU Masters, restrained by his memories and experiences on Earth. Only after a long time did he break free of the limitations and shackles of such a mentality. Sometimes, the advantage of being a transmigrator can also be a disadvantage. This caused his information to deviate from what was happening in reality. For example, like Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. Star Constellation Immortal Zombie was 7-star Child Immortal Zombie. What Fang Yuan knew in his previous life was that this Star Constellation Immortal Zombie was a lucky person who had gained the most benefits inside the fragment worlds of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. But the truth was, he was the owner of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. The reason why he called himself Star Constellation Immortal Zombie was most likely because of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm surfacing inside his Grotto Heaven. This resulted in 7-star Child obtaining some of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's accumulation. This matter regarding 7-star Child is what originally happened. But Feng Jinhuang understanding the true usage of Dream Wings Immortal GU was much earlier than in my previous life. Was this the effect of me snatching Hu Immortal Blessed Land from her? Fang Yuan thought. After Feng Jinhuang learned about the true effect of Dream Wings Immortal GU, Spirit Affinity House was sure to be alerted. And this in turn would affect the other 9 great ancient sects as well. And from the other 9 sects, the entirety of Central Continent would be affected. There is no wall in this world that can block all winds. In this way, the speed at which the people in this world learn about dream realms would be greatly pushed forward by me. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan felt a strong sense of urgency. Dream realms were an entirely new field. They were dangerous and complex. Even though there was only one type of resource in them, they were extremely profitable. Fang Yuan would not commit the same mistake from his previous life twice. However, in the current situation, dream realms would not surface on a large scale. Dream realms that have surfaced can be explored using Dream Path Mortal GU. Those dream realms that have not surfaced can only be explored by using Dream Path Immortal GU. Fang Yuan was extremely aware of the value of Dream Path Immortal GU. But currently, with Fairy Bai Qing and Feng Ju Ji around, even though Dream Wings Immortal GU was in the hands of Feng Jinhuang, a mortal, nobody dared to target her. Dream Travel was in the hands of the Northern Plains GU Immortal, Lady Poison Scorpion. She lay dormant in Zidu Blessed Land, and was the first GU Immortal who used Dream Travel to explore dream realms. In the future, she used the identity of a lone cultivator to become the 3rd Overlord of Dream Realms. Lady Poison Scorpion was a rank 7 GU Immortal. Her battle strength was even greater than Hei Cheng, and the defense of her blessed land was like an iron fortress. It was not easy to target her either. As for the other Dream Path Immortal GU, they were either not created yet or had not appeared yet. Their origins were unknown. Fang Yuan thought about it for a while. He used his Prime Val essence and wiped away the details on the letter sending Green Bird GU, using his thoughts to fill it with words of his own. He agreed to Feng Jinhuang's challenge to have a competition during the Refinement Path Convention. Feng Jinhuang has Dream Wings Immortal GU. She has confidence in herself. But my Refinement Path attainment has advanced from Master level to Quasi-Grandmaster level. Why would I be afraid of this junior? Fang Yuan snorted in his heart. Deducing Immortal GU recipes for Lang Ya Land Spirit was an opportunity. It allowed his Refinement Path realm to reach a breakthrough recently. Refinement Path Convention, it concerns the infallible inheritance. Such a grand event, even if Feng Jinhuang did not challenge me, I would have gone there to get a share of the rewards. However, joining the Refinement Path Convention will need me to prepare my own GU refinement materials. If I want to have any gains, I will need to start collecting materials now. Fang Yuan had the experience of participating in the Refinement Path Convention from his previous life. To get a good ranking, he would need to prepare a huge amount of materials, worth at least 500 Immortal Essence Stones. A clever wife cannot cook without rice. Even the best GU recipe could not proceed without the relevant materials. Other than this, I have to attend the huge auction that Qin Baisheng is organizing with Fairy Li Shan as well. According to the newest information, this auction would have a segment for exchanging Immortal GU. Immortal GU could not be bought. Commonly speaking, they could only be exchanged. When GU Immortals obtain Immortal GU, they might not suit their own path. At this time, they would undergo exchange with other GU Immortals, to get an Immortal GU that was suited for themselves, to display greater effect when used. Just like Fang Yuan's Worldly Wave Trace Immortal GU, this was a Water Path Immortal GU. The effect was much weaker when Fang Yuan used it as compared to a Water Path GU Immortal. This was because worldly wave trace immortal GU had the law of water path. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan was a strength path GU immortal. His body was filled with strength path Dao marks. Strength path and water path interfered with each other, reducing the normal capability of this immortal GU. During the 5 regions chaotic war in Fang Yuan's previous life, because battles were common, these GU exchange sessions became much more frequent as well. But now was still a long time away from the war. This grand auction in Northern Plains would probably be the only large-scale immortal GU exchanging opportunity for the next 200 years. Fang Yuan naturally had to make use of it. Other than that, he was also very interested in the luck path inheritance. Auction and refinement path convention, both of them need huge amounts of immortal essence stones. I have only 200 immortal essence stones on me now. I can barely join in either of the grand events. It seems I can only rely on Lang Ya Land Spirit's idea of selling blessed lands of GU immortals. Chapter 735. Finally obtaining a wisdom path inheritance. Furthermore, he had been refining GU and tempering his bat wings. All these expenses caused his accumulation of wealth to be very slow. The auction and refinement path convention were 2 huge events. They would be held one after another. The former was already right around the corner. The only way to obtain a huge amount of immortal essence stones now would be through the GU Immortals' blessed lands in Lang Ya Land Spirit's possession. It is a pity that my immortal aperture is dead. I cannot swallow other blessed lands. Otherwise, the first person to buy the blessed lands would be me. Fang Yuan sighed in his mind. The immortal apertures were small worlds. They could swallow each other, but there were requirements. Firstly, dead apertures could not swallow apertures. They could only break down constantly until they vanish completely. Secondly, a smaller immortal aperture could not swallow a bigger one. Lastly, to swallow a rank 6 blessed land, one needed master attainment realm, to fuse the 2 different worlds together without problems. To devour a rank 7 blessed land, Grandmaster attainment realm is needed. To swallow a rank 8 grotto heaven, Great Grandmaster realm is needed. That is to say, if Fang Yuan wanted to swallow immortal apertures, he would first need to become alive again, making his blessed land regain life force. Secondly, he could only devour strength path, refinement path, enslavement path, and transformation path blessed lands. Although strength path and blood path were at Grandmaster attainment realm, he was only rank 6 and could only devour rank 6 blessed lands. But even with such limitations, GU Immortals were never hesitant towards blessed lands they could swallow. The immortal aperture was the base and foundation of a GU Immortals cultivation. Swallowing blessed lands was like taking someone else's foundation. It caused one's own cultivation level to surge extremely quickly. As long as one was a GU Immortal, they would know the value of the blessed land. Regarding the auction of blessed lands, it was sure to whip up a huge storm during the auction. In the following days, Fang Yuan refined group strength GU and small family Qi GU, while using the light of wisdom to try and improve the transformation path killer move Unfamiliar Face. At the same time, he was still continuing to sell desolate beast corpses in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Half a month had passed in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. The sole rank 7 corpse in Fang Yuan's possession, Astral Wind Flying Heavenly Boar, was successfully sold. Fang Yuan obtained a wisdom path inheritance that he had been wanting since a long time ago. Malicious Thought GU. A few days later, Fang Yuan held a rank 5 mortal GU in his hands with a complex expression. This malicious thought GU was refined by him using the GU recipe in the wisdom path inheritance. It had a huge body, around the size of a washing basin. It was like a spider, but the 8 legs were like needles. The tips were extremely sharp. On the body of the spider, there was tough and long prickly hairs. If not for Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body, ordinary flesh and blood would bleed upon touching this GU. Fang Yuan injected Primeval essence, and malicious thoughts appeared in his mind one after another. These malicious thoughts were like bubbles with sharp spikes on the surface. Fang Yuan tried to use these malicious thoughts, as they started to collide into each other instantly. The scene of their collision was very peculiar. The bubbles had spikes. They hooked up to one another before getting destroyed or fusing into even bigger thoughts after that. Soon, these malicious thoughts were consumed. Fang Yuan opened his eyes, showing some joy in his gaze. Even for Wisdom Path GU Immortals, their main method for deduction is to use thoughts. When using malicious thoughts to scheme or plot against others, the effect would be much greater. In that case, one malicious thought could be equivalent to tens of joyful thoughts, star thoughts, or empty thoughts. Fang Yuan had used Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal GU to create a huge amount of joyful will in the past to assist his thinking. That was a wrong move. Although wills were made of thoughts, their real use was not for thinking, but to act independently after splitting from the main body. GU Immortals create many different wills, sending them into Treasure Yellow Heaven to sell items. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's will was left behind to defend 88 True Young Building. This was the real use of wills. To make a comparison, thoughts were like cleavers, while wills were like sabers. When thinking about how to cut vegetables, one would obviously use a cleaver, which chef would choose to use a saber for that. Different professions are like separate worlds. Wisdom Path was the most mysterious path. Fang Yuan did not know this in the past, thus he used joyful will to think. The effect seemed reasonable, but he had, in fact, resulted in much expenditure. He was better off using joyful thoughts. I now have the GU recipes of Malicious Thought GU and Malicious Will GU. I can mass produce these two mortal GU. As an immortal, I have unlimited Primeval Essence. Activating a huge number of malicious thoughts would be the best value for me. Expending Green Grape Immortal Essence to activating Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal GU is simply too expensive. In the past, Fang Yuan only had a small number of Wisdom Path Mortal GU in his possession. Most of them were bought in Treasure Yellow Heaven. The thoughts produced when using these Mortal GU were simply too few, and they varied in types. They could not sustain the expenditure when deducing Immortal GU recipes. Thus, he had to use Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal GU. But now that Fang Yuan had the GU recipes for Wisdom Path Mortal GU, his first plan was to mass produce these Mortal GU. The thoughts produced by one Mortal GU were few, but with enough quantity, the numbers of the thoughts would be very significant. Activating Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal GU was not only expensive, it was a waste of a precious resource. It is a pity that this Wisdom Path inheritance appeared a little late. I have already entered the next stage in my transaction with Lang Ya Land Spirit. If this appeared earlier, I would have been able to save a huge amount of Green Grape Immortal Essence. After saving Green Grape Immortal Essence, my costs would fall, the profits from each deal would increase, and it would definitely not be 26 Immortal Essence stones like before. Fang Yuan thought of this and felt a little regret. He could not help it, life is like this. Not everything would happen at the exact time you needed it to. Life did not go so smoothly. It was bound to include imperfection, dissatisfaction, and untimely events. Like the Wisdom Path inheritance that Fang Yuan obtained, it was not complete, it was quite lacking. All in all, it was already a very fortunate thing that Fang Yuan could obtain the Mortal GU recipes of Malicious Thought GU and Malicious Will GU. Other than these two GU recipes, he also obtained a Wisdom Path killer move, called Harboring Malicious Heart. The GU Immortal who sold the GU recipe seemed to have a great need for the astral wind flying heavenly boar's corpse, and it seemed that he was a bit tight on finances as well. If not for that, even if an ancient desolate beast's corpse was worth several hundred Immortal Essence stones, he would not have sold the Wisdom Path inheritance. Even if this Wisdom Path inheritance was not complete, it was still very rare in the market. Thus, in the following days, Fang Yuan stayed in Hu Immortal Blessed Land peacefully and refined Malicious Thought GU non-stop. Even though Malicious Thought GU is not a consumable GU, it is still a mortal GU, it has limits. Even though my Primeval Essence is unlimited, if I activate it too many times, after a while, these Malicious Thought GU would be damaged. With that in mind, Fang Yuan knew that his need for Malicious Thought GU would be kept at a certain level in the future. But the refinement of GU would always take a long time. The higher the rank of the GU worm, the longer the time it would take. GU Immortals often spend decades, a century, or even centuries to refine one Immortal GU. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan decided to put in a large investment and purchase Hairy Men. During this time, he had sold more batches of Guts GU, each batch earned him 48 Immortal Essence Stones of profit. He only kept 50 Immortal Essence Stones, he spent the rest to purchase hairy men without restraint. This caused the price of hairy men in Treasure Yellow Heaven to surge for a brief period of time. Fang Yuan wanted the hairy men inside Lang Ya Blessed Land the most. These hairy men were not only well trained, they were also much better in quality than those in Treasure Yellow Heaven, but after he asked Lang Ya Land Spirit, he was sternly rejected. Not only that, Lang Ya Land Spirit scolded him fiercely and said that Fang Yuan was not being a good friend. Although Fang Yuan was scolded, he was happy. Lang Ya Land Spirit saying he was not being a good friend meant that Lang Ya Land Spirit acknowledged him as a friend already, even though their friendship could not compare with Lang Ya Land Spirit and Inkman King Mo Tansang's relationship. However, Mo Tansang and Lang Ya Land Spirit's friendship had not started in this generation, it began with a former city lord long ago in Inkman City. After countless generations, Inkman City had been maintaining this relationship with Lang Ya Land Spirit secretly. This friendship had accumulated to an immense amount through time. Lang Ya Land Spirit has just been released, and has obtained so many completed Immortal GU recipes. According to his temperament, he is definitely going to refine Immortal GU. But refining Immortal GU requires a vast amount of resources, even the affluent and rich Lang Ya Blessed Land cannot sustain such costs. GU Immortals cannot enter Treasure Yellow Heaven physically. After this auction, he would have no chance to sell them. If he wants to sell the GU Immortals Blessed Lands, then to him, it is an urgent matter as well. Fang Yuan knew that Lang Ya Land Spirit was already anxious deep down. When he loses his cool, he would find Fang Yuan personally. Lang Ya Land Spirit's connections were too shallow, he only had Mo Tansang. But Mo Tansang had Inkman City to take care of, and he was a variant human, he had lots of restraints. How could he appear personally to sell these GU Immortals Blessed Lands? The status of variant humans was lower than normal humans. The same applied to variant human GU Immortals. Seeing that the variant human GU Immortal was selling human GU Immortals, it would ignite the animosity of the human GU Immortals against a common enemy. That is to say, other than finding Fang Yuan, Lang Ya Land Spirit had no other candidates. This was really not his fault, after all, a land spirit could not leave the Blessed Land. Furthermore, Lang Ya Blessed Land was a land of treasures, it was filled with wealth and would draw out people's greed. Since blessed lands could be swallowed, it was Lang Ya Land Spirit's method of self-preservation to have minimal contact with GU Immortals. Lang Ya Land Spirit was internally anxious, this made Fang Yuan much less anxious about it. For the next 2 months, Fang Yuan stayed in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, building another Fang Yuan stone nest, and also filling up all of the rooms in the stone nests with hairy men. These hairy men were quite skilled in refining GU, they were the higher quality goods in Treasure Yellow Heaven. High-grade hairy man slaves, even though Fang Yuan could buy them, they were low in numbers. When Fang Yuan bought this group of hairy men, he not only needed to care about the quality, but also have sufficient quantity. With the second stone nest, the production of Airsac GU would increase, which meant that the production and sales of Guts GU would also increase. Each time Fang Yuan made a transaction, he would earn more Immortal Essence Stones. But Fang Yuan did not order all of the hairy men to refine Airsac GU for now. The second stone nest was meant to refine Malicious Thought GU. Chapter 736. What a huge transaction! Fang Yuan needed a lot of Malicious Thought GU and not just several hundreds of them. He made an initial estimation that he required at least 2,000, by simultaneously activating them. The amount of malicious thoughts they produced could barely be sufficient for use under the light of wisdom. Most importantly, these 2,000 Malicious Thought GU must be rank 5. Fang Yuan had the recipes of rank 1 to rank 5 Malicious Thought GU. Rank 1 to rank 5 Malicious Thought GU had similar effects in producing malicious thoughts. The only differences were the amount of thoughts they could produce in one activation and the vast difference in the quantity of Primebal essence they consumed. GU refinement is not easy, the higher the rank, the more difficult it is to refine. Especially rank 5 Malicious Thought GU, which cannot be obtained immediately but requires the refinement to be one step at a time, from rank 1 to rank 2, rank 2 to rank 3 and so on. This means, in addition to a low success rate, the amount of resources consumed will be extremely large. Fang Yuan's initial plan was to first refine 2000 Malicious Thought GU. As for Malicious Will GU, he did not need it at the moment, as he still had a lot of Joyful Will left in his mind. Refining 2000 rank 5 Malicious Thought GU was no doubt an enormously time-consuming project. If Fang Yuan had not purchased Hairy Men and built the second stone nest, the Hairy Men in the first stone nest could only take on this project when there was spare time from refining Airsac GU. This meant they would at least need 10 years of time to reach the target of 2000 rank 5 Malicious Thought GU. Now, Fang Yuan had the second stone nest and large numbers of Hairy Men. This time period was greatly shortened to about 16 months. If I can improve the GU recipe within this time and think of a completely new rank 5 GU recipe that can directly refine rank 5 Malicious Thought GU, then the 16 months will be further reduced greatly. Fang Yuan thought inwardly. His refinement path realm had already advanced to Quasi-Grandmaster, but he had almost no foundation in Wisdom path. However, he still had confidence. The source of this confidence was none other than Wisdom GU. Relying on the light of wisdom, he could get endless inspiration. Even if his attainment level was lacking, it was not of much concern and he could forcibly make deductions. The might of rank 9 Immortal GU is indeed extremely terrifying. Fang Yuan was becoming increasingly aware of the power of rank 9 Wisdom GU. Using the light of wisdom, he could deduce Immortal GU recipes. And these Immortal GU recipes had perplexed even the quasi-great Grandmaster Lang Ya Land Spirit, unable to make progress. Fang Yuan could also use the light of wisdom to deduce Immortal Killer moves. Vicious Lightning Fiend comprehended the Immortal Killer move Lightning Deity from a Remnant recipe of Blood Deity, after using up several years of time in closed cultivation. If it were Fang Yuan and he possessed the corresponding Lightning Path attainment, using the Wisdom GU, he would require at most a month to accomplish this. Hei Lulan was currently trying her best to advance her Mortal Killer move, Self-Strength Phantom, to an Immortal Killer move. Unfortunately, even if she had the foundation of a Mortal Killer move and the Strength Path attainment level, she would require at least years of time to reach her target. Were it Fang Yuan, he could probably accomplish this in half a month. In actual fact, Fang Yuan have been intermittently deducing Immortal Killer moves. The Immortal Killer move he was deducing was none other than Myriad Self. Myriad Self's core was Cleanse Soul Immortal GU, but because it was starving, it could not be used. Fang Yuan's main goal in deducing Myriad Self was to replace Cleanse Soul Immortal GU with other GU worms. Unfortunately, once this Soul Immortal GU was gone, the power of the killer move greatly fell. Even if he used a lot more Mortal GU, it could not reach the original might. In the long history of GU Masters, since ancient times till now, there was only one Mortal Killer move that had the offensive power of an Immortal GU. That was White Bone Chariot. This killer move came from proud Bone Demon Lord Shenjie Ao. It was a peerless creation standing high above in both ancient and present times. Thus, Fang Yuan had listed as one of the exchange conditions for buying a Desolate Beast Corpse in Treasure Yellow Heaven, to use a Desolate Beast Corpse to exchange for rank 5 Bone Path Mortal GU like Battle Bone Wheel. Battle Bone Wheel was one of the Mortal GU required to form the White Bone Chariot killer move. Fang Yuan only had one of it, which he obtained from the battlefield where Wolf King Chang Shan Yin had hidden himself in Northern Plains. Fang Yuan's talent could not match Shenjie Ao. If he got rid of Cleanse Soul Immortal GU, Myriad Self would simply not have enough power. Over the next half of a month, Fang Yuan tried hard to improve Malicious Thought GU's recipe, and besides this, he also did not give up in improving his Immortal Killer move Myriad Self. In this time period, he sold another 2 Desolate Beast Corpses in Treasure Yellow Heaven. He exchanged them for the second pair of Desolate Beast Wings as well as dozens of Immortal Essence Stones. Fang Yuan had not wanted to use Desolate Beast Corpses to exchange for Immortal Essence Stones. But he only had 50 Immortal Essence Stones remaining on him, as most of his wealth had been used to purchase Hairy Men. Now, he was refining rank 5 Malicious Thought GU on a large scale, which required extremely great resources. Thus, he had no choice but to exchange for immortal essence stones in order to barely be able to cope with his expenses. With this, Fang Yuan only had 3 desolate beast corpses remaining on sale in Treasure Yellow Heaven. The immortal essence stones on him also reached a number of just over 20. And since he was constantly making deductions, his green grape immortal essence also fell down to 36 beads. Fortunately, Fang Yuan's plan of improving Malicious Thought Gu's recipe succeeded. It was a completely new Malicious Thought GU recipe. Although it did not reach his previous expectations, it already was reduced by a number of steps. Previously, the rank 5 Malicious Thought GU could only be refined step by step from rank 1 to rank 2 and so on. Now, the rank 5 Malicious Thought GU only required 2 steps. The first step refined a half-finished Malicious Thought GU while the second step completed the refinement. Although the success rate did not improve, the procedure had shortened, the materials required decreased by a lot and time was also saved. According to this speed, the estimated 16 months has been directly reduced by half. I will have 2000 rank 5 Malicious Thought GU in just 8 months. However, I am already tight on immortal essence stones. At this rate, even with the support from the transaction of Guts GU, I won't be able to make my ends meet. Do I have to slow down for the moment and let the second stone nest refine Airsac GU, raising the production of Guts GU to earn immortal essence stones? Just as Fang Yuan was having this thought, the good news he had been waiting a long time for had finally arrived. Brat, you win. I agree to your condition. We will split in a 4-to-6 ratio. Lang Ya Land Spirit said furiously, his emotions in a mess. Fang Yuan lacked money to refine Mortal GU on a large scale, while Lang Ya Land Spirit was refining Immortal GU. The resources he had to expend amounted to more than 100 times what Fang Yuan required, so he lacked money even more so. Just like Fang Yuan expected, Lang Ya Land Spirit did not have other channels and only had Fang Yuan to accomplish this task. Thus, he had no choice but to accept, even though he knew this was an extremely large loss. Fang Yuan also did not want to push his luck, such a sharing of profits was already the limit of the Land Spirit. If he did not accept this and angered Lang Ya Land Spirit, there would not only be no transaction, even the relationship he had built with much difficulty would collapse. Northern Plains, Baizu Grotto Heaven. The hall was lit with bright lights, beautiful women were dancing without rest, fine wine and delicacies were presented at the table in a row. Eat this, I personally like this dish very much. It is made of the rank 5 GU, flying Varja centipedes, which are roasted over a charcoal fire, making its flesh delicious and tender. Heavenly Lord Baizu said with light laughter from the main seat, inviting the 2 GU immortals in the hall. The 2 GU immortals were none other than Qin Baisheng and Fairy Li Shan. Although the dishes were made by others, the 2 immortals had no misgivings. Qin Baisheng picked up a long piece of meat and threw it in his mouth. He chewed it loudly, his lips shone with oily luster. He raised his thumb in praise, indeed a delicacy. Not bad, not bad. Heavenly Lord Baizu laughed loudly before looking at Fairy Li Shan. I wonder how Fairy finds it. Fairy Li Shan's eating manner was much more elegant than Qin Baisheng. She took a few bites then appreciated the taste before smiling. It is delicious. Not only is there the smell of coal, there is also a nice chewy taste with a creamy and refreshing texture. It truly is a masterpiece. Heavenly Lord Baizu laughed heartily with extreme satisfaction. I won't conceal it from you too. I thought painstakingly and tested for 8 days and 8 nights to create this dish. This is one of my most satisfying works during this year. Heavenly Lord Baizu was a rank 8 GU immortal and a lone cultivator. He had a hobby which was famous throughout the world of Northern Plains GU immortals. He liked to cook gourmet food and create new fine dishes. In this visit, we not only succeeded in inviting Heavenly Lord to participate in the auction, but also tasted such a delicacy. It is truly our honor. Qin Baisheng spoke at an appropriate time. I shall engrave Heavenly Lord's hospitality in my heart. Now, we have already signed an alliance treaty. Please forgive Li Shan for not being able to stay longer. Fairy Li Shan said. He. Heavenly Lord Baizu nodded while all smiles. Good. There are only a few rank 8 seniors in Northern Plains. You two have already invited me, as well as Yao Huang, 5 Elements Grandmaster and Old Ancestor Xue Hu. If only Prince Feng Yuan is left out, it won't be good. Heavenly Lord has penetrating insight. We were going to invite Prince Feng Yuan. Go. Organize this auction properly. This old man has great expectations. Qin Baisheng and Fairy Li Shan left by Zhu Grotto Heaven, then hurried towards the southeast direction. Midway, Fairy Li Shan's expression suddenly changed. In her immortal aperture, Fang Yuan's message had arrived through moving perspective cup GU. Fairy Li Shan slowly came to a halt. Qin Baisheng asked curiously, "Fairy, why are you stopping?" Fairy Li Shan gave a light smile. "There is a person I want to introduce to you." "Eh?" Qin Baisheng's interest rose. At this moment, Fang Yuan came out of Fairy Li Shan's immortal aperture. He quickly scanned his surroundings before looking at Qin Baisheng. "Lord Qin, your mighty name has long since resounded in my ears." Qin Baisheng was a rank 7 GU immortal with outstanding battle strength at the level of Chalet. Right now, as he saw Fang Yuan was only an immortal zombie with the lowest cultivation of rank 6, his interest that had been roused just before rapidly disappeared. However, remembering Fang Yuan had directly come out of Fairy Li Shan's immortal aperture, it could be seen that Fang Yuan's relationship with Fairy Li Shan was not shallow. Qin Baisheng did not become arrogant, and only nodded and smiled lightly. "You flatter me, you are." "My name is Shuo Huang. I have a large transaction that I want to discuss with Lord Qin." Fang Yuan smiled. "What large transaction?" When Fang Yuan spoke of the matter of selling GU Immortals' blessed lands, Qin Baisheng and Fairy Li Shan both turned pale. In the letter from the moving perspective cup GU, Fang Yuan had not explained things clearly and only said he wanted to participate in the auction. Fairy Li Shan was endlessly shocked. "Shuo Huang, you really have blessed lands of GU Immortals to sell?" Ha, they are not mine, I am only running an errand." Fang Yuan smiled. He and Fairy Li Shan were under the Snowy Mountain Alliance, so he must speak the truth. However, this indeed was the truth, just that he had only said part of it. He naturally would not say that he, this errand boy, had more of a share of the profits than the owner. Qin Baisheng's mood calmed down only then, as he deduced that Fang Yuan was a subordinate of some great person. In the open, Northern Plains had 5 rank 8 GU Immortals, but it was rumored there were some old monsters who were apparently still alive. Immediately, Qin Baisheng re-evaluated Fang Yuan. He was still smiling, but his tone had a slight change now. "It is indeed a huge transaction. Brother, since you think highly of me and have confidence in this auction, then how could I refuse? Many thanks to Lord Qin for making an exception." Fang Yuan's smile turned even bigger. "What exception? Honestly speaking, I am just glad it was not too late. GU Immortals' blessed lands, TSK, this will definitely heighten the climax of the auction. This auction I am holding will definitely be one of the few grand auctions over several hundred years in Northern Plains." Qin Baisheng laughed loudly and passionately patted this small rank 6 immortal zombie, Fang Yuan's shoulder. "Honestly, I am a boorish person. Lord Qin is a strange way to address me. Brother, if you think I am worthy, then even if I am older by some years, how about calling me brother?" Qin Baisheng was already over 700 years old. He was indeed older than Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan directly cupped his fists with a smile. "Brother Qin." Brother Shaw." Qin Baisheng returned the greeting. Chapter 737. Joining Zombie Alliance. His battle strength was on par with Immortal Monkey King Chalet, but he did not have any arrogant attitude. Not only that, when he conversed with Fang Yuan, he kept a cool demeanor and was very amicable. Not only did he laugh grandly, he even gave people a feeling that he was very open-minded. This time, Fang Yuan had obviously appeared under the disguise of the mortal killer move unfamiliar face. He had to conceal himself. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun were in the hands of Qin Baisheng. If they had revealed the details or had their souls searched, Qin Baisheng would have known about Fang Yuan's 8-arm heavenly zombie form already. Be it He Lu Lan, Tai Bai Yunxing or Fang Yuan's 8-arm heavenly zombie figure, they could not appear openly in Northern Plains. because the three of them were key surviving members of the 88 True Young building incident. Right now was a sensitive time. Ever since Northern Plains No. 1 Wisdom Path GU Immortal, Dongfang Changfan, deduced before his death that the culprit was not a person from Northern Plains and was an outsider, Northern Plains had formed an attitude of resisting a common enemy. Countless forces and experts wanted to take revenge. Especially the 10 or so super forces in Northern Plains, their benefits were heavily affected. They wanted to slaughter the culprit, to chop them into pieces and slice their skin and bones, to torture them for endless years to appease their hatred. Once Fang Yuan and the others showed up, even if their crimes were not exposed, it would sure to stir great attention, and Northern Plains GU Immortals would immediately make their moves, wanting to use Fang Yuan and the others as the key to obtaining more inside information. Thus, Fang Yuan came here using the fake name of Shao Huang. At the same time, his 8 monstrous arms turned into ordinary zombie shoulders, his terrifying 6-meter-tall body had turned into that of a normal person's build, or even shorter. The fangs in his mouth were also completely retracted. He no longer looked ruthless but instead gave off a weak and powerless feeling. Of course, Fang Yuan had informed Fairy Li Shan already regarding his disguise in his letter. When they established the Snowy Mountain Alliance earlier, they had considered such a situation. Thus, this was Fairy Li Shan and Fang Yuan collaborating to deceive outsiders. He did not go against their agreement at all. But even if Fang Yuan was so insignificant, an immortal zombie with stale cultivation and a grim future, Qin Baixing did not look down on him at all. He talked with Fang Yuan on equal terms. In fact, when they conversed, he spoke with an affectionate tone. Qin Baixing's attitude made Fang Yuan praise him inwardly. This person is really quite a character. No wonder he could turn this around and forcefully change this situation of being attacked by Northern Plains GU Immortals to one that benefits him greatly. Qin Baixing was also thinking, this small rank 6 immortal zombie has an ordinary appearance, but even after I probed him for so long, he has not slipped and exposed anything. Even now, I do not know his origin and background. While he can still talk to me, Qin Baixing, calmly and normally, he is not simple, not simple. Fairy Li Shan was at the side, squinting as she smiled, watching Fang Yuan and Qin Baixing talk. Fairy Li Shan saw that they were talking with more enthusiasm as she laughed lightly. The way you two are talking, it is a shame that you have only met now. You actually left me in a corner. You look like long-lost brothers who had just met each other. I am ashamed. Fang Yuan quickly said. Qin Baixing heard this and his eyes brightened up. Fairy said it well, that was fabulous. Brother Shaw and I feel like old friends. We really hit it off. Why don't we become sworn brothers? With Fairy's Mountain Pledge GU, from now on, as long as I have meat to eat, I will not let little brother starve. Fairy Li Shan was shocked. She did not expect Qin Baixing to be serious. After the shock, she flustered. Is Qin Baixing's discernment superior to mine? He has already seen through Fang Yuan's disguise. Fang Yuan gasped, immediately showing an expression like that of a youngster with poorly concealed temptation. I am not worthy, I am not worthy. Oh, what is brother saying? There is no such thing as worthiness. This is fate. Unless, even though brother is showing this on the surface, you actually look down on me, a person without a force. Qin Baixing's eyes shined brightly. He looked at Fang Yuan tightly, showing a half-smiling expression. Oh no, my unfamiliar face is only a mortal killer move. Qin Baixing has felt something amiss already. It boils down to the excessive strength that I displayed. I actually had GU Immortal prisoners and was going to sell GU Immortal's blessed lands. Although Qin Baixing is a lone cultivator, he is skilled at gathering allied forces and is organizing an auction. Thus he wants to use me to latch onto the force behind me. Of course, there is a possibility that he suspects that I am the culprit who toppled 88 True Young building. No matter which one it is, I can see the troublesome and powerful methods of this person. These thoughts flashed by in Fang Yuan's head quickly, as he gave a bitter smile. To speak the truth, I really hit it off with Brother Qin, but I am a small character. I cannot decide this. I am not like Brother Qin and Fairy Li Shan who are free. The matter of becoming sworn brothers, it is not that I do not want to, but I cannot. Of course they could not. Once they did, making an oath before the Mountain Pledge GU, Fang Yuan would be at his mercy. The most simple way was for Qin Baixing to suggest that brothers cannot lie to each other. What can Fang Yuan do then? How could he reject him? So that is the case. Brother has his difficulties, I understand. Not only do I understand, I can even help you, brother. Qin Baixing patted his chest. While speaking, he still continued to try probing Fang Yuan's background. Fang Yuan cupped his fists to thank him, before turning around and looking at Fairy Li Shan. Fairy, I came here this time with another task, that is to borrow and make use of your mountain pledge GU. This? Fairy Li Shan looked at Qin Baixing, hesitatingly saying, Sha Huang, you might not know, but we are going to find Prince Feng Xian to invite him to attend the auction. Our time is tight. I am not sure if Prince Feng Xian will be angry. After all, he is the last person we are visiting. Qin Baixing said instead, Prince Feng Xian is a model of the righteous path, how can he be so small-minded? Anyway, we are going to take some time in flying there, it is not a problem to lend it to Brother Sha Huang. It's fine, I am not in a rush. Fang Yuan cupped his fist, in that case, Fairy and Brother Qin should go first, we will split up here. Why doesn't Brother Sha Huang come with us? It is a rare opportunity to be able to meet Prince Feng Xian. Qin Baixing invited. How could Fang Yuan dare to go to a rank 8 GU immortal? Especially when this Prince Feng Xian had an investigative immortal GU that was at least rank 7. Even though unfamiliar face came from thieving heaven demon Venerable, it was just a mortal killer move, in front of an investigative immortal GU, it was insufficient. Fang Yuan rejected Qin Baixing's invitation and watched them fly away. As their figures vanished into the sky, his expression turned cold. He had finally learned how troublesome Qin Baixing was to deal with. Compared to the brutish Shalei, this person had an exquisite mind, who knew how many thoughts were in his head, while he could appear on the surface to be grand and full of passion, as if it came from the bottom of his heart. Just this acting ability alone was on par with Fang Yuan. If not for Fang Yuan being a reborn old monster, he might not be able to see Qin Baixing's true colors. This person is a lone cultivator, yet he was able to make a network of alliances and influence the entire world of Northern Plains GU immortals. His methods were truly incredible, he has some real skill. Unfortunately, his luck in my previous life was bad. Just when Blood Hunter came out of seclusion, he unfortunately met with and engaged in fierce battle, succumbing to that monster's methods. Fang Yuan recalled as he turned around, flying towards another direction. Not long later, he met with a group of azure ostriches. This bird had a swollen back like that of a camel, it had azure feathers and its body was as strong as a grown man. Often gathering in groups, they were the overlords of the sky. This group of azure ostriches were not few in numbers, they were a myriad beast group. Fang Yuan did not care about them, he continued to fly forwards. The azure ostriches found the prey Fang Yuan and were very excited. They first screeched before getting close to him, but the moment they got close to him and sensed his immortal zombie aura, they ran away in fear. All living beings had survival instincts in them to avoid danger, even beasts and birds had this insight and would not send themselves to death. If this had been Fang Yuan when he stepped into Northern Plains for the first time in his previous life, if he met the azure ostrich group, he would need to dig a hole and bury himself to avoid them. But now, even without doing anything, he had chased this group of azure ostriches away. Even though I became an immortal zombie, compared to my previous life's achievements, my cultivation level has greatly exceeded what I had been during this time. In my previous life, at this point, Qingmao Mountain had been destroyed by Ning Bing's self-detonation, because clans are united by bloodline, they spurn outsiders. Before I became a lone demonic cultivator, I joined a caravan and was often at the front lines, trying to earn a living like this. In his previous life, Fang Yuan had moved around southern border, western desert, eastern sea for over 300 years before becoming a rank 5 GU master in central continent. But now, only decades had passed and Fang Yuan was already an immortal. Even though he was an immortal zombie, his battle strength was already upper tier among rank 6 GU immortals. Firstly, the rebirth advantage he had was huge. Secondly, Fang Yuan took part in many dangerous situations. The higher the risks, the greater his rewards. But as time passes, the influence of my rebirth would become bigger and bigger. This auction had never happened in my previous life. Hopefully, when I join Northern Plains Zombie Alliance this time, there will be fewer accidents and my plans would go smoothly. Having unfamiliar face, Fang Yuan decided to try joining Zombie Alliance. Plans could not keep up with changes. His original plan was to first take Dark Limit Immortal GU. But Xue Songzi and Hei Cheng's incident had inadvertently served as an alert. Afterwards, Fairy Jiangyu had disappeared mysteriously, even Fairy Li Shan could not find her. He also had another plan, to kill Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun. But now that they were captured by Qin Baixing, they were watched by almost all of the GU immortals in Northern Plains. How could Fang Yuan kill them now? After these two plans succeeded, his third plan was to join Zombie Alliance. But with the current situation, Fang Yuan had insufficient control of the circumstances. He had to take a risk and join Zombie Alliance, even if it was dangerous. As he flew, Fang Yuan considered the plan for joining Zombie Alliance again. Along the way, he met many bird groups, but they were all repelled by Fang Yuan's immortal zombie aura. Only once, he met a desolate beast flying snake. Fang Yuan did not want to waste time and avoided it. Although Northern Plains was huge, having 5 billion square kilometers of surface area, 10 times that of Earth, but Fang Yuan's current location was not far from his destination. After half a day, he saw a mountain on the horizon. It was Qingpu Mountain. Chapter 738. Old Earth Wood, Immortal Zombie Gu Yi. The name of the wood was Old Earth. Old Earth Wood had a long lifespan. This particular pillar of Old Earth Wood had more than 1,000,000 years of history. From Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's era, to Red Lotus Demon Venerable, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, and then to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Even after Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable died, it was still alive. When it had lush leaves, the greenery covered the entire sky, and it produced countless fresh fruits. On its strong branches, unique tree farms could be created. During its golden years, it was usually owned by the strongest GU immortals or the most powerful forces in Northern Plains. But as the river of time continued to flow, the lush green leaves wilted, its strong trunk decayed, its glorious days were over, and it became a gloomy and silent structure. Long ago, countless forces had fought over it, fighting with their lives or even dying due to the Old Earth Wood, but eventually, its late years were lonely. The barren tree branches could only create a shade over a small area, attempting to Pitiful recreate its former glory. Right now, the Old Earthwood tree's main trunk was mostly dead, only a small portion still had a little bit of life left. From a mystical treasure that everyone was after, to a monument that nobody visits, it was like an aged giant, bending its back and sitting on the ground calmly, awaiting the end of its life. Fang Yuan did not come here to admire the Old Earthwood tree. He was here for the immortal zombie who was living on top of the Old Earthwood. This immortal zombie was a Woodpath GU immortal during his life. His name was Gu Yi. If Fang Yuan wanted to join Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, he would need an immortal zombie's recommendation. Fang Yuan had already gotten the details of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance from Fairy Li Shan. The reason why he chose Gu Yi was not because this person was special, but because he was the closest. As he got close to the Old Earthwood tree, Fang Yuan slowed his speed, but he did not see Gu Yi appearing. He frowned slightly. This Gu Yi's alertness was simply too terrible. Finally, when he arrived at the Old Earthwood tree, Fang Yuan shouted, "Is Old Earth City Lord around? My name is Shohuang and I am here to visit." His voice echoed through the Old Earthwood tree, causing the wilted leaves to scatter onto the ground. From a deep part of the Old Earthwood, a figure came out. "Why are there more people? Do you really think I, Gu Yi, am easy to bully?" His tone was filled with anger and helplessness. Gu Yi appeared before Fang Yuan. He was yellowish in color, tall and skinny, resembling the Old Earthwood. There were wooden markings on his skin. It was an immortal zombie body that resembled deadwood. Seeing Fang Yuan, Gu Yi was stunned. The anger vanished on his face as he said hesitantly, "Sir is. I am Shohuang. I have turned into an immortal zombie recently without much choice. I wanted to join Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. I wonder if Old Earth City Lord may give me a recommendation. Fang Yuan cupped his fists as he expressed his intention directly. Oh, you are a newcomer who wants to join Zombie Alliance. A pleasure to meet you. Ji Yuyi's expression changed. He quickly greeted back while smiling. I thought it was, forget it, let's not talk about it. We are all in the same boat, please come in. Fang Yuan slowly flew up, under Ji Yuyi's lead. They traveled past many rotten leaves and branches, arriving at a deep part of the branches of the old earthwood tree. This was a city. It was completely built on the old earthwood branches. It resembled a carved wooden city. It was quite unique. Countless wooden houses were lined up, some were tall while some were short. Not only were there common squares, there were towers and city walls. All sorts of streets and paths were interconnected like blood vessels, moving along the countless branches. There were also all sorts of vine ladders, either drooping or hanging from one branch to another. It was a pity that this wooden city was half destroyed. Large numbers of houses had collapsed. The yellow vine ladders were no longer green. They could not sustain any weight. When the cold winds blew, the vines might break, landing on the branches and causing a loud sound. This is Old Earth City. Although it is like this, the atmosphere still remains. Back in the day, this was a popular area and countless famous characters gathered here. This was once the heart of Northern Plains. Fang Yuan looked around as he sighed casually. The city is dead, there is nothing left. Brother Shaw is calling me Old Earth City Lord, but that title is very hollow now. Ji Yuyi laughed bitterly at the side. To speak the truth, if not for this place still producing a woodpath resource called wilted essence, who would care about it? Fang Yuan nodded, agreeing, that is indeed the case. Ji Yuyi sighed deeply. Sigh, if I knew that this place was so barren, I would not have accepted this mission from Zombie Alliance. But the duration of my mission is almost over. I can leave this painful place already. Brother, look at my pathetic state and learn from it. When you enter Zombie Alliance, do not choose the mission of guarding Old Earthwood. Fang Yuan had already guessed that Ji Yuyi was injured. Seeing him say this, he placed his gaze naturally on his face. Ji Yuyi's face was swollen. It looked like a pink peach was growing on one side of his cheeks. The other side of his face was caved in, filled with many cracks. Looking at him, his entire head was in a strange shape, like a deformed melon. Not only that, there was a long scar on his chest. Although the scar was shallow, the injury was big. There was poisonous gas that were dark purple in color spiraling it. Even if Brother Ji didn't mention it, I was going to ask. Where did you get your injuries from? Fang Yuan asked. Sigh, brother. Seeing that you have just turned into an immortal zombie, you still do not know the pain of immortal zombies. Ji Yuyi sighed pitifully. He was about to start his story when there was a loud sound outside. The entire old earthwood tree shook intensely as wilted leaves flew. Even the rotting branches that seemed like tall pillars collapsed. They came crashing down. Ji Yuyi's expression changed. Next, Fang Yuan heard someone shouting from outside, Ji Yuyi, come out now. This divine lord is here to make a transaction with you. Ji Yuyi's expression became uglier. His eyes were spewing fire as he gritted his teeth. Divine Lord Tian-Du again. Bam! Another loud bang. Old earthwood shook again. Leaves fell from the branches like a huge rain. The beautiful wooden houses collapsed, causing dust and smoke to rise. Outside, there was another Ji immortal shouting, Ji Yuyi, right? Come out now, I am Sure Hu. Come out, I have a matter to discuss with you. Saying so, there was another loud bang, causing a distressing noise in the old earthwood. Looking at their actions, they were not going to give up until Ji Yuyi showed up. Ji Yuyi's expression was very ugly. He clenched his fists as he took a few deep breaths, smiling forcibly at Fang Yuan. Brother Shaw, take a seat first, I will be back shortly. No worry, I will go with you. Fang Yuan said. Ji Yuyi showed a touched expression as he cupped his fists, thanking sincerely. Then I will thank brother in advance. The two walked out of the old earthwood tree, seeing the two rank 6 GU immortals in the sky. One had a strong muscular body, his skin was bronze in color as lightning coiled around his body, his name was Divine Lord Tiandu. The other had messy hair, he looked like a brute carrying a skull, it was Shehu. Seeing Fang Yuan, Divine Lord Tiandu was stunned before laughing, to think that Ji Yi found a helper. But it is a pity, you found an immortal zombie. In his speech, he did not hide the disdain towards immortal zombies. You! Ji Yi flew into a rage, about to speak. Divine Lord Tiandu waved his hand, saying impatiently, I will not talk trash with you, I know that you have some wilted essence with you, my friend has an immortal essence stone, he will buy 150 kilograms of wilted essence from you. One immortal essence stone for 150 kilograms of wilted essence, why don't you just rob us instead? Ji Yi was stomping his feet in anger, shouting. Robbing is possible too, but seeing that you are Divine Lord's friend, I wanted to do him a favor. Shehu snickered, his attitude was very arrogant, as if Ji Yi was helpless against him. You two are shameless, you are basically bandits. Ji Yi stared with wide-opened eyes, his lungs were about to explode. He did not attack in the end. He was furious, but also extremely helpless. The other party were two rank 6 GU immortals, but he was only a rank 6 immortal zombie, his blessed land was dead and he only had over a dozen immortal essence stones. Even though he would fight with them, what would he do after that? Ignoring the question of whether he could win, even if he won, he would expend a lot of green grape immortal essence. Without the blessed land's replenishment, he could only use immortal essence stones to replenish it. After one battle, he would go bankrupt. Ji Yi was full of worries, he looked at Fang Yuan beside him. Actually, Divine Lord Tiandu and Shehu were also looking at Fang Yuan. Divine Lord Tiandu had extorted Ji Yi many times already, he knew about Ji Yi's background, but he did not know anything about Fang Yuan. Furthermore, it seemed like Fang Yuan was Ji Yi's helper. But why would Fang Yuan help Ji Yi for no good reason? His gaze flickered, he showed a hesitant expression as he asked Ji Yi in a weak tone, Brother Ji Yu, what is going on? Who is the other party? Such absurd demands, why isn't the zombie alliance interfering? Seeing Fang Yuan's hesitation, Ji Yi lost all hope, he sighed deeply, the zombie alliance can interfere, but I cannot afford it. It was better when leader was around, but now, sigh. Forget it, after you join the zombie alliance, you will learn about it, brother. Is that so? Fang Yuan's face showed a perfect mix of shock, disappointment, and even worry towards the future. Hearing their conversation, Divine Lord Tiandu and Shehu could see the joy in each other's faces. So this newly emerged immortal zombie wants to join the zombie alliance. We're going to successfully extort him again. The two transmitted. As they expected, Ji Yi was helpless but to accept their demands. Eventually, he sold 150 kilograms of wilted essence for one immortal essence stone. Ha ha ha, this was a pleasant business deal. Ji Yi, when you ask for help next time, at least invite a living person. The two left while laughing loudly. Sigh, this rotten place, I do not want to stay here for even one more second. Ji Yi showed disappointment, his head was sinking even lower now. Chapter 739. Dark Flow Giant City. With a trembling and hesitant voice, he said, Brother Ji Yu, may I ask, how many times has this happened? Ji Yi restrained his grieving expression, and patted Fang Yuan's shoulder, comforting him on the contrary, not too many. It is just that with the nearing of Qin Bai Sheng's auction, some shameless scumbags are trying everything they can to get the capital to participate in this level of grand event. Fang Yuan had not helped him, but Ji Yi did not blame him. He did not have any hope, thus his disappointment and grief had no relation to Fang Yuan. With this, even though they had just met each other, Ji Yi was even more certain that Fang Yuan's situation was similar to his and even slightly worse, as a fallen Ji immortal who had helplessly turned to becoming an immortal zombie. But this behavior is too ugly. Fang Yuan pretended to be indignant. This expression looked like his true feelings in Ji Yi's eyes. At least there is something to cover the humiliation. Ji Yi looked at the immortal essence stone on his hand with irony. This Immortal Essence Stone was the price Shehu and Divine Lord Tiandu had paid for 150 kilograms of wilted essence. He shook the Immortal Essence Stone. Look, Divine Lord Tiandu and Shehu might be strong, but they still are apprehensive of Zombie Alliance behind us and had to give us face in this way. Could it be that Zombie Alliance's face is only worth one Immortal Essence Stone? Fang Yuan's expression was aghast as he made an inquiry. Jiu Yi laughed. His laughter was bitter, mixed with helplessness, sadness, and grief. He looked at Fang Yuan and felt he was looking at himself back when he had just joined Zombie Alliance. He patted Fang Yuan's shoulder again. Brother Shaw, you have reached this point and also know the hardships and disadvantages of Immortal Zombie. Blessed lands of us Immortal Zombies are already dead and cannot be operated, and cannot produce Immortal Essence. If I have to say it bluntly, we are on our dying breaths. Thus, we have to rely on external resources even more than those living GU Immortals. You also might have already heard about it, Zombie Alliance indeed has many Immortal Zombies like you. But if you want to rely on these people as support and to help maintain your face, you have to pay the price. GU Yi's words had deep implications. Price? Fang Yuan pretended to not understand. Yes. If you want to request a rank 6 Immortal Zombie to help you, you need 2 Immortal Essence Stones, and this is only the initial price. The concrete amount will depend on how intense the fight is. If you want to request a rank 7 Immortal Zombie, you need 20 Immortal Essence Stones. Similarly, this price is only the initial price. If you have sufficient Immortal Essence Stones, you can even request the whole of Zombie Alliance to support you. But if you don't have money or don't want to pay the price, then your face can only be worth this much. When Jiu Yi said this, he slightly raised that Immortal Essence Stone and intentionally shook it. Blessed lands of Immortal Zombies were already dead, it was hard to engage in business to generate income and they had to rely on more external resources. This made Immortal Zombies have to meticulously plan and often choose to endure as opposed to fight. Only like this could they barely maintain their livelihoods. Like with Fang Yuan previously, he could not produce green grape Immortal Essence by himself and could only use Immortal Essence Stones to substitute. The pressure was too high. In that intense battle with Hei Cheng, his finances almost collapsed and fell into a plight again. Fortunately, Fang Yuan had Hu Immortal Blessed Land, which reduced the significance of his Immortal Aperture being dead. What was even more fortunate was that he had Wisdom Gu's help. And there were extremely large benefits to using the Light of Wisdom with an Immortal Zombie body. First was the Immortal GU recipe transactions with Lang Ya Land Spirit, which allowed Fang Yuan to get out of the mire. Then with the help of the Light of Wisdom, he was able to innovate Airsac GU and engage in the Guts GU business, making Immortal Crane Sect compromise, and greatly improving his entire living environment. If I didn't have these, my situation might be extremely dismal just like Jiu Yi's. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly, while on the surface he showed a look of realization and took a step back, bowing and cupping his fists. Brother Jiu Yi, I have received your teachings. Jiu Yi shook his head. Even without me speaking of these truths, you would understand it for yourself after some time. No need for thanks. Come, I will bring you to Zombie Alliance. Fang Yuan followed Jiu Yi to the depths of the old earthwood branches at that exquisite wood city again. Jiu Yi flew ahead to a large plaza in the center of the wood city. The plaza was in ruins, from the damaged floor tiles to the surrounding destroyed flower beds and dried up fountain. One might be able to only get a glimpse of its past prosperity. Jiu Yi and Fang Yuan stood in the center of the plaza. Rise. Jiu Yi mobilized his Primeval essence. The plaza's surface instantly brightened. The thick and solid floor became translucent like a giant jade. The green jade light circulated around, shadows of countless GU worms fluttered within the light. At the same time, large numbers of mortal GU flew out of Jiu Yi's body, mostly being rank 5 Space Path GU and rank 4 Woodpath GU. These GU worms flew above Fang Yuan and started to rapidly revolve like a hurricane. In the dusky surroundings, rays of brilliant light gradually appeared. Jiu Yi continued to mobilize his Primeval essence unceasingly. These flowing lights rapidly increased in number and soon created a vast bluish-green patch. Untold numbers of mortal GU, under some wondrous rhythm, converged their powers, overlaying on top of one another and mutually amplifying themselves, finally forming a might display. This is a top-tier mortal killer move our zombie alliance researched, Green Crystal Hero's Path. It can span across hundreds of thousands of li, directly connecting the old Earthwood and Zombie Alliance's garrison. You know us immortal zombies are GU immortals as well, our bodies are filled with Dao marks, thus normal methods are unable to transport us. GU Yi explained at the appropriate moment. Fang Yuan nodded. Immortal zombies might have weaker battle strength causing their status to lower, and their thoughts to slow down, but their accumulations and foundation still remained for the most part. Especially when immortal zombies are in a similar situation, they could cast aside prejudices unlike normal GU immortals and cooperate with each other. Thus, being able to research a peak-tier mortal killer move was not strange. GU Yi continued, I looked after the myriad poison date tree in Zombie Alliance for 2 years before I was able to get enough contribution points to exchange for this Green Crystal Hero's Path. Ah, right, you might be confused. Brother Shaw, if you choose tasks which needs you to go outside, Zombie Alliance's prerequisite is that you have to grasp the killer move Green Crystal Hero's Path. Only with this can you reach Zombie Alliance at any time. They did not have fixed immortal travel, did not have Stargate and also did not have moving perspective cup GU. Normal GU immortals could use Connecting Heaven GU and Whole Earth GU, but immortal zombies could not because of their dead apertures. Connecting Heaven GU and Whole Earth GU were only mortal GU. The reason they could connect between blessed lands or grotto heavens was because the two small worlds involved would silently consume heavenly power. And an immortal zombie's blessed land or grotto heaven was already dead, and was unable to expend heavenly power. To set up Connecting Heaven GU and Whole Earth GU required the consent of both sides. Only with this, the immortal apertures could use heavenly power. If they were secretly set up, they would not be able to connect because of the absence of heavenly power. Connecting Heaven GU and Whole Earth GU also could not be used if they were set up outside in the 5 regions. Ah, so Green Crystal Hero's Path was this important. Hearing GU Yi explain again, Fang Yuan showed an appropriately admiring and envious look. GU Yi caught Fang Yuan's expression and felt refreshed, the grief from the forceful transaction earlier eased up by a lot. Happiness often comes from comparison. Instantly, GU Yi felt Fang Yuan was much more pleasing to the eyes. A thick green light soared to the skies from the dense dried yellow old earth branches and leaves. After a while, in Dark Flow City, over 100,000 li away, on the plaza in the southeast section, a dark green light suddenly fell down. The light engulfed the plaza, dyeing the surroundings green. Wind surged, and the hanging iron lanterns in the plaza constantly shook and squeaked. The light quickly disappeared. In the originally empty plaza appeared GU Yi and Fang Yuan. Let's go, we should not stay here for long. GU Yi composed himself and walked forward, with Fang Yuan closely following behind. This giant city was named Dark Flow. It was pitch black, resembling a giant beast sprawled on the ground. The sun was setting to the west and there was still a source of light. However, every tile and brick of the giant Dark Flow city emitted a dense darkness that dyed the surroundings black. Especially, the closer one got to the center of Dark Flow Giant City, the denser this darkness became. Fang Yuan and GU Yi walked ahead, but saw no humans in their path. The long path had street lamps erected every few hundred steps. But these street lamps let out weak dusky yellow light which only lit some dozens of steps, leaving behind long stretches of darkness in between the gaps of the street lamps, making the darkness of the giant city even more conspicuous. The large Dark Flow city felt like an abandoned city. However, there were still some faint clamoring noises coming from below the giant city. This is the main headquarters of our zombie alliance in Northern Plains, and it is almost as large as a mountain. It is divided into 7 floors. The lower 5 floors are the residences of mortal GU masters and are very bustling and clamorous. 1 floor above is where immortal zombies and people with some relation to us reside. The highest floor has the conference hall where 3 rank 7 immortal zombies are stationed throughout the year. GU Yi gave an appropriate explanation. Fang Yuan nodded without being surprised. Zombie Alliance was not an organization that was only formed from immortal level members, but also covered mortal GU masters. These GU masters, for the most part, made use of Dark Path, raising zombies, commanding zombies, and even transforming into zombies. The two walked for a while, arriving in front of a large hall without seeing anyone in the way. Tall stone statues stood on either side of the large hall. They were taller and bulkier than even Fang Yuan's 8-arm immortal zombie physique. Fang Yuan carefully observed them. His eyes narrowed slightly as he discovered these stone statues were not as simple as they looked. You find it strange too. This is Yin Liu Gong's immortal killer move stone casket. Inside them are not ordinary zombies but immortal zombies. Jiu Yi said this, then said in a lower voice, Yin Liu Gong is one of the experts of our zombie alliance. When the city lord left Northern Plains, they assigned 3 deputy city lords. He is one of them and can command immortal zombies to fight for him. Yin Liu Gong. Fang Yuan silently engraved this name to his mind. This name was not in his previous life's memories. But just based on the fact Yin Liu Gong could command immortal zombies to fight, he needed to be attached importance. In my previous life, my rise was a matter that occurred 300 to 400 years later. And in this period of time, it was not that no outstanding characters emerged, but due to all sorts of reasons, they were washed away by the river of time. Fang Yuan was cautious, with no hint of carelessness. Come and push the door. Jiu Yi suddenly moved to the side. So long as you can open this large door, you will have the qualifications to join Zombie Alliance. Fang Yuan quietly put his 2 arms on the door and softly pushed, opening the door by a sliver. Instantly, over 20 sharp, gloomy, or dull gazes followed the crack and shot towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan intentionally changed his expression slightly, then he took a deep breath and fiercely pushed open the door completely. Jiu Yi laughed heartily while patting Fang Yuan's shoulder. Being able to push open this large door means you are a person of Northern Plains. Come, your timing is really exquisite. Our Zombie Alliance's meeting is held today. Chapter 740. 9 Heavens Fragment. White egrets flew in the sky. The weather was pleasant today. 3 rank 7 GU immortals who came from Combat Immortal sect had gathered within this sky. According to Immortal Monkey King's request for help, it should be this place. Qian Zhuxian looked around as he said. He was dressed in a green robe, he had a slim figure and his eyes were dark like an abyss, as if incapable of being alarmed. Although this place looks ordinary, it is evident that the grotto heaven opening that was stated in the letter has closed up. But to check if it is really this place, we will need Divine Mother's help. Valley Lord Minghe, who was dressed in a white robe, looked over. Beside him was a female GU immortal. Beautiful and elegant, she was dressed in a golden robe and radiated majesty and dignity. She was a Spacepath GU immortal, known as Divine Mother Ju Kong. Among these 3, she was the oldest GU immortal, being over 900 years old. Divine Mother Ju Kong closed her eyes. Using her mysterious method, her aura remained calm and there was not even any trace of fluctuation. In a short while, she opened her eyes, letting out a breath of foggy air. It is here indeed. Starry Sky Grotto Heaven is located at this place. The other 2 immortals heard this and their spirits lifted. 7-Star Child did not have much reputation back then. He actually cultivated to this extent without making a sound. In fact, his grotto heaven even absorbed a fragment of blue heaven. Precisely because of this, Starry Sky Grotto Heaven could still exist now. It is incredible. Qian Zhuxian sighed. During the immemorial antiquity era, the world of GU masters had 9 heavens in the sky. Red, orange, yellow, green, azure, blue, purple, white, black, they formed the immemorial 9 heavens. But 7 of the 9 heavens were destroyed by Ren Zhu's children. Right now, only black and white heaven were left alternating in the sky. 7-Star Child had a fortuitous encounter in the past. He secretly absorbed a fragment of blue heaven. This allowed his grotto heaven to exist to this day, and not become a dead aperture due to his state. The immemorial 9 heavens were 9 different worlds. The immortal apertures of GU immortals were also worlds. Worlds could swallow one another. The most famous example was Treasure Yellow Heaven. Back then, Treasure Yellow Heaven's owner, rank 8 GU Immortal, deiced countless treasures, unexpectedly obtained a fragment world of Yellow Heaven. Thus, after he fused it into his Grotto Heaven, it formed Treasure Yellow Heaven. After Treasure Yellow Heaven was formed, it became extraordinary, and continued existing even until today. Once a Grotto Heaven absorbs a 9 Heavens fragment, the benefits are really great. Not only will they gain some unpredictable mystical power, the Immortal Aperture's heavenly power would become unlimited. Furthermore, calamities and tribulations would weaken greatly, or completely vanish. If I can obtain such a fragment world, I might even wake up laughing in my sleep. Valley Lord Ming-He was full of envy. Dream on, Ming-He. Get your cultivation level to rank 8 first. Only a Grotto Heaven of a rank 8 GU Immortal can absorb a 9 Heavens fragment world. Chen Zhuxian laughed. Valley Lord Ming-He heard this and laughed bitterly. I want to get to rank 8 too, but I have no confidence in surviving the second Grand Tribulation. Thinking about how rank 8 GU Immortals have to undergo a Grand Tribulation every 50 years, I shudder at that thought. As for the myriad tribulation that is even more terrifying than Grand Tribulations, I simply cannot imagine them. Maybe, only someone like Shalei has no fear. Blessed lands had fortune, but heaven and earth was balanced, thus, once in a while, calamities and tribulations would befall. Rank 6 GU Immortals experience an earthly calamity every 10 years, and a heavenly tribulation every 100 years. Thus, when assessing a GU Immortal's cultivation level, they often used the heavenly tribulation as the standard. Fang Yuan was a 2 heavenly tribulations expert in his previous life. After a rank 6 GU Immortal goes through 3 heavenly tribulations, their blessed land would expand to another level, and they would become a rank 7 GU Immortal. Rank 7 GU Immortals face an earthly calamity every 10 years, a heavenly tribulation every 50 years, and a grand tribulation every 100 years. Chen Zhuxian and Valley Lord Ming-He were 1 Grand Tribulation GU Immortals, while Divine Mother Ju Kong was a level higher than them, being at 2 Grand Tribulations cultivation level. As for rank 8 GU Immortals, they no longer experienced any earthly calamities, but they faced a heavenly tribulation every 10 years, a grand tribulation every 50 years, and a myriad tribulation every 100 years. Myriad tribulations were far more scary than heavenly tribulations. They were known as hopeless myriad tribulations among GU Immortals. The difficulty was extremely high. Thus, 9 Heavens fragments were much more precious. Because the immemorial 9 Heavens were a part of the large world of GU Masters. Calamities and tribulations would only descend upon blessed lands and Grotto Heavens as they were Immortal Aperture worlds. This did not happen in the 5 regions or the immemorial 9 Heavens. After the Grotto Heaven devours the 9 Heavens fragment, in a way, they become a part of the large world of GU Masters. This could greatly reduce the size and power of the calamities and tribulations, and the Grotto Heaven would not die if the GU Immortal dies. For example, Starry Sky Grotto Heaven was still intact despite 7-star Child already becoming an immortal zombie. If the 9 Heavens fragment that was absorbed was big, calamities and tribulations could vanish for good. For example, Treasure Yellow Heaven had never experienced any calamities or tribulations. It was now the biggest trading area in the GU Immortal world. The benefits of absorbing a 9 Heavens fragment are huge. But don't forget, this method has a weakness too. Even if you absorb just a bit of the 9 Heavens fragment, you will take in the aura of the greater world. Once the Grotto Heaven is rooted into it, it can never be placed into your body again. Divine Mother Ju Kong reminded them. Chen Zhuxian nodded, agreeing. Simply put, by absorbing the 9 Heavens fragment, the GU Immortal loses their freedom. They can only stay inside their Immortal Aperture world and cannot move about in the outside world. This is truly a huge loss. But if a 9 Heavens fragment appears before me, I would choose it without hesitation. That's right. Valley Lord Ming-He agreed. Calamities and tribulations are too hard to survive. Sometimes, I would want to become an immortal zombie. At least their dead lands would not experience any calamities or tribulations. Alright, handling the task is the most important matter. We purposely wasted so many days. I'm sure that Monkey King has learned his lesson. Divine Mother Ju Kong slowly closed her eyes. Valley Lord Ming-He fell into silence. Chen Zhuxian laughed. After we save Shalei, I want to see if he can still act arrogant again. Divine Mother Ju Kong could no longer keep a calm aura. Her golden robe fluttered as the aura of Immortal Gu burst out from her. Open. Suddenly, she opened her eyes. Her gaze was sharp as it pierced a hole into the void before her. The hole was about the size of a man. Through this hole, the 3 GU immortals could directly see the scenery inside Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. The 3 immortals did not speak. Chen Zhuxian charged ahead and entered it. Next, Valley Lord Minghe entered, followed by Divine Mother Ju Kong. But at the next moment, the 3 GU immortals appeared in the sky again. What is going on? Chen Zhuxian and Valley Lord Minghe showed some shock on their faces. Divine Mother Ju Kong's expression was solemn. Her relaxed appearance was gone as she muttered, in is not in, out is not out, space is interchanging, swapping around. This is the mystical ability Starry Sky Grotto Heaven obtained after absorbing the Blue Heaven Fragment. Yes. Shalei mentioned this in his request for help as well. Valley Lord Minghe recalled. It is not strange. Why would it be simple if it could trap this monkey? Chen Zhuxian said. Divine Mother Ju Kong snorted coldly. This is only a minor problem. At the same time, in Northern Plains, Zombie Alliance branch, inside Dark Flow Giant City. This place had densely accumulated darkness. Even the clear skies could not shine any sunlight into here. Fang Yuan pushed open the door and was inspected by more than 20 gazes. He purposely showed a scared and hesitant expression as he stepped into the discussion hall. He paid his respects, shouting, I am Sho Huang, greetings to my fellow brethren. Fellow brethren, you used a good phrase. We members of Zombie Alliance are in the same situation. We should help each other. On the main seat of the discussion hall, there was an immortal zombie smiling as he said. He was a fatty. He was over 6 meters tall, just like Fang Yuan's 8-arm immortal zombie form, but he was at least 3 times fatter than Fang Yuan. His skin was like bronze, his stomach was like a wine vat, big and round. Not just his stomach, his face, arms, fingers, they were all extremely round. Fang Yuan saw him and thought of the information he had, flesh bronze zombie body, Yin Liu Gong. Before Fang Yuan came to the Zombie Alliance, he had gotten the relevant information from Fairy Li Shan. Immortal zombie Gu Yi beside him thought that Fang Yuan was a newbie. He quickly paid respects. Gu Yi pays respects to Lord Yin Liu Gong, Lord Dragon Commander Yi Cha, and Lord Huang Quan Wang. Fang Yuan followed after him. I greet Lord Yin Liu Gong, Lord Dragon Commander Yi Cha, and Lord Huang Quan Wang. Saying so, he gave Gu Yi a look of gratitude. Gu Yi smiled at him. Yin Liu Gong was seated at the center seat. On his left was Dragon Commander Yi Cha. He was sitting up straight with a ruthless expression. His fangs were pale and sharp. On the right was Huang Quan Wang. He looked old and had a hunched back. Even though they had overflowing death energy, their rank 7 aura could not be concealed. These 3 immortal zombies had true rank 7 cultivation level. They were stationed in Dark Flow Giant City. Sho Huang, is this your real name? Dragon Commander Yi Cha asked. His words were like steel. Once he spoke, a strong wave of killing intent burst out, making one feel as if they were in the middle of a terrifying battlefield. This was due to his experiences. Dragon Commander Yi Cha was a lone cultivator. He had joined the Imperial Court contest and had used some of the opportunities inside Imperial Court blessed land to accumulate his foundation and become a GU immortal. In other words, he had very rich battle experience. Nobody dared to look down on him. He opened his mouth, and his tone showed his imposing nature. It made people feel like he was pressuring them heavily. Of course not. Fang Yuan laughed bitterly. Sho Huang was the name I gave myself on the 2nd day after I became an immortal zombie. It signified a new beginning, for me to temporarily forget my past glory. I had once sworn to heaven, only when I regain my real body and get rid of my immortal zombie status would I use my former name again. Once he said that, all of the immortals in the discussion showed varying expressions. There was disdain, sneers, silence, sadness, but mostly, understanding. Fang Yuan's current performance and his mental state was just like theirs in the past. But after so many years, their grand ambitions were gone, their hopes and desires were almost completely burnt out. They were still immortal zombies now, life had not changed for the better. Alright, since Sho Huang opened the door, then he is a Northern Plains GU immortal. We in Zombie Alliance would be stronger with one more member. He has already proven himself. One has to know, previously, even Yao Huang did not manage to push open this door. Goo, goo goo goo. Huang Quanweng said as he started coughing, showing his old and weak state. Chapter 741. Immortal Zombie Discussion. This predecessor's name was already lost in history, but his methods were simply divine. The door was filled with all sorts of Dao marks. Some people had guessed that consumable immortal GU were used on it. Only immortal zombies in Northern Plains could be acknowledged by the door, and would be able to push it open. If it was not someone who ascended to a GU immortal in Northern Plains, their immortal aperture world would have the heaven and earth chi of other regions. Once their hand is placed on it, they would be repelled. If one was a Northern Plains GU immortal, but not an immortal zombie, this door would heavier than a mountain, they would not be able to push it at all. Although Fang Yuan was not born in Northern Plains, after reaching Northern Plains, he had adapted to the environment and had ascended to an immortal in Northern Plains, thus this door did not hinder him at all. Dark Flow Giant City had expanded many times throughout history, but this door had been preserved intentionally. The members of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance were very confident in this door. When they heard Huang Quanwang's words, their gazes towards Fang Yuan became milder. Yin Liu Gong nodded. Huang Quanwang is right, you too, take a seat, you are just in time for the meeting. In addition, give Ji Yi some credit, he recommended a new member. According to the rules, he should be given 300 contribution points. Fang Yuan knew that recommending a new member had benefits, but after hearing this, he immediately turned his gaze towards Ji Yi beside him. Ji Yi felt ashamed when he was stared at, like he had taken major advantage. He pulled Fang Yuan's arm. Come, brother Shaw, sit beside me. Everyone saw this and felt a deeper impression of Fang Yuan's ignorance. In the discussion hall, the immortal zombies sat nearly in a circular manner. Only the direction that led to the discussion hall's door was left empty, forming a path for them to walk in and out. The other directions were filled with seats. These seats were not in one row, from high to low, there were 3 rows. The lowest row was for rank 6 immortal zombies, there were the most number of people on this row. The center row was for rank 7 immortal zombies, only a few were present. The highest row was empty, it was for rank 8 immortal zombies. Ji Yi dragged Fang Yuan with much enthusiasm towards his seat. His seat was not empty, there was a will there, the appearance of the will greatly resembled Ji Yi. Ji Yi waved his hand and the will entered his mind. He immediately asked Fang Yuan to sit down. The meeting is not always attended in person. If we are busy, we will use a will to participate instead of our main bodies. Brother Shaw, do you have wisdom path GU worms? If you do not, I will give you one. Ji Yi said in a low voice. Of course I do. Fang Yuan replied. He expressed ignorance in relation to Zombie Alliance, but he did not want everyone to think that he was a complete newbie. The effect of wisdom path GU worms was common knowledge among GU immortals, he had to know them. Fang Yuan answered as he sat to the left of Ji Yi. The 2 seats beside Ji Yi were empty. There were so many seats, most of the immortal zombies were seated far from each other. Although there were more than 20 of them, most were wills, only a small number attended in person. Seeing that Fang Yuan and Ji Yi had sat down, Yin Liu Gong coughed. All right, now we will start the meeting. First, we will talk about the important affairs. Saying this, he pointed at the table. An image was shown, a spherical figure rose up from the center, turning into a volcano. This volcano was quite strange, it was short like a gourd. It shook intensely, spewing lava out at times. Above the volcano, thick smoke was rumbling, almost forming a dark cloud and blocking out the sunlight. The flame furnace has erupted, I'm sure everyone knows this. This is a troublesome affair, we have to settle this by suppressing it as soon as possible. the longer it is dragged out, the harder it is to deal with. Our initial assessment is, if anyone can successfully suppress the flame furnace, they will get 1,000 Zombie Alliance contribution points. Yin Liu Gong said. The immortal zombie began to converse with each other softly. Jiu Yi introduced for Fang Yuan. This flame furnace is a great place for GU refinement. It is especially good for refining Firepath GU worms. In the history of Zombie Alliance, there was once a refinement path immortal zombie who refined immortal GU in the flame furnace. But for the last few hundred years, we have not seen any refinement path grandmaster in Zombie Alliance. The flame furnace was left forgotten. At most the leader only used it several times. Because it was unused, it was also not maintained, thus it is erupting more regularly. Fang Yuan nodded. Jiu Yi continued, the flame furnace is extremely hot, especially the inner core area. It is like a sea of fire. Often when the issues happen, Firepath immortal zombies would go. But the Firepath immortal zombie has to have some refinement path background. They have to preserve or even fix the GU formation that was set up, otherwise, forceful suppression would destroy it. They might as well not do anything. If the mission fails, not only would they earn nothing, they might even lose out. Fang Yuan mentally understood this clearly. They had to be of Firepath cultivation and have refinement path attainment. This resulted in very few eligible people. No wonder those in the hall only discussed it for a while before keeping quiet, turning their gaze towards a certain will in the hall. Yin Liu Gong broke the silence. He looked at the will, saying, in the past, leader went to suppress it personally, but now that leader is in Eastern Sea, within our Zombie Alliance. You are the most suitable person, Craftsman Huda. Huda, what do you think? This Red will thought about it before saying, my cultivation level is too low, it is very hard to suppress the flame furnace. But if everyone agrees, I will not reject it. Except that 1,000 contribution points is simply too low. Yin Liu Gong nodded. 1,000 contribution points is only an initial estimation. In that case, we will raise it to 1,200. Are you willing to accept that? I am willing. Hudas Will said. Good, now, on to the second matter. Yin Liu Gong did not drag on. He changed the topic. A Yaksha octopus has appeared in Earth Trench. It is wrecking havoc. It is seriously affecting our extraction of the black oil. A while ago, Dr. Yin Xian and Landlord Lei Yu were injured by this ancient desolate beast. If you can chase this beast away, you will get 1,000 contribution points. If you can kill this beast, you will be given 2,000 contribution points. Fang Yuan heard this and his heart jumped. The treasure that he wanted to take was deep within Earth Trench, and was guarded by a group of Yaksha octopuses. This treasure was the reason why he joined Northern Plains Zombie Alliance now. In the circular area, the image of the volcano changed. It became an octopus monster, roaming around in Earth Trench. Large numbers of tentacles were moving around, causing waves in the thick black oil. Seeing this, the discussion hall became much quieter. It was not easy to deal with an ancient desolate beast. Not only did ancient desolate beasts have rank 7 GU immortal battle strength, the immortal zombie themselves were inferior to ordinary GU immortals. They had much to worry about. An intense battle carried great risks. If they could not gain something, they would return with a huge loss. Even if they won, they would need to weigh it with their condition before battling. Winning the battle, but losing out in terms of profits, they might as well not fight. All of the immortal zombies here were astute. Seeing no answers, Yin Liu Gong turned his head towards Dragon Commander Yi Cha beside him. Dragon Commander, this Yaksha octopus is compatible with your business. Why don't you take on this task? But Dragon Commander Yi Cha shook his head, rejecting on the spot. I'll not hide it from you. I received Qin Bai Sheng's invitation and have planned to attend the auction. There are some items in the auction that I have been searching for years. Now is a crucial time. I cannot take the risk. But I am willing to hand out an additional 600 contribution points to this mission. Once he said that, many of the rank 6 immortal zombies' eyes flashed. Killing this Yaksha octopus was not easy for rank 6 immortal zombies. But to force it to retreat, it would not be difficult for several rank 6 immortal zombies teaming up. But this mission only awarded 1,000 contribution points earlier. When split among them, it was too little. Now that Dragon Commander ECHA took out 600 contribution points on his own, some people were moved. Battling with an ancient desolate beast was risky undoubtedly, but as long as the benefits were enough, risks were not an obstacle. Immediately, 3 groups of people stated that they could accept this mission. The first 2 groups were alliances of rank 6 immortal zombies. The third was a single rank 7 immortal zombie. After some negotiations, this mission was taken by the rank 7 immortal zombie. Seeing that this troublesome mission was taken by someone, Yin Liu Gong sighed in relief mentally. Next is the last mission. It involves the Red Fiend Divine Boat. Red Fiend Divine Boat. Fang Yuan's gaze shined. He quickly thought of that glorious and huge flying boat that charged freely in the battlefield during the 5 regions chaotic war. Jiu Yi beside him explained softly, "You just joined Zombie Alliance, it is normal that you do not know. Red Fiend Divine Boat is a famous immortal GU house in history. It is very powerful. Earlier, a Northern Plains lone cultivator coincidentally obtained the entire recipe for the Red Fiend Divine Boat, but because he did not have the ability to refine it, he tried selling it everywhere. Leader tried to buy this boat's recipe, paying a huge price and buying about half of this recipe. Fang Yuan thought, this Northern Plains Zombie Alliance leader had quite the ambition. Immortal GU houses were more complete than immortal killer moves. They were the symbol of super forces. Basically, every super force owned an immortal GU house. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's leader wanted to obtain an immortal GU house. That was obviously an intention to elevate this branch to the level of a super force. We encountered some problems. Yin Liu Gong said in a low tone. The GU immortal who sold the Divine Boat's recipe broke the agreement and did not want to deal with us anymore. He wants to sell the Red Fiend Divine Boat's recipe and the core Immortal Goo's recipe in the auction for a good price. How will Zombie Alliance deal with this problem? The immortal zombies started discussing again. The auction again? These recent days, I have been extorted many times, all because of this auction. An immortal zombie was full of grievance, but it was not Gu Yi. This GU immortal has quite the guts, merely a lone cultivator but actually breaking the agreement with our zombie alliance. Kill him, we have to kill him, otherwise if news spread, all of our zombie alliance's face will be lost. Although zombie alliance is weaker than a super force, lone cultivators have no place to bully us. The immortal zombies shouted, most wanted to battle. Fang Yuan nodded secretly. Although immortal zombies had much to worry about, when huge benefits were involved, they would still dare to fight it out. But he did not favor Zombie Alliance's chances, because in his previous life, the force who controlled the Red Fiend Divine Boat was not them. Chapter 742. Earth Trench Black Oil. Eventually, the Zombie Alliance decided to send a rank 7 immortal zombie and 2 rank 6 immortal zombies to search for this person, in order to maintain Zombie Alliance's reputation. Of course, the most important reason was to obtain the complete recipe of the Red Fiend Divine Boat. But in truth, Zombie Alliance had already gotten most of it, only the few remaining core immortal GU recipes and the secret methods on how to coordinate the GU worms were left. Flame Furnace, Earth Trench, Red Fiend Divine Boat. After these 3 matters were settled, the atmosphere in the discussion hall was relaxed. Yin Liu Gong continued, pointing at the table, next, we will talk about other matters. His finger tapped the table, emitting a buzzing noise. The immortal zombies looked at the formerly empty space, as the image changed again, turning into 4 huge pillars. On each of the pillars, there were lines of words moving around. Are there still any missions that have not been reported by everyone? Yin Liu Gong said. Everyone looked around, no one stood up. Missions could be turned in at any time, they did not need to wait until a meeting. Jiu Yi did not want to do the mission of guarding Old Earthwood, but the time limit was not up yet. Handing in the mission early would cause some of his contribution points to be deducted. Very well, now you can put up your own requests. Yin Liu Gong said. Once he said that, the entire discussion hall became heated. Voices overlapped each other. They were talking about GU recipes for GU refinement, collecting certain materials, appraising a certain GU worm, getting information on certain matters. All sorts of requests were put up, with varying content. Fang Yuan spoke too. He wanted to ask for a method to get rid of his immortal zombie status, a method that could revive him. This caused much laughter around him. Brother Shaw, you have not made an oath yet, you do not have a Zombie Alliance token yet, without contribution points, how can you put up a mission? Jiu Yi reminded him. So that's it. Fang Yuan frowned. Don't be anxious, after the meeting ends, I will bring you to get your new identity token. This token can record all of the contributions you have done for the Alliance. Furthermore, your request is the request of all of us immortal zombies, you do not need to purchase it specially. Look at the few missions at the top. Jiu Yi pointed at the ever-changing image. Fang Yuan's gaze turned around, and he saw that at the top of the mission board, there were several missions. One of them had much larger font than the rest. Selling the research results of how to get rid of the zombie status and regain life through generations of work in Zombie Alliance. Fang Yuan read it. There are prices stated there, but even the smallest research results need 20 contribution points. Jiu Yi was very familiar with this information. In truth, every immortal zombie was very familiar with the details of this mission. What was the reason most immortal zombies joined Zombie Alliance? Was it not to find a method to get rid of their immortal zombie status and revive themselves? The reason for creating Zombie Alliance was also to research on how to revive immortal zombies. Brother Jiu, are there any immortal zombies in Zombie Alliance who have revived due to these research findings? Fang Yuan asked again. According to rumors, there seems to be cases of it. Jiu Yi said in an uncertain tone. Seems to be. Fang Yuan frowned. You have to know, a lot of the research findings here are priced at 1,000 contribution points or more to exchange them. After you join the Alliance, you have to sign an agreement and will not be allowed to sell these research findings on your own. Jiu Yi laughed bitterly as he said. He saw Fang Yuan frowning even more deeply, stating, you do not need to worry too much, at least I can guarantee that these findings are not fake. I had exchanged for one of them previously, it had great use. If you can obtain these findings, you will be able to step on the foundation of these predecessors, you will save much effort. Fang Yuan nodded. Zombie Alliance was an organization that responded to the mentality of the members. By using the research findings as the bait to keep the members working, almost no immortal zombies could stay away. Even if the immortal zombie exchanges for many findings, as long as they have not revived, they would still need to work for Zombie Alliance. The most amazing thing was that Zombie Alliance preserved some hope for the immortal zombies. Even if this research finding did not work, maybe the next one could help them to revive? Fang Yuan did not need to ponder upon it to know that the prices would be extremely high. They had to use an immense amount of contribution points to exchange for most of the research findings. But thankfully, the inheritance in Earth Trench was left behind by a great expert immortal zombie. There are research findings inside for the rebirth of immortal zombies as well. In my previous life, because Northern Plains immortal zombies obtained this, their battle strength surged rapidly. In fact, for a period of time, Northern Plains Zombie Alliance closed themselves away from the rest of the regions. It was even more powerful than the main branch, Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. The reason why Fang Yuan entered Northern Plains Zombie Alliance was to obtain that inheritance. Fang Yuan had little interest in working hard normally and accumulating contribution points slowly in order to exchange for the research findings in Zombie Alliance. After all, the time and effort expended was too much. After a while, the discussion hall became silent again. All the immortal zombies had put up their missions and stated the contribution points for them. Everyone's gazes were fixed on the image in front of them, some were looking around while others were thinking. Yin Liu Gong continued to direct the meeting. We will now issue missions. Do it one by one, do not be noisy. First, it will be the mission of feeding the ancient desolate beast Half Moon Chalene in Zombie Alliance. I'll do it. I'll take this mission. I want to compete for this mission. The moment Yin Liu Gong spoke, several immortal zombies responded, fighting for this mission. Jiu Yi explained to Fang Yuan softly, the Half Moon Chalene is an ancient desolate beast, it is not easy to feed. But its pregnancy period is about to end. It is going to give birth to a half-moon Qilin soon. These young Qilin are born as desolate beasts. As they grow up, they would develop into ancient desolate beast half-moon Qilin. Many members in Zombie Alliance are trying to take advantage of this. They want to be close to the young Qilin to gain an advantage, making it their own, and establish a strong relationship between them before paying the contribution points. So that is it. Fang Yuan understood, so this was the reason. No wonder so many people were fighting over the mission. After all, the half-moon Qilin would grow into an ancient desolate beast after maturing. It had battle strength equivalent to rank 7 GU immortals. Even Fang Yuan was slightly moved. But he was only moved, he had just arrived and had a secret motive. Blindly contesting now would attract unnecessary animosity and attention. It was not good for him. Regarding the half-moon Qilin's feeding, everyone fought over it intensely. Eventually, Yin Liu Gong lowered the contribution points of this mission to 300, before some people gave up and the sole winner emerged. Feeding the half-moon Qilin was not an easy task. Sometimes, when the Qilin has a bad temper, ordinary rank 6 immortal zombies could not handle it, they might even get injured. Most importantly, when the Qilin is pregnant, it would feel great pain. It would damage the surroundings to divert its attention. This was a dangerous process. Just 300 contribution points made many immortal zombies back out. And even if the half-moon Qilin was born, the immortal zombie feeding it would only be the first to establish a relationship. This was only a head start. When they truly competed for it later, they would still need to bid a high price. After the mission of feeding the half-moon Qilin was a mission to gather Rui fungus. Rui fungus collection area is between Zombie Alliance and Liu tribe. Every year, when the Rui fungus ripes, the two forces would split them. But because Liu tribe's power is bigger, they would take advantage of us. The difficulty of this mission is on that point. An immortal zombie with high cultivation level is needed to hold the ground, but they cannot be too overbearing. Gu Yi explained. With Gu Yi beside him, it was much more convenient for Fang Yuan. This mission was also quite popular. It fell into the hands of Granny Yuan. This immortal zombie old lady not only had rank 7 cultivation level, she was also closely related to Liu tribe. With her presence, Liu tribe would not go overboard. Next is a request from the Super Force Yao tribe. They want us to provide another immortal zombie for Yao Huang to do research, to improve his healing immortal GU. The remuneration for this request is quite a sum. Yin Liu Gong said. Seeing this mission, most of the immortal zombies showed an indescribable expression on their faces. Letting someone else do research on them, it was quite hurtful to one's pride. They would lose face. But on the other hand, the researcher was Yao Huang, one of the 5 great rank 8 GU immortals in Northern Plains. Furthermore, the reward for this mission was truly profitable. Everyone looked around. They did not speak. Yin Liu Gong expected this scene. He smiled lightly as he looked at Fang Yuan. I wonder if Shao Huang is interested in this mission. Fang Yuan immediately shook his head, giving a forced smile. I have no interest. He had too many secrets on him. Simply the 2 apertures alone could not be easily exposed. Yin Liu Gong nodded, no longer urging him. But his intention, other than to probe Fang Yuan's personality and foundation, was to induce some of the other immortal zombies to make a move. As he expected, soon, several immortal zombies spoke up, wanting to accept this mission. These few people competed, but their voices were not loud. They spoke softly with expressionless faces. After all, being used as research material was very damaging to one's reputation. Ji Yi was beside Fang Yuan, explaining this to him. Fang Yuan knew the situation of these immortal zombies. They were those bottom-tier immortal zombies. Because they were stuck between reputation and benefits, they chose the latter. The following missions were of all different aspects. There was a huge number of different missions. There was a mission requesting the Super Force Yuan tribe to return an immortal GU. Back then, Zombie Alliance's leader had loaned an immortal GU to Yuan tribe. Before the leader went to Eastern Sea, she instructed them to urge Yuan tribe to return the immortal GU. But Yuan tribe had long exceeded the loan period, yet they refused to return it. Zombie Alliance would send members there every year to request for it, but they had always ended in failure. Not only did Yuan tribe find excuses for themselves, they even chased away Zombie Alliance members using force when the situation escalated. Initially, no immortal zombie wanted to take this mission. Yin Liu Gong had to raise the contribution points and it was finally accepted by someone. There were also requests for purchasing glass soil and diamond soil, missions to capture beast groups or collect souls. The final mission was related to Fang Yuan. It came from Fairy Li Shan, who was looking for souls everywhere for the production of Guts GU. She even went to Zombie Alliance. The most popular mission was to enter deep into Earth Trench and collect black oil. Black oil was extremely helpful to immortal zombies. Spreading the black oil in the dead aperture could slow the speed of the disintegration of the blessed land. In the outside world, or to other GU immortals, it was a very useful GU refinement material that was widely used. It had a huge market. Black oil from Earth Trench was the most important trading item in Zombie Alliance. It was akin to the sale of Guts GU for Fang Yuan. But the scale of the black oil trade was much larger than the Guts GU trade. Every time immortal zombies went deep into the Earth Trench to extract black oil, other than handing up the amount required by the mission, they would keep the rest for themselves. Thus, the profit of this mission was publicly recognized as among the best for immortal zombies. As a result, almost everyone fought for this mission. Fang Yuan wanted to compete for it as well. If he could enter Earth Trench through this and secretly take that inheritance, it would be ideal. But it was a pity that he had just arrived. He did not have the Zombie Alliance token yet. It was not wise or realistic to fight for it blindly. Furthermore, this mission had a time limit too. Fang Yuan was busy with the auction and refinement path convention. He did not have time to deal with this mission. Eventually, this mission was taken by 3 immortal zombies. In winning the 3 spots on this mission, not only would these 3 victors not have any contribution points as rewards, they even had to pay several hundred contribution points to Zombie Alliance. From this, one could see how profitable the extraction of black oil was. Chapter 743. Harboring Malicious Heart. His blessed land was constantly disintegrating and a lot of space inside had already dissipated. Black oil was similarly useful to him. However, he needed to go through Zombie Alliance to get this black oil. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's main headquarters, Dark Flow Giant City, was located above the entrance of Earth Trench and they used much of the Alliance's strength to guard this entrance. Zombie Alliance sent large amounts of black oil out every year, but they had fixed quantities sold for this. There were few goods but the demands were high. It was completely a seller's market like the business of Guts GU, thus Fang Yuan could not meddle in this aspect. He had allied with Fairy Li Shan and Hei Lu Lan, but their force was too small and could not match with super forces. So I need to make my move from inside Zombie Alliance. Accepting this task is one way. Fang Yuan engraved the mission of gathering black oil in his mind. The conference continued. The conference hall had dim lighting. Even if most of the over 20 immortal zombies had participated with their wills, it still seemed dark and gloomy. The whole conference continued for close to a day and a night. Fang Yuan participated in the whole process, roughly understanding the position of Zombie Alliance in Northern Plains. Roughly speaking, Zombie Alliance's position in Northern Plains was only slightly lower than super forces. But from the missions, one could see the Righteous Path super forces were clearly in tacit agreement to suppress Zombie Alliance. Zombie Alliance had a much more cooperative relationship with Demonic Path GU Immortals, especially with Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, a Demonic Path headquarters in Northern Plains. Zombie Alliance could be considered both a righteous and a demonic force. This position was related to the higher-ups. Zombie Alliance's higher-ups were all immortal zombies. There were almost no immortal zombies that did not want to regain their living states. These immortal zombies came from all walks of life with all sorts of identities when they were alive, and after death, they gathered for similar purposes. As long as it was related to the goal of revival, Zombie Alliance would be interested and do everything possible to get it. This infringed upon many of the Righteous Path's interests, and many methods that could not be exposed openly in the Righteous Path, Zombie Alliance also frequently used. This led to another characteristic of Zombie Alliance. They had a lot of members but they also had a loose structure. There were over 20 immortal zombie level members in Zombie Alliance. Even Snowy Mountain Blessed Land could not compare to this amount. Even if immortal zombies were weaker than living GU immortals, over 20 of them was a great power, and if they were to truly be united, they would have already been a super-level force. However, Zombie Alliance's barrier for entry was low. This could be seen from Fang Yuan's admission to the Alliance. The immortal zombies had varying origins and it was very difficult for them to be united. This was the reason there were many cases of immortal zombies being extorted by GU immortals recently. After the conference ended, Fang Yuan left behind a malicious will in the conference hall. He then followed Gu Yi to another hall, where he received his Zombie Alliance token. This token not only represented his identity, it also recorded Fang Yuan's contributions to Zombie Alliance. Besides the token, there was also a set of information path Mortal GU used to transmit information of tasks from Zombie Alliance, information about new members or members leaving the Alliance, or important information like the death of the members. Gu Yi wanted to take his leave, and suggested for Fang Yuan to stroll around Dark Flow Giant City. Now that Fang Yuan had the token, he could freely move around Dark Flow Giant City. However, Fang Yuan did not let go of him and dragged him around, walking and chatting, probing out some information from him. Fang Yuan focused on inquiring about the leader of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. She was a female immortal zombie called Blazing Heaven Demoness. Her cultivation was rank 8 and her behavior was tyrannical and rampant. Her battle strength was especially prominent. Fang Yuan asked how it was prominent and Gu Yi replied one sentence which allowed Fang Yuan to understand her lifespan had not reached its end, but she intentionally turned into an immortal zombie just to break through. Most immortal zombies were GU immortals that were on their last breaths and had no other choice. Naturally, there was many other methods other than to turn into immortal zombie for GU immortals on their last breaths. Like Woodpath GU immortals turning into treemen. However, these methods often had limitations. For instance, Strength Path GU immortals and Fire Path GU immortals could not turn into treemen. Turning into an immortal zombie was the most common method which could be done by GU immortals of every path. This Blazing Heaven Demoness was not someone who had no choice but to turn into an immortal zombie, instead she had done it intentionally. It was to make a breakthrough and increase her battle strength. If one thought just a bit, what was the extent of the increase in battle strength, the extent of the breakthrough, that made Blazing Heaven Demoness not hesitate to turn into an immortal zombie? Clearly, the extent of this breakthrough was sure to be extremely high and shocking. There is a rumor going around Zombie Alliance. It is said that the leader already has a method to revive. In the midst of the conversation, Gu Yi lowered his voice and carefully told Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled. This rumor was not groundless, since she turned into an immortal zombie of her own accord, who is to say she did not have a method to revive herself. Fang Yuan was able to extract much useful information from Gu Yi. Combined with the information Fairy Li Shan gave him and his own experiences, Fang Yuan was able to quickly gain a rough idea of Zombie Alliance. Gu Yi still had the mission of guarding Old Earthwood, and finally bade farewell to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan also left soon after. Before leaving, he climbed high and looked at the giant gully being guarded below Dark Flow Giant City. The giant gully was like the bloody mouth of a vicious beast, quietly opening up in the dense darkness. This was the entrance of Earth Trench, which was strictly guarded by Zombie Alliance. Yin Liu Gong, Dragon Commander Yi Cha and Huang Quan Wang, 3 rank 7 immortal zombies took turns in watching over it. Fang Yuan was using 100 Li Eye to observe this clearly. He knew that following deep into this entrance, the gully would expand by tens of times and even hundreds of times. Earth Trench was extremely grand, with such large space that it would not be a problem to contain innumerable Dark Flow Giant cities. It was also extremely deep and dark. Zombie Alliance still had not explored its true depths. One day, I will explore deep inside and take the inheritance, adding it to my foundation for a much brighter future. But now is not the time. Fang Yuan inwardly said. Even if he had not transformed into an immortal zombie, he would have tried all sorts of methods to get this inheritance. Fang Yuan retracted his gaze, his body rapidly rose higher and left Dark Flow Giant City like a large bird. After flying a huge distance, Fang Yuan finally left the darkness covering Dark Flow Giant City and saw the bright sunlight again. He changed his direction and flew high up in the sky before he finally confirmed there were no pursuers. Only then did he land down in an inconspicuous forest, arranged mortal GU and activated fixed immortal travel. Jade green light flashed and he disappeared from the spot. The mortal GU left behind moved about, removing as many traces of the immortal GU aura as possible. Fang Yuan returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. While waiting for news from Fairy Li Shan's end, he started researching the Wisdom Path Killer move, harboring Malicious Heart. This mortal killer move was not meant for attacking. Instead, it used Wisdom Path methods to transform a GU Immortal's heart, causing the heart to be filled with Wisdom Path Dao marks inside and out, turning into a malicious heart. If it succeeded, not only could it use one's blood essence to automatically create large numbers of malicious wills, it could also reduce the amount of malicious wills consumed by a large extent when Fang Yuan used them to ponder. Unfortunately, this mortal killer move might be good, but it fit a normal GU Immortal. Fang Yuan was a Strength Path Immortal zombie, his heart was already filled with Strength Path Dao marks and he was not a Wisdom Path GU Immortal. The crucial point was his physical body was already dead, and was unable to nourish malicious will with his blood essence. Even transforming his heart into a malicious heart was an enormous barrier. Although Fang Yuan could not use the killer move harboring malicious heart, he was able to gain much inspiration from its workings. In particular, the inner contents of the killer move had several similarities to a killer move Fang Yuan obtained previously. This killer move was Poison Breath, which he obtained from Fairy Li Shan. Poison Breath killer move could let poisonous breath be emitted each time one breathed, and as it accumulated, it could injure enemies. And harboring Malicious Heart could let every heartbeat transform blood essence into malicious will. There were indeed similarities between the two. I am not a Poison Path GU Immortal, and I am lacking in a Wisdom Path foundation, but since there is a common point, I might as well use Wisdom GU to test it. Northern Plains, Fengxian Grotto Heaven. In the guest hall, the rank 8 GU Immortal, Prince Fengxian, was sitting upright, while Fairy Li Shan and Qin Bai Sheng bowed, requesting to leave. Go. I have many Immortal GU that do not suit my path and need to be exchanged in the auction. You both are holding a good event for Northern Plains, preventing many fights and massacres, very good. Prince Fengxian allowed them to leave, his tone full of encouragement. Lord Prince being unable to be present at the auction is truly a matter of regret for all of Northern Plains GU Immortals. Fairy Li Shan flattered. Prince Fengxian shook his head, there is nothing to be done about it. I was mediating the heaven and earth chi in my immortal aperture when I was forced to come out because of the immortal GU. Now, it is the crucial time to manage my immortal aperture world, I cannot go out. But when the time comes, I will send someone to represent me. Yulan, send them off. Two attendants were standing beside Prince Fengxian. These two were actually rank 6 female GU Immortals. One was cool and refined like ice and snow, the other was delicate and beautiful, like a yellow flower in a lush valley. At Prince Fengxian's command, that cool and aloof female GU Immortal stood up and first bowed to Prince Fengxian, before saying to Qin Bai Sheng and Fairy Li Shan, guests, please follow. We have troubled Swordmaster Yulan. Qin Bai Sheng and Fairy Li Shan did not dare to be conceited, and quickly replied. This Swordmaster Yulan was famous in Northern Plains. She cultivated Sword Path, and though her cultivation was only at rank 6, her battle strength was very strong and moreover, she had Grandmaster attainment in Sword Path. Swordmaster Yulan led the two in silence. The three walked along a long corridor and through several doors before they finally stepped out of the entrance of the Grotto Heaven and returned to the world of Northern Plains. Swordmaster Yulan, please stay, you don't need to send us off any longer. Qin Bai Sheng politely said. His cultivation level and battle strength were higher than Swordmaster Yulan, but the latter had one of the few rank 8 GU Immortals of Northern Plains behind her, he naturally would not be arrogant. Swordmaster Yulan nodded and closed the entrance of the Grotto Heaven. Once the entrance was closed, there was no strangeness in the sky and there was no difference between the sky and the surroundings. Fairy Li Shan let out a breath of cloudy air, we have paid visit to 5 rank 8 powers and also came to an agreement with all of them using Mountain Pledge GU, and have successfully invited them. Now, the situation is set, the auction is a certain event. It is all thanks to Fairy's Mountain Pledge GU. Qin Baisheng with a smiling expression. Saying this, he took out an Immortal GU and handed it to Fairy Li Shan. As per the agreement, this is the remuneration to Fairy. Qin Baisheng said with sincerity and gratitude. Fairy Li Shan was moved. The auction had yet to start, but Qin Baisheng already gave the remuneration to her in advance. Even though Fairy Li Shan had seen a lot and had done dealings with all sorts of GU immortals, right now, she could not help but inwardly praise Qin Baisheng's social conduct. Chapter 744. Vaguely familiar face. She inspected it and placed the Immortal GU into her immortal aperture. This matter has been settled, we should split up and meet half a month later. Half a month later was the agreed date to hold the auction. The location was in Qin Baisheng's Baisheng Blessed Land. It was situated inside Crimson Reed Marsh. The two immortals went their separate ways on the spot, choosing different directions as they flew. Not mentioning Fairy Li Shan, who was using Moving Perspective Cup GU to contact Fang Yuan while she traveled right now. After Fairy Li Shan and Qin Baisheng left, someone appeared in the entrance hall of Fengxian Grotto Heaven. This person was dressed in a red and white robe, standing straight like a spear or sword. His eyebrows were sharp like swords, a divine light was flashing in his eyes. Under his amicable appearance, he was unbelievably self-confident. He had the disposition of a roaming, fierce dragon. His lips were curled up into a gentle smile. He was very gentlemanly but also domineering. His arms were behind his back. He faced the rank 8 Prince Fengxian with no pressure on his face, as if they were of equal status. But from his unconcealed aura, he was merely a rank 7 GU immortal. Even Qin Baisheng could not help but lower his head when facing Prince Fengxian. Prince Fengxian looked at this person as his attitude also changed. He was no longer mildly arrogant like when he faced Qin Baisheng and Fairy Li Shan. He really acted as if the two were of the same level. This rank 8 GU immortal spoke. Fengju Ge, have you really decided to take my place and join this auction? The rank 7 GU immortal dressed in a red and white robe smiled as he nodded. That is exactly the case. Prince Fengxian frowned. You became an immortal in Central Continent. The heaven and earth chi of your immortal aperture world come from Central Continent. It is different from Northern Plains. There are powerful experts going to the auction. Even rank 8 GU immortals will be present. If you are discovered, it would be terrible. You have to know, all of Northern Plains GU immortals are furious right now. They are trying to find the culprit who caused the downfall of Imperial Court Blessed Land. Before Dongfang Changfan died, he deduced that the culprit is not from Northern Plains, but from the other regions. If your identity as a Central Continent GU immortal is discovered at this time, it will have huge implications. When Prince Fengxian said this, he did not hide it from the two GU immortal attendants. The two female GU immortals, including Swordmaster Yulan, had no change in expression when they heard this. Fengju Ge laughed brightly. Prince, don't be anxious, look at my method. Saying so, a bright light flashed on his body, as his appearance changed. Prince Fengxian gasped lightly, while Swordmaster Yulan, who had a cold attitude, stared with wide-opened eyes. The other female GU immortal, named Li Yao, opened her mouth as she looked repeatedly between her female companion and Fengju Ge. It turns out, Fengju Ge transformed into an exact copy of Swordmaster Yulan. He resembled her perfectly, as if they were twins. What method is this? Prince Fengxian smiled, praising, not only is the outer appearance flawless, you even disguised your Dao marks. They really resemble Sword Path Dao marks. Your aura is also no different from any Northern Plains GU immortal. This is vaguely familiar face. Fengju Ge said the answer. So that's it, no wonder, no wonder. Prince Fengxian realized. He then exclaimed, only thieving heaven demon Venerable could produce something so mystical and breathtaking. Fengju Ge nodded. Unfamiliar face, vaguely familiar face, and familiar face. This series of killer moves originated from thieving heaven demon Venerable. The former is a mortal killer move, it is nothing much. Vaguely Familiar Face is an immortal killer move with 3 immortal GU as the core, among them are 2 transformation path immortal GU. When used, deception will truly be hard to tell. I obtained this killer move long ago in a chance encounter, but it has a flaw, that is, I need acting skills. If I act poorly, my tone could expose flaws in my transformation. As for Familiar Face killer move, there is no such flaw. Even if the acting is not precise, others will not feel sudden strangeness, it can even affect other people's perceptions and mentalities. Even if you transform into a non-existent person, others will still feel like you are their friend or acquaintance. Feng Juji explained. The immortals realized now why Feng Juji transformed into Swordmaster Yulan out of everyone here. That was because this woman barely spoke normally, there was not much acting skill needed to disguise as her. Prince Feng Xian nodded over and over. Rank 9 Venerables are all incredible geniuses, their methods are out of this world. With this move, I will not be afraid of you getting exposed. Feng Juji laughed arrogantly. Even if I get exposed, who can stop me from leaving? Prince Feng Xian thought about a few days ago when he sparred with Feng Juji. He could not help but smile, praising, that is true, your immortal killer move has incredible power. Even I, a rank 8 GU immortal, would not want to take the hit directly. Feng Juji, your reputation is well deserved, you really have the power to roam freely in this world. Feng Juji cupped his fists, speaking with sincerity, it is nothing compared to senior brother and junior sisters, you chose to ascend to immortal in Northern Plains for the sake of Spirit Affinity House's major task, staying hidden here for hundreds of years, I am truly full of admiration towards you. Prince Feng Xian's expression turned dark, he clenched his fist as he said, it is a pity that someone used our methods before I activated our plans, taking the fruits of our labor. This is definitely the doing of someone in the 10 ancient sects, don't let me find out who it is, otherwise, HMPH. The truth was, the great Prince Feng Xian, one of the few rank 8 experts in Northern Plains, was actually a spy sent by Spirit Affinity House. Spirit Affinity House made a huge move. In order to set up Prince Feng Xian, Spirit Affinity House undoubtedly gave up a lot of benefits in Central Continent. If Spirit Affinity House had one more rank 8 GU immortal stationed in Central Continent, they would be able to fight for more benefits when contesting with the other 9 sects. But Spirit Affinity House was the leader of the plan to topple 88 Truyang Building. To complete this plan, they had to send Prince Feng Xian to Northern Plains. In Fang Yuan's previous life, Prince Feng Xian might have made many contributions and provided much help for the Central Continent GU Immortals to destroy 88 Truyang Building. But in this life, Prince Feng Xian had not done anything yet and the plan was already ruined. The culprit of this matter, the immortal zombie Fang Yuan, was already in Lang Ya Blessed Land. He borrowed Mountain Pledge Immortal GU. Of course, he borrowed it for a fee. Fang Yuan paid Fairy Li Shan 3 Immortal Essence Stones for this. 3 was an extremely good deal due to their relationship. If it were another person, Fairy Li Shan would not casually lend it even if they paid 10 Immortal Essence Stones. Lending Immortal GU carried risk. There was an example right here. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's leader, Blazing Heaven Demoness, lent Yuan tribe an Immortal GU. Blazing Heaven Demoness was out in Eastern Sea, thus Yuan tribe had been holding onto this Immortal GU, refusing to return it to Zombie Alliance, who had been asking every year. After using Mountain Pledge GU to make an agreement with Lang Ya Land Spirit, more than 10 coffins emerged from the cloud soil with a cry from Lang Ya Land Spirit. These coffins were oozing with immortal auras, they were pure white as clouds, on the surface there were clouds forming and breaking down, it was the manifestation of a certain immortal killer move. After opening the coffin, the sleeping GU Immortal could be seen inside. In each coffin, there was a GU Immortal captive. A total of 13 coffins, that was 13 GU Immortals. Even though Fang Yuan was mentally prepared, after seeing this number, he was still shocked. So many captives. Fang Yuan opened his eyes wide, he displayed a somewhat exaggerated expression. Lang Ya Land Spirit laughed smugly, he loved to see Fang Yuan shocked, he shook his head as he said, who am I? Think about it. These GU Immortals were simply courting death, they dared to attack my blessed land. Selling them is the punishment they deserve. Fang Yuan looked at Lang Ya land spirit deeply. On the surface, there were only 12 desolate beasts in Lang Ya blessed land. To defend against the 3 waves of attacks from a mysterious force, the group of desolate beasts was insufficient. Lang Ya land spirit's true methods were likely to be his prized Immortal GU collection. I have some ideas. The number of Immortal GU in Lang Ya blessed land definitely exceeds the number of Immortal GU I have. Also, it seems that among his Immortal GU, or among the Immortal killer moves that Lang Ya land spirit owns, at least one of them has the ability to capture GU Immortals. Fang Yuan thought. Such a number of captives was not normal. Most of the GU Immortals who attacked were captured, only a small number died from battle. Fang Yuan looked at the coffins one by one. He saw some familiar faces, like the 3 Hua High Immortals, Lona Hong Yu, and Gui Wang. As for the others, Lang Ya land spirit introduced them to him. There was the Metal Path GU Immortal Tai Jiuzi, Enslavement Path GU Immortal Great Immortal Shui Xiong, Wood Path GU Immortal Mu Jian Kang, a famous lone cultivator in Northern Plains, Carefree 4 Sages, and a rank 7 GU Immortal, Wu Hao, known as Rushing Thunder Hand. He had rank 7 middle-tier battle strength. Fang Yuan's horizons were broadened, be it his previous life or this life. This was the first time he had seen so many captives of such strength gathered together. It was as if the GU Immortals were not worth anything, they were like cabbage sold in the market. Fang Yuan's joy gradually faded, and he showed some worry and solemnness. To be able to gather such power and attack Lang Ya blessed land multiple times, this mysterious force hidden behind the scenes made Fang Yuan's heart shudder. The moment I sell them, I will become a thorn in that mysterious force's sight. Fang Yuan touched the coffin as he sighed. But before such huge profits, no matter how strong the mysterious force was, Fang Yuan had decided to do it. He was not someone afraid of trouble, someone afraid to take risks. He was a person in the demonic path, he was a risk-taker. If he chose to not take the risk, that meant that the benefits related to that risk were not enough to move him. Fang Yuan asked Lang Ya land spirit, "You had interrogated them intensely, using many methods, did you have no gains from it?" Lang Ya land spirit waved his hand, "None." These GU Immortals were gathered due to various reasons. There were 3 crucial people who contacted them and organized the attack, while also providing information on Lang Ya blessed land. But these 3 GU Immortals have already died in battle. Even though I controlled my attacks, I could not stop their deaths. After they died, the situation became a little strange. Their souls perished completely. I could not even find a fragment of their souls. Towards the end, Lang Ya land spirit gradually frowned. Fang Yuan frowned as well. Looking at the GU Immortal captives sleeping in the coffins, he was silent. Chapter 745. Incomplete Immortal Move. Because they had made the mountain pledge, not only did Lang Ya land spirit not stop him, he even gave Fang Yuan 8 mortal killer moves. These killer moves are the key to unsealing the Immortal killer move Sleeping Cloud coffin. Remember the order that I told you. That is the only way to unlock the coffins, otherwise, it will be destroyed along with the GU Immortals inside. Before Fang Yuan left, Lang Ya land spirit instructed him. Fang Yuan nodded, memorizing all of the mortal killer moves. These mortal killer moves had no names, their only use was to act as the key to opening the coffins. But towards Cloud Path GU Immortals, it had some reference value. Tai Bai Yunsheng had cultivated Cloud Path on the side. Fang Yuan planned to give these mortal killer moves to Tai Bai Yunsheng for reference. Fang Yuan brought the 13 GU Immortal captives back to Hu Immortal Blessed Land successfully. He first summoned Hu Immortal Land Spirit and asked for the latest news. Hu Immortal Blessed Land was doing well. Hu Immortal Land Spirit had been steadily doing what Fang Yuan had instructed her. She was progressively selling the rock men in the Blessed Land and buying some fox groups. Hu Immortal herself was an enslavement path GU Immortal skilled at manipulating fox groups to fight. Her immortal aperture, Hu Immortal Blessed Land, was most suited to raise fox groups. By following this route, eventually, desolate beast-level fox groups would appear. It was a huge benefit. The profit was even higher than 3 transactions of Fang Yuan's Guts GU. But this method took a long time to see effect. It needed a long, sustained effort. Hu Immortal was a lone cultivator. She was in a terrible state back then. After several earthly calamities, her finances collapsed, her losses could not be recouped and her battle strength fell, eventually dying in the hands of the blue charm lightning shadow. The GU Immortal's immortal aperture would experience calamities and tribulations at certain intervals. It was like rounds of challenges that strongly limited the number of GU Immortals in the 5 regions. There was another huge obstacle, that was the limitation of lifespan. Back then, Hu Immortal had Dang Hun Mountain. She wanted to use this unique resource to generate great income for herself. Her method was a wise choice. Even though raising fox groups was in line with the proper management of Hu Immortal Blessed Land, the effect took too long to nurture. The longer it took, the more accidents could occur. Especially when Hu Immortal's circumstances were getting worse by the day, she could not afford to develop slowly. However, she did not have Wisdom GU. She could not think of a method like using Airsac GU. She could only use the Guts GU to raise the number of rockmen and sell the rockmen. Fang Yuan had used this method before. There was not much benefit and it was very troublesome. The rockman market was saturated. Why would it be as profitable as directly selling Guts GU? Eventually, Hu Immortal failed and died in the earthly calamity. The fortune she left behind assisted Fang Yuan. At the crucial moment, it provided him with immeasurable help. Hu Immortal Blessed Land could be said to be Fang Yuan's initial startup fortune, the foundation of his rise. In his past life, Fang Yuan destroyed Hu Immortal Blessed Land in order to kill Feng Jin Huang. In this life, he became the owner of Hu Immortal Blessed Land. This was a wondrous contrast. Right now, since Fang Yuan could sell Guts GU directly and had enough money, he could start to develop Hu Immortal Blessed Land again, going on the proper path that even the previous owner, Hu Immortal, could not accomplish, slowly accumulating fox groups and raising desolate beast foxes. This business was a long-term plan. Fang Yuan was in no rush, and he was not looking for short-term profits in this aspect either. After looking over the situation of Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fang Yuan placed his attention on Immortal Crane Sect and Combat Immortal Sect. Hu Immortal Blessed Land was Immortal Crane Sect's subsidiary force in name. He had to pay some attention to Immortal Crane Sect. As for his younger brother, Gu Fangjing, who was inside Immortal Crane Sect, Fang Yuan had stopped paying attention to him long ago. A mere mortal GU master, even if he was rank 5, what could he do? Just like back then on Qingpu Mountain, as long as he did not hinder Fang Yuan's path, he would not even bother to stomp on him. He was too busy. Mortals were like ants, there was no need to waste time and effort to stomp on them. That dear brother of mine is probably dead now. Fang Yuan had a guess. Earlier, Fangjing had used Mutual Sense Immortal GU to connect with Fang Yuan. This allowed Fang Yuan to gain much information, learning about Fang Zheng's predicament and seeing that he was in a blood pool and the sad sight of demon flowers growing on his body. During this period of time, Immortal Crane Sect's situation was quite calm. They successfully resolved the problem of Great Heavenly Sword Sect. Great Heavenly Sword Sect had a newly emerged third GU Immortal and was ready to get rid of their status as a subsidiary force of Immortal Crane Sect. Immortal Crane Sect was a righteous sect, even though their strength greatly exceeded Great Heavenly Sword Sect. Because of the rules of the righteous path, they could not attack forcefully, they could only recruit the GU Immortal in Great Heavenly Sword Sect. Eventually, they succeeded in recruiting a GU Immortal in Great Heavenly Sword Sect. It was that new third GU Immortal. Great Heavenly Sword Sect controlled limited resources. It was tough enough to provide for 2 GU Immortals, a third was too much for them. The newly advanced GU Immortal was given alluring conditions by Immortal Crane Sect, joining them in the end. Great Heavenly Sword Sect lost the crucial person and their strength fell. They no longer had the foundation to detach from Immortal Crane Sect, they could only sign the subsidiary contract once again. However, even though Immortal Crane Sect stabilized the situation in the northwest area, they were heavily suppressed in the reincarnation battlefield. Lei Tan, who was the GU Immortal stationed there, was heavily injured. He had no choice but to return to the sect to recuperate. Reincarnation Battlefield was the publicly recognized #1 battlefield killer move in the world. It was set up by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable himself. The 10 great ancient sects had taken control of this area for many years, engaging in fierce competition. Immortal Crane sect's attention went back to the reincarnation battlefield again. For the time being, they had no energy to think of new ideas to deal with Who Immortal Blessed Land. Fang Yuan, who was in charge of taking down Who Immortal Blessed Land, had been busy recently in trying to find a way to heal his beloved 9 Palace Crane, Little 9. This was undoubtedly good news to Fang Yuan. He could attend the auction in peace without caring too much about Central Continent. Fang Yuan paid attention to Combat Immortal Sect next. From some unimportant-looking news from Combat Immortal Sect, Fang Yuan sensed something strange. This news could deceive the other 9 great ancient sects for the time being, but to Fang Yuan, who was aware of the inside story, he could tell what was going on. It seems that Combat Immortal Sect has indeed deployed the battle strength of GU Immortals to attack Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. Fang Yuan thought. What he did not know was, after he left, Immortal Monkey King Shalay was trapped inside Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. Combat Immortal Sect sent 3 GU Immortals to reinforce him, but after they entered Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, they met with some obstacles as well. In this case, the Dream Realm in Starry Sky Grotto Heaven has been exposed to Combat Immortal Sect. The Dream Realm of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable has a connection to the predictions of Great Dream Immortal Venerable. Combat Immortal Sect will definitely attack the Grotto Heaven in secret. I have to make good use of my time. The advantages of my rebirth are shrinking rapidly. Fang Yuan felt a sense of urgency again. Ever since he started selling Guts GU and had made contact with all the large and small forces in Central Continent, it had become much easier for him to gather information compared to before. But this information was very general. There were no secrets involved. It could not compare to Fairy Li Shan's intelligence, those that came from Northern Plains. Fang Yuan did not mind this at all. Many GU Immortals placed importance on collecting information. Every year, they would invest a huge amount of funds to search for critical information or to sustain the avenue of their source of information. But Fang Yuan did not need it. He saved a huge sum from this, because with his rebirth advantage, he had a lot of intelligence about his previous life. Compared to the information that these GU Immortals obtained through hard work and resources, it was much more comprehensive and important. After confirming the situation around Who Immortal Blessed Land, Fang Yuan was at ease. He looked at Tai Bai Yunsheng's letter as well as He Lu Land's situation. Tai Bai Yunsheng was currently exploring Yulu Blessed Land with Shark Demon and some others. Immortal GU landscape as before had completely restored Yulu Blessed Land's entrance. It made Tai Bai Yunsheng gain the favor of the others, and he successfully mixed in with the exploration group. As for He Lu Lan, she had recently undergone tribulation. GU Immortals faced calamities and tribulations once in a while. Rank 6 GU Immortals faced one earthly calamity every 10 years. 10 years was not in terms of the time of the 5 regions, it was the time in the GU Immortals' immortal aperture. Because the branch of the River of Time was different in every immortal aperture, the time flow was also different when compared to the outside world. He Lu Lan went through immortal ascension with the great strength true martial physique. She obtained a super-grade blessed land. The flow of time in her blessed land was extremely fast, even faster than Tai Bai Yunsheng, who was a time path GU Immortal. It was at 1 to 38. That was to say, 1 year in the 5 regions would be 38 years in He Lu Lan's blessed land. During this time, she would need to undergo 3 earthly calamities, with only 2 years left until the 4th. More than half a year had passed in 5 regions' time since the destruction of Imperial Court Blessed Land. He Lu Lan's blessed land had already undergone 2 earthly calamities. This was the 3rd. Each tribulation was a trial, but He Lu Lan had Fairy Li Shan's help, and with several immortal GU in her possession, if she met with any real difficulties, she could ask Fang Yuan for help. No news from her currently meant good news. After confirming the situation of the people around him, Fang Yuan had no more reservations. He fully committed to his plans. He calculated, only half a month was left until the auction. In Who Immortal Blessed Land, because the flow of time was 5 times as fast, that was approximately slightly less than 2.5 months. The transaction of Guts GU had to continue. At the same time, Fang Yuan planned to use the light of wisdom to try to follow up on that burst of inspiration that had emerged earlier. Time passed quickly. 2 months went by in Hu Immortal Blessed Land's time. Fang Yuan came out from the underground cave with a satisfied look. He had made great achievements in using the light of wisdom for deductions this time. He successfully fused the details of Poison Breath and Harboring Malicious Heart to form a new, incomplete immortal move. Fang Yuan named it Poison Spit. Using Immortal GU Woman's Heart as the core, it was called the Immortal, but this was not complete yet, because each time it was activated, large amounts of poison would remain in the body, causing backlashes due to the toxicity. Thus, this was only an incomplete move. With my immortal zombie body, I can activate Poison Spit 3 times. More than that, and the remaining poison would be able to kill even my soul. The 2 killer moves are the crystallization of my wisdom path and poison path attainment. It is a solid foundation. With the unlimited inspiration brought about by the light of wisdom, I could use this foundation to create something new. Fang Yuan had already used the light of wisdom many times. The more he used it, the more he felt the benefits and convenience of the light of wisdom. He could tell that wisdom GU had immense value and an even more incredible effect. Chapter 746. Joyful news, a way to escape the zombie body. Fang Yuan met with him and saw the joy in his eyes, saying, "Old Bai, it seems that you have obtained something great in this journey to Eastern Sea." Tai Bai Yunsheng laughed heartily. "Junior brother is sharp as ever, that is right. Guess what gains I made this time?" Fang Yuan said in curiosity. Fairy Yulu was a female attendant of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. She cultivated Earth Path and Water Path. She was skilled in defense and healing. "I know about the group that you went with to attack the Blessed Land. Did you unexpectedly succeed in one try, and manage to take down Yulu Blessed Land?" In truth, Fang Yuan did not think well of the prospects of Tai Bai Yunsheng's trip. Tai Bai Yunsheng's expression turned stiff. He sighed. "So junior brother did not expect us to succeed. You were right after all. In this attempt, we attacked the Blessed Land for 7 days and 7 nights, but we were defeated by the land spirit, and suffered huge losses. A GU immortal nearly died, but I used man as before immortal GU to save this person." "Oh." Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows. He knew about the value of man as before immortal GU. Once Tai Bai Yunsheng exposed this GU, his value would greatly rise among this group of people. As expected, Tai Bai Yunsheng continued. "After my man as before immortal GU was exposed, I gained a lot of attention and respect. Next, Shark Demon invited me enthusiastically to go to Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance as a guest. Why would I dare to go to other people's base all alone? Thus, I rejected him. In the end, Shark Demon and 2 other immortal zombies hosted me in Haisha Blessed Land, and during the banquet I heard an important piece of news." Saying so, Tai Bai Yunsheng paused, halting his words as he looked at Fang Yuan with shining eyes. Fang Yuan laughed mentally. He followed his intention and asked, He, what important news is it? For you to leave me hanging like this?" Tai Bai Yunsheng's expression was solemn. He said, "It is a method that can revive you, junior brother. It is a method to break free of your immortal zombie body." "Oh." Fang Yuan's eyebrows rose. He had made no progress after joining Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. To think that Tai Bai Yunsheng would make more progress before Fang Yuan even gained anything. "What method is it?" Fang Yuan asked. Tai Bai Yunsheng said, "Shark Demon has a wife called Su Bai Man. She is also an immortal zombie. A long time ago, she obtained a Time Path Immortal GU from an opportunity after defeating strong foes. Its name is Time Anchor. This GU can leave a mark in the river of time, even though that is useless on its own. When paired with other Time Path Immortal GU, the effect is incredible." Fang Yuan heard this and understood what Tai Bai Yunsheng was going to say. His eyes shined, but they quickly dimmed. "Old Bai, I understand what you mean. I've heard of Time Anchor Immortal GU long ago. If paired with your landscape as before, it can indeed make a mountain or river be restored to a certain period in time. If used with man as before, it can theoretically send a target back to their body condition at a certain time period as well." But the requirement for this is, Time Anchor Immortal GU has to leave a marking in advance. That is correct, my man as before Immortal GU can only go back by an instant in time, but with Time Anchor Immortal GU, we can exceed that limit of a single instant. Junior brother, with this method, you might be able to get rid of your immortal zombie status. Tai Bai Yun Sheng was excited. Tai Bai Yun Sheng's words were not wrong. GU are the essence of heaven and earth, they each have one effect, all being different. Immortal GU are unique, although they are powerful, they have weaknesses and limitations. Man is the spirit of all beings, they were most skilled in wisdom and creation. Using a combination of different GU worms, they could raise the overall effect and make up for the respective GU's weaknesses. With Time Anchor Immortal GU's assistance, man as before Immortal GU can break free of the single instant limitation, but Fang Yuan shook his head, continuing, the coordinated usage of two Immortal GU is not as simple as just using them, many Mortal GU are needed at the same time. In fact, other Immortal GU might also be needed, in order to form an Immortal Killer move. Time Anchor and man as before can indeed coordinate theoretically. But you do not have a corresponding Immortal Killer move. I think Shark Demon is providing you such hospitality because he wants you to help them, to contribute man as before so that they can research the Immortal Killer move, right? Tai Bai Yun Sheng nodded continuously, praising, Junior brother is smart, you guessed accurately, that was indeed the case. It is a pity, it is a pity. Fang Yuan shook his head again. A pity what? I think this method has high hopes. Tai Bai Yun Sheng looked at Fang Yuan uncertainly. Old Bai, you should know, the fact that I have become an immortal zombie has long since been set in stone. Maybe Shark Demon and others had used Time Anchor Immortal GU before becoming immortal zombies, and left a marking in the river of time, but I did not. Thus, even if you research this killer move successfully, it is useless for me. Fang Yuan sighed. Tai Bai Yun Sheng laughed, Junior brother, your concern is right. But I have good news for you, that is, Subai Man and Shark Demon had not used Time Anchor Immortal GU to leave a marking. Oh. Back then, Subai Man forced back her enemies and obtained Time Anchor Immortal GU, but she did not know its usage. Subai Man was heavily injured at that time, she had no choice but to become an immortal zombie. After Shark Demon learned about this, in order to accompany his wife, he became an immortal zombie even though he had ample lifespan. Years after the two became immortal zombies, they finally learned about the origin and usage of Time Anchor Immortal GU. So that's it. Fang Yuan's expression changed. Getting a mysterious immortal GU and spending a few years or even over 10 years to learn about the origin and use of it, this was quite common. Previously in Imperial Court Blessed Land, Fang Yuan obtained many immortal GU as well, but he did not dare to test them recklessly. Thankfully, there was Lang Ya Land Spirit to clear up the information regarding those GU. Tai Bai Yun Sheng continued, when they found out about the use of Time Anchor GU, they were in deep regret, but it was too late. I had the same concerns as you, Junior brother, and asked them during the banquet. Shark Demon and the other immortal zombies mentioned another method, that was Spring-Autumn Cicada. Oh. Fang Yuan had a curious but suspicious expression, Spring-Autumn Cicada is that mystical GU? Legends say that it can travel up the river of time and return to the past. But that has never been confirmed. Tai Bai Yun Sheng did not suspect anything, Spring-Autumn Cicada is not reliable, mentioning Spring-Autumn Cicada was only as an example. Shark Demon was trying to say that even though they missed the timing to use Time Anchor Immortal GU, if they could use Immortal GU like Spring-Autumn Cicada, they could bring the GU Immortal in front of the river of time. By then, using Time Anchor Immortal GU to leave a marking upstream, one could use man as before Immortal GU successfully. I think that this method has a high chance of success. Fang Yuan shut his eyes slightly, he fell into deep thought and did not speak. What Tai Bai Yun Sheng did not know was, Fang Yuan in front of him was the owner of Spring-Autumn Cicada. Be it Shark Demon or Tai Bai Yun Sheng, they were not familiar with Spring-Autumn Cicada, they only knew about it from rumors. Fang Yuan thought, if I could directly use Spring-Autumn Cicada, I would have used it. Why would I need to use an additional step with Time Anchor Immortal GU? But this method, in theory, is possible. Fang Yuan had an agreement with Wisdom GU. In a way, he controlled Wisdom GU. He could rise up quickly despite being an immortal zombie, charge forward in over half a year, rapidly changing his situation and finances. Half of the reason was due to Wisdom GU. If Fang Yuan wanted to use Spring-Autumn Cicada to be reborn and get rid of the immortal zombie trouble, he would have used it long ago. That is, leaving aside for now the failure chance of Spring-Autumn Cicada. But during the Northern Plains journey, Fang Yuan was too weak. Even if he was reborn and did it again, there were too many variables. Fang Yuan did not even have a 5% confidence of getting greater benefits from it. The agreement with Wisdom GU was truly due to the perfect time and place. That moment was simply too unique. The rank 9 Wisdom GU was Fang Yuan's greatest profit. If he did not obtain Wisdom GU, there would be no better benefits in comparison. Other than Spring-Autumn Cicada, there are other Time Path Immortal GU. Like Looking Back Immortal GU and Vivid Recollection Immortal GU, they can allow a GU Immortal to stand in the present and observe the past, except that the two have differences. Using Looking Back in the area of the old Earthwood would allow one to see the former glorious scenery. Using Vivid Recollection Immortal GU would allow one to inspect their own past. By refining the two Immortal GU together, one could obtain the rank 8 Immortal GU Extreme Past. The GU Immortals can be drawn out and observe all that has happened in the past through the River of Time. Fang Yuan deduced in his mind, if I had the Time Path Investigative Immortal GU Extreme Past, using it with the Time Anchor Immortal GU, I might be able to form a Time Path Immortal Killer move, standing in the present and marking the past. Next, I can use Man as before Immortal GU to return to my human body and restore my living state, without losing Wisdom GU. Of course, Extreme Past Immortal GU is just an example. There might be other Time Path Immortal GU that are more compatible with Time Anchor. Fang Yuan thought over it before opening his eyes. Old Bai, thank you. He thanked Tai Bai Yunsheng sincerely. Although this method is innovative, it would expend a lot of time, effort, and resources. It is at least a 100-year project. But it is a form of hope at least. We are like family, there is not need to say thanks. Tai Bai Yunsheng responded immediately. However, old Tai Bai understood what Fang Yuan was saying. He sighed as he continued, exactly, it is at least some hope. Even though it will take a long time, during this period, junior brother, you can use the black oil in Zombie Alliance to slow the destruction of your blessed land. Even though black oil is hard to get, with my cooperative relationship with Shark Demon, I will be able to get enough. Fang Yuan laughed. During the period when you were gone, I had already used a fake identity, called Shou Huang, and made my way into Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. So junior brother had such a plan. Fang Yuan continued, I want to attend the auction in Northern Plains, come along with me. This is the Mortal Killer move Unfamiliar Face, it came from Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. I have a few Cloud Path Killer moves, you can take a look, aren't you cultivating Cloud Path now as well? Tai Bai Yunsheng received these killer move as a warm feeling emerged in his heart. When I was thinking about my junior brother's problems, he was also looking out for my benefits. Fang Yuan showed him the GU Immortal Captives and the deal he had with Lang Ya Land Spirit. Tai Bai Yunsheng was shocked. He said with worry and excitement, it seems that this auction will be a great show. I will go with you, it would be best if Hei Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan also are there. They will definitely go. But although our alliance was exposed to Hei Cheng, now is not the time to openly travel with them. Fang Yuan said. Junior brother makes sense. Tai Bai Yunsheng nodded. Chapter 747. Auction 1. This was Zhenwu Blessed Land, the headquarters of Northern Plains Yuan tribe. The surname Yuan was not rare, it was very ordinary. In southern border, eastern sea, western desert, it existed in all 5 regions. But in Northern Plains, the surname Yuan was much more significant. It represented a super force, a supreme authority. In the sky above the water, a white-robed old man was waving his spear. His aura was grand as he whipped up wind currents that moved the clouds. The old man was white-haired but greatly spirited. His body was moving around, sometimes fast as lightning, sometimes slow like a rock. With the spear in his hand, he extended it like a dragon's movement. It was very surreal. But regardless of how much commotion he caused, the lake on this mountain peak did not even have any ripples. It was calm like a mirror. The lake water had much life. The seaweed was moving without any currents in it. A large group of carps watched the white-robed old man wave his spear under the water. They were opening their mouths continuously as they spoke one by one. "Old man Yuan, you dance pretty well. It was a good sight. These spear skills are not bad. You had a trace of Daoist spear's shadow. The spear was swept too greatly though. The angle was a little off." Hearing the carp's words, the old man stopped his movements, landing beside the pond. The long spear in his hands was still giving off a bright white light. It turned into a Gu and went into his robe. Next, he paid respects to the carp in the pond as he inquired, "May I ask, the horizontal sweep earlier, why was the angle off?" "You used too much strength. Too brutish, you lost your grace. Old man, you are too old and yet feisty, you should eat some seaweed to lower it." The carp spoke incessantly, criticizing with no restraint. These carps were not ordinary. Their skin was white as snow, while their scales were black like ink. The black and white formed a clear contrast. There was no other color. People called them true martial carp. They were born from heaven and earth. Each of them was a mutated beast king. The old man thought about it before raising his finger, using his arm instead of a spear, and practicing his moves. "Is this okay?" "No." "Wrong. Old man, you are so stupid." The carp spoke one after another, scolding the old man. At this time, a Yuan tribe Gu immortal, Yuan Kai, came running. Hearing the true martial carp's criticism, he did not feel anything strange. He paid respects to the old man as he said dutifully, "Greetings to First Supreme Elder." The white-robed old man was Yuan tribe's first Supreme Elder, having rank 7 cultivation level with peak battle strength. Seeing someone come, he frowned unhappily. "Junior Yuan Kai, why are you here? Didn't I say that when I am practicing my martial arts, I do not want anyone to disturb me? Lord, you instructed me earlier, so I am here to remind you not to miss the auction." Yuan Kai was extremely respectful. "Oh? There was such a thing, I nearly forgot. That means the auction is happening soon." Yuan tribe's first Supreme Elder patted his forehead. Yuan Kai laughed bitterly. "Lord, today is the day of the auction." "Ah? Time flies so quickly. Lad, thank you for reminding me. When I return, I will reward you. Off I go." Saying so, Yuan tribe first Supreme Elder waved his sleeves and an immortal Gu flew out of the pond. This Gu was called human language. It could turn the words of beasts into human words. Human language immortal Gu left, and the discussions of the true martial carps came to an end. One could only hear the slight bubbling when they opened their mouths. Yuan tribe first elder collected the human language immortal Gu and flew away, turning into light. The carp group swam around one another. After some discussion, they felt bored and swam away. Yuan Kai looked at first elder's figure as he vanished into the horizon. First elder is still the same. He sighed, waving his sleeves at the pond. Winds blew and clouds moved. A thick white cloud covered and concealed this important place in Yuan tribe's territory. Magnolia Pulp Boat returns to the homeland of the lotus flower. Singing in the hall lasts till late into the night. The lake reflects the willows surrounded by light fog. Mountains far away resemble the contours of a beard that curls beautifully like a yellow moon. A scholar moved his head around as he held his scroll. Sitting in a pavilion with lotus flowers in the water, he recited in this calm night, as wind blew and a fragrance spread. A female attendant was beside the scholar. Her facial features were picturesque. Her skin was white like snow. She was holding a small vessel as she poured wine into the wine cup. After the scholar finished reciting his poem, he held his scroll as he looked at it while grabbing the wine cup on the table. He drank the wine without even looking at it. After gulping it down, he said, "Although the wine is good, there is not much left. During this auction, we should request for a few more jars from that person." Hongxiu, you will go with me on this trip, let Tian Srong stay here and guard the blessed land.
Yes, young master.
The female attendant was overjoyed as she replied quickly.
Ding ding ding.
Immortal Gu heavenly gong sound resonated in the mind of Gu Immortal He Lang Zi. He sat on the ground, opening his eyes as blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. This Immortal Gu heavenly gong is very powerful. I had only activated 5% of its power, but my 5 intestines shifted and my blood flowed backwards, even though I had also been activating a top-tier defensive mortal killer move. He Lang Zi laughed sinisterly, his blood flow went back to normal, in a few breaths of time, it was like he had never been injured. Such power, I do not need to worry about the Immortal Gu not being traded by anyone. He stood up and flew towards Crimson Reed Marsh.
This is Crimson Reed Marsh?
The scenery is great here. A rank 8 Gu Immortal wearing a tall hat and with a common face was looking down at the Crimson Reed Marsh below him. But all he saw were reeds growing, with water pathways that were complex and interweaved, resembling a maze. What was most eye-catching here were not the water ducks, the gulls, or the fish, it was the crimson red reed. Countless reeds surfaced from the water vigorously, seemingly carrying grandness and boldness. They were imposing and expanded without restraint. With the attitude of a king, they subdued all of the living beings here and took them for themselves. The rank 8 Gu Immortal observed before saying with some amazement, this scenery has both delicateness and grandness, the outstanding nature is hidden deeply. Based on such a sight, this Qin Baixing clearly is a meticulous person despite his grandness, he is unrestrained but also has a scheming mind. No wonder he could cause such a commotion and hold this grand auction. Esteemed guest has brilliant judgment. A rank 7 Gu Immortal beside him nodded in agreement. Qin Baixing's actions were truly the source of a huge commotion, it was a great method to protect himself. I, Murong Jin Xiao, admire his actions greatly. I am looking forward to it, this auction that involves almost all of Northern Plains heroes. The rank 8 Gu Immortal greeted as the esteemed guest retracted his gaze, his tone becoming excited. Ha ha ha, Eastern Sea is rich in resources, countless heroes emerge from there. Esteemed guest is an overlord of a region, controlling the entire Glass Sea. Although Northern Plains has many talents, there are few that are worthy of receiving your compliment. Murong Jin Xiao said respectfully. From his words, it seemed that this mysterious guest was not a Northern Plains Gu Immortal, he came from Eastern Sea. Brother Qin, we meet again. Fang Yuan cupped his fists, greeting Qin Baixing. Ha ha ha, Brother Shaw, I have been waiting for you. But I did not expect you to come directly from Fairy Li Shan's side. Qin Baixing was very enthusiastic, he grabbed Fang Yuan's arms, like he really regarded him as a brother. Fang Yuan and Tai Baiyunsheng went together, they did not travel in Northern Plains, instead, they entered Fairy Li Shan's blessed land and used Whole Earth Gu to reach Baixing blessed land. With their earlier agreement and the Mountain Pledge Gu, Fairy Li Shan's and Qin Baixing's blessed lands had been set up with a pair of Whole Earth Gu, allowing them to connect. Fang Yuan brought the 13 sleeping cloud coffins and arrived in the blessed land through this path, meeting Qin Baixing once again. There's no choice. I have such valuable treasures with me, with my low cultivation level, I can only come here through this method to reduce the risk. Fang Yuan purposely laughed bitterly. Don't be humble, brother, you are so well hidden, your depth is unfathomable. With just you and Fairy Li Shan's relationship, who would dare to target you? Qin Baixing said respectfully. No matter how good you are, there is always someone better than you. But if I have brother's battle strength, I would have no fear. Fang Yuan quickly replied, in terms of interpersonal skills, he was not inferior to Qin Baixing. I wonder who this is. Qin Baixing turned around, looking at Tai Baiyunsheng who was next to Fang Yuan. Right now, Tai Baiyunsheng had used unfamiliar face and turned into an ordinary old man, his appearance was very different from before. This is my good friend, Gu Immortal Baixing. Fang Yuan introduced fearlessly. Baixing, forgive my ignorance, I did not know that a person of your caliber was hidden in our Northern Plains. Qin Baixing took the initiative to greet. No, I am flattered. Tai Baiyunsheng quickly responded. Qin Baixing brought Fang Yuan and Tai Baiyunsheng to the auction hall. For this auction, I purposely altered my blessed land to form this huge auction hall. Qin Baixing introduced. It is quite extraordinary. There is a very magnificent aura, as expected of Brother Qin's setup. Fang Yuan smiled as he praised. Qin Baixing showed a hint of worry and doubt, saying, I have no choice. Many huge forces and countless experts in Northern Plains were all invited to this auction. As the person in charge, if the auction is too run down, I will be offending them. Honestly speaking, there had been a huge pressure on me these recent days. I could barely sleep. Thankfully, with Brother Shaw, the blessed lands will definitely be a popular item when up for auction. I can't wait to see that commotion. I wonder if you have many. Fang Yuan did not say a number, only smiling as he said, Brother Qin, you can be at ease about it, no need to worry. Ha ha, of course I'm not worried. Qin Baixing's gaze flashed. Since he could not probe the answer, he changed the topic. In this auction, I have the main hall, single rooms, and secret rooms. The main hall can allow free interaction. The single rooms are for those GU immortals with strange temperaments or who enjoy being alone. The secret rooms will hide everything about the GU immortal's identity. These three arrangements have been written in the Alliance content long ago. Brother Shaw does not need to worry that I have done some tricks behind the scenes. I wonder which location Brother Shaw would choose. These three locations, can they be swapped at will during the process of the auction? Fang Yuan asked first. Of course. But if a secret room is already occupied, unless the owner agrees, nobody can get in. Qin Baixing answered. Then I will choose a secret room. Fang Yuan said. I will choose a secret room too. Tai Baiyunsheng followed behind. Qin Baixing nodded. The first 9 secret rooms have been booked already. I'll give you the 10th and 11th rooms respectively. How about that? Fang Yuan and Tai Baiyunsheng had no reason to say no. After they entered their secret rooms, Baixing Blessed Land opened its entrance and invited many GU immortals in. Chapter 748. Auction 2. These mortal GU were owned by Qin Baixing, but currently they were lended to the secret room's owner, thus Fang Yuan could activate them. He activated his Primal essence and tried to inject it, as the environment in the secret room changed at once. It seems that Qin Baixing really put in some effort. Even though it is a secret room, it is like a small world in here. It is larger than a garden. These mortal GU can be used to change the environment. It can become a mountainous or river-like area, or even become an ocean or lake, a pavilion or a terrace. As Fang Yuan continued to use the GU, the environment in the secret room continued to change. At times, it was a lush mountain and he was at the peak of the mountain in a pavilion. At times, there were huge rivers and he was in a boat docked at the side of the river. Of course, these changes were just illusions. They were not real. If they were real, such terrain-changing abilities would definitely come from Immortal GU. He would need to spend a lot of Immortal Essence. Fang Yuan retrieved the GU worms and browsed one with his mind. This East Window GU had many of the auction items listed in it. They were all precious treasures. Fang Yuan was dazed upon seeing the huge catalogue. Some of the auction items had the conditions written in the description. Other than using Immortal Essence stones to bid for them, one could also trade for them using resources. Evidently, these resources were what the owner of the auction item were looking for. Fang Yuan swept through the content of the list and focused on the latter portion. This portion's information listed a variety of Immortal GU. They had all sorts of effects and were from all kinds of different paths. The information on how to trade these GU were all written on the back. Unlike the previous content, Immortal GU were unique. They could not be bought using Immortal Essence stones. This rule was practically set in stone. Even during the 5 regions chaotic war it was still in place. Thus, to buy an Immortal GU, one needed to use another Immortal GU as the price. Fang Yuan focused his mind and quickly saw that his Immortal GU were also listed there. There were for Immortal GU, Rising Azure Cloud, Worldly Wave Trace, Calamity Beckoning, and Delight in Water and Mountain. The former two were Movement Immortal GU, one was Cloud Path and the other was Water Path. They were incompatible with Fang Yuan's Strength Path. Although Tai Baiyunshen cultivated Cloud Path as well, he was a Time Path GU Immortal. Rising Azure Cloud was also not suitable for him. As for Calamity Beckoning Immortal GU, it was rank 7, but the effect could be said to be harming oneself. It was practically a Luck Path suicidal weapon. Even though Fang Yuan had conceived some uses for it, if he could exchange it for other Immortal GU, that would be more worthwhile. The final one was Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal GU. It could produce huge amounts of Joyful Will. But Fang Yuan was already prepared to mass-produce Malicious Thought GU. In that case, it could replace the use of Joyful Will. He might as well put it up for auction and see what Immortal GU he can get from it. If there is no suitable trade, he could just take it back. After the for Immortal GU, Fang Yuan naturally listed the conditions for exchanging them. What was worth mentioning was that these for Immortal GU were all put up using Fairy Li Shan's channel. He was not associated with them. Even though Calamity Beckoning Immortal GU was quite troublesome to sell and might even attract trouble, if it could be traded for a useful Immortal GU, the benefits exceeded the cost. If he missed this golden opportunity, he might not have an equivalent one for several hundred years, until the 5 regions' chaotic war. Fang Yuan was a vigilant person, but he was also resolute. When he needed to take risks, he would not cower in fear and doubt. Other than these for Immortal GU, I still have Spring Autumn Cicada, Cleanse Soul, Connect Luck, Woman's Heart, and in a way Wisdom GU. Fang Yuan counted, he needed these remaining 5 Immortal GU. He would not put them up at the auction, or even give any chances of exposing them if possible. Spring Autumn Cicada's actual effect would only be known by the user. Even though there was a chance of failure, Fang Yuan obtained a lot of benefit from it and gained much experience. He could not do without it. Even with Wisdom GU in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Spring Autumn Cicada was still his biggest trump card. Fang Yuan had already decided that Spring Autumn Cicada would remain as his vital GU in his first aperture. In the future, if he had a chance, he would choose Time Path in undergoing Immortal Ascension. Cleanse Soul Immortal GU was the core of the Immortal Killer move Myriad Self. Although it was hungry and could not be used, he would not sell it. Connect Luck Immortal GU could make up for Spring Autumn Cicada's weakness. Fang Yuan had already experienced the power of Luck Path. He would not let go of this Immortal GU. Wisdom GU was out of the question. If he took it out, it would cause a huge commotion and make countless people go after his life. As for Woman's Heart Immortal GU, it was originally something Fang Yuan wanted to get rid of. But due to a coincidence, Fang Yuan deduced the Poison Spit Killer move. This Woman's Heart Immortal GU was its core, and was now placed at the right part of Fang Yuan's chest. It was like a heart, beating continuously. It was small like a baby's fist. It looked purple-black and was surrounded in poisonous energy. It was already connected to Fang Yuan's bloodstream. Every time he breathed, the zombie blood would flow slowly, carrying the poison and circulating in Fang Yuan's body. From this point, one could see traces of the Wisdom Path Killer move harboring Malicious Heart. But the Mortal GU assisting Woman's Heart were like a GU formation for reverse refinement. Through reverse refinement, they were extracting Woman's Heart strength. This was due to Immortal GU Woman's Heart's special property, refinement and nurturing in one. This GU needed the hearts of women to feed it. After it is full, the more it is fed, the stronger the poison. Right now, Fang Yuan was using a reverse refinement process to draw out that poison. Man is the spirit of all living beings. Although Woman's Heart is a consumable Immortal GU, and would be expended in one use normally, through his own method, and combining it with other GU worms, it could be used repeatedly by extracting its power slowly and continuously. Poison Spit is only an incomplete Immortal move. It needs to be improved later. With Wisdom GU, it should not be a problem. Fang Yuan gathered his thoughts as he put down the East Window GU. He willed and the view in front of him became clear. Fang Yuan could see the auction hall. The auction was split into the main hall, single rooms, and secret rooms. Fang Yuan could not see the latter two. He could only see the main hall. Right now, on the seats in the main hall were more than 20 GU Immortals. They were talking openly without fear of eavesdroppers. Old Lu, it has been a while. I trust that you have been well.
Oh, Qingxianzi, you have gone through the second heavenly tribulation already, right? I am ashamed, my foundation is too weak. I was scared and have placed my blessed land in the outside world of Northern Plains these recent years. After spending a lot of resources and borrowing a time path Immortal GU, I have slowed the flow of time in my blessed land. Right now, I still have one heavenly tribulation cultivation. The earthly calamities are hard to survive, the heavenly tribulations are even harder obstacles. You are very stable and careful, not taking huge risks. This is a very safe method. Xiu Yang, you are here too. Your words are too funny. If you, Wu Rong, can come, why can't I? HMPH. The grudge of you snatching my GU back then, I will take revenge. Just you wait. He, I know this Immortal GU is suitable for your use, but I am going to auction it. Let's see if you have the ability to bid for it. Some GU Immortals were catching up on old times, some were building relationships, but there were others with great animosity. They were like barrels of gunpowder. At this moment, a white-robed old man walked into the main hall. Ha, there are quite a number of people. The white-robed old man was Yuan tribe's first supreme elder. He looked around and laughed heartily. His laughter soon attracted the attention of the people in the hall, as talks became softer. Fang Yuan directed his gaze as well. This first supreme elder of Yuan tribe was a rank 7 GU Immortal, the leader of the super force, Yuan tribe, of Northern Plains. He had exemplary battle strength and financial power. He was a strong contender in this auction. Qin Baisheng was standing at the entrance inviting guests inside. He went up and paid his respects. It is truly my Baisheng blessed land's great fortune that Lord Yuan is here to grace our auction with his presence. Don't call me Lord, call me by my name, Yuan Rangzun. Yuan tribe's first supreme elder saw Qin Baisheng and his eyes shined. He patted Qin Baisheng's back with much enthusiasm. Long ago, he had fought with Qin Baisheng. The latter's strength had gained his acknowledgement. But I had some gains after practicing my spear skills recently. Is there any time we can spar once again? Yuan Rangzun's changed the topic and he showed his true nature as a martial arts fanatic. Senior Yuan's Dao Mark spear arts are still vivid in my memories. I wonder if Senior Yuan would like to sit in the main hall, or get a single room or a secret room. Qin Baisheng laughed. He did not reply to the invitation. Give me a single room. Yuan Rangzun knew that now was not the time for this. He thought about it and gave his response. Just as Yuan Rangzun stepped into his single room, a handsome scholar walked into the auction with a female GU Immortal following behind him. Unfettered Scholar came too. The gazes of the GU Immortals in the main hall were attracted again. I had heard that Unfettered Scholar has great luck with women, having 2 GU Immortal attendants, named Tian Srong and Hong Xiao. I wonder who came with him. Many male GU Immortals turned around to look at the female GU Immortal. She wears a red dress that looks like fire. It should be Fairy Hong Xiao. If it was Fairy Tian Xiong, who was born with a certain fragrance, the main hall would have already been filled with fragrance if she was here. A certain GU Immortal who knew a lot about them said with much enthusiasm. Fang Yuan's mind rapidly went through the information. This Unfettered Scholar was a lone cultivator. He had quite a few obstacles in life. His ancestors were not from Northern Plains. He came from a clan in Central Continent that had gone downhill. Central Continent was full of sects. It was tough for clans to survive. If they could, they would cross the regional walls and live in the other 4 regions. Alone in another region, Unfettered Scholar's clan was ostracized and lost a lot of their strength. They were barely surviving in Northern Plains. Their situation was turning worse. After several generations, they had finally mixed into Northern Plains, but at that time, they were on their deathbed, like a dying old man. By Unfettered Scholar's generation, the clan had already been thoroughly destroyed. Unfettered Scholar brought along his 2 attendants and they escaped for their lives, living a tough life. In their most difficult moments, even though they were in danger of dying, Unfettered Scholar had never abandoned his 2 attendants. Eventually, he obtained an opportunity and became a GU Immortal. After becoming an Immortal, he spent a lot of money and effort to make his attendants Immortals as well. This was quite a story in Northern Plains GU Immortal world. Be it Yuan Rang Zun, Unfettered Scholar, or the other GU Immortals, they each had their own exciting stories. They were the main characters of their own legendary tales. GU Masters who were able to become immortals naturally were exemplary characters. Before this auction had even begun, before all of the GU Immortals had entered, brilliant heroes and geniuses had already appeared like shining stars in the sky. Chapter 749. Auction 3. Next, Unfettered Scholar walked away slowly, into a room with Fairy Hong Xiu. After he left, more GU Immortals arrived. Some chose single rooms, but most chose the main hall. As for those who chose the secret rooms, they entered through secret channels, into their respective rooms. This could not be seen from the main hall. Although Qin Baisheng is a lone cultivator, he has great strength and yet shows great respect for people. He has a wide network and relationships with many experts. Tai Baiyun Sheng transmitted from the 11th secret room. This was the first time he had met Qin Baisheng, yet he had a high evaluation of the man. Fang Yuan looked at the hall as he analyzed. It is not entirely Qin Baisheng's credit. Earlier, when 88 True Yang building collapsed, Northern Plains GU Immortals obtained many immortal GU. They need to trade them and satisfy their own requirements. There is also the essence of the luck path true inheritance. In addition, with Imperial Court Blessed Land's destruction, Northern Plains' situation has rapidly changed. All the super forces need to establish new rules. Because of this specific timing and situation, the auction could become so huge. Qin Baisheng and Fairy Li Shan were able to invite rank 8 GU Immortals not only as a result of their own reputations. As time passed, more and more GU Immortals arrived. In the hall, GU Immortals were talking and created lots of noise. Although GU Immortals were powerful and had unlimited Primeval essence, capable of crushing mortals, they were busy with managing their immortal apertures and had to make lots of preparations for the calamities and tribulations. They had very limited time. Furthermore, the world was huge and GU Immortals were small in numbers. It was rare for them to interact with each other. Especially an opportunity like this which gathered so many GU Immortals, it was very rare. GU Immortals needed to interact. They placed great emphasis on their social network. Immortal GU were unique. Often, GU Immortals needed to borrow Immortal GU to settle their problems. Furthermore, the economy of this world was not developed. Many precious resources could not be bought using Immortal Essence Stones. They could only be traded with rare goods at times. This auction gathered almost all of the GU Immortals in Northern Plains. Such an opportunity to interact was extremely rare. In the main hall, GU Immortals talked and exchanged information. Even several enemies had their grudges temporarily mediated and resolved. GU Immortals were so rare, their social network was only so big. If one was not a friend, they would be an enemy. Even if they were a stranger, they would still be connected somehow in this social network as long as they talked about their friends. After Unfettered Scholar, an old man carrying a walking cane walked into the auction hall slowly. Qin Baisheng saw this and his expression brightened. He quickly walked forward and paid respects. Qin Baisheng pays respects to Lord Yao Huang. Yao Huang, one of the 5 rank 8 GU Immortals in Northern Plains. The hall was silent. Many GU Immortals could not sit any longer. They stood up and greeted. Lord Yao Huang, you are my benefactor. Please accept my respects. If not for Lord Yao Huang, I would still be injured now. Lord Yao Huang, do you remember me? I am Xiao Sai, who searched for the Bin Sprout Worm for you back then. Even the GU Immortals who were in the single rooms walked out and greeted Yao Huang. Hello everyone, good day, good day. Yao Huang had an amicable expression as he nodded. He did not put on airs and was not acting arrogantly. Like Tai Baiyun Sheng, Yao Huang was a healing GU Immortal and was famous in the righteous path. He had a pure Huang Jin bloodline, being the first supreme elder of the super force, Yao tribe. He had a lofty reputation in Northern Plains. It could be said to be the highest of the 5 rank 8 GU Immortals of Northern Plains. Stories regarding Yao Huang was numerous. They would take more than 3 days and 3 nights to read. The following story was closely connected to Fang Yuan. It happened decades ago. Yao Huang created a new healing immortal GU,
for the last 100 years, he had been asking for immortal zombies in Zombie Alliance to do experiments on them. As his research got deeper, Yao Huang had some results and actually managed to turn himself into an immortal zombie. Many GU immortal experts were unable to learn about the truth. They were deceived and thought that Yao Huang's lifespan was almost used up, forcing him to become an immortal zombie. Yao Huang thus proclaimed that he wanted to join Zombie Alliance. At the same time, Zombie Alliance's leader, Blazing Heaven Demoness, already had left and entered Eastern Sea. Without the leader, Zombie Alliance only had Yin Liu Gong and the other 2 rank 7s to guard the headquarters. No one in Zombie Alliance could expose Yao Huang's methods, but at the final moment, he lost to the entrance of the discussion hall. No matter how Yao Huang pushed it, he could not open the door. This made the immortal zombies only able to look at each other in dismay. Eventually, Yao Huang could not get in and could only laugh loudly, removing his disguise and explaining the truth. Even though he had lied to everyone, he had a great reputation and high cultivation level. None of the immortal zombies dared to offend him. In the end, they even sent him back courteously. Just as Yao Huang walked in, Yin Liu Gong arrived as well. "Oh, little Liu." Yao Huang looked back and greeted. Junior pays respects to Lord Yao Huang. Yin Liu Gong had a flattering expression as he went up and greeted. Right now, Zombie Alliance took up the mission just in time. That immortal zombie came to Yao tribe and my research was not held up. Speaking of which, it is all thanks to the cooperation of your Zombie Alliance. Yao Huang thanked while smiling. I am flattered. It is our honor to work with Lord Yao Huang. In the future, when Lord Yao Huang succeeds in the new healing immortal GU, it would benefit the GU immortals in Northern Plains as well. Yin Liu Gong was skilled at social relations. He spoke appropriate words. Yao Huang stretched out his wrinkled arm, grabbing Yin Liu Gong. "Come little Liu, sit together with me." Before Yin Liu Gong could reject him, he said to Qin Bai Xing, "Little Qin, give us a single room." Thus, under everyone's envious gazes, the two entered the single room. Yao Huang was the first rank 8 GU immortal to enter. Next, Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu, 5 Elements Grandmaster, and Old Ancestor Xuehu appeared. Each of their appearances unavoidably caused a huge commotion. Before the appearance of Great Dream Immortal Venerable, rank 8 was the peak of the GU Immortal world's battle strength. The 5 rank 8 GU immortals in Northern Plains were noble existences that earned much reverence from people. Among them, Old Ancestor Xuehu was the number 1 person in the demonic path. He was the leader of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Yao Huang was the first supreme elder of Yao tribe. He was a rank 8 of the righteous path. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu and 5 Elements Grandmaster were lone cultivators. They were neither righteous nor demonic. They were in the neutral faction. Lastly, there was Prince Feng Yuan. He was also a righteous path GU immortal. But he was only an external supreme elder of the Super Force Gong tribe. He did not have the Huangjin bloodline in him. His status was rather awkward. Because he had some grievances with Gong tribe, he had been living outside for many years. He did not work for Gong tribe. Only when Gong tribe encounters a huge crisis would he help out. Among the 5 rank 8s, 2 were righteous, 1 was demonic, and 2 were neutral. Such a relationship was also the current balance of power in Northern Plains. The next 3 rank 8 experts all chose single rooms. In the hall, there were already 40 to 50 people. Among the 5 rank 8s, 4 have already appeared. Only Prince Feng Yuan is left. This is really a rare event that is hard to witness in hundreds of years. It is an eye-opening experience. To be able to leave an impression on these experts, this trip was worth it. Rank 8 great experts are all glorious and have naturally imposing auras. I wonder what Prince Feng Yuan's demeanor would be like. As everyone waited in anticipation, a cold-looking female GU immortal walked in silently. It was Feng Ju, who had disguised himself as Fairy Yulan. Many people knew about Fairy Yulan and Prince Feng Yuan's relationship. Their attention was quickly drawn over. Qin Bai Xing quickly attended to him. Master is blending his grotto heaven's qi. I will be representing him for this auction. Feng Ju said, without laughing or smiling. He had huge guts.
as an outside region's GU immortal, he dared to attend the Northern Plains auction at this sensitive time. The moment he appeared, he announced this loudly: it was to deter the others. By using Prince Fang Yuan as a shield, it would help him during the process of the auction. Hearing that Prince Fang Yuan was not coming, a wave of disappointment came over the main hall. Feng Juji had a calm expression, vaguely familiar face was really an amazing killer move. None of the GU immortals in the hall could see any flaws in his disguise. Of course, this also was because the GU immortals were respecting each other and did not use investigative GU to peek at one another for no reason. Especially when Fairy Yuan, who Feng Juji was disguised as, had a rank 8 great expert behind her. In addition, nobody would expect him to be so daring. Under everyone's shining gazes, Fairy Yuan walked into a single room. Like Fang Yuan, he toyed around with the mortal GU and changed the environment in the room. Next, he grabbed the east window GU and looked inside. Oh! The moment he looked at it, Feng Juji's heart jumped. Worldly Wave Trace Immortal GU, Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal GU. Aren't these the core GU worms for an Immortal GU house, Water Pavilion, of my sect? They actually appeared here. Shock flashed across Feng Juji's eyes, but it quickly calmed and disappeared. This showed his supreme control over his own mental state. It seems that the supreme elders in the sect guessed correctly. Back then, our sect saintess, Mo Yao, had brought Water Pavilion into Imperial Court Blessed Land. Without Water Pavilion's help, she would not have been able to enter Imperial Court Blessed Land. Now that Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed and 88 True Young building collapsed, it seems that Water Pavilion also broke apart and the core GU were taken by Northern Plains GU immortals. Oh? There is Calamity beckoning immortal GU. According to the sect records, Saintess Mo Yao had once obtained the essence of Luck Path in 88 True Young building, refining Calamity beckoning immortal GU to help her husband, Bo Qing. But Bo Qing's tribulation was too great. Even though Calamity beckoning immortal GU drew away part of the tribulation, they could not survive, both of them perished. Calamity beckoning immortal GU was also destroyed in the process. To think that there is a new Calamity beckoning immortal GU. This discovery gave Feng Juji further suspicions. How did Calamity beckoning immortal GU come about? Who refined it? The person auctioning it? Or did it scatter into the outside world after Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed, thus being taken by someone? What did this have to do with Mo Yao? According to rumors, Mo Yao left behind an inheritance. Would this inheritance contain the way to refine Calamity beckoning immortal GU? At once, Feng Juji fell into deep thought. Many ideas appeared in his mind. He suddenly laughed. This auction was really worth coming to. The moment I entered, I obtained so many clues. In any case, I have to take back Delight in Water and Mountain and Worldly Wave Trace. Spirit Affinity House has lost Water Pavilion for too long. As for Calamity beckoning immortal GU, it is rank 7. The price for exchanging for it is very high. I'll see how things go first. Chapter 750. Auction 4. He walked to the raised platform in front of the main hall, proclaiming briefly and to the point, "Ladies and gentlemen, the time has arrived. The auction will officially start." Strange, why have Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan not arrived? Tai Bai Yunsheng transmitted a message to Fang Yuan. Yes, I am also puzzled. According to Fairy Li Shan's nature, she should be sitting in the main hall after she arrives. However, there is not even a trace of her. Fang Yuan replied. The auction currently has 3 spaces for participants: the main hall, single rooms, and secret rooms. If they had chosen a secret room, they would have entered directly through secret pathways and not made a public appearance. But even if Fairy Li Shan entered a secret room, she would not have done so without even greeting us. Have you noticed this? There are no GU immortals of He tribe present. Tai Bai Yunsheng pointed it out. Fang Yuan mumbled, "We should first send a letter inquiring about the situation. Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan are bound to us by the Snowy Mountain Alliance. The possibility of them betraying us is not likely. If they encountered an ambush from He Cheng and others, with the strength of those two,
they should have been able to send a message to request for support. While the two were secretly discussing, the first auction item was already displayed on the platform. Everyone should know, these are Sky Chief clouds. When they are spread out, they can stretch out for over 1,300 square kilometers. Such a large amount of Sky Chief clouds are rare even in Treasure Yellow Heaven. The starting bid is 20 Immortal Essence Stones. Every bid should be an increase of at least 5 Immortal Essence Stones. Please start, Qin Baisheng announced. Sky Chief Clouds, this is useful for my Tai Bai Blessed Land. Tai Bai Yunsheng's attention was immediately attracted, and he subconsciously utilized the prepared mortal GU in the secret room to make his bid. Qin Baisheng sensed the bid and immediately announced, the 11th secret room bids 30 Immortal Essence Stones. The next moment, a Cloud Path GU Immortal in the main hall shouted, 35 Immortal Essence Stones. Tai Bai Yunsheng chuckled as he activated the mortal GU to bid again. He directly raised the price by 10 to 45 Immortal Essence Stones. 45 Immortal Essence Stones were enough to buy a Desolate Beast corpse. The Cloud Path GU Immortal who had made the bid gritted his teeth, hesitating for a while but not making another bid. On the ground, there was the Earth Chief Beast. In the sky, there was the Sky Chief Beast. Within the immemorial 9 heavens, Sky Chief Beast groups more or less lived in each of the heavens. The so-called Sky Chief clouds were formed from the breath of the Sky Chief Beast, condensing slowly over long periods of time. These clouds could construct an environment in the immortal aperture that could greatly increase the production of Cloud Path GU worms. If a group of Sky Chief Beasts live in this cloudy environment, the effect would be even more wondrous, and if it was managed properly, there would be a never-ending flow of Sky Chief clouds. However, the intact parts of the immemorial 9 heavens could only be explored by powerful rank 7 or rank 8 GU immortals. Every Sky Chief Beast was at least a mutated Beast King, comparable to an ordinary Beast Emperor. And the king of every group of Sky Chief Beasts was essentially a Desolate Beast level. 45 Immortal Essence Stones, going once. Qin Baisheng spoke, seeing that there were no more bids. There are already large numbers of float ball tea in my blessed land. I will have the first batch of harvest at the end of this month. I intend to bring in jade hummingbirds later on. If I can add Sky Chief clouds, I will have the building blocks to smoothly bring in sky flowers and floating sparrowhawks. Junior brother, you advanced to GU Immortal later than me, but you already have experience in managing blessed lands through Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Can you tell me what you think of my plan? Tai Bai Yunsheng chuckled as he transmitted his voice to Fang Yuan. On the platform, Qin Baisheng shouted again, 45 Immortal Essence Stones, going twice. Fang Yuan pondered for a moment and replied to Tai Bai Yunsheng, sky flowers indeed grow on clouds, and floating sparrowhawks often are the host for Cloud Path GU worms. Old Bai, are you thinking of cultivating both Time Path and Cloud Path? Yes. My Time Path abilities are specialized in healing. If I can add in Cloud Path, it can make up for the other shortcomings. Tai Bai Yunsheng said without reservation. He was originally skilled with Cloud Path in movement ability, his attainment reaching Flying Master realm using it. Later, he had dealings with Northern Plains Inkman King, Mo Tan Sang, who sold him the Killer Move 9 Cloud Ring for a low price. This deepened Tai Bai Yunsheng's interest in Cloud Path. Fang Yuan did not feel this choice was abrupt. At this moment, Qin Baisheng shouted for the third time, 45 Immortal Essence Stones for over 1,300 square kilometers of Sky Chief clouds, going 3. Hold on, 55 Immortal Essence Stones. The bid was just about to be decided, when suddenly a GU Immortal spoke up. His voice came from the 17th single room. Tai Bai Yunsheng had not expected such a change as he hurriedly made a bid, 60 Immortal Essence Stones. This price finally dispelled any thoughts of buying from everyone present, allowing Tai Bai Yunsheng to get his wish. The second item for auction is a group of rare black spirit antelopes. The beast group size reaches 320,000 and has 5 beast emperors. The lowest price is 10 Immortal Essence Stones. Every bid should be at least for Immortal Essence Stones higher. The price can be lowered if you use vertical rainbow ointment to trade. Qingpu announced. Black spirit antelopes were already hard to find in northern plains. This beast group size was so large, it should have been reared in some GU Immortal's immortal aperture. The GU worms residing in black spirit antelopes were mainly Soul Path GU worms, thus this especially attracted the attention of Soul Path GU Immortals. The GU Immortal putting this group of black spirit antelopes up for sale required a GU refinement material, vertical rainbow ointment. Thus the bidding could be done using immortal essence stones or vertical rainbow ointment. A round of bidding passed, and this black spirit antelope group was purchased by a GU Immortal for 28 immortal essence stones. The third item is a set of GU recipes that came from the medieval antiquity era. Its name is Inch of Time. It contains all the recipes from rank 1 to rank 5, and the crucial point is that these GU recipes have already been improved. All of the refinement materials can be found commonly. The lowest price is 22 immortal essence stones, and you can also use the Desolate Beast, 6-headed snake skin to reduce the price. Qingpu announced. 23 immortal essence stones. Isn't it disgraceful to add only 1 immortal essence stone? 30 immortal essence stones. I bid 32. This time, there were clearly more GU Immortals bidding than the previous 2 times. Inch of Time was a time path GU worm which could not be used on humans but could be used on other targets, and was extensively used in GU refinement. For instance, if a GU worm required 3 days and 3 nights to be refined, and the Inch of Time GU was used, it would quickly reach the state that required 3 days and 3 nights of time, by accelerating the growth and transformation of the GU worm. And the amount of time the GU master would have to spend probably would only be few short moments. Fang Yuan had obtained the GU recipe for the olden antiquity era's group strength GU, the market price of which was only 2 immortal essence stones. Inch of Time was only a GU recipe from the medieval antiquity era, but it was a complete set, from the rank 1 GU, 1 inch of time, to the rank 5 GU, 5 inches of time. The most important point was that this GU recipe had already been improved by the GU Immortal. All the GU refinement materials required also conformed to the present situation and were not difficult to obtain. It was not like the original GU recipe, in which many refinement materials would be extremely scarce, expensive or extinct. This point determined the explosive increase in the price, reaching the base price of 22 immortal essence stones. Soon, the bidding reached 48 immortal essence stones. Tai Bai Yunsheng also made his bid at this time, 58 immortal essence stones. He increased the price by 10 immortal essence stones at once, attempting to scare off the competitors. Tai Bai Yunsheng was rich, even more so than Fang Yuan. He had landscape as before and man as before, 2 great time path healing immortal GU, and therefore was very much sought after in Eastern Sea. Especially in the exploration of Yulu Blessed Land, they might have failed, but he had used man as before to save a GU Immortal. This GU Immortal gave him 100 or so immortal essence stones as remuneration, and also said he owed Tai Bai Yunsheng a favor which he would pay in the future. Most crucially, Tai Bai Yunsheng's blessed land was healthy and produced green grape immortal essence at every fixed interval of time. His green grape immortal essence was accumulating day by day, to the extent that he could not use them all up. His Tai Bai blessed land's time flow was 33 times faster than the outside world, nearly the same as Hei Lu Land's super-grade blessed land. This was because his was a high-grade blessed land and he was also a time path GU Immortal. Thus, in the aspect of time path resources, it was rather outstanding. 1 day in the outside world would be a month in Tai Bai Yunsheng's blessed land. In theory, blessed lands would produce green grape immortal essence every month. In the same given time for the outside world, the amount of green grape immortal essence Tai Bai Yunsheng obtained was several times or even 10 times higher than ordinary rank 6 GU immortals. On the contrary, Fang Yuan might have guts GU business, but he had to handle all sorts of expenses, especially the constant converting of immortal essence stones to green grape immortal essence. His immortal aperture was dead and could no longer produce immortal essence, moreover it would crumble and shrink every set interval of time, which was an extremely large setback to him.
Tai Bai Yunsheng's bid indeed scared off most of the competing GU immortals. But there was still some who persisted. As the bid increased with 2 additional offers, the price had slowly risen to 66 Immortal Essence Stones. 66 Immortal Essence Stones to purchase a set of mortal GU recipes. Some of the low-level GU immortals in the main hall were tongue-tied. It can't be considered expensive. Inch of Time cannot be used on oneself, but it can be used to save time and has wide range of applications like reducing the duration of GU refinement. If you consider it in the long term, especially for those GU immortals who also cultivate refinement path, they can use Inch of Time to slowly accumulate savings worth 66 Immortal Essence Stones. A GU immortal calmly analyzed. This price is already at the peak. It would be unwise to raise the price further. Unless you have a special requirement for it. Another GU immortal added his analysis. 66 Immortal Essence Stones, going once. Qin Bai Sheng started to close the bids. At this moment, Fang Yuan transmitted his voice to Tai Bai Yunsheng, "Old Bai, let's split the Immortal Essence Stones and make the bid together." Tai Bai Yunsheng was happy. "Junior brother, you also have the intent to get it, that is good." He thus raised the price directly to 68. Only one other GU immortal continued to bid, adding 1 Immortal Essence Stone. Finally, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng paid an expensive price of 70 Immortal Essence Stones to finish the purchase of Inch of Time. Time passed by, one after another, treasures continued to be auctioned off. The competition in the main hall was getting more fierce and the atmosphere had also turned fiery. Many GU immortals lost their bearings and started arguing. Although they had sense and calmness, with large profits in front, they could not help being flushed with agitation. After dozens of items were auctioned off, some low-level GU immortals already became powerless to continue fighting, some were perspiring, some were pale, while many were exhausted. The bidding did not only compare wealth but also involved psychological battles. Gradually, Rank 6 GU immortal bidders became sparser. Rank 6 GU immortals usually had several hundreds of Immortal Essence Stones of savings, while Rank 7 would have several thousands or over 10,000 directly in their hands. At Rank 8, having several tens of thousands available was a certainty. And those who had accumulated over the years would have hundreds of thousands of Immortal Essence Stones in hand. The stronger the cultivation, the more resources they owned. Ordinary Rank 6s had too weak of a foundation. Fortunately, they could lower the price with other goods, otherwise most of them would have already been completely out of the game. Fang Yuan also only had few hundred Immortal Essence Stones. He had made bids, but there were very few successes while most failed, and he was still waiting patiently for the main show. Finally, he heard Qin Bai Sheng announce, "Next, we shall begin the auction of Immortal GU. The most important part is here." Fang Yuan's eyes brightened. Not only him, other GU immortals were also invigorated. The previous auction could only be considered the prelude, the true event had just taken stage. Immortal GU trade.